Eh? The old man turned, looked up at Styke, and did a double take. What do you want? Styke did a quick circuit of the horse, looking at teeth, eyes, hooves, and legs, while the man looked on, bewildered. It looks like a midget Rosvellan draft horse, Styke said. Not bred that way. She's just a runt. Can I help you with something? How does she do with noise? What's this about? The man demanded. Noise, Styke said. How does she do with it? Quick movements, large crowds, all that. She does great, the man retorted. She's a damned miniature war horse, just too small for a soldier. What the pit do you want? Styke ignored the man's frustration. Name me a price, and I'll buy her right now. The man looked around suspiciously before eyeing Styke for a long moment. 1,000 krona. It was 300 more than the horse was worth. Done, Styke replied. You bring her, and any kit you have for her, out to the Mad Lancer camp by nightfall. Tell Ibana Jafles that Ben Styke bought a horse for the girl, and she'll pay you. Styke left the man standing there stuttering, and returned to Carpole and Celine. Carpole had a small smile on her face, and Styke avoided looking her in the eye. "Who was that?" Celine asked. "Just some man," Styke replied. "What did you want with him?" Styke took Amrek's reins, patting Celine gently on the arm. "I wanted to buy his horse. She's yours. She'll be there by the time we go to bed tonight." The look of joy on Celine's face made him forget all about his broken nose, Valjean, and the entire damned war. Unable to stop grinning, Styke led them back to the Mad Lancer camp. Chapter 33. Vlora caught sight of Prime Lecter again 3 days after speaking with Taniel in the Yellow Creek jail. Finding him was purely luck. Vlora was returning from another fruitless morning of searching the nooks and crannies of the mountains surrounding Yellow Creek. The newsies on her normal route had sold out of their papers already, so she went out of her way to find a street corner where the boys still had some stock. She just found a paper and folded it over to read while she walked, when her gaze swept across the familiar profile. Prime sat outside a cafe in the one small area of town that could be considered posh, if one squinted a little. It was midday, and he was enjoying a coffee, biscuits, and a newspaper while he faced away from the sun. Vlora forced herself to act casual, turning slowly to cut across traffic and heading around to a nearby storefront where she could get a good look at his face without crossing his line of sight. Once she could clearly see the ink-vine birthmark that cut across the left side of his face, she knew he was definitely Prime Lecter. Vlora waffled. A part of her wanted to walk over, pull up a seat, and ask Prime straight out why he was here. It was a foolish thought, one that she had no problem talking herself out of, and instead she circled around behind him and took a seat on a nearby stoop where she could keep an eye on him over her newspaper. She only half read the articles as she watched the back of Prime's head. The news was all 2 weeks old, and was filled with rampant speculation regarding the war, Dynize military might, rumours of Lindit's assassination, and more. Nothing looked reliable, and it frustrated her to no end, so she turned her attention purely on Prime. One of the odd quirks of sorcery was that a powder mage could sense a privileged, but a privileged could not sense a powder mage. Vlora did not know if the same rule applied to the predii, but considering that Prime didn't just turn around and incinerate her, she assumed that it did. The immediate problem was that, while she definitely recognized Prime Lecter, She could not sense his sorcerous presence. He was cloaking himself from any such scrying. It would make him difficult to follow or predict. She tried to think of any possible reason for his presence in Yellow Creek, aside from the Godstone. Nothing came to mind, and that left her with a number of pressing questions. What were his intentions regarding the stone? Had he already found it? Was he alert and ready in case he was found, or was he complacent in his power? There were no easy answers, which meant Vlora would have to find them the hard way, the dangerous way. It was about 30 minutes before Prime folded his paper, finished off his coffee, and stood up. He was dressed as a frontier gentleman, with a tan cotton suit and matching top hat, a cane, and a pair of spectacles perched on the front of his nose. He surreptitiously took a look around before tucking the paper under one arm and heading down the street. Vlora followed at a distance. She didn't have to go far. Prime took a right at the next intersection and walked up to the front door of what passed for a townhouse in a frontier city. The building was a narrow 2 stories, a mix of wood and plaster construction, with a sharply slanted roof and cheerful bright green shutters. Prime let himself in, leaving Vlora lurking at the corner and completely uncertain about what to do next. She carefully cast her senses toward the townhouse, feeling around with a light, tentative touch for wards. There were all sorts of passive things a privileged could do to protect a location. Doorknobs could be warded to stun or kill anyone who touched them. Floors could inform the privileged when someone had walked upon them. And whole buildings could be prepped to explode when entered. Wards were also, as far as Vlora was aware, next to impossible to hide completely. Field Marshal Tamas had been an expert at detecting wards. He'd even taught Vlora how to pick a ward apart, something that most privileged still considered impossible for a powder mage. But Vlora had never really caught on to the latter ability. The former, however, she'd grown quite good at. Yet she sensed nothing, even when she poked around for the telltale signs of a ward that had been folded in on itself to hide it. She was beginning to wonder if she'd gone mad when the front door of the townhouse opened. She took a half-step back, trying to look inconspicuous. Prime didn't even look up, staring at the front of his folded newspaper with a scowl as he walked briskly past her. She waited a few moments, then turned to follow him. Had he already noticed her and was leading her into a trap? She tried to remember every detail about him. He was an academic, supporting Tamas during the Adran coup, and had apparently masqueraded as a succession of vice-chancellors of Adapest University for hundreds of years. He might genuinely be absent-minded, content that his power kept him hidden. Vlora was deep in thought when she looked up to find that she was no longer following Prime. Her heart quickened, and she doubled her pace, hurrying to the next intersection. She checked doorways and alleys for 50 yards. She even looked back down the street to see if he'd doubled back. No such luck. He had disappeared entirely. Vlora swore under her breath. This asshole could disappear, both in this world and in the else. She couldn't see him. She couldn't sense him. He could be standing right behind her, and she wouldn't notice it. She doubled back around the block several times just in case she had missed him. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes for him to reappear, she headed to his townhouse, where she walked up to the front door, took a hit of powder, and closed her eyes. In a deep powder trance, she could hear footsteps, heavy breathing, sometimes even a heartbeat. She tried to focus on the house, ignoring the ambient sound of the street. Nothing. Searching his residence might turn up clues to the Godstone's location. But if she hadn't been able to sense him disappear, that meant that he could create wards that she couldn't sense either. Walking straight into his house might get her killed. She waffled on the front step for a moment before noticing an old woman sweeping the steps of the next house over. The woman glanced up, noticed that Vlora was watching her, and leaned heavily on her broom. "What are you selling?" she demanded. The question caught Vlora off guard. Excuse me?" "The gentleman who owns that house doesn't like to be bothered. If you're selling something, you can tell me, and I'll let him know when he's next in." "Does he often buy things?" "Never. But he likes to know who's knocking on his door, so you can either leave me a card or bugger off." Vlora hesitated, trying to concoct some sort of story that wouldn't make Prime suspicious. Coming up with nothing, she tipped her hat to the old woman and made her retreat, heading down the street without a backward glance, and frustrated that she'd not learned anything new about Prime. She corrected herself on that last thought. She had learned 2 things. 1, that Prime could disappear at will, and 2, that Prime paid his neighbours to watch the house for him while he was out. If he was worried about being tracked down, it meant he was hiding something, and she was willing to bet it wasn't just his own sorcerer's nature. Chapter 34. The Mad Lancers left Belport, heading west along the northern coast of the Hammer. They travelled slowly, sending out as many scouts as they dared, and avoiding the larger towns and cities already flying the Dynize flag. They even stayed several miles inland to avoid being spotted by Dynize ships, of which, their scouts informed them, there were dozens plying the waters back and forth between Fatrasta and Dynize. Styke kept to himself for several days, content to ride with the rearguard, while recovering from the beating Valjean gave him, and teaching Celine how to handle her new horse. The creature turned out to be more stubborn than Styke had initially guessed, and would have found itself discarded with the rest of the extra horses had Celine not taken an equally stubborn liking to it. Frequent reports came from Ibana with the vanguard. Styke read the reports and sent orders to the front. During the evenings he helped train the newest recruits, having picked up almost 500 volunteers in Belport, while Celine continued to learn Carpol's language. On the 4th day of riding, Styke heard the distant report of artillery and made his way up the winding line of cavalry, joining Ibana with the vanguard over a mile ahead. She sat on her horse on a cliff-top, eyes focused on something in the distance. Jackal, bearing the Mad Lancer standard, sat with her. To the northwest, Styke was able to see the source of the cannon fire that continued to echo across the water. There was a small fortress, whose name had long since escaped him, positioned at the end of a long breakwater. It overlooked the space between the Hammer and an unnamed island, and it was exchanging a violent torrent of fire with a sizable Dynize fleet positioned in a half-moon around the fortress. "I'm guessing," Ibana said, without lowering her looking-glass, "that you've been skulking with the rearguard the last few days, 'cause you failed to kill Valjean?" Styke glanced around. The only people within earshot were Jackal, Celine, and Carpol. Styke looked to Jackal, whose palo freckles had darkened with all the time out in the sun. Jackal simply lifted his hands. This was not something he wanted to get involved in. "I've been teaching Celine to ride a new horse." Ibana snapped her looking-glass closed and turned towards Styke. "I heard you let Valjean beat the shit out of you." Let seems a strong word. He's a champion boxer." "And you have the biggest knife on the continent," Ibana retorted. "Why the pit did you square up with fisticuffs against a champion boxer?" I wanted to see if I could kill him with my fists. Well, it didn't work out. He betrayed you, and he's still alive. I can always go back and gut him later, Styke said, the words coming out a little more petulant than he'd intended. Ibana fixed Styke with a long stare and then turned to Celine. "What's her name, sweetheart?" she asked gently, indicating Celine's horse. Celine beamed. "Margot. She already had the name, and I liked it, so I decided to let her keep it." "That's a good name," Ibana replied. She nudged her own horse, quickly trotting around Margot before nodding. "Looks like a good horse." "Ben bought it for me." There was an edge of challenge in Celine's voice, as if daring Ibana to question the man who would acquire a horse for a little girl. Styke almost laughed out loud. He butted in before Ibana could get annoyed. "I haven't been hiding," he said. "Good," Ibana said simply. She drew closer to Styke, letting her voice fall. She didn't look happy with what she was about to say, but she continued on. "You know it just as well as I do. The Mad Lancers ride on their reputation. On your reputation. You start sparing people who've betrayed you, and people will think you've gone soft. The prospect of your knife is the only thing that keeps some of these bastards in line." Styke sat back in his saddle, unsure how to respond. He remembered Agustin's blood running down his arms, and then sparing Tenny Wiles. "I start to get uppity, and I'll set 'em straight." "It's never come to that before. I don't want it to come to that." Styke snorted. "Let me handle my vengeance the way I see fit." "I will. It's just a word of warning, that's all." "Thank you," Styke replied. Ibana nodded and rode off a few dozen yards, pulling out her looking-glass to watch the distant bombardment. Styke turned to Jackal. "How's the ride been?" "Easy enough," Jackal said. "Scouts are keeping us clear of Dynize forces. How's the rear guard?" "Boring," Styke replied. He nodded to the distant fortress. "Do the spirits tell you how much longer that fortress'll last?" Jackal's eyes immediately went over Styke's shoulder, and it took him a moment to realize Jackal was looking directly at Carpole. "Are you kidding? Only the bravest spirits will come within a mile of her. I can always tell when she's getting near because they flee before she arrives." "You hear that, blood lady?" Styke called. "The spirits are afraid of you." Carpole seemed entirely unimpressed. "But it doesn't take the spirits," Jackal said, returning his gaze to the distant fort, "to see they're almost done for. There's 6 ships of the line out there, and 2 brigades cutting off any support from the mainland. The fortress will fall within days." He gave Styke a curious look. "Are we going to relieve them?" Styke glanced at Carpole. "Is the Godstone in that fort?" She shook her head. "No," he told Jackal. "I'm not suicidal enough to charge 2 brigades in clear view of a supporting enemy fleet. Besides," he added to himself, "they'd already resupplied at Bellport. We'll have to swing around those 2 brigades. With luck, they'll be so focused on the fort that they won't even notice us." Styke heard a sudden shout from down the road. He turned, curious, and was soon joined by Ibana. "What was that?" she asked. "I'm not sure." Styke lifted Amrek's reins, spotting a dust cloud rising from a nearby hill, and a familiar old face suddenly burst into view. Sunin Teal clung to her horse's neck, both she and her animal streaming tears from the hard ride, her wrinkled skin covered in a sheen of sweat. She stood in the stirrups, not bothering to slow. "We've been ambushed!" she shouted. "Dynize cavalry from the rear!" Styke whipped Amrek into a gallop. "Stay with Celine," he ordered Sunin. He pointed a finger behind him as he charged past. "And keep Carpole out of the fight!" He and Ibana raced along the road, past the milling of confused cavalrymen. Styke came around the hill into the valley that contained the bulk of his forces, taking in the situation at a glance. Dynize dragoons had swept in from the southern end of the valley, crossing a small creek, and opening fire with carbines on the mad lancers, who were still strung out along the road. There were at least 3,000 dragoons, with more coming over the hill, and they raked the lancers' flank with perfect precision, hitting them with a torrent of carbine fire in companies of 100 before retreating out of range to reload. The lancers were in chaos. Those that tried to fire back couldn't pack a big enough punch, and the few that charged were deftly avoided and gunned down. Another wave of dragoons suddenly appeared at the other end of the valley, blocking a retreat along the road and engaging the rearguard with a withering fusillade. Styke pressed Amric harder, weaving among his confused troops. "Ibana!" he shouted. "Take the vanguard and swing around to their flank. They're not wearing breastplates. Hit the bastards with our lances!" He continued on without waiting for an answer, galloping toward the rearguard and the fresh recruits being cut to ribbons. He passed Major Gustar, who just barely organized the Riflejack Cavalry Corps enough to return fire. "Press them hard!" Styke shouted, slowing just enough to get his orders out. "That hill they came down was easier for them to descend than it will be to go back up. Send your cuirassiers straight at their centre." Styke was quickly past. He urged Amric harder, watching as more of his cavalry fell to the enemy carbine volleys. The Dynize became bolder, pressing in on the rearguard, not bothering to retreat before they reloaded their weapons. Styke finally reached the rearguard, who were desperately trying to reload their own carbines. "Blast the carbines!" Styke roared as he whipped past them. "Lances down! Charge!" He snatched up his lance, lowering the steel tip as he broke through the confused line of his own men, and up the open road toward the Dynize. Dragoons had come within 10 yards, and they seemed shocked to see him charging toward them, wearing one of their own breastplates. A bullet whizzed past Styke's ear, and he felt another slam into the breastplate, jerking him back in the saddle. He kept his hold on the reins and on his lance, leaning forward. The closest Dynize fumbled with his carbine, dropped it, then tried to urge his horse to run in the opposite direction. Styke's lance clipped him in the side, tearing out 4 inches of flesh and several feet of intestine, and burying it into the next dragoon. Letting go of his weighty lance, Styke drew his cavalry sword and urged Amric forward, laying about him with his weapon. Gore whipped from the rise and fall of his sword. Blood spattered his lips, but Styke didn't bother to check if it was his own or the enemy's. Their sudden onslaught turned to confusion at his charge, and still he pushed deeper, using Amric's mighty chest to shove past the smaller Dynize horses. Only upon turning to block the sword thrust of an enemy did Styke see that the new recruits had not actually followed him into the fray. Some of them stared at him dumbly, while others fumbled for their lances. It wasn't until Jackal appeared, waving the skull and lance flag and charging forward, that they seemed to break out of their shock and attack. A straight-bladed dragoon sword caught in the clasp of Styke's breastplate. He sheared off the arm holding it and discarded the blade, but the clasp snapped at the next impact of an enemy bullet. With one quick movement, Styke bit down on Amric's reins and used his left hand to pry the other clasp off the broken breastplate. He swung it over his head and threw it at a charging dragoon, knocking the rider off his horse. Reins still between his teeth, he drew his boz knife and rammed it into the chest of a man whose mount had been pushed too close in the melee. He jerked it out and threw it overhand into the neck of a horse. The horse screamed, throwing its rider. Styke finally fought his way to the top of the ridge, looking down at the road. It was covered with the bodies of men and horses. almost all of them belonging to the new recruits from Belport, stragglers who'd fallen behind the rearguard. With a glance, Styke could see how the dragoons had come out of the trees, catching them completely unawares and slaughtering them without a fight. The glance also told him that he'd reached the very edge of this wave of dragoons. They had no more men attacking the rearguard. He whirled to rally the rear, to dispose of these dragoons and join Gusta and Ibana to fight their main force. Something struck his shoulder just as he drew breath to bellow encouragement. He turned to see a dragoon charging him at full speed, smoking carbine being exchanged for a straight-edged sword. The rider didn't have time to fully draw her sword before her horse struck Amric in the shoulder, sending both Amric and Styke tumbling. Styke barely managed to throw himself clear. Amric fell on his side, legs flailing, finally righting himself and charging off before Styke could call to him. The Dynize dragoon allowed her own horse to regain its balance before turning on a dime and pointing her sword at Styke and digging in her heels. Styke searched for his sword, only to see it caught in Amric's harness as the beast galloped away. He felt for his knife, remembered throwing it, and began to loudly swear at himself. The dragoon leapt into a gallop, her sword held to her side as she swooped in toward Styke. He remained on her sword side for as long as he dared, then leapt in front of the charging horse and across to the opposite side. Before the dragoon could change her sword hand, Styke set the foot of his good leg and barreled, shoulder first, into the soft side of the Dynize horse. Both horse and rider went flying. The impact knocked the breath from Styke and nearly threw him on his ass. He barely stayed on his feet and ran toward the horse that, still flailing with pain, had his boz knife in its neck. He jerked the knife out, reversed his hold on it, and rammed the blade into the creature's spine with one quick motion, putting it out of its misery. A shout of challenge was the only warning he got. The persistent dragoon leapt toward him, sword thrusting, and Styke barely parried the thrust with the blade of his knife. He charged forward, closing the distance, ramming his left fist into the dragoon's face. She reeled back but did not fall, driving him off with blind swipes of her sword. They both froze, staring at each other, giving Styke his first good look at his opponent. She was tall, not as tall as he or Ibana, but nearly so, and she had wide shoulders that reminded him of Valjean. She was broad-faced, with quick eyes, and her red hair shorn to a finger's length. Her teal uniform had orange epaulets, which, Styke assumed, meant she was an officer. Over his shoulder he could hear Jackal urging the rearguard to finish off their Dynize attackers. The dragoon regarded him for another long moment, her eyes flicking to her fallen cavalry, before suddenly turning and sprinting toward the closest empty saddle. She pulled herself onto horseback with incredible dexterity and was galloping back toward the edge of the forest before Styke could take a dozen steps. He turned at the sound of a trumpet, watching as the Dynize cavalry disengaged from the mad lancers and began to retreat. The lancers, for their part, were obviously badly mauled, and he was not surprised when Ibana did not give the order to follow. He found the dragoon officer's horse where he'd shoved it over. The poor creature thrashed in pain with one leg broken and probably several cracked ribs. Styke calmed it as best he could, and covered its eyes with one arm before putting it out of its misery. He found Amric and went back up the road in search of Ibana. "That was a timely charge," he told Jackal as he passed. Jackal waved back at him. "The spirits wouldn't forgive me if I allowed you to die charging an enemy army alone." Styke found Ibana down in the valley, taking stock of their, and the enemy's, losses. She was on foot, kneeling over a half-dead Dynize dragoon, trying to get the man to talk through a mouthful of blood. She left him be, snorting in disgust, then turned to face Styke. "Find out where these bastards came from?" Styke asked. Ibana shook her head. "He's not talking. Nor is anyone still alive. We'll take a few captives and work on them later. Maybe give them to Carpole and see what she can learn." "Maybe," Styke said. He wasn't thrilled with the idea of handing anyone over to Carpole. He wasn't entirely sure what she could do or how she could do it, but it sounded protracted. He did not like torture. "That retreat was organized. They weren't willing to commit everything to the fight, it seems." Ibana kicked at a body at her feet. "Damn it. We've sent scouts in every direction. How the pit did they sneak up on us like that?" "Send a few men to follow them," Styke said. "Not too closely, but—" He glanced back toward the road, then in the direction they had retreated. "They came from the south, but they retreated to the west. Send a few men the way they came, too." "Right." Ibana stalked off and barking orders, while Styke stared down at the poor bastard she'd been interrogating. One of his arms was hanging by skin, and he had 3 stab wounds through his chest. He'd be dead soon enough. He glanced up to the ridge, where well over 100 of the new recruits lay dead or dying. He wondered about that Dynize officer. This ambush had felt strange. It had felt personal. Were those blasted dragon men behind it? Or was this something else? Chapter 35. Michel was shaken awake by his own violent shivers. He lay on his back, staring up at blackness, a vague discomfort emanating from somewhere around the middle of his body. His first realization was that his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. No amount of effort could cease the shaking. His second realization was that he could not move. There was not, as far as he could tell, anything keeping him from moving, nothing across his chest or binding his arms. His body simply did not respond to the commands. He could breathe, he could shiver. He could open his eyes and move his head slightly from one side to the other, though he did not know if his vision was dark or if he was merely in a dark room. Only a well of calmness from deep within, one he did not know he possessed, kept him from spiraling into outright terror. He lay still for several minutes, attempting to get his bearings and gain control of his shivering body. He was unsuccessful in the first, and only mildly successful in the second. The problem, he realized, was that he was lying on something extremely cold. Cold and hard. He cleared his throat, wondering if he could speak, and heard someone, or something, stir in what sounded like a different room. Footsteps followed. Then Michel could feel a presence just out of his peripheral vision. Although he was fairly certain he knew the answer, he spoke anyway. "Am I dead?" "You are not." Michel let out a very soft sigh. The voice belonged to Emerald, which meant that Michel was likely lying on a slab in the bowels of the Landfall City morgue. It explained the cold, as well as the darkness. It wasn't his first choice of place to wake up to, but it certainly wasn't his last. As if in answer to his thoughts, the dim light suddenly grew brighter, illuminating the stone ceiling that Michel had been staring at. "How do you feel?" Emerald asked, sitting down beside him. "I'm not sure. I'm having trouble thinking, and I can barely move." I don't feel pain. At least I don't think I do. My chest is very warm. That is your body attempting to feel pain. I injected a few drops of pure mala directly into your bloodstream. That explains a lot. Michel had spent his fair share of time on the mala pipe, in between jobs, of course, but he'd never quite felt this kind of sensation. He wasn't even aware mala could be injected like this. It was several hours ago. If I had done so recently, you would have some trouble opening your eyelids. Right. I'd rather not do this again. Michel decided that freedom of movement might be preferred, even if it cost him a lot of pain. How did I get here? You collapsed less than a block from my door. A passerby thought you were dead and reported your body. You're lucky I was working, or one of my assistants might have just tossed you with the rest of the corpses. Lucky. Right. What was the damage? You were shot in the chest, Emerald replied, his voice clinical. The bullet lodged between your second and third rib. It was not difficult to remove, but you had lost quite a lot of blood by the time you were found. You've been drifting in and out of consciousness for 2 days. 2 damn days? Michel wondered how much had happened in just that time. He had 1,000 questions, but bit them back. In due time. Have I been on this slab since then? Of course not. I had 2 of my assistants move you here about an hour ago, so you wouldn't get blood on a bed while I changed your bandages. We were just about to move you back, actually. Too much longer, and you'll catch hypothermia. Emerald leaned over Michel, his tinted glasses sliding down to the end of his nose, as he examined Michel with calm, surprisingly blue eyes. While you're here, you should try to eat something. I don't want you throwing up in one of our beds either, Hold on. I think there's still a little gruel left over from Herestia's lunch. Michel listened to Emerald's footsteps recede, trying to come to grasp with what he would need to do to catch up on the last 2 days, and how he would deal with it all while recovering from a gunshot wound. He began to make a list in his head, shoving his way through the haze of the mala injection, trying to ignore the heat coming from his chest that, without the mala, would probably knock him out cold from the pain. Emerald returned a moment later and gently put a pillow beneath Michel's head, then spoon-fed him a gruel whose flavour Michel could not place. "Has anyone noticed I'm gone?" Michel asked between swallows. They have. Rumours have been spreading that you were shot and killed in this quarter, and that your body was tossed in the Headshaw. Among who? The Dynize. The Black Hats, for their part, are confident you're dead. They'd been shadowing you for days, waiting for you to be alone, and took your little expedition the other day as the perfect opportunity. Michel licked his lips, trying to taste the gruel. Any sensation, aside from the few this mala haze would allow him, seemed suddenly important. If rumours are spreading among the Dynize, they must have come from Thorgula. No one saw me get shot, except for Hendris. I wonder if she found me herself, or if Thorgula told her where I'd been staying. That I don't know. Michel realized how tired just eating and talking was making him. He had to focus the thoughts, ask important questions. The name Mara. Is it Dynize? Emerald seemed caught off guard. He paused with a spoon halfway to Michel's mouth. It doesn't sound Dynize. Certainly not one I've heard. Then what is it? Girlish, maybe? Could be Stren. Pit. Michel threw a handful of silent curses toward Taniel for not giving him any more clues to accomplish this mission. He tried to think clearly. There had to be a reason for not finding anyone named Mara among the Dynize. Had Michel remembered the name wrong? Was it some kind of surname or a nickname? He tried to consider other options, and kept coming around to the fact that he could not fulfill his mission if he could not even find the informant. So, what did he do next? Did he flee the danger of the city, or embed himself deeper with the Dynize? "What else has happened since I was shot?" Michel asked. "Anything important?" "Another Dynize minister was killed in a bombing." "The Minister of Rations. She died before I was shot." "I said another. It was a minor minister, road engineering or something like that. He was inspecting a bridge about 3 miles up the headshore and was killed in an explosion." "Shit," Michel breathed. He wondered if it was another of Yarrett's allies, and was suddenly struck with a thought. "Do you have my clothes?" "Your shirt was a total loss. I have your jacket over here. Do you feel any nausea?" "I'm fine. Look in my jacket pocket for a list of addresses and bring it to me." Emerald set the bowl aside and disappeared from Michel's vision for a moment, before returning with the list and holding it where Michel could see. Michel squeezed his eyes closed, focusing his energy, and lifted his left arm as high as he dared. Emerald put the list between his fingers. Half the paper had been soaked through with Michel's blood, making it impossible to read. But the top half was still intact, and Michel scanned his eyes across the addresses, trying to come up with some sort of pattern. "Kingston Street. Where is that?" he asked. "Lower Landfall, north of the plateau." "And Gorin Way?" "That's on the northern rim of Greenfire Depths." Michel licked his lips. There was a pattern to these addresses. He could feel it, but what it was remained just out of his foggy-brained grasp. "What do all these addresses have in common?" he whispered. Emerald suddenly leaned over him, staring at the paper for a moment before sitting back down and offering Michel another spoonful of gruel. "They're the locations of the bombings that have been going on the last 2 weeks." Michel's mouth fell open. "You're kidding me." He stared at the addresses, going over them again and again. He brought the paper closer to his eyes, noting a light pencil mark beside each address that he'd missed on his initial perusal. It was a number, seemingly nonsensical, until he realized that it was the day of the month, this month and last, according to the Dynize calendar. Each day corresponded perfectly with each bombing at each address. This wasn't just a list of addresses. It was the Black Hat hit list. Either Fogula had been given this so that she could keep herself out of harm's way, or it was a copy of a list of instructions she'd given to the Black Hats. Maybe even both. Michel's eyes had trouble focusing, his breathing growing strained. "You'll need to relax," Emerald told him. "Otherwise you will set your healing back by days." Michel tapped the paper with his thumb. There was an address right where the blood began to soak the paper, only half of which he could read. "What does this say?" Emerald took the paper from Michel, studying it a moment. 17 Chancellor's Court. "And the number next to it?" Michel's hand began to tremble from the effort of holding up his hand. This time, Emerald's study took almost a minute. He got up, went to the gas lantern in the corner, and held the paper up at several different angles. "I think it says 11. "The 11th. Michel struggled against his own sluggishness to try to get to his feet. He barely managed to move his head off the pillow. "What is it?" Emerald asked. "Fugula is using the Black Hats to eliminate Sediel's enemies," Michel whispered. "That address is Yarrett's household." "What day is it?" "The 9th? Oh, shit. I have to warn him. You're not going to get very far in your condition. You may be able to walk in 2 or 3 days, but—" "Then you have to warn him," Michel hissed. Emerald raised his eyebrows. "I don't have to do anything. Certainly not something that will put me or my people in danger." The words weren't said unkindly, but his tone was firm. "Send a runner. Leave an anonymous note." "I will have no communication on your behalf with the Dynize," Emerald said. "I'm sorry, but it's too much of a risk. Messengers can be recognized or followed. To be perfectly honest, I haven't entirely convinced myself I'm not going to euthanize you and dump the body in the river so that you can't be found here." Michel stared at Emerald, fear creeping in through the haze of the Marla. His shivering, which he'd gotten mostly under control, suddenly returned. Emerald continued with a sigh. "It is fortunate for you that I respect Taniel and Carpole more than I fear the Dynize. I will not chop you up while you sleep, I suppose, but I will also not do anything to risk any of my people. You can leave here once you can walk out on your own accord, but I will not involve myself in Dynize affairs." Emerald clapped his hands, standing up. "You need to rest. My assistants will move you back to a proper bed now. I'm afraid they're not used to carrying live bodies, so this may be slightly uncomfortable." Michel didn't answer, trying desperately to come up with a way to convince Emerald to warn Yarrett about the bombing. Yarrett would die if his house was destroyed. Perhaps Tennick, too. Children would be caught in the explosion, and, if it was big enough, dozens of Yarrett's household. It wasn't until this moment that Michel realized he didn't want to lose Yarrett. Not just for the mission, but because he'd been the most understanding master Michel had ever served. And he was a good man. Michel was still trying to come up with something to say, when 2 of Emerald's assistants put their hands beneath him, one under his shoulders, another under his feet, and counted down from 3. They reached 1 and lifted, and all the warmth centered around Michel's chest suddenly burst into a brilliant lance of pain that flashed lightning across his senses. Despite the pain, Michel could think of only one thing. Yarrett was going to die in 2 days, and there was nothing he could do about it. Chapter 36. Vlora spent the next 24 hours attempting to catch sight of Prime Lecter once more. It was, at the heart of it, a game. Vlora spent every waking hour stalking the streets with her hat pulled forward and her collar up, trying to find Prime Lecter without him catching sight of her. A dangerous game, for certain, but it still felt like a game. She jumped at every prime-shaped shadow and could barely sleep for worry. Prime was the key to all of this. She knew it in her gut. It seemed possible, maybe even probable, that he already knew where the Godstone was. If she could follow him more carefully, he might lead her right to it. She gave up late the next day, worried that she was becoming too scattered in her search, and headed up to little Flering's place in the hills. She found Flering inspecting barrels of saltpeter as they were removed from an ox-drawn wagon. Vlora waited until the inspection was finished, then drew Flering aside. "Have you been able to find out about anything strange going on around town?" she asked. Flaring waved down the cart driver, slipping him several extra coins, before returning to Vlora and rubbing her chin. "You mentioned the madness thing last time you were here, right?" Daniel did. Apparently, madness seized people at random if they spent too much time near the artifact. "Not a lot of weird stuff going on," Flaring said thoughtfully, "aside from the usual fights and killings and mining accidents. But a handful of miners up in Nighttime Vale have been all the way raving mad over the last few weeks." Vlora perked up. This was the kind of information she'd been waiting to hear. "You couldn't have mentioned this sooner?" "I didn't know sooner. Just found out a few hours ago. Miners are superstitious by nature, and Jessie has been paying the local doctors a heavy fee to keep quiet about the whole thing." Jessie's territory, eh? Vlora swore under her breath. Bert she might be able to bribe or cajole, but Jessie probably didn't feel all that kindly toward Vlora right now. "What can you tell me about the Vale?" "It's a canyon northeast of here," Flaring answered. "Easy to miss, actually. The entrance makes it look tiny, but it opens up into a rather large valley. It'd be a great spot for a summer home, if there weren't 500 miners living up there, blowing the whole thing to the pit." "Does Jessie own the whole valley?" "That she does. Apparently there's a real easy gold vein close to the surface. No one goes into that valley if they don't work for her." Vlora considered the information, feeling at once jubilant and annoyed. In almost 2 weeks this was the first bit of solid intelligence she had. It wasn't guaranteed, of course. Miners weren't a stable lot, and madness could set in with this heat and dangerous work. But she would give it a thorough look if she could sneak in past Jessie's guards. She swore to herself, wishing it was Bert's territory. "I need a favour," Vlora said. Flaring frowned down the path leading back to the city as another ox-drawn cart trundled toward them, stacked high with barrels. "What kind of favour? I'm awfully busy right now." "That artifact I told you about?" "Yeah." "I need you ready to blow it up at a moment's notice." "Now?" Flaring asked incredulously. "Any time in the next week." "Pit!" Flaring hawked a wad of phlegm into the bushes. "I gotta cook up a special batch of blasting oil, if what you said about black powder is true." "Right. Your most powerful stuff." "That takes time." "Time I don't have." Flaring eyed Vlora for a few moments. "Look, I work in batches and I take orders. I started putting aside a little of the good stuff the moment you told me there would be a job. But if you want enough to crack through sorcery, you're going to have to wait in line. Jessie, Bert, and 8 independent mining companies are all expecting blasting oil this month, and they pay ahead of time." "To the pit with all of them," Vlora said flatly. She cursed herself for not putting in an order properly the moment she laid eyes on Flaring. Flaring rubbed her fingers together beneath Vlora's nose. "They pay ahead of time, and they pay in gold. Or cash krana. Either is fine with me." "How about a promissory note from the Adran government?" Flaring snorted. "A promissory note ain't gold." "Gold won't keep all your permits up to date with the Adran government," Vlora responded. "I seem to remember your main headquarters being not that far outside of Adapest." Flaring narrowed her eyes. "You wouldn't." "I'm not," Vlora promised, "but I do still have friends in the government. I won't make bad things happen for you. I don't do business like that. But I will be there to make sure bad things don't happen to you. Catch my meaning?"
So you're saying the next time some asshole minister tries to turn the public against explosives makers as a publicity stunt, you'll get involved?
Personally. Fleming seemed to consider this. Over the years since the Kez Civil War, plenty of politicians had run for public office on the platform of demilitarizing Adro. Some succeeded, which was why Vlora had scooped up a whole brigade of Adro's finest who'd found themselves disbanded. Others aimed for infrastructure and logistics, hoping to shut down powder makers and gunsmiths.
"All right,"
Fleming said finally. She made a shooing motion with her hands as the next cart of saltpetre arrived.
"You give me your word, and a damn fat promissory note, and I'll make sure you have as much blasting oil as you need any time this coming week."
Vlora took that as a victory and returned to her hotel for dinner, taking a covert snort of powder as she entered the hotel great room and leaving a pair of coins on the manager's podium. She didn't like him, but keeping his palms greased might have its uses down the road. She took her usual table and ordered whatever gruel the hotel kitchen had cooked up, sitting back and falling into her own head as she tried to work out her new strategy. She was going to have to reconnoitre Nighttime Vale, and it sounded like it was already heavily guarded because of Jezzy's gold mine. She briefly considered if Jezzy was working for Lindit directly. Maybe Jezzy's men were excavating the second Godstone under the pretense of mining. Maybe, she considered, Nohan was actually one of Lindit's agents, and he was here to oversee the excavation. Vlora tried to make the pieces work, but it didn't add up. Nohan was obviously a greedy git, and his suggestion that he and Vlora team up and steal all the gold meant he didn't know the real item of value hiding under his nose. Besides, Lindit seemed too heavy-handed to use this kind of subtlety. If she was already excavating the Godstone, this whole place would be crawling with black-hats. Vlora put her head in her hands. That didn't add up either. Lindit was heavy-handed, but she wasn't stupid. Working through intermediaries would keep her from drawing attention to the spot and not tip off Dynize spies by sending an army of black hats up here. And where did Prime Lecter fit into all this? Was he working for Lindit? In short, Vlora didn't have any idea what was going on in this damn city. But she needed to find out, and quick. She felt him before she saw him. A dark smudge on her senses, the feel of powder grains running down the back of her neck. No one entered the front door of the hotel a moment later. He wore short sleeves, showing off a number of bruises from their fight the other day, and an easy, friendly smile on his lips as he approached her table. He sat down across from her, his pupils dilated from a powder trance. His eyes betrayed a brief wince as he moved, telling Vlora that he was still hurting from being thrown through a table. The knowledge gave her a brief stab of satisfaction, which disappeared almost immediately. "I know who you are," he said in a low voice. Vlora didn't answer him. She pushed aside her meal and leaned back, reaching slowly for the pistol at her belt. He continued, "You're Lady Flint." "That's preposterous," she scoffed. "Don't play me for a fool," he spat, the easy smile disappearing in the blink of an eye. "The latest newspaper from Redstone has a bounty on your head and says your last location was just a couple 100 miles south of here." He kicked his chair back to rock on the back legs, looking angry but self-satisfied. "There aren't that many powder mages in Fatrashta. Certainly not many that fit your description. You're Flint!" Vlora didn't bother to deny it. He was too sure of himself. Further denial would just make him more so. "So what do you want?"
He tapped 2 fingers on the table. "You know what you did to me?" "Put you in considerable pain, I hope," Vlora said flatly, looking at the bruises on his arms. Her fingers wrapped around the butt of a pistol. She could try for a quick shot, but he was burning such a strong powder trance that he would doubtlessly be ready for it. Beating him to death in front of 30 witnesses seemed like it might not be the best option. "No," he said. "I'm not talking about that. A fight is a fight, and I did try to kill you, didn't I? No, I'm talking about my letter." "I've no idea what you're talking about." He slammed both fists on the table, making her jump. "Don't play me for a fool," he growled. "I wrote you a letter 3 years ago. I offered you my services. I offered to join the Adran Cabal, and you turned me down like I was some useless knack." Vlora was bewildered. She didn't remember this at all. She got perhaps 200 such letters every year, and almost all of them were hoaxes from madmen and disillusioned fools. A secretary usually sorted through them. Then Olam examined those that remained. It was— Her thoughts cut off as the name finally clicked. Nohan. The powder mage who got kicked out of the Starlish Cabal on accusations of treachery and cruelty. She could scarcely believe she'd forgotten the situation, because she'd written to the head of the Starlish Cabal herself to find out if Nohan had any real talent. "You remember now, don't you?" Nohan said, his eyes intent on her face. "I can't believe you forgot. Arrogant bitch." "I forgot," Vlora said, "because you weren't worth my time." Nohan exhaled sharply. "Not worth your time? You're the most famous powder mage alive, and I almost killed you the other day. How is that for not worth your time?" "Killed me?" Vlora scoffed. "It was a damn fist fight. Besides, it's not all about skill. I turned you down because the head of the Starlish Cabal kicked you out for being a sadist." She leaned forward, seriously reconsidering beating him to death in front of witnesses. The Starlish Cabal had included a list of his crimes in their reply, and among them was the murder of children. "I know what goes on in a royal cabal. If they think you're a sadist, then Adam help your blasted soul." No one stared daggers at her, and she silently willed him to flip the table and come at her. At least then she could kill him in self-defense. She might end up in a cell next to Taniel, but at least she wouldn't be chased out of town by the city deputies. Nohan gripped the lip of the table, his fingers turning white. Vlora looked away from him, as if he was beneath her very notice, hoping he'd use the chance to attack her. She swept her eyes out the window, barely noticing the passing traffic, as she waited for him to make his move. And her gaze landed squarely on Prime Lecter. The privileged sorcerer stood in the street, frowning, staring through the window, directly at her. He was exactly how she remembered him, from the thoughtlessly rumpled clothes to the purple birthmark on his face. It was definitely him, and she could see in his eyes that he had just decided it was definitely her, too. Vlora wrenched her attention away from Prime Lecter, preparing to throw herself onto the floor if he decided to unleash sorcery at her. Not that it would help. With so much warning, a privileged of his caliber could destroy the entire block without breaking a sweat. "Go on," Vlora grunted at Nohan. "If you're so bitter, see if you can take me." Her only consolation, if Prime Lecter attacked, was that Nohan would die in the same sorcerer's conflagration. Nohan remained frozen in place, and she could see in his eyes how much he wanted to leap at her. Sweat began to pour down Vlora's face, and she resisted looking back out the window. She couldn't take Prime in a fair fight on a good day, and she wasn't going to be able to take both him and Noan. Might as well focus on one arsehole at a time. She wondered if Noan took her sudden nerves for fear of him. Laughable. It felt like minutes before Noan finally broke his stare. He got up, looking down at her with a sneer. "I don't know why you're here," he said quietly, "but I'm going to kill you and claim that bounty. Pishing on your corpse before I take it to Redstone will be the best revenge. Watch yourself, Lady Flint." He strode out before Vlora could react, and she turned desperately toward the window once he'd left the building. Prime Lecter, however, was gone.
Chapter 37. The engagement with the Dynize dragoons had left the Mad Lancers badly mauled. Unwilling to chance another fight, Styke and Ibana agreed to retrace their steps along the coast for 2 days until, late in the evening, they spotted Fetrastan flags on the horizon. Styke sat slumped in the saddle, tired as pit and feeling like he'd been kicked in the head by a warhorse. He turned his eyes to the eastern horizon, where he could see the edge of a Fetrastan camp. Their flags waved in the breeze, torches flickering to life as the sun went down. Styke watched the distant approach of one of his scouts. "I think I'm a hypocrite," he said, giving voice to something he'd been considering for several days. Ibana looked sidelong at him. "What kind of nonsense is this?" He shrugged. "I came to the realization that I'm a hypocrite," he said with more confidence. He'd been thinking about what Valjean had said, sorting through his own memories of the War for Independence all that time ago, and realizing that maybe that treacherous bastard was right. Maybe Styke was looking at his own participation in the war through the rosy lenses of the past. "I've always known I was a killer, a monster, but I never thought of myself as a hypocrite." "And this is bothering you more than murder?" Ibana asked. Yeah, I think it is." "You're a strange man, Ben Styke." Ibana spurred her horse, riding out to meet the scout. Styke exchanged a look with Jackal. The Palo bannerman shrugged. Styke sighed and rode out after Ibana, meeting the scout on a nearby hill. It was Felicia, one of the longest-standing members of the Lancers. She snapped a salute. "Did you talk to them?" Styke asked. "Just briefly," Felicia reported. "It's the Third Army." Styke nodded to himself. When he'd decided to pull back after that fight with the Dynize, he'd figured they would have to head all the way back to Belport to find some relief. He hadn't expected to find the Third Army already out on the Hammer. They must have marched straight past Belport without stopping. Styke had a glimmer of suspicion that they'd been sent after the Lancers, but dismissed the notion. Lindet wouldn't send a field army of infantry to chase a highly mobile cavalry force. She would, however, send them to secure the Godstone. Regardless, the Mad Lancers needed somewhere to lie low. "I'll go see if they'll let us lick our wounds inside their pickets," he said, lifting his reins. Both Ibana and Felicia looked alarmed. "Sir, the commanding officer is—" Styke waved Felicia off. "I know who it is. Devori. That's why I'm going to ask myself." "That's not a great idea," Ibana said in a low voice. Styke looked over his shoulder at his column of Lancers. They'd lost nearly half their number to death or wounds in the Dynize ambush. They didn't have healing privileged or proper surgeons to deal with the wounded. They'd done so well and come so far, only to be blindsided by a superior cavalry force. Styke did not want to meet that force again without taking some time to recover. "If Devori betrayed you once, he'll do it again," Ibana said. "Perhaps. He might not know I've been killing his old conspirators, though."
He'll have passed through Belport. There's no way he won't have gotten word from Valjean. You damn well should have killed Valjean when you had the chance."
"Yeah, no."
Styke wasn't thrilled about the idea of marching in there to ask for help from someone who'd betrayed him. But his meditations over hypocrisy the last few days had given him a more optimistic outlook than he'd expected.
"Look, if those dragoons snuck up on us once, they can do it again. We need to recover, and this saves us having to go all the way back to Belport. We get inside their pickets, and we'll be safe until we can regroup."
Ibana pursed her lips, clearly wanting to argue. Styke forestalled it with a raised hand.
"I'll deal with Devori. If I'm not back in 2 hours, head south and try to throw them off your trail."
He began to ride toward the camp without explaining himself further, and tried to gather his thoughts. He wondered if maybe he'd known all along that he was a hypocrite, and that's what had truly kept him from killing Tenny Wiles. He wondered if maybe being broken by the labour camps had been a blessing to everyone around him, rather than the blow against the brave mad lancers that he'd always considered it. He frowned into the setting sun at one point, only to see a small group of figures sitting on the horizon less than 2 miles away. They were all on horseback, 4 of them, if his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Those goddamn dragon men, still plaguing his trail. Another good reason to spend a few days hugging a field army. He was pulled from his contemplations by the sound of a horse whinny behind him. He turned in his saddle, a rebuke on his lips to send Celine back to the Lancers. But it wasn't Celine, it was Carpole. Of course it was. He waited for her to catch up, trying to figure out what he could say to send her away. Going to see Devori was already a dangerous gamble. A wild card like Carpole might make things worse. But she'd already made it abundantly clear that he couldn't leave her behind.
"I think," he told her as she arrived, "that some dysfunction in the back of my brain silently tells me that I'm invincible."
He wasn't sure why he shared the thought, but he continued.
"Maybe I've had it my whole life. Maybe it was surviving the firing squad. Maybe it wasn't until more recently when I survived that fight with Fidela's Jess. Or maybe it was something you put in my head with your damn blood sorcery. I don't really care, but I have the feeling that it's going to get me killed."
Carpole stopped beside him, watching him through half-lidded eyes.
"I was watching that sign language you're teaching Celine," he said. "I hadn't realized it before, but it looks like a jumble of Palo war signals and something else."
Carpole smiled coolly at him and nodded. Styke felt pleased to have remembered as well as he did. He hadn't seen Palo war signals for over 10 years, and even then he'd only picked up on the very basics while he was in the Tristan Basin.
"Did Ibana tell you what I'm doing?"
he asked. Carpole made a series of gestures. Styke shook his head.
"I said I recognized it, not that I understand it."
She pointed at him, then mimed hanging from a noose. "You're trying to get yourself killed."
"I wouldn't say I'm trying,"
Styke said. He had a sudden worry that maybe he was trying to get himself killed, and he didn't even know it. He'd always chalked his own courage up to a lack of fear, but maybe it wasn't so simple.
"I'm not trying,"
he insisted.
"We need surgeons and protection while we put ourselves back together. But Devori might try to kill me. If he does, I intend on taking him with me. You probably should go back to Ibana until I sort this out."
Carpole pursed her lips and tilted her head. That Styke understood.
"Suit yourself."
Carpole put her slate away as they rode up to the sentries. One of them stepped forward, eyeing Styke and his horse. "State your name, rank and business."
"I need to see your quartermaster," he said. "Then I need to see General Devori."
"Name and rank," the sentry demanded. Colonel Ben Styke. The sentry's eyes widened. Oh, right, but I have someone escort you to the general. Styke and Carpole were led through the camp. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the Fatrastan army was significantly more organised than they had been during the War for Independence, with clean rows of tents and clearly marked regiments, companies and platoons. It was the first time he'd been in a Fatrastan army camp in over 10 years, and he felt more than a little nostalgia for the old days. They were led to a large tent in the middle of the camp. 2 guards stood at the entrance, bayonets fixed, and Styke was able to tell which one recognised him by the way the man straightened, inhaling sharply. Their escort called out his name and rank, and then went inside the tent, emerging a moment later. His face was pale. "General Devori will see you now, Colonel Styke." "It was quick," Styke commented dryly. "Stay here," he told Carpole, ducking into the tent. Devori was much as Styke remembered him, an unassuming-looking man with the dusky skin of a full-blooded Rosvellian. He was slim, of medium height, with black hair and a plain face. At some point in the last decade, he'd begun to wear spectacles. His bottom lip drooped slightly, giving most people the impression he was stupid, which, Styke remembered quite clearly, was not the case. "Ben Styke," Devori said, standing up from behind his desk. He folded his spectacles and set them on a book he'd been reading. "Devori," Styke replied. "It's General Devori now. You may call me Sir." Styke ambled over to the chair on the opposite side of the table from Devori and sat down, listening to it creak angrily under his weight. Devori was an honest-to-God real general. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Devori had always been competent, but not make-me-a-general levels of competent. Nowhere close. Thank God I'm chance of that. You're welcome to try to have me beaten for insubordination. We'll see how that goes for everyone involved." Devori managed a pained expression and lowered himself into his chair. "I expected you sooner or later," he said. "Unfortunately, I expected the attitude as well. I heard you beheaded Fidelis Jess." "I asked to see the quartermaster," Styke replied. "I think it's ironic they brought me straight to you, considering you used to be one of my quartermasters." "Yeah, I beheaded Fidelis Jess. He had it coming." "I see." Devori reached for a cigarette box, opened the lacquered lid, and plucked out a cigarette. He lit it with a match, inhaling deeply, and Styke thought he saw just the slightest tremble on his hand. "It's a pity," Devori continued. "Fidelis Jess was a great man." "He was a prick, and everyone knew it." "Great men can be pricks," Devori said. "Take yourself, for instance." Styke interrupted with a snort. "You think I'm a great man?" "Absolutely. You were, anyway. I understand you're a shadow of your former self, but you still have that attitude, that disregard for your betters that got you put in front of a firing squad." Devori paused to smoke, looking over Styke's shoulder thoughtfully. "You've always been a pompous piece of garbage, and yet still a great man." Styke ignored the insults, focusing on Devori's careless appearance. Was he trying to goad Styke into attacking him? Or did he just assume he was safe in the middle of his army? Styke produced his most condescending smile. "Have you been practicing that speech in a mirror?" "Excuse me?" "The great man thing. I bet you've been practicing that ever since you found out I killed Jess." Devore's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath, ashing his cigarette into a half-empty glass of whiskey. Again, Styke noted that the carelessness of it seemed too performative. Devore wanted Styke to think he didn't give a damn about him anymore.
"Why are you here, Styke? Did you come to kill me? I heard Agustin disappeared. Tenny Wiles, too. Valyane, though, he beat the shit out of you in Belport. That must have been something to see. Have you softened in your old age?"
"I could kill you now,"
Styke mused aloud.
"And die by the hands of my guards. Not even you can fight a field army, Styke."
Styke leaned forward, listening to the chair creak. He drew his knife and planted the tip against the top of Devore's table, spinning it. To his credit, Devore ignored the knife and kept his eyes on Styke's face. But even with that bravado, he could almost hear Devore wondering if the prospect of death would stop Styke from having his revenge.
"No,"
Styke said, watching his knife spin before plucking it up in his hand.
"I'm not here to kill you."
"Oh?"
Devore blinked in surprise.
"Of course not. We're on the same side, aren't we?"
"Are we?"
Devore asked.
"No one reinstated the Mad Lancers. No one made you a colonel again."
Styke used his boz knife to trim his fingernails.
"That's not entirely true. Lady Vlora Flint reinstated the Mad Lancers and my rank."
"A traitor with a price on her head,"
Devore scoffed.
"A patriot who just happened to piss off Lindit,"
Styke said.
"Regardless, I'm killing Dynize. That puts us on the same side. Or would you like to go back to Belport and ask the mayor who arrived to save the city in the nick of time?"
"Ah,"
Devore said, as if something had just occurred to him.
"I wondered where the old goat got a spine. You put him up to it, didn't you? Told him not to let the army strip the city for supplies."
He shook his head.
"He's lucky we didn't need anything, or I would have had him hanged."
Devore made a vexed sound in the back of his throat.
"I should have you hanged for insubordination."
"Go ahead,"
Styke said, calling what they both knew was a bluff. Devore stubbed out his cigarette and scowled at Styke.
"Don't think I wouldn't. Fortunately for you, I have strict instructions not to kill you or your men."
That did surprise Styke.
He leaned back and put his knife away.
"From who?"
"Who do you think? From Lindit. I saw her a month ago on her trip from Landfall to Redstone. She specifically said she wanted you left to your own devices unless you outright attacked a Fatrastan army."
Devore frowned at a spot above Styke's head.
"Jess warned me a decade ago that Lindit had a soft spot for you."
"When he asked you to help separate me from Ibana and the others, so he could execute me?"
"That's right."
"I just wanted to be clear on that point," Styke said.
He considered lunging across the table. He could bury his knife in Devore's chest before he made a sound. He might even be able to make it to the edge of the camp before the alarm was raised. But it wasn't worth the risk, not when he needed to look after his own.
"You ask why I'm here. The Lancers need a place to lie low for a couple of days. I want to do that inside your pickets."
Devore looked like he'd been slapped.
"Did you just ask me for help?"
"I did."
"Wait. I told you straight out that I betrayed you, and you turn around and ask for my help?"
He sounded truly incredulous.
Styke resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "That's right."
Devore stood up, pacing from one end of the tent to the other before retaking his seat. He rocked back and forth like a child, unable to come to grasp with their emotions, then plucked up another cigarette.
"Why should I help you?"
"Because I'm doing your job for you," Styke said. "Because patching things up with Ben Styke would be a damn good career move right now. Because you used to be a mad lancer, and unless you're as cold as you're pretending, some of those people riding with me were your friends." Devori swallowed hard, but did not respond. Styke sat forward and put his elbows on Devori's table. He said in a quiet voice, "2 days ago, we were ambushed by a force of Dynize dragoons. They ambushed us. Me, Ibana, Jackal, all the rest. They took us by surprise. Now, I know you don't want to deal with a force of dragoons alone, not one skilled enough to sneak up on the mad lancers. They might not be able to crack a whole field army, but they can make your life miserable. But if you give us a couple of days to rest, we'll be on our way without taxing your supplies, and then I intend on hunting down those dragoons and butchering them. Like I said, I'm doing your job for you."
"We're heading west," Devori said. "We move on tomorrow."
"We'll move with you," Styke said, "and sleep inside your pickets. You can use a few of the old lancers as scouts if you want." Devori seemed genuinely torn. He fiddled with the butt of his extinguished cigarette, his face looking like he'd just swallowed a lime.
"If I allow this," he said, "are we square?"
"We're square." Then Styke reached across the table and shook hands with the man who'd once betrayed him. He forced a smile on his face and tightened his grip just a little. Ibana wasn't going to let him hear the end of it. Devori showed Styke out of the tent, and Styke was only slightly surprised that the initial 2 guards had become 20, all of them with bayonets fixed, and all of them pretending that they hadn't been waiting for some kind of signal as the 2 men exited. Carpole stood by a nearby torch, arms folded, flames dancing in her eyes. Her face was unreadable.
"Who is this?"
Devori asked, gesturing to her. "My servant," Styke said.
"A Palo, eh? I heard your tastes had gotten significantly younger since you left the labour camps."
Styke leaned sideways, as if whispering to a friend, a smile plastered on his face. "Speak like that of my girl again, and you will live out the rest of your life as a torso and a head in a flour sack." A bead of sweat rolled down Devori's forehead.
"What are you doing out here?"
he asked, quickly changing the subject. "Asking for your help."
"No, here on the Hammer."
"Killing Dynize." Styke joined Carpole, touching her elbow and pointing in the direction they'd left their horses. "Goodbye, Devori. Don't forget to tell your pickets to expect my men." When they were finally out of sight, Styke turned aside and spat into the grass. His mouth tasted of bile, his nerves shot, and he suddenly realized just how close he'd actually come to killing Devori. Every muscle was sore and tight from the tension. "I just asked a favour of a man who once betrayed me," he told Carpole. Carpole pursed her lips, pinching 2 fingers together and thrusting them in front of Styke's face. It took several moments in the poor light to realize that she held a single human hair. It took him another few moments to realize the significance. He barked a laugh. "Does that belong to Devori?" She nodded. He felt a little of the tension leak off and rolled his shoulders to loosen his muscles. "Leave him alone for now," he said. "You can keep the hair. It might come in handy. If I don't kill him for betraying me, I can still kill him for his smug, stupid face." Chapter 38. You look like you haven't slept in days." Daniel sat on the chair by one of the tiny windows of his cell, contemplating the gallows sitting just outside. His sketchbook sat in his lap, and he examined Vlora with a frown. Her hair was unkempt, her jacket dirty, and she could only imagine the bags under her eyes. She leaned her head against the bars of Daniel's jail cell. "They both know who I am." He frowned as she spoke. "Who?" "The powder mage, Nohan. He put 2 and 2 together and called me out. Says he's going to kill me and take the bounty that Lindet put out on me." "Can he?" "Not in a fair fight." "Right. Why didn't you just kill him when he threatened you?" "Because I don't want to end up in here with you," Vlora replied. "So buy him off," Daniel said, as if the answer was simple. Vlora stared at Daniel, furious with him for suggesting it, and furious with herself for not just doing it in the first place. "I will not buy off a man who has tried to kill me. It's personal now, and I don't think he would take me up on it. Apparently we have a history." Daniel didn't ask further, so Vlora didn't bother to explain. He sketched furiously, his hand moving over the page manically, and she could tell that sitting in this cell was bothering the pit out of him. "Who else knows you're here?" "Prime Lecter." Daniel's sketching stopped. He looked up, staring at the wall, then looked over at her. "You saw him again?" "Twice more. Definitely him, even though I can't sense his sorcery. The first time I tried to follow him, and he disappeared into thin air. I know where he lives, but I'm not touching a Predie's house. It's probably warded as tight as a king's palace. The second time I saw him, well, he spotted me first. Now he knows I'm here." "That's not great," Daniel said with a frown. Vlora rubbed her eyes. "Do we really know anything about him? Why does he want the stone? He's a scholar, isn't he? Maybe he's just studying it?" "He's also part of the group that summoned Kresimir and caused the bleakening," Daniel warned. "But if we have our facts right, he didn't want Kresimir to come back the second time. He helped turn Adro into a democracy." "We can't trust him." Daniel looked down at his sketchbook. He suddenly dropped his charcoal and ripped the page out, crumpling it and tossing it into one corner of the cell. Vlora raised her eyebrows. It was the first time she'd ever seen him destroy a drawing in anger, even the terrible ones from his youth. "I need to get out of here," he said. Vlora didn't disagree. "I can try to break out tonight," he said, "but there's a ton of miscreants in here and a heavy guard on them. I'll probably end up killing my way out." He didn't seem happy about this idea. "I don't like killing decent people, and the deputies here are probably the only ones in the whole city." Vlora didn't like the idea either. "We have to give it another week." "You'll get killed," Daniel countered. "You can handle a rogue powder mage, but Prime is out of your league." "I won't." Her mind raced. "I can change hotels and keep my head down. Flaring tipped me off to men going mad at one of the mining sites. If I can get inside, I may be able to find the stone. By the time I find the stone, you'll be out. We can deal with Prime and then bring Olam and the boys into town to claim the stone." "It's risky," Daniel said slowly. Once again, Vlora didn't disagree. But she could still move around the town freely, and she could still hide from both her antagonists. "Give me 1 more week," she said. "Then we deal with both of them together. And Flaring will have enough blasting oil for us to try to destroy the stone." "Have you heard any more news from your Palo friend?" "Not much that's useful." "You really want to do this on your own, don't you?" he asked with a sigh. Vlora wanted to tell him that she couldn't trust him anymore. She wanted to tell him that he was no longer human, and that he was no longer the Adran patriot who had been a hero of 2 wars. She wanted to tell him that she did need to do this herself. "I want to do this without you having to kill decent people," she reasoned, "and without drawing any more attention."
"Even if it gets you killed?"
"I fought worse."
"I know," Daniel said softly. "But you're my friend. I don't want you to die."
Vlora almost told him her thoughts, overwhelmed by a feeling of guilt over her mistrust of him. She bit her tongue. "I'm glad," she managed. Daniel paced the cell.
"The Palo Nation definitely has a presence in the camp, but I can't figure out how big. According to my Palo friend, their representative is an underling to one of the big bosses. Most of the Palo have aligned with Bert, so I'm guessing it's one of his lieutenants. If I can get word without raising any suspicions, we might have ourselves some allies."
"I would suggest," Vlora said, "not telling the Palo Nation about the Godstones."
"I hadn't intended on it," Daniel replied. "Have you heard from Olam?"
"Nothing yet," Vlora said. "They can't be far off." Daniel took a deep breath and fell onto the cell bed, arms outstretched. He still wore long sleeves and his right glove to hide his reddened skin. Despite his earlier claim of not needing much sleep, he looked tired, with deep crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. She wondered what was going on with Carpole. Daniel claimed he could sense her, even at a distance. She imagined that was as stressful as it was useful. Her own exhaustion and separation from her lover and partner were dragging at her. Her bruises hurt all the time. Her body was exhausted from too little rest. She had to run a light powder trance and drink a bottle of wine just to think clearly. Vlora turned to Daniel, remembering her thoughts about Prime from the other day. "You said the sorceress compass Carpole gave you isn't working?"
"That's right," Daniel responded. He chuckled. "Compass? Right, that makes sense. Well, it's behaving like I've put a magnet underneath a real compass. I know that the stone is here, but it's not pointing in any direction in particular."
"Maybe that's Prime's doing."
"How?"
"Perhaps Prime is hiding the stone on purpose, to keep anyone from finding it until he's finished with it." Daniel stroked the 2-week-old stubble growing on his chin.
"That sounds right."
"So if you find Prime again, you can follow him to the stone." "I don't want to find Prime. I want to find the stone, then deal with him once I have you with me."
"That seems wiser," Daniel said.
Vlora pushed herself away from the cell glass. She felt like a wagon stuck in a muddy rut, unable to pull out of it, even with her best effort. She had to get back to work before she went mad. "I'm going," she told him, holding up a single finger. 1 week. You'll be out without having to kill, and I'll have found the stone."
1 week, Daniel agreed reluctantly.
Vlora left him there, ducking out of the jail and weaving into the traffic, her eyes on the rooftops for the telltale puff of smoke from a fired rifle. By deciding to do this alone, she hoped she hadn't just proclaimed her own death warrant. Chapter 39. Walking up the stairs of the Landfall City morgue was the most painful thing that Michel had ever done. He rested for as long as he dared, until early in the morning on the 11th, when last night's injection of Mala had finally begun to wear off. Pulling himself out of the bed in a dark corner room of the underground morgue was almost painful enough to put him on his back. To not care if the entire Yarrett household was about to die to a Black Hat bombing. But he managed to make it out of the bed and even find a bit of horn gum in Emerald's laboratory before slipping out behind the backs of Emerald's assistants. Slipping, Michel considered as he climbed the stairs up to the street, was probably a poor word. He dragged himself along the walls, then along handrails, up every excruciating step. Emerald had been very clear that he shouldn't move if he wanted to recover quickly, that leaving the morgue too early might put him back in it as a corpse. Emerald had also made it clear that he would keep Michel tied to the bed if he needed to. But Michel didn't have time for any of that. If he didn't act, Yarrett would die, and with him, the household. It would kill Michel's best chance of finding Taniel's elusive informant, and it would also kill people whom Michel had come to think of as friends. Michel stopped on the second landing and bit off a piece of horn gum large enough to make his mouth go numb almost instantly. It helped with the pain, without dulling his senses, but he needed another bite after just 2 more flights of stairs. He mentally detached himself from his body as he climbed, in a vain attempt to ignore the pain. It was something he did when he wanted to get into the right mindset for a new job, when he had to become a totally different person. It involved floating mentally, a sort of forced high where he envisioned himself outside his earthly body looking in, trying to find a different perspective that would help him infiltrate the next mission. In this case, he simply attempted to meditate, and he couldn't help but consider the complexity of becoming these different people, that the man whom his Dynize allies would call Michel Bravis was a different man than the Black Hats, or Taniel would refer to by the same name. They were all still him, of course, but not. He couldn't help but think of his mother, of deceiving her for all those years into thinking he was a loyal Black Hat, when in fact he was still the palo-loyalist she'd always wanted for a son. He wondered if the guilt of that one deception was what drove him to keep climbing these stairs, even through the pain that cut past the vestiges of last night's mala and a healthy chunk of horn gum. Perhaps saving the Yarrett household, people who had taken him in, given him trust, and defended him to their own allies, would somehow absolve him of all the instances of so-called friends that he'd betrayed in the past. At some point, he realized, he would have to betray Yarrett. He would add Tennick, the household, and all of Dynize to the long list of people who wanted to kill him. But not yet. He finally reached the top of the stairs and froze, staring at the open door of the morgue's front entrance and Emerald, who'd stopped with his foot halfway in, a loaf of bread under one arm. "So, you're going, then?" Michel couldn't find the strength to speak. He nodded. "You look paler than me. We have an elevator we used to bring the corpses up and down. I would have let you take it." "I didn't think you were going to let me leave," Michel managed, taking strength from a surge of anger. An elevator would have saved him so much pain. Emerald nodded solemnly. "I would have advised you to stay, but if you're determined enough to climb 5 flights of stairs, I won't stop you." He tipped his hat. "Best of luck," he said, heading down the stairs. Michel hated Emerald for the extra little skip in his step, then pushed out the door and into the streets. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the light and get his bearings. He would have to go directly to Yarrett's house in Chancellor's Court. It was risky, either from running into Sedial's people or because he might get caught in the blast himself. Walking on flat ground was easier than up the stairs, but Michel still found himself moving with frustrating slowness. Each step seemed like another mountain to climb, and whenever he couldn't find a wall to lean on, he was forced to concentrate just to keep from falling over. The sight of a carriage rolling down the next street over nearly made him faint. He raised his hand, shaking 2 fingers at the driver, who pulled up and came to a stop just ahead of him. "Heading home, sir," the driver told him. "I worked all night. No more fares for me." "Chancellor's Court," Michel gasped. "Please, just one more." The driver leaned over, peering at Michel. "You don't look so good." Carriages were not very common since the invasion. Most had been used to take their owners out of the city ahead of the Dynize. Those that remained had to get licensed with the Dynize government and install a large green sign on their side declaring their license. If Michel didn't convince the driver, he might not see another till the Capitol building. "I don't feel so good either." Michel rummaged in his pockets and found 2 Dynize ration cards, as well as the card that Tennick had given him weeks ago that marked him as a member of Yaret's household. He damn well hoped that the driver knew what it was. "Look," Michel said, "here's these. This card says I'm employed by the state. Take me, and I'll make sure they pay you double." The driver looked uneasy. "Look, fella, I don't want to get involved with the Dynize. Bad luck and all. But I'm heading that direction anyway. Give me the ration cards, and I'll take you to Forlorn End." Forlorn End, if Michel remembered right, was just a few blocks from Chancellor's Court. "Done." It was all Michel could do to climb into the carriage and collapse on the bench, where he clutched his aching chest and tried not to swear with each jolt and rock of the carriage. His breathing was shallow, his eyelids heavy, and he wondered what he was going to say to Yaret once he arrived. Convincing him to disrupt the household and evacuate the street over a blood-stained list of addresses was probably going to be harder than it sounded. He thanked the driver and climbed out at Forlorn End, before shambling as quickly as he could press himself down the street toward Chancellor's Court. He took a left down a narrow alley, intent on cutting across a handful of small streets to shave precious yards off his trip. He kept holding his breath, watching the sky, waiting for the blast of an explosion and a tower of flame. Michel let himself through the garden of one of the townhouse mansions and came out into a courtyard less than a block from Yaret's household. The moment he stepped out of the garden, he regretted his shortcut. His eyes caught sight of Fogula at the same instant as she saw him. She stood with several members of the Sedial household, talking in the street directly in the way of Michel's route. Michel swallowed hard, a cold sweat breaking out on the small of his back, his heart rate doubling. Fogula tapped one of her companions and pointed, her face growing cold at the sight of Michel. The group turned toward him immediately, walking briskly. "Stay put, spy!" she called to him. Michel began to walk briskly in the opposite direction, hoping that the effort didn't knock him off his feet, and backtracked toward the next street over. He needed to get somewhere with witnesses. No, with Yaret witnesses. He didn't know if Fogula had guessed that he had searched her home, or if she just wanted him out of the way, but he knew that if she caught him before he could reach a friendly Dynize, he would be dead within minutes. He risked a jog, looking over his shoulder to see Fogula and her cronies do the same. He felt stitches tear in his chest and a shot of pain that blinded him for several moments. He nearly tripped and fell, stumbling into the mouth of an alley. A handful of children playing in the mud caught his eye. He recognized 2 of them, definitely members of Yaret's household, and he fumbled in his pocket for a nub of pencil and a paper. He scribbled 3 words, then signed his name. "You," he called to one of the girls in Dynize, "take this to Yaret immediately." Run, and don't look back!" The girl looked at Michel with some confusion before her eyes flicked to Fogula's group coming on behind him. She gave a quick nod, took the paper, and dashed off toward the Yared household. Fogula shouted after her, but the girl kept running. Michel leaned against the corner of a building and wondered if this was the best he could do. Fogula would be on him in moments. He reached toward his pockets for his knuckle-dusters, only to realize that both hands were soaked in blood, as was his shirt and his pants. He was bleeding so heavily that Fogula wouldn't need to kill him. He gave a soft laugh at how close he'd come to reaching Yared and resumed his walk. Behind him he could hear the footsteps of Fogula and her people, which had slowed. They must have noticed his condition, realized that they could take their time. Michel forced himself to raise his head, looking around for some kind of salvation as he reached the next street corner and sought an ally. No one caught his eye. He half bent, putting his hands on his knees, trying to choke back tears of pain. At some point in his journey he'd lost the rest of his horn gun. "Shit!" he muttered to himself, and turned to face Fogula. He was surprised to find that Fogula's group had stopped less than 10 feet from him, and it took him a moment to realize why. A carriage was parked on the side of the street. It was drawn by 2 brilliant black horses and had the black and red curtains of a Dynize diplomat. A familiar face was leaning out the window, watching Michel and Fogula. It was Sheen Yggdrasil, the privileged who'd laughed when Michel punched Fogula. Yggdrasil appraised Michel with a single glance, then turned to Fogula. "You have murder in your eyes, my dear," she said. Fogula's nostrils flared. There was an uncertainty to her stance that seemed at contrast with being waylaid by the granddaughter of her master. "There's a snake in our midst," Fogula replied. "I was about to crush it." "Oh, come now, is that necessary? It looks like a stiff breeze would knock him over." "Then it's a mercy killing," Fogula said. Her blackjack slid from her sleeve to her hand, and she took a step toward Michel. Yggdrasil tutted loudly, stopping Fogula mid-stride. "Michel, my little mongrel foxhead, what are you doing on this street? And in your condition? You should be smart enough to stay on the next street over." Michel looked down at the blood now dripping openly from the hand he held over his chest. He used the last of his strength to force a smile onto his face, giving a small bow and grasping for the first thing that came to mind. "I was looking for you, Mom." "Oh? Whatever for?" "To ask you to dinner." Michel had just long enough to see the look of fascinated horror on Fogula's face before he teetered and collapsed, face down, onto the cobbles beneath Yggdrasil's carriage. "This is the 3rd time this week I've passed out," Michel breathed. He lay in a pile on the floor of a carriage, looking up at Yggdrasil as she stared dispassionately out the window. One of her footmen crouched beside him, holding his jacket tightly against Michel's chest. "It's really unpleasant." Yggdrasil remained silent, her eyes on something in the street, a troubled look on her face. Michel tried to read something from her posture and expression. Why she had saved him, what her plans were, if she were going to help him, but came up with nothing. He couldn't focus through the pain coming from his wound, nor the great loss of blood. Instead, he found himself considering her striking features. A man could do worse than stare at her face as he died. The carriage was moving, but Michel had no way of knowing in what direction. "Thank you," he said. Yggdrasil looked down at him, her eyes cold, her thoughts obviously far away. "Oh, That, she snorted a laugh. Having the chance to annoy Fagula is thanks enough. Michel thought of the laugh when he'd punched Fagula back at the war game. Was there some kind of old rivalry between the two? Past hatreds? Shouldn't they be on the same side?
I have to go to Yarrett's household, he said.
Yggdrasil ignored him. Takulu, will he survive long enough to reach the house?
He's still talking, Mum, the footman replied. I think that's a good sign.
Sheen, Michel said, trying to inject some force.
I have to get to Yarrett's household, please. I have to warn them.
Yggdrasil's attention snapped toward him with a startling suddenness.
About what? The bomb?
Michel's throat went dry. Yggdrasil knew. She knew because she was Kar Sediel's granddaughter, and Kar Sediel had arranged the assassination. He just stepped out of one fire and into a much, much hotter one. Oh, don't look at me like that, Yggdrasil said. I didn't put the damn thing there. You've been unconscious for about a half hour. 15 minutes ago, a bomb exploded, destroying Yarrett's house. We heard the explosion, and word just reached us by courier.
Michel stared at her, trying to come up with a reply.
Maybe she wasn't involved, but had he been too late? Had that girl gotten his note to Yarrett in time?
We have to go help,
he whispered.
Do we?
Yarrett isn't a friend of mine, and I've been given no orders to return and aid them. Michel had no strength to feel grief, or outrage, or anything but the pain coming from his chest. He sagged, doing everything he could to keep his eyes open as the carriage finally came to a stop. The door opened, and at Yggdrasil's order he was carried, none too gently, down the drive of a small estate and in through the front door. A candelabra was swept unceremoniously off a large dining-room table, and Michel was laid down in the middle, with Yggdrasil standing over him like she was about to quarter a deer.
"Fetch me my tools," she told the footman before looking at Michel. "I'm going to do what I can for you," she said. "You've lost a lot of blood, but it looks like you've already been patched up once. If we can keep you conscious, you should make a full recovery."
"Oh, are you healing privileged?"
"I am not."
Yggdrasil took a satchel from one of the footmen, set it next to Michel's head, and began to lay out tools.
"My great-grandfather was a privileged," she explained. "He pioneered a combination of sorcery and surgery that greatly increases a patient's chances of surviving. It's not nearly as effective and much more painful than healing sorcery, but it works." She pulled on her privileged gloves, the sight of which caused Michel to involuntarily attempt to get up and run. One of Yggdrasil's fingers twitched, and Michel was pressed against the table by unseen forces. "Takulu," she said, "fetch Michel some whiskey from the cabinet. Give him a healthy swig, then put your belt between his teeth." Michel could barely keep up. Yggdrasil moved quickly, clinically, like Emerald, but with a more refined sense of business-like purpose.
"Why are you helping me?"
he asked. Yggdrasil looked down at him as if the answer were obvious. She put a hand on his forehead, her glove soft to the touch, and wiped the sweat from his brow in an almost gentle manner. "I'll go to a lot of effort for a man who can make me laugh," she said softly. "Besides, you asked me to dinner. I may be a privileged, but I'm not a monster. I'll never turn down a meal with an interesting person." Any further questions were cut off by the footman pressing a bottle to Michel's mouth and pouring whiskey straight between his lips. He coughed, sputtered, trying to swallow as much as he could. The glass rim of the bottle was quickly replaced by the sour taste of the footman's belt being forced between his teeth. Michel went bug-eyed as he felt sorcery hold him so tightly he could barely breathe. Ictracia lifted a scalpel, examined it carefully, and then went to work. What, Michel wondered as the cutting began, had he done to deserve this? Chapter 40. "Where are you going?" Styke looked up from packing Amrek's saddlebags and saw Ibana watching him from a few paces away, hands on her hips, eyes narrowed. He checked to make sure a bottle of whiskey was safely wrapped in the rearmost saddlebag, then tightened the lashings to his bedroll. "I've got an errand to run," he said. Ibana came around Amrek to stand beside him, looking concerned. For 3 days they had followed in the shadow of the Third Army, drilling in the mornings and evenings and tending to the wounded. They planned on heading back out on their own, first thing in the morning. "What's this errand?" Styke hesitated. "It's personal." "It can't wait." "No. I'm just going a few miles. I'll be back before you're ready to ride out in the morning." Ibana didn't seem to buy it. "You're not doing something stupid, are you? You have more people to kill?" "Nope, nothing like that." She gazed at him suspiciously. "I swear," he added. "Those dragon men are still out there. Our scouts saw them the other day. If you go off on your own, they're going to kill you." "That," Styke said, "is why Celine and Carpole are staying with you." "Neither of them will stand for it. Pete, I won't stand for it. What are you up to, Ben? Why can't you tell me?" Styke finished checking the saddle, then ran his hand along Amrek's flank, up his neck and over his nose. Amrek nuzzled him gently. "Like I said, it's personal." "Take an escort, at least." "Not a chance. Personal means not having 50 men with me. Besides, I'm more likely to lose those blasted dragon men with just me and Amrek." He turned and fixed Ibana with a steady stare, waiting for her to continue the argument. He wasn't much for arguments, and was satisfied to let her win most of them. But this was important. "If Carpole tries to follow me, you truss her up and throw her over the back of a horse." "Do it yourself," Ibana snorted. "I'm not touching a blood sorcerer." "Coward." "Fool." They stared at each other for a moment. Then Styke pulled himself up into the saddle. "See you tomorrow morning." He rode northwest across the Third Army camp and headed through their pickets on the far side, where it was less likely that anyone trailing the army would see him leave. About a mile out, he found a small river and rode down into the water, where he turned Amrek south. "This is going to be real uncomfortable for you for the next couple of miles," he told Amrek, "but you'll get carrots and sugar cubes when we make camp." They stayed in the river for 4 hours, taking it slowly so that Amrek didn't slip. Styke hummed while his eyes scanned the riverbanks for Dynize scouts or dragon men. He picked out familiar landmarks, dusting off hazy, long-buried memories and forcing himself to dig among them. The light was just beginning to wane, the river becoming more dangerous, when Styke caught sight of a particular bend and a narrow, arrow-shaped boulder balanced on a knoll about 20 yards from the river. He directed Amrek out of the bank and took him up to a nearby grove, where he used an old shirt to carefully dry Amrek's hooves before leaving him tied to a branch with a feed bag over his nose. Styke stood on the bank of the river for some time, watching the bats flutter overhead in the twilight and listening to the sound of crickets. He ran his hands over his face, taking deep breaths of the humid air. He'd only ever been here 3 times in his life, but the place had a biting familiarity that threatened to bring tears to his eyes. Everything about the location was burned into his brain, from the mud of the riverbanks, to the moss on the boulder, to the sound the breeze made as it rattled the leaves of the beech trees. Taking one last deep breath, he finally turned away from the river and walked to the other side of the rock. He counted out 30 paces and found a big, white-sided beech. Bending over, he felt along the trunk until he found a set of deep grooves in the side. The letter M, carved by a boy several decades ago. Styke began to clear around the base of the beech, pulling away vines and slashing shrubs with his knife. It only took a few minutes to find the stone, a rectangular slab of white marble about the size of a bread box. He methodically cleared around it, then off to one side, where he kindled a small fire that cast just enough light so that he could continue to work. Soon the tiny grove was cleared of underbrush, and the white marble scraped clean of 30 years of moss and grime. The edges were worn, the letters faded a little with time, but he could still make out the name Marjorie Jalinde, and a set of dates. He knew what to expect, but he still let out a small gasp when he saw them, squeezing his eyes closed against unbidden tears. He sat on his haunches beside the stone. For how long, he was not sure. He did not speak, or pray, or even think. His meditation was devoid of any direction. After some time, he finally got to his feet and stoked the fire, laying out his bedroll across from the grave and leaning up against the big beech tree with a bottle of whiskey in one hand, a bag of sugar cubes in the other, and Amrek's nose nuzzling his ear every so often as he slowly fed him the cubes. He watched the embers float on the heat above the fire and listened to the night noises until, sometime around midnight, they grew silent. Eyes closed, head back, he drew his knife and lay it across his knee before taking a swig of whiskey. Amrek snorted. When he opened his eyes again, he was not alone. The man standing beside the grave was familiar. The sides of his head were meticulously shaved to leave a bright red mohawk that was tied back in a knot over his left ear. His face was sun-hardened, the freckles thick across the bridge of his nose, black tattoos spiraling up his neck to touch his cheeks. The dragon man did not look at Styke. He stared down at the gravestone, his brow furrowed. His duster was pulled back to show a bone axe in his belt, but he did not reach for it. In halting palo, he asked, "Whose grave is this?" Styke struggled to remember the dragon man's name. He was sure he'd heard it during his encounter with the group back in Grenalia. After a few moments it came to him. J. Orts. "It's my mother's," Styke told him. "When did she die?" The question was deeply personal, and Styke would normally have reacted violently to anyone asking after his mother. But somehow, here in the darkness with another killer, it seemed like a natural thing to talk about. "When I was a boy." He tried to remember the dates on the stone. It was too dark to see them. 33 years ago, I think. "Disease?" "My father's drunken rage." Giortz's frown deepened. "What fueled his rage?" "I don't remember. Something trivial, probably. He killed my mother, and he went after my baby sister." Giortz glanced around, as if looking for another gravestone. Not seeing one, he moved to the fire and hunkered down so that he, Styke, and the grave created a three-pointed star around the flames. He stared at Styke, eyes unblinking. "I wish to know what happened, if you'll tell me." The oddness of speaking so freely to a man who'd come to kill him finally caught up to Styke. He tapped a finger on the hilt of his knife. "Why?"
Because I like to collect stories of people I meet. People you kill. Sometimes. Not usually.
Giotz gazed into the flames, a brief smile touching his lips.
My mother told me stories long ago. Before this.
He tapped the bone axe hanging from his belt.
Stories are all I have left of her.
Styke looked down at the bottle of whiskey.
My mother used to sing. I don't have anything left of hers, though. My sister might, I don't know.
He paused, considering the Dragon Man's previous question.
I murdered my father before he could reach my sister. Good,
Giotz nodded, as if patricide were a perfectly normal route.
A drunken piece of shit, Styke continued, rests in a mausoleum on the old family property. It wasn't right to put my mother in there with him, so I brought her here, where she grew up.
Styke nodded into the darkness.
She was born in a cabin about 100 yards from here. Just a rotten ruin now.
Styke laughed softly to himself, remembering.
I was just a kid. Didn't even think to bring a shovel. I dug the grave with my hands.
He still had tiny scars on his fingers where the rocky soil had cut them to ribbons. He shook his head to dispel the memory, then took another swig of his whiskey. He wondered who would move first, he or the Dragon Man, and contemplated snatching up his knife. He looked at the gravestone, then at the Dragon Man.
Are your friends sneaking up behind me?
Styke asked. Giotz shook his head.
We split up when we realized you were no longer with the army. I believe I'm the only one who found your trail. You probably shouldn't have told me that.
Unless, Styke considered, he was lying.
I do not want to be here.
The words were spoken quietly but forcefully. Styke sat up straight, watching the Dragon Man carefully. Giotz continued.
I fought on the wrong side of the civil war. Carsediel's people murdered my emperor and brokered a peace. I did not accept their emperor, so I was disgraced. I spent years in the darkest dungeons, forgotten, until Carsediel found a use for me. The Sikhs sent after me?
Styke asked, genuinely curious.
They're all disgraced. Carsediel is vain, wrathful, and arrogant, but he is not stupid. He would not waste 6 dragon men on you, on a single person. But in the eyes of our people we no longer exist. He took the useless and found something for us to do. If we bring him your head, we are allowed to be people again.
There was a faraway look in Giotz's eyes, and Styke wondered if this promise of freedom made the Dragon Man reckless, or whether it made them more dangerous.
Why are you telling me this?
Giotz looked at the gravestone and sighed.
Because I want you to know it's not personal. War is rarely personal. War is always personal, Giotz said with an affronted expression. The very act of taking the life of another human being makes it so. But this time is not.
He stopped talking, clearly frustrated.
Perhaps I don't get across my meaning. Carsediel has our blood. Do you know what this means? Vaguely. It means he can compel us, even across great distances. He can whisper in our ears and pry truths from our minds. That is, unsettling. It is rape, Giotz said flatly. But Carsediel is not perfect. He cannot watch us all the time. And tonight, I will not fight a man on his mother's grave. I am a warrior, not a savage.
Styke wondered if this was all a ploy, if Giotz said these things to get him to lower his guard. There was an earnestness in his face as he struggled to find the right words that compelled Styke to believe him. Yet there was still a doubt. He remembered Kushel's willingness to hurt Celine back in Landfall, and half expected a knife to come out of the darkness and slash his throat at any minute. It did not arrive. Perhaps not all dragon men were alike. Several minutes passed in silence. Sitting forward, Styke shook the half-empty bottle of whisky and handed it across to Giot's. The dragon man regarded it for a moment before taking a swig. He took another, wiped his chin on his sleeve, and handed it back. He stood up, straightening his duster to cover his weapons. "I will leave you to mourn, Ben Styke. Thank you for sharing your story with me. The next time we meet, I will attempt to kill you. I will probably succeed." He put a notable emphasis on probably. The dragonman bowed his head toward the gravestone and strode off into the darkness, leaving Styke alone. His passage was purposefully loud, sticks crackling as he walked, as if to tell Styke that he had indeed gone. Soon the crickets returned, and Styke settled back to watch the flames. Amric nibbled at his shoulder. "All out, boy," Styke said, showing him his empty hand, letting Amric explore it with his velvety lips. Styke finished the bottle and lay awake, staring at the flames while he waited for Giot's wrathful return, or for one of the other dragon men to happen upon him. He did not remember closing his eyes, but when they opened once more, it was early in the morning. The fire was ash, his bedroll soaked with morning dew. Styke stirred from his spot and took a walk around the grove, examining the ground for sign of the dragon man hiding out nearby. He couldn't find any. He finished clearing the last of the vines and brush from the grave, and walked to the old, rotted cabin where his mother was born, casting its now crumbled walls to memory. Returning to the grave, he bent to kiss the stone and then saddled Amric. He left without looking back. The column was already assembled to leave the Third Army by the time Styke returned. Ibana watched him arrive from horseback. Celine sat on her own horse nearby. Styke ignored Ibana and went to the girl first. "Why did you leave me?" Celine asked. "I had to do something alone," Styke said. "I've seen you kill before." "It's not always about killing," Styke explained softly. "I had to visit someone I love. Perhaps when this is over, I'll take you to visit her as well." Celine seemed to sense the solemnity of his words. She gave an uncertain nod. "Karpol is angry you left her behind. So is Ibana." "They can both damn well deal with it." He brushed her hair out of her face. "I should have taken you. I'm sorry. Next time I will." With that, he headed back to Ibana at the front of the column. He let her stare at the side of his face for several moments before letting out an irritated sigh. "Well, we've got Dynize dragoons and a godstone to find. Let's go hunting." Chapter 41. Michel stepped down from Yggdrasil's carriage, holding on carefully to the door until his feet were on firm ground. He wasn't entirely certain of his body, even after 2 days of forced recovering in Yggdrasil's townhouse. Everything seemed to work, despite how sketchy her sorcery and surgery combination sounded, and he was in less pain than if he had just been stitched up again by Emerald. Which didn't mean he didn't hurt. He looked up at the columned facade of the Landfall City Bank. It was an enormous building, over 60 feet tall, with foreboding gargoyles perched on the decorated eaves, all finished in black marble. Last he heard, the bank had been ransacked and abandoned during the invasion, and had sat empty ever since. Now, though, 6 carriages sat out front, all of them bearing the black and red curtains of the new regime. A Dynize flag hung from the highest point of the roof, and he saw a steady stream of people coming and going. He couldn't help but wonder if Yggdrasil had fixed him up only to turn him over to Carsedial to be tortured. He looked up at the driver of the carriage, one of Yggdrasil's footmen.
"Tikulu,"
he said.
"why am I here?" "I just brought you to where I was told,"
the footman responded. He snapped the reins and drove off before Michel could question him further. 2 days locked up in Yggdrasil's townhouse. 2 days without any information from the outside world. It was worse than when he'd been stuck in Emerald's morgue, if only because he had no way of knowing who had survived the blast that destroyed Yaret's house, and whether he would emerge with any allies left among the Dynize. Other than Yggdrasil, that was, though Michel couldn't consider her an ally. At best, she was an enigma. After his healing, they'd exchanged less than 10 sentences. And now he was dumped outside the Landfall City Bank.
"Michel!"
Michel turned to find Tennick walking toward him from beyond one of the carriages. He couldn't help but smile, a wave of relief sweeping across him at the sight of a familiar face.
"Tennick, I'm glad to see you alive."
"Perhaps," Tennick responded in a sombre tone. "Come with me."
"What do you mean, perhaps?"
Michel asked. Tennick didn't answer, turning sharply and striding away with a purpose that was incongruous with the laid-back man Michel had gotten to know. Michel was surprised at the brusqueness, and he slowly followed Tennick up the steps of the old bank and through the enormous front doors. Despite Michel's obvious discomfort, Tennick neither offered a hand nor slowed his pace. Inside the cavernous main hall was a whirl of activity. Men, women, and children seemed to fill most of the space, and a vaguely organized sort of indoor camp, with tents and partitions splitting the room into 30 or 40 smaller ones. Tennick navigated the space with ease, and Michel had a difficult time keeping up. He paused in the center of things for a breather, only to look up and see Tennick waiting ahead, watching him with a cold stare that put Michel on edge. They continued to the back of the great room and up 2 flights of steps to the bank manager's offices. 4 Dynize soldiers stood watch outside, muskets shouldered.
"Watch him,"
Tennick told them before slipping inside the offices. Michel felt their eyes turn on him instantly, and he shifted uncomfortably, wondering what he'd walked into. There was something very wrong here, and it took him far too long to figure it out. The realization hit him just as the door opened and Tennick reappeared. Everyone here thought that Michel was responsible for Yaret's death. He felt a trickle of sweat roll down the small of his back, and the behaviour of Tennick, and the angry stares of the guards, now made so much more sense. This bank was the household's staging point, where they'd all gathered to recover. Michel was the man responsible for this, or so they all thought, and he had little doubt who'd spread that rumour. Tennick stood in the open doorway for a moment, his expression troubled, obviously trying to read Michel. For his part, Michel could do little more than sweat openly, knowing how pale and frail he looked. He knew what guilt looked like, and it wasn't all that different from a man trying to keep himself together when he's physically and emotionally empty.
"All right,"
Tennick said.
"Come in."
Michel stepped through the door and into the bank manager's offices, which he could tell in a single glance had been co-opted by whoever was taking over Yaret's position as the head of the household. Michel wondered briefly how the line of succession affected the name, and if Yaret would fade into obscurity, forgotten by all but a few dusty history books. It was with some surprise that he entered a second doorway and found Yarrett himself sitting behind the manager's old desk, leaning forward, fingers steepled, brow furrowed as one of his cupbearers spoke earnestly. At the sight of Michel, Yarrett raised his hand, and the woman beside him fell silent. There were 4 other people in the room besides Michel, Tennick, and Yarrett. Michel recognized each of them as Yarrett's top lieutenants. He tried to figure out who was missing and couldn't come up with anyone. Had none of them died in the bombing? His pleasure at the news, and the sight of Yarrett alive and well, was tempered by the fact that everyone in the room looked at him with the same weighing, anger-tinged way the guards outside had. He was, he realized in an instant, on trial.
"Michel," Yarrett said by way of greeting. "We're rather surprised to see you alive."
Michel was about to answer that the feeling was mutual, but realized how bad that would sound before the words left his mouth. Instead, he just nodded.
"I have the feeling I've missed a lot." "Indeed. There are quite a lot of rumours swirling around about you right now."
Michel glanced at Tennick, but the cupbearer was clearly going to be of no help. He felt a spark of anger and grabbed onto it, using it to prop himself up in the face of silent accusations. He didn't know exactly what was going on, but he had a pretty good guess. He'd almost killed himself just attempting to warn them of the bombing, and here they were turned against him. "I'm going to guess that those rumours include my involvement with the bombing of your household."
"Do you deny them?"
Yarrett asked. Michel glanced around at the hostile faces. He'd begun to think of these people as his colleagues, Tennick even as a friend. He didn't deserve this. He was too tired, in too much pain.
"Of course I deny it."
"You want an explanation for my absence the last week? Here it is." He launched into a quick summary of his adventures, starting with his search of Fogula's house, then his shooting by Hendres, and his recovery with Emerald. He finished with his attempt to warn Yarrett about the bombing and his time spent locked in Yggdrasil's townhouse. He glossed over a few key details, like Emerald's name and occupation, but kept everything fairly true to reality. Yarrett and his people listened without interrupting, watching him carefully throughout the whole story. Michel ended with a sigh and, without being invited, took an empty chair from the corner of the room and dragged it over in front of Yarrett's desk before collapsing into it.
"Yggdrasil saved you from Fogula?"
Yarrett asked. It was not the first question Michel expected to be asked.
"She did. I've no idea why."
"She's taken a liking to him," Tennick interrupted, clearing his throat. "She has, ever since Michel tagged Fogula at the War Games."
Yarrett snorted, burying a half-smile, the closest thing to humour to enter this room since Michel's arrival.
"Oh, telling what's in a privileged head, especially that one."
He squinted at Michel, then suddenly produced a piece of paper. It was hastily scrawled with the words, "Evacuate household. Bomb. Michel." He set it in the middle of the desk so that Michel could see it.
"That," he said, "is the only reason you're standing there right now, and not already handed over to the Bone Eyes for questioning. Because of this note, we were able to get everyone out the townhouse in Chancellor's Court before several barrels of gunpowder were detonated in the basement. The house is destroyed. The household was saved."
There was a note of gratitude in Yarrett's voice that made Michel's heart sing. He reined in his elation. This was still a trial, and it could still go bad. Yarrett continued.
"Fogula has openly accused you of being responsible for the bombings that have taken place across the city. She and several witnesses claim you were present just before the destruction of my house. From your explanation, and from this note here, and the witness of the child who brought it to me, you were attempting to warn us."
"I was."
"Good. Then I think we both see what Fergula is up to. Without evidence, though, Sedial will demand that I hand you over to the Bone Eyes for questioning."
Michel glanced between the faces. They were all a little gentler, but cautiously so. He took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, sir, but I don't think you do understand what Fergula is up to." "Oh?" Michel produced the list of addresses that he'd taken from Fergula's house. The paper was stained black with his blood. He handed it to Tennick, who examined it with a frown. "That," Michel said, "is what I found among Fergula's papers. It struck me as important at the time, so I confiscated it. But I was shot before I could give it a second thought. In my weakened state, I didn't grasp the significance of the addresses until the morning of the bombing, and that's when I attempted to reach the house to warn you."
"What is that?" Yarrett asked Tennick.
Tennick's eyebrows rose.
"It's a list of addresses, corresponding to every single one of the bombings, including the one that destroyed our house."
"You'll find that the handwriting matches the writing in Fergula's pocketbook," Michel said, trying not to sound smug. Three of Yarrett's lieutenants began to mutter. A fourth gasped openly. Yarrett stilled them with a raised hand. "And I propose that Fergula has been working with Mahoush and the Black Hats. She struck a deal with them to kill as many of Sedial's enemies as they could. I've no idea what the Black Hats are getting in return, but it's clear from that list of addresses that she knew ahead of time where they would occur. I'd be willing to bet that Mahoush or Jatura has a matching list." Yarrett nodded at Tennick, who slipped out of the room without a word. Michel opened his mouth to ask where Tennick was going, but Yarrett cut him off.
"You're accusing Sedial of treason?"
"I am," Michel said. "Fergula ran the errands, but it's too convenient of a pattern for Sedial not to have given the order."
"Would he dare?"
one of the lieutenants asked. Yarrett tapped a finger against his chin, staring over Michel's shoulder at nothing, a scowl etched on his face.
"Sedial has dared an awful lot. He would never risk the Empire. If all of this is true, he probably has a plan to eliminate the Black Hats as soon as they've served their purpose. But he's never been above destroying his enemies." "All of that was supposed to change with the war. We were supposed to be united,"
another of the lieutenants growled. Yarrett didn't answer him. Somewhere in the bank, Michel thought he heard a scream. He tried to ignore it. He was completely certain of this conspiracy now. It made too much sense, and it was clear from Yarrett's body language that he wouldn't be hard to convince. Not with the evidence Michel had just put in front of him. Yarrett meditated in silence for several minutes, his eyes half-lidded in thought, while his lieutenants avoided Michel's gaze. When the quiet had almost become unbearable, the door opened and Tennick returned just as suddenly as he left. He held a leather pocket-book, Fergula's, in one hand. He plucked the blood-stained address list off the table and compared the two, then nodded.
"The handwriting is a match."
"And Mahoush?" Yarrett asked.
"He's changed his story."
Michel perked up at this. "Mahoush is here?"
"You can tell him,"
Yarrett said to Tennick. Tennick nodded, then turned to Michel.
"We brought Mahoush in the evening after the bombing and handed him over to our own household questioners. His story has corroborated the story Fergula told us, that you are still a loyal Black Hat spying on the Dynize. But I just went to him with the story you told us, and he broke down.
He said that Fagula has been funneling the Black Hat's supplies in exchange for conducting bombings at the addresses and dates she gave him. He even told me where to find a copy of that list you brought us." Michel allowed himself to close his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. When he looked up, Yarrett was smiling at him thoughtfully. "I'm glad you're still one of us," Yarrett said. Michel swallowed his guilt, pushing his real self deeper into the back of his head. "I'm glad I had evidence that Fagula is a lying sack of shit. What do we do now? Is this enough evidence to accuse Sediel?" "I think it is," Yarrett replied. Tannic raised his eyebrows. "That will be dangerous." "Dangerous or not," Yarrett said with a shake of his head, "Sediel must be brought to heel." Michel was hit with a sudden sense of foreboding. "Perhaps Tannic is right," he said. "In what way?" "That it's damn dangerous. Too dangerous. Sediel is the Emperor's man, right? And he commands the armies and the privileged. If we go after him openly, if we force him into the light, he may just crush us underfoot. It would be his only option." "He tried to kill me," Yarrett said quietly. "He tried to kill my household. I will not let this stand." "We won't," Michel assured him. "But I think I know of a way we can punish him without forcing a more deadly confrontation." "I'm listening." Michel took a deep breath. This idea would lessen the ugliness, but it would also make Michel another very powerful enemy. "When is the next public event where both Sediel and Fagula will be present?" Chapter 42. Vlora did as she'd promised Daniel and changed hotels. She rushed a new order of clothes from a local tailor and changed her look, and generally kept her head down so that she could gamble her week on the only real chance she felt she had to find the stones, reconnoitering nighttime Vale. Flaring's description had been spot on. The Vale was approached by a steep hill on the northern edge of town and entered through a narrow valley between two great pillars of stone. Because the Vale was entirely the property of Jesse's shovel gang, the valley was closed to outsiders and guarded by 8 armed men at all times. Vlora watched them for 2 days and nights, attempting to find some kind of chink in their routine that would let us slip into the Vale and back out again without being noticed. She grew more and more frustrated at the situation. The approach was out in the open. The guards were rotated in shifts without a gap, and every wagon that entered and left the Vale was guarded to and from the destination. According to a few old prospectors she asked, climbing around the other side of the Vale would take her 4 or 5 days. She began to wonder if maybe Jesse was in on the recovery of the stone, or if it was just that gold mines were more thoroughly guarded than some military armories. Bad luck either way. On the 3rd day, she picked up a copy of the Yellow Creek Caller to find a surprising bit of information on the front page. The headline read, "Mercenary Army Marches on Yellow Creek." Below was a snappy story on the Riflejacks that said they were spotted in the region marching toward Yellow Creek. She returned to the newsy boy who'd sold her the paper and pointed at the headline. "Is this from this morning?" "Yes, Mom, fresh information." "Do you know anything else about this?" she asked. "I don't think so." Vlora fished a coin from her pocket and flicked it off her thumb. The boy caught it, looked over his shoulder, and took 2 steps closer. He spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "Rumour has it the big bosses are frantic with worry. Each of them thinks the other hired a whole mercenary army to take their gold, and both of them are denying it."
I heard that it was Jessie who hired them. Supposedly the army's led by that Flint lady, you know, the one that the Lady Chancellor's put a bounty on."
"I've heard of her," Vlora said cautiously.
"Well, everyone is arming up to protect their claims. The big bosses are forcing a production increase and offering huge amounts to anyone who carries a weapon. The guards are doubling. The mayor wants to close all the roads, but Jessie and Brown Bear Bert want to keep 'em open to get the gold out. They say it's chaos in the mayor's office and no one knows what to do."
Vlora left the newsie with an extra coin and strode off, swearing under her breath. This was exactly why she'd come ahead of the army, exactly why she'd given herself an extra couple of weeks to try to find the stone before they were forced to bring in a few thousand soldiers and dig it up with violence. She originally thought that the town's defences would be little more than an inconvenience, but now she wasn't so sure. Roadblocks in the harsh terrain could keep the riflejacks from approaching the city for days or weeks, and when they finally arrived, they would have to deal with street-to-street fighting with people who thought they were there to steal the gold. Vlora headed to the main street and checked in with the messenger service that she'd used to try to find Olam. The man behind the desk recognized her immediately and went to a locked box in the corner of the room, returning a moment later with a letter. "It came yesterday," the clerk said apologetically. "We checked with your hotel, but they said you had left and not given them a forwarding address." Vlora tipped the man and took the letter to the corner. She recognized Olam's writing immediately. "Progress has been slow. Took a circuitous route to a port from the east. News from landfall. We are 5 days out. I fear word has gone ahead of us. Expect panic. We'll hold at 6 miles and wait for orders." "A little damn late," she said, lighting the edge of the letter with a match and letting it burn down to her fingertips. She did some quick mental math and decided that they were probably getting close to that 6 miles. Making camp 6 miles out could be good, though. It would give the city residents longer to worry about why they were here and who had hired them, which in turn would give Vlora more time to find the stone. If the picks and shovels began fighting among themselves, the riflejacks might have an easier time of mopping things up. But none of this, she decided, was ideal. Chapter 43. Michel sat in the hallway outside of the wargame arena in the Capitol building, listening as the cheering came to a great crescendo before tapering off into the general cacophony of loud conversation that he normally associated with a period at the end of a boxing match. He wondered briefly who won, before reminding himself that he didn't know who either of the players were or most of the rules of the game. Maybe if he stuck around here long enough, he would learn how to play. Michel took a coin out of his pocket. He flipped it, caught it, and looked at the result. How, he wondered, did Tennick resist looking at that result every time? It was a natural human urge, wasn't it, to know how something ended? Before Michel could ponder the question further, the doors opened and a stream of people began to pass him. No one seemed to really notice his presence, which, he decided, was probably for the best. He recognized most of the people either from the game he had attended the other week with Tennick, or from figures he'd seen stalking these very halls over the last couple of weeks. The cream of the Dynize crop. If Jatura really wanted to cause some damage, he would toss a couple of grenades into that room during a war game. Michel wondered if that would be on the list eventually. Michel spotted his target and climbed to his feet, body still hurting from Yggdrasil's healing, the pain kept partially at bay by horngum. His hands shook slightly from a case of nerves, and he wondered why he was here rather than standing in a dark corner to watch the proceedings. He reminded himself that he'd made plenty of accusations before. This was just far more public than he was used to. He would just have to get used to it.
"Fagula!"
he called sharply. The people closest to him stopped in their tracks and turned, some of them doing a double take as they saw him. Fagula, her head bowed to listen to the words of a woman beside her, searched for the source of the summons until her eyes met his. All around her, the stream of people gradually ground to a halt. Her lip curled slightly, but she bowed her head again and nodded to the man to go on, turning a cold shoulder toward Michel.
"You probably shouldn't enjoy this," Michel whispered to himself, stifling a smile. "Devin Fagula, a Sedial!" he barked.
Everyone had stopped by now. People were looking curiously between Michel and Fagula, the latter of whom finally pulled herself away from her companion and strode through the crowd toward Michel. She came up sharply, chin raised, glaring down her nose at him.
"Shouldn't you be in a cell, spy?"
"Not me," Michel said, tapping the front of his jacket. She looked down, seeing the way he was dressed for the first time. A teal uniform, worn by ministerial servants on official business. It was similar to a Dynize soldier's outfit, though the cut of the pants was slightly different. This one had been tailored specifically for Michel just yesterday, and it fit him rather splendidly. The jacket bore the crest scroll of Yaret's household, and beneath that a small stitched cup.
"Why are you wearing that uniform?"
Fagula demanded. She scowled at him, and he could see the first inkling in her eye that she knew something was off.
"You have no right."
"I have a lot of right," Michel responded. "I saved the Yaret household from a bombing. Hadn't you heard?" Michel knew for a fact that she hadn't heard. The last time she saw him, he was being carted off by Tresia just before the bombing. At his request, everything about his activities the last few days had been kept quiet. As far as anyone knew, Yaret had barely escaped the bombing because of an anonymous tip, and the black hat spy, Michel Bravis, was in Yaret's custody and being questioned.
"You didn't save them?"
Fagula said. She was uneasy now, lacking conviction. This had taken her completely by surprise. "Don't smile, Michel." "I did, actually. You remember that day, don't you? It was just earlier this week. You and your cronies tried to chase me down, even though I could barely walk. It's all right, though. Fortune smiled on me, and I still managed to warn Yaret about the bomb."
"You could only know about that bomb if you were the one to plant it."
Everyone was watching now, as if glued to the floor. There wasn't a sound within 40 feet as people strained to hear the conversation. Michel was using his best Dynize, though he had to throw in a Palo word once in a while. He was certain that everyone was getting the gist. "Oh," Michel said, "I found this." He drew out the list of addresses he had stolen from her files. It was fragile from being caked with his dry blood, so he presented it to her in a stiff folder. She reached for it involuntarily, and he snatched it away. "This," Michel said, "is a list of addresses that includes—"
"I know what that is,"
Fagula hissed, glancing desperately at the crowd around her. Michel went on in a louder voice. "It's a list of addresses that includes every location that has been attacked since the bombing started. It was found among your files last week, and is written in your—"
"Shut up,"
Fagula said, grabbing Michel by the wrist. "Unhand me," Michel responded coldly.
"Give me that."
Before he could stop her, Fagula snatched the folder out of his hand and opened it up, staring at the list of addresses. There was a rustling nearby, and several soldiers took up positions along the edges of the hall, watching Fogula carefully. Michel almost wanted her to run, just to see what would happen. Yaret had ordered his men to be emphatic, if necessary. Michel took a half-step toward her and lowered his voice so that only she could hear. "The thing is, if you're going to spread a rumour that I was shot by a black hat, you should consider the fact that there were no other witnesses besides me and the shooter, and you didn't hear about it from me. Also, having me shot by a black hat contradicts your story that I'm still working for them. Never cross your narratives, and—" he tapped the folder in her hands— "never keep a copy of addresses where you intend to have people killed." To Michel's left, a door opened, and Tennick emerged with 4 more soldiers, taking up a position close enough to snatch Fogula if she attempted to attack him. There was a sudden commotion, and then 3 emphatic clicks on the marble flooring. A corridor opened in the throng of people to reveal Ka Sediel standing just inside the wargame arena, a scowl on his face, quietly demanding to know what was going on. When his eyes fell on Michel and Fogula, he immediately began to stride toward them, cane in hand. Yggdrasil stood just behind him, following with a curious look on her face. Michel swallowed his nerves and glanced at Tennick, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. Waiting until Sediel was almost upon them, right as Ka's mouth opened with a demand, Michel gave a quick, respectful bow and spoke first. "Great Ka, thank you for coming. We have a grave matter to bring to your attention." Ka Sediel glanced from Fogula to Michel to Tennick, the irritation on his face fading to something more neutral in the space of an instant. The old bastard knew a trap when he saw one, and he would wait to see how this played out before publicly castigating Michel. Which was all Michel needed. "What matter is at hand?" Sediel asked. Michel bowed again. "By order of Yaret, we've come to arrest Devin Fogula on charges of murder and treason." He half expected Sediel to bark a reply, to sweep in to cover for his cupbearer. Instead, the old man simply lifted his chin and narrowed his eyes as if to say, "Continue." So Michel did. "We have evidence that Devin Fogula has conspired with enemies of the state in order to kill off her rivals among the Dynize." Michel so very much wanted to say, "your rivals," but he kept to his script. This had to fall on Fogula's shoulders, and hers alone. The bombings conducted by the Black Hats over the last few weeks were coordinated by Fogula. "You have no evidence," Fogula said, finally finding her tongue. She snatched up the list of addresses and crumpled it, throwing it at Michel's face. "Just a damned bloody piece of paper." Michel let the paper bounce off his cheek without comment. "We do, actually. We have a second copy of that paper, found among the effects of a captured Black Hat. We also have the word of that Black Hat that you worked with him directly. And that, Great Ka, is why Yaret has asked for your assistance. We formally request a bona inquisition of the Black Hat prisoner in question, followed by an inquisition into Fogula herself. We want to gain nothing but the truth, and we request that you aid us in that process." To his credit, Sediel didn't even blink at the request. He remained silent for several moments, no doubt fully aware that the eyes of the Dynize upper crust were on him. He looked coolly at Fogula, then at Michel. "Of course," he said. Fogula gave an anguished cry, lurching forward and snatching the sword from the Dynize soldier at Tennick's side. "Stop her!" Michel cried. Fogula leapt back, waving the sword once and looking Sediel in the face, before taking it by the blade and pressing the tip to her chest and falling upon it. Her sobbing was cut short, body spasming as her weight caused the blade to pierce her heart. She slumped, then fell to one side with a thump, a pool of blood immediately beginning to widen around her. Several of the crowd gasped. People attempted to step away from the blood. Carsedial did not, so Michel didn't either.
"I'm sorry, Great Car,"
Michel said gently in the silence.
"That was not at all how we wanted this to go."
It was exactly how they wanted it to go. And just for an instant, when he raised his face from the gruesome display, Michel could see raw fury in Carsedial's eyes. Sedial knew this was what was meant to happen, and he knew that the message sent by this event came directly from Yarret, despite Yarret's absence. The fury was gone in the blink of an eye, replaced by the sad resolve of an old man. Carsedial shook his head, tutting, before raising his voice.
"May Devin Fogula's body be fed to the dogs," Sedial proclaimed, "and her name be forever struck from the records of the Sedial household. May she be crushed and forgotten. Such is the fate of a traitor."
His eyes landed on Michel's face on that final word, and Michel suppressed a shudder. He would not get out of this unscathed.
"That," he said quietly, "will not happen. Fogula will be remembered for what she was, and her crime publicized and recorded. Her name will be struck from your household records, but not the public ones."
Sedial's eyes narrowed.
"I make those decisions."
"I apologize, Great Car, but you do not. The Ministry of Scrolls does."
"I see."
Sedial settled both hands on his cane, shoulders slumped as if he was a man under a great weight, and gazed into Michel's eyes in an almost placid manner for a few moments before hobbling off. The crowd gave way before him, and Michel watched as he tracked Fogula's blood down the hall, without seeming to care. Michel wondered if that was a metaphor for Carsedial's whole career, and decided not to pursue the thought any further. Slowly the crowd began to move again. Conversation resumed, and people stopped staring at Michel or at the body at his feet. A pair of soldiers approached, checking Fogula for any sign of life before lifting her by the hands and feet and carrying her off.
"That was well done,"
Tennick said. Michel let out a long breath. He dragged his sleeve across his brow and dabbed the sweat off the back of his neck.
"Whew, Pit, I never want to do that again." "That's too bad. You did it well enough that Yarret might use you again in the future."
"I'm a spy, damn it, not a constable."
Tennick tapped the cup insignia on Michel's uniform.
"You're whatever Yarret needs you to be. Cup-bearer." "Don't remind me."
Tennick gave him a small smile.
"I will, and frequently. You still have a lot to learn."
"Don't I know it? Have we gotten anything from Marhoush?"
"The names of 6 more safe houses, and perhaps 30 plaquettes," Tennick answered.
"Do we know where Jatura is?"
"Marhoush has no idea. He thinks that Jatura uses the catacombs beneath the city to get around. But we've searched dozens of miles of that damn spider web and found little evidence of a giant network of black-hat powder monkeys."
Michel growled in the back of his throat, frustrated. With Marhoush handed over to the Bone Eyes, there would be no secrets left to learn, and he was their best chance of finding Jatura.
"Keep looking. Send more men into the catacombs if you have to."
He suddenly became aware that he and Tennick were not isolated in their conversation. He glanced over his shoulder to find Ictracia leaning against the wall a few feet behind him, just out of the pool of Fogula's blood, watching him with a tight-lipped smile.
"I'll see to the body,"
Tennick suddenly said. Tennick, wait! Tennick was gone before Michel could stop him, leaving him alone with Yggdrasil. He turned, putting on his most charming smile. "Good evening, Sheen Yggdrasil." "Good evening, Devon Michel Yaret." Michel felt goosebumps on the back of his arms at the title. His smile faltered for a split second, but he didn't think Yggdrasil noticed. "I'm sorry for the mess," he said. "I'm not the one standing in it," Yggdrasil said with a shrug. Michel looked down to realize that he was indeed standing in Thorgula's blood. He lifted one foot, looked around for somewhere to wipe it, then gave up. "What can I do for you, Sheen?" "I'm curious. Did Sedule put her up to it?" Yggdrasil nodded to where Thorgula's body had been a minute before. "Of course not. She acted alone, against her enemies." "You mean the enemies of the Sedule household? I'm not stupid, Michel, and I know who died in those explosions. None were allies of Sedule." Michel licked his lips, glancing over his shoulder. The crowd had gotten out quickly, and he imagined that in a few minutes no one would be left but whatever poor sod of a soldier was tasked with cleaning up this blood. Most of the crowd had deftly avoided the pool, but the blood Sedule tracked down the hallway was smeared everywhere. "Was it that obvious?" he asked. "It will be after the gossip has gone around the city a few times," Yggdrasil answered. "You showed everyone the math, after all." "Good." Yggdrasil's eyebrows went up in surprise. Then she smiled. "Oh, I see. Very clever. You want everyone to know that Sedule has broken the Dynize truce without actually calling him out in public. It erodes his power base without forcing him to respond immediately. Tell me, was this Yaret's idea or yours?" Michel shook his head. "Oh, I'll bet it was yours. Yaret is a very intelligent man, but he's not much of a schemer. You, however—" Yggdrasil stepped over to Michel, putting her face just inches from Michel's to look him in the eyes. She was shorter than he by over 2 inches, but he felt as if she was staring down at him. Michel cleared his throat. "I want to thank you again for saving my life." "And how are you feeling?" "Not fantastic, but it's better than being dead." "Good. I suggest that you deliver on that dinner you offered me." I'm afraid that my favourite restaurant burned down during the riots." Michel thought that his mouth should be dry, his heart hammering, but to his surprise he found that he was calmer now than he had been 10 minutes ago. Why would that be? Flirting with a privileged was infinitely more dangerous than arresting an enemy of the state. But, he realized, it was also more private, more intimate. This was what he knew how to do. A memory suddenly leapt to his mind of watching his mother's cat play with a mouse for several days. When asked, his mother told him that the mouse was the safest critter on the block, for as long as the cat found it entertaining. "Your excuse fails to impress me," Yggdrasil noted. "Perhaps you have a chef at your townhouse?" Michel asked. Yaret was a fine master, but Michel had seen the fury in Sediel's eyes. He needed someone who could protect him right now. Yggdrasil cocked an eyebrow. She opened her mouth, closed it, then grinned. "I think you'll be a lot of fun," said the cat to the mouse, Michel thought. He linked arms with Yggdrasil, falling in beside her. "Come, we must find somewhere to clean the blood from my shoes and pants." Chapter 44. The Dynize dragoons appeared within hours of the Mad Lancers leaving the safety of the Third Army, and harassed them all along the length of the Hammer for 2 more days. On the third, Styke called for a rest at midday and sent for his officers.
"Why are they riding my ass so hard?" Styke asked Carpole as he waited for his men to gather.
Through his looking-glass he watched a Dynize scout, wearing the now familiar turquoise jacket and black pants of the Dynize dragoons. The scout was about 3 miles away and, from the way he was standing out in the open, clearly wanted to be seen. The Dynize were trying to get under his skin. They were succeeding.
"Hey?"
he asked, lowering his glass.
"Why do they dog me? Did that prick of a Dynize commander order them after me as well?"
Carpole remained intractable, her face a mask of mild irritation, though whether that was directed at Styke, at the Dynize, or at their slow progress across the Hammer, he couldn't be sure. She finally shook her head. "I don't know." Styke made a vexed sound in the back of his throat. He'd been hunted plenty of times. The Kers had sent a whole field army after the Mad Lancers at one point during the war, but he'd never been ambushed so successfully as by these dragoons, nor followed so closely without his own scouts knowing exactly where the enemy was at all times. He was struck by a thought that brought a smile to his lips. It was not that funny, but he soon found himself roaring, slapping his knee, bent double. When he was finally able to stand, he turned to find Carpole's facade broken, and an expression on her face that clearly asked, "What the pit is wrong with you?"
"Carcedial," he said, wiping a tear from his eye. "He must have been so incredibly pissed that someone crushed one of his dragon men. When he found out I was a cripple, I can just imagine his face."
He made Carpole suffer through another round of chuckles, then gasped for breath. Carpole smirked.
"I should write him a letter," Styke said. "Tell him that I killed another one, and that a third had a head blown off by a little girl."
His mirth was interrupted by the arrival of Ibana and Jackal. Ibana had a fresh cut across her cheek from where a Dynize bullet had barely missed her face in a sortie less than 3 hours ago. They'd lost 7 Mad Lancers, and only managed to down 2 of the Dynize, and she was clearly not in a smiling mood. "What's so funny?" she demanded. Styke waved it off and forced himself to sober.
Nothing. Jackal, have you managed to wrangle any of your damn spirits so we can find out where these sons of bitches are going to hit us next?"
"I have, actually."
Both Ibana and Gusta adopted dubious expressions. Styke held a finger out to them.
"Only interrupt if you have any better ideas," he said.
They both remained silent and pointed to Jackal.
"There is one," Jackal said. "She was an officer until Ibana killed her 2 days ago. Their equivalent of a lieutenant. She does not fear Carpole like the others."
Carpole seemed mildly intrigued by this. Styke asked, "Why not?"
"She will not say, and I can't coax it out of her. From what she tells me, the Dynize are not—"
He paused, as if trying to come up with the right phrase.
"They are not of one mind."
"Divided?"
Styke asked. Ji Orts had said as much, but it was interesting to have this confirmed by Jackal.
"They spent the better part of the last century locked in a bitter civil war. There were ultimately 2 sides and dozens of factions in each. She was a member of the side that eventually capitulated. She does not believe in Carcedial's plan to unite the country by invading Fatrasta, and she did not want to be here in the first place."
"And that's why she's talking to you?"
"That, and she thinks her commanding officer is an asshole."
Styke wondered briefly if this whole conversation was more evidence that he had come unhinged. If someone had claimed to speak with spirits back during the Old War, he would have sent them to the front of the next charge and hoped they either became a spirit themselves or got their sense knocked into them.
"I like her," Styke said, referring to the spirit. "Does she know why they're after us?"
"That's not important," Hibana cut in. "Does she know what their plan is?" She gritted her teeth, and Styke could tell it annoyed her to ask Jackal a question for the spirits. Major Gustav remained silent, still looking sceptical. "Their plan is to wear us thin," Jackal said. "They tried engaging us directly and lost more men than they'd expected. They will harass us until we reach the coast and then try to break us." He paused. "It seems they are not an ordinary cavalry unit."
"I could have told you that," Styke snorted.
"At the end of the Civil War, they were the other emperor's bodyguard. Or rather, they are what's left of his bodyguard."
"I'm being chased by 4 dragomen and a damned Imperial Guard," Styke murmured to himself. "Karsh said he'll need to learn to let things go."
He cleared his throat.
How far are we from the end of the hammer?"
Gustav spoke up.
"A few days at our current rate."
Styke mused over the possibilities.
"We could just ignore them until we reach the coast and they're forced to engage us." "They'll bleed us dry," Gustav said. "We're down to less than 600 able-bodied men. We could lose another 200 in those days. My guess is they still have 1,500 left. That would leave us outnumbered nearly 4 to 1.
"We face worse odds," Styke said. Hibana put her hands on her hips. "I'll remind you again. We had enchanted armour. Not everyone is able to walk off every engagement they end up in, Ben." Styke frowned, considering his cavalier attitude toward the deaths of others. He knew commanding officers whose hearts bled for every death under their command. Lady Flint was one of those. To some, that was a weakness. Flint had turned it into a strength. He turned his gaze to the west, toward the end of the hammer, and, if Carpole was to be believed, their final destination. He wondered briefly at their end goal in regard to the Godstone. Whether they were to capture and hold it, or to destroy it, or to try to put it on a boat and sink it in the sea. He decided that was best left to Carpole. He, in turn, would take care of whatever killing needed done in order to get there. His eyes fell on the sharp terrain. The geography at the end of the hammer was a far different sight from the east coast of Fatrasta, where they'd begun. Gone were the plains, punctuated by bogs, lazy rivers, and plantation houses. Even gone were the forests and rolling hills of central Fatrasta. The terrain through which they must now pass was a dense wood filled with steep ridges and deep ravines covered in hanging mosses. It reminded Styke of the sharp foothills of the Iron Hook Mountains. But there were no mountains within hundreds of miles. The locals called it the Hock. Superstitious people claimed that the Hock had been carved by a war between gods millennia ago. During his time in the labour camps, Styke had once been partnered with a geologist, one of those government-employed fellows sent to look for likely deposits of gold ore, who had insisted that this sharp terrain had been caused by immense mountains of ice creeping their way across the land tens of thousands of years ago. Styke had always dismissed him as a lunatic.
"What will they expect us to do?"
Styke asked, still staring at the edge of the innocuous-looking forest that marked the beginning of the Hock.
Gustav answered straight away. "They have us heavily in numbers. They'll expect one of 2 things: that we'll make a run for the coast in the mistaken belief we can find reinforcements from a Fatrastan fleet."
"Or," Styke asked,
"or that we try to hide in the Hock, shake them loose, and double back. They know that we know we're outnumbered and running out of options.
They'll expect us to use the hawk as our chance to get away."
Ibana did not seem convinced. "There is a third option, that they know our reputation and expect us to turn and fight at the first opportunity." Styke tried to put himself in the shoes of the dragoon commander. She was crafty enough to stay unnoticed all the way across the country and then catch them unawares in ambush. She also, so Styke assumed, had orders to kill Styke. Probably the same orders that Carsedial had given those dragon men. Would she go around the hawk and expect to catch up on the other side? Would she follow closely on his heels?
"Do we have scouts back from the hawk?"
he asked. "We do," Ibana reported. "There's just one major road to the coast. It has one railway station that's still manned by 3 Trustan troops, which means the Dynize have avoided the place entirely since they landed, so we shouldn't run into an army in there."
"And the dragoons haven't gotten ahead of us?"
He looked back to where he'd spotted the scout to the east a few minutes ago, but they had disappeared.
"Absolutely certain of it,"
Gustar replied. His 2 majors in agreement, Styke realized that rushing headlong into the forest had few consequences.
"Bring me your scouts, some paper, and something to draw with. I want to know exactly what the terrain looks like before we head in."
3 hours later, Styke crouched in the underbrush at the edge of the hawk, looking out onto the road that his troops had passed through not long ago. He could see clearly for almost a mile before the road curved over a hill. It was empty and quiet. Carpole lay beside him, using his looking-glass to scan the horizon. Celine was somewhere a couple of miles into the hawk, with the camp and most of the horses. Ibana and Gustar were each about 300 yards to Styke's left and right, respectively, lying in much the same position at the edge of the forest, and waiting with bated breath for the Dynize dragoons to show themselves. When Styke spotted the first scout, he rode not from the east, but from the south. The rider came up just a few dozen yards from the edge of the hawk, riding parallel to the forest, peering into the trees as he went. Styke ignored the twinge in his leg and pressed himself lower into the brush as the rider came near. The rider reached the road, an easy carbine shot from Styke's position, and stopped. Only a few minutes passed, and he was soon joined by another rider from the north, and then, crossing the distant hill and coming toward them, a third rider. They joined in conference for a few moments before the first and second riders headed into the hawk, following the trail of the mad lancers.
"Let 'em go,"
Styke whispered to Jackal. The command was passed quietly along into the forest. Styke heard the clop of their hooves disappear and watched the third rider, who seemed content to wait. 15 minutes passed, then half an hour, and then the 2 scouts reappeared to join their third companion. They conferred once again, and the third took off back down the road.
"They'll report back to their superiors," Styke whispered to Carpole, "that we're camped roughly 2 miles into the hawk, in an open hollow that would be easily ambushed. The rest of the army will be here soon. I want you to go back to camp and keep an eye on Celine."
Carpole gave him a thoughtful look and got to her feet, hurrying into the forest. In less than 20 minutes, horses appeared on the horizon. They rode 6 across, carbines held sharply at the ready. Styke recognized the woman at their head. It was the same officer who'd slaughtered his rearguard and then tried to kill him last week. The column continued to snake down the road, extending for nearly a mile, with room between the horses for them to maneuver. Styke guessed that they had a little under 1,400 riders, plus pack horses and spares. They entered the forest so close that Styke could have thrown a rock at that officer. He crouched, his fingers itching to grab for his carbine, and waited the agonizingly long time until the end of their column had entered the forest before finally standing up. The men around him climbed to their feet and followed him as they headed into the woods, following their tracks back to where they'd hidden their horses, a few 100 yards up a slate-carved ravine that wouldn't easily show their hoof-prints. He had just 50 men with him, but they were his very best, lancers who'd been with him from the beginning. They reached their horses and donned their Dynize breastplates, mounting up.
"Send the signal,"
he ordered. Jackal cleared his throat and hooted loudly. The call was carried over the next hill, and a few moments passed before it came back to them from both the north and the south. Styke leaned forward in the saddle, waiting. 2 more sets of hoots eventually followed, and Jackal nodded happily.
"They're in position,"
he reported. Styke allowed a satisfied smile to cross his face and hefted his lance.
"Wait until the firing starts,"
he said. Within minutes they heard the first stuttering report of a carbine salvo, followed by the screams of men and horses. Styke flipped Amrek's reins and allowed the horse to pick his way carefully down the winding ravine, followed by his 50 lancers. A forest was, as these things went, a terrible place for cavalry to ambush cavalry. There was little room to manoeuvre for either side, and steep ravines meant an easy fall for a panicking horse. However, it was an excellent place for dismounted soldiers who'd had a chance to hide themselves to ambush an enemy cavalry force, and that's just the ambush Ibana and Gusta's men had performed. Styke reached the end of the ravine and rejoined the main road, just in time to see the panicking rear guard of the Dynize cavalry attempting some kind of counterattack. They were in utter disarray. A few had dismounted and leapt behind horses, or into the foliage looking for cover. Some scrambled about in a panic, reloading from horseback, and still others had attempted to charge their horses into the woods, only to find themselves easy pickings on the steep banks. A man with red epaulets stood in his stirrups, waving his carbine and shouting in an attempt to organize his men. Styke's lance clipped his arm, and Amrek's shoulder hit the rider's poor horse, sending both tumbling down into the ravine on the other side of the road. Styke and his lancers entered the thick of the Dynize dragoons, ploughing through them with the momentum of a downhill charge, barely slowing to fight as they trampled or scattered everyone in their paths. They reached a switchback, arresting their charge just enough to turn, and then continued on down into the ravine. The road became a mess of horses and men. Styke traded his lance for a cavalry sabre and fought his way to the bottom of the ravine. The road levelled out, giving him a chance to regain momentum, and he and his men surged forward. This went on for well over half a mile, fighting, climbing, charging, hacking. The road wound as much as any mountain pass over ridges and through narrow valleys. Dismounted lancers spread along the entire trail, firing from the high points and retreating up the inclines if the Dynize attempted to chase, while Styke charged through the middle of it to break up any possible semblance of Dynize cohesion. He finally reached a long, straight bit of road, only to realize that he'd run out of dragoons to attack. The echoes of carbine blasts were all behind him now, and he searched the forest for the woman with the orange epaulets. There was no sign of her head, nor evidence that she'd fled into the woods. He joined the mounted lancers as they caught up with him, finding Jackal bloodied and sagging, the mad lancer's flag flying from a broken lance in his outstretched hand.
"Wounded?"
Styke demanded.
"I'll be fine."
Jackal's eyes shone.
"We ride through them once more?"
Styke assessed his riders. Less than half remained from the initial charge, more than he'd expected to make it. He flipped his reins and headed back down the road a few hundred feet, surveying the bodies of Dynize dragoons and the riderless horses running scared. He stopped twice to kill horses beyond help and finished off several wounded dragoons. He found a few spots where hoofprints indicated that dragoons had fled into the forest, but still no sign of the woman with the orange epaulets. He returned to Jackal.
"We took a damned risk on those roads. I saw at least a dozen of us go down with lame horses. We wait here for Ibana, and only head back if we hear a signal."
The signal, a trumpet's call, never came, and several hours passed while the blast of carbines became less and less frequent. Styke and his riders let their horses rest, tending to their wounds. Jackal had taken a bullet in the thigh. Styke's face was scratched to pit by branches, and his calf was sliced by a dragoon's sword. The same sword had cut a nasty groove down Amrek's flank, so Styke cleaned and stitched the wound. He inspected Amrek's hooves for cracks and tested his legs to make sure they hadn't been hurt charging up and down the steep roads. It was beginning to grow dark in the hollows of the Hock when Ibana, still on foot, limped into sight. She was followed by a long column of dismounted lancers, and they continued on toward camp as Ibana leaned against the moss-covered stump of a fallen tree. She rubbed her leg, grimacing, and looked up when Styke approached.
"You'll look well rested,"
she said.
"I didn't want to send the horses back along those roads."
She waved him off.
"That was the right call.
How did it go?"
"I lost 26 riders. I imagine a few just lost their horses."
Styke spotted one of his old guard carrying her saddle, walking with the dismounted soldiers.
"How about you?"
7 dead. Styke raised his eyebrows.
7?
7 dead, about 60 wounded. A sly smile spread on Ibana's face. "We butchered the shit out of those slippery bastards. They didn't expect a damn thing."
"Did you make a count?"
"We counted 830-some dead or wounded dragoons." She waved back down the road. "Felicia and her scouts are gathering all the good horses they can find and bringing them with."
"They're wounded?"
Styke asked. "Left where they lie," Ibana said dispassionately. "If their friends come find them, they might live. If not—" She shrugged. Styke walked Amrek beside Ibana all the way back to the Mad Lancer's camp. They'd left behind 50 men to set up tents and act as a guard, and they reported that none of the Dynize had come this direction. Styke found Celine, and the two of them watched while Sunantil stitched the bullet graze on Ibana's leg. "It was a good victory?" Celine asked.
"A very good victory,"
Styke answered. He felt strangely melancholic. As Ibana said, they'd absolutely slaughtered the poor bastards. Less than half of the enemy force remained, and if they wanted to press the issue, they'd have to fight 1-to-1 with the Mad Lancers now. That should have sent his spirits soaring, but something felt off. Perhaps it was the ambush. Anyone could have been caught with their pants down in the Hock. Styke liked a good ambush as well as anyone, but a straight fight always felt better to him. The enemy commander's greed had gotten the better of her. He did the rounds, Celine by his side, checking in with the sentries and scouts and doubling their nighttime guard against an unlikely enemy regrouping before he headed to his tent. He lay back, using Amrek's saddle for a pillow, and was preparing to drift off when he realized what was wrong. He didn't smell blood. He found Ibana still doing her own rounds, startling her as he came out of the darkness. "Why aren't you wearing pants?" she asked.
"Oh, I was in my tent,"
Styke answered.
"Have you seen Carpole anywhere?"
"Come to think of it, no. Not since before the ambush. Styke flared his nostrils, breathing in deeply. The scent of her sorcery, which had become so ubiquitous over the last few weeks, was nowhere on the wind. "You sent her back here, didn't you?" Ibana asked. Styke recounted his footsteps. They had been watching the Dynize scouts, and then he'd dismissed Carpole to return to the camp before the fighting started. There was no way she had gotten lost. "Ben?" a voice asked. Styke turned to find Celine rubbing her eyes. "Go back to bed," he said gently. "No, wait. Did Carpole return to camp earlier?"
"Yeah. She got here just a few minutes after the shooting began."
Styke sniffed again. Still nothing.
"You sure?"
Celine seemed to wake up fully, her expression growing startled.
"Oh, no."
"What?"
I was supposed to tell you something when you got back. Carpole said she was going to find the Dynize camp."
"She what?"
Styke and Ibana both asked at the same time. Styke ran to Celine's side, kneeling down beside her so their faces were inches apart.
"Tell me exactly what happened."
"Nothing happened. She just told me to tell you she had gone to find the enemy camp. She needed information."
"How is she supposed to find the enemy camp if we haven't been able to for—"
Styke trailed off.
"Pit.
She must have picked up some bit of detritus that allowed her to track them."
"What the pit are we supposed to do?"
"She said to come get her in the morning,"
Celine said. Styke exchanged a look with Ibana. For a week they hadn't had any luck finding the Dynize dragoons, and the bastards had shadowed them for far longer than that. Finding their camp now, without Carpole's sorcery, might be next to impossible. He felt sick to his stomach at the idea of having ridden clear across for Trasta, only to lose the ward they were supposed to be protecting. And he was mad as shit that she had just gone off without saying a word to anyone except a little girl.
"We leave her,"
he spat. Ibana seemed startled by the suggestion. "She's the whole reason we're here."
"And she damn well abandoned us. We're a bodyguard, not a valet service. We're not going to just come by and pick her up. These dragoons have caused us more grief than any cavalry I can remember, and I'm not going to go looking for them."
Styke was furious. He knew he wasn't thinking clearly, but he didn't care. "Major Gurstar will be spitting mad," Ibana cautioned. "He's here to find the Godstone on orders of Lady Flint. If we abandon that mission, he'll likely take his riflejacks and go."
"Let him."
Styke squeezed his hands into fists, wishing he had someone to strangle. Ibana remained silent. Her usual sour expression had been replaced by sombre acceptance. "What will we do?" she asked quietly.
"Join the war. Head back and find something to fight. There's no need lacking for good cavalry."
"Ben,"
Celine said.
"What?"
he growled. He caught her eye and forced himself to take a breath.
"What?"
he repeated in a gentler tone.
"You can't leave Pole."
"I'm not leaving her. She left us."
"You left the rest of the group on your own mission," Celine pointed out. "Just the other day."
"I told everyone I was going," Styke said. "I didn't just off and—"
He squeezed his fists tightly until he could feel his ring biting into the skin of his finger.
"This isn't the same thing at all."
Celine stood up straighter, fixing Styke with a scowl.
"You're her bodyguard," she insisted. "She anointed you. I don't know what that means, but it sounds important. She just went to get information. We can find her and keep going."
She folded her arms.
"Or you can leave me behind too. I'll go find her myself."
Styke would have laughed at the image of a child telling off a crippled giant, if he wasn't already so angry. He forced himself to calm down, breathing evenly, trying to make himself think. After a few moments, he strode off into the darkness. "Bain, where are you going?" Ibana called after him. Styke found Felicia playing cards with several of her scouts around a small campfire. He came up behind them, picking Felicia up by the back of her shirt and holding her at eye level. She blinked at him, licking her lips, while the others watched in silence. "Can I help you, boss?" she squeaked.
"No rest for the wicked," he told her. "Find me those dragoons. Find me where the survivors are camping, and do it before daybreak."
Chapter 45. Vlora spent another day watching the Vale, only to see the guard double and the shipments become more frequent and more thoroughly watched. The next afternoon she visited one of the local hardware stores for rope, and waited till dusk before setting out. She took a long route, climbing the base of the mountain just as darkness fully claimed the valley, and positioning herself about 100 yards from the entrance to the Vale on a steep, but not completely impassable, part of the cliff that led up and over to Jez's territory. She had two problems, the way she saw it. The first was that she had to climb in the dark, risking her neck on an untried route. Her second problem was that she had no idea what to expect on the other side. A steep scree that would be impossible to descend quietly, a gentle hill, or just a straight drop down into the Vale. A strong powder trance heightened her vision enough that climbing in the dark was, while still risky, not as perilous as it might be to another person. She began her ascent quickly, visualizing the path she'd laid out and climbing more by feel than by sight. She had just enough experience climbing to know that her route would be easy for someone carrying the right gear and dangerous for an amateur. She used her sorceress strength to bridge the gap by keeping impossible holds with 2 fingers, climbing over shelves, and in one case leaping straight up the side of the cliff for the next handhold. She made it to the top of the cliff without incident, where she secured her 2 ropes. The first she dropped back the way she'd come, so the descent would be easier. The second she carried with her to the other side of the cliff and looked down into the Vale. Once again, Flering's description was spot on. Nighttime Vale was a wide, secluded valley with a creek running through the centre. At one point it might have been picturesque, but the trees had been ripped up, the creek diverted into gold-panning sluices, and the ground covered in debris and a forest of dirty tents belonging to miners. It was a whole different town up here, and it extended on for a good mile before winding its way up into the mountains. Vlora picked out the guards easily. They wandered the tents in regular intervals, carrying torches and blunderbusses. Others perched up on the mountainside, guarding the entrances to the mines with rifles, lest some enterprising miner slip down in to recover a lucky gold nugget. Security was tight, and once again Vlora couldn't tell if it was because Jezi wanted to keep her most profitable mine safe, or if she was hiding the excavation of the Godstone. The way down was steep, but not impassable. Vlora paid out the rope as she went, giving herself a guide for getting back up, and proceeded as quietly as possible. She reached the bottom and then began to make a wide circuit around the miners' camp, keeping eyes peeled for anything that would have looked out of place in the other valleys. Her first target was an open pit at the very opposite end of the valley. Creeping slowly, she slipped past a guard stand and down to the creek, then made her way uphill past the panning sluices and across what had probably once been a field of wild flowers. It was a muddy cesspool now, and she grimaced with each squelch her boots made. She was able to reach the edge of the pit without raising an alarm, and knelt beside it as she peered downward, searching the depths for anything of question. Nothing stood out. No sharp angles, no special equipment, She opened her third eye to look into the else, and had no better luck. No colour of sorcery. When she turned and swept the veil with her vision, it came up with the same story. If there was sorcery at work here, it must be well hidden. A previous fear crept into her thoughts as she studied the veil. What if Prime Lecter was working for Lindet? Never mind the why or the how. The implications were terrible. He had the knowledge of thousands of years in his head, and Lindet had the ambition to use that knowledge. If they were working together for some reason, Lindet suddenly became a more dangerous threat than even the Dynize. Vlora attempted to ignore the worrisome niggle and continued her circuit of the valley. She reached out with her sorcerer's senses, each moment accompanied by the feeling that something was out there. Pinpointing the source of that feeling was like nailing down a shadow, and she was forced to attribute it to her imagination and keep walking. Stones shifted beneath her feet, and on one occasion a guard called into the darkness. But she managed to finish off her search without raising an alarm, finding herself back up on the cliff with her ropes several hours after she'd crossed the cliffs. Frustration gripped her. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was just a damned gold mine without any secrets, and she'd risked her neck and wasted her entire week on a gamble that the stone was up here. She wanted to kill something, errantly wishing that an alarm would be raised so she could fight her way through. She silenced the foolish thought and returned the way she'd come, climbing her rope down into the next valley. She returned to her hotel room, where she examined a number of cuts on her hands and forearms earned from climbing a cliff in the dark. She cleaned up and wrapped the cuts on her forearms. It was almost 3 a.m. when she finally rolled into bed, unable to think about anything except how mad she was. In the morning, she would have to go to Taniel and tell him her gamble had failed. He would soon be released, and they'd have to hunt down Prime together. And if that failed, she would have no choice but to bring in the riflejacks. An army would bring Prime out of hiding for certain, but would he slaughter them all before she and Taniel could kill him? She was just drifting off to sleep when a sound brought her bolt upright in bed. She looked around, trying to find the source of it. Nearly a minute passed before the sound happened again, and several seconds later she heard something different. The distant, familiar noise of a rifle shot. Vlora saw the bullet holes in her wall the same moment she heard the shot. Her heart suddenly beating hard at the close miss, she gathered her things as quickly as possible and left her room, trying not to sprint. Nohan had found her, and he was out there taking pot shots at her room like it was some sort of game. It was a damn good thing he was a bad shot. She tried to find him, reaching out with her senses, but at this range, and without the rising powder smoke to guide her, it was an impossible task. She left her horse in the hotel stable and crossed the city by foot. There was still plenty of noise at this time of night, with dozens of brothels and bars open for business, to miners celebrating a good day or lamenting a bad one. Brown Bear Bert's brothel was one such establishment, and she slipped inside and looked up to the second level, where she could see Bert sitting at his desk in a robe and pyjamas, cigar in hand. "I need to see your boss," she told the paler woman standing guard at the bottom of Bert's staircase. The woman held up her hand. "It's after hours." "He's right there," Vlora said in frustration. "He doesn't take visitors this time of night." Vlora thought about shoving her way past. Instead, she shouted his name. Bert looked up from a book and blinked at her. "Bella," he said to the guard. "Let her up." Bella glared daggers at Vlora, but let her pass. Vlora jogged up the stairs and joined Bert in his office, where he offered her a cigar. Something about his demeanour had changed since they'd last spoke, and he looked more cautious, eyeing her thoughtfully. "Good morning, Verundish," he said. Vlora didn't return his smile. "I'm here to offer you my services." This seemed to catch him off guard. "Oh? At this hour?" He rubbed his chin. "What makes you think I still need them?" "Because everyone is panicking over that army headed this way, and Jessie still has that other powder mage on her payroll." True, Bert admitted. He puffed on the stub of his cigar and put it out, then leaned forward at his desk and began to fiddle with a new cigar, running it thoughtfully under his nose and breathing deeply as he watched her. "About that army," he said slowly. "What do you know about it?" "Absolutely nothing," she said in a tone that she hoped would discourage any more questions. He obviously suspected something. With several powder mages in town, no one couldn't have been the only one to make the logical leap that they were related to Lady Flint's army camped nearby. "Nothing?" he echoed. "I know they're not here for your gold," she said, hoping that shut him up. "Oh!" Bert fell back in his chair, an obvious look of relief on his face. "Well then, what sort of services are you offering?" "I'm offering to kill that other powder mage for you. I want to duel him. Public, private, I don't care. Set up a fight and dangle a wager in front of Jessie. The powder mage will come. I know he will." Vlora chewed on her lip, hoping that Bert would take her up on the offer. No one was no longer a nuisance. He had almost killed her tonight, and she wanted him out of the picture completely before she and Taniel went after Prime Lecter. Bert cut the tip off the new cigar with a boz knife he pulled out of a drawer, his eyes staring at the middle distance between them. Slowly he began to nod. "What do you want in exchange?" "I want you to tell your men to stand down when the Riflejack army marches through. They aren't here for you. I don't want roadblocks or fighting or any such thing." She was taking an awful risk, admitting she was with the Riflejacks. Any fool who had read her description in the paper would be able to figure out who she really was. But she had to take that risk. She was out of time, and she needed to simplify the conclusion of this mission as much as possible. "You're confident you can kill him, despite your wounds?" Bert asked, lighting his cigar. "Those hands look pretty banged up." "Noan and I have already crossed paths once. He came away worse for it than I did." He tapped one fingernail against the blade of the knife. "I have no interest in getting in anyone's way," he said. "If the Riflejacks aren't after my gold, I have no problem with them." "You know that Lady Flint has a price on her head?" "And an army of riflemen out there," Bert replied. "I'm not stupid enough to tangle with Adran's soldiers. Besides, the bounty is nothing compared to what this valley makes me every week. I'll offer Jessie a wager and a duel. You do some killing, and I think we'll part friends." "I would like that," Vlora said. She felt herself relax, knowing that the end of this damned mission was almost upon her. She was probably going to get all her soldiers killed in a confrontation with an ancient sorceress, she reasoned, but at least she wasn't going to have to rub shoulders with these people any more. Chapter 46. "What have you been doing in here the last couple of days?" Michel looked up from his studies, taking a moment to pull his head out of a long list of family, household, and regiment names, and blink across the empty room to where Yggdrasil lounged on a divan in the sunlight. He thought, for the 100th time, of a cat playing with a mouse before the final kill, and forced a distracted smile onto his face. "Do you mind if I call you Tricia?" he asked. Yggdrasil raised one eyebrow. Only if I can call you Mick.
Well, I'd rather not. Oh, I see your point. That's fair.
Michel looked back down at the book laid out on the table in front of him. He was in a dusty room on the second floor of the Capitol building, where Yaret's people had stashed most of the records they'd brought with them from Dynize. The floor-to-ceiling bookshelves were packed with ledgers, and thousands more sat in crates or piled up in the corners. Very little of it was organized in any useful way, and Michel had spent far too long just doing that. He considered Yggdrasil's still-raised eyebrow, and remembered that she'd asked him a question.
I'm cataloguing everyone that Fogula has worked with since the beginning of the invasion.
That seems like an awful lot of work.
Michel squinted at her. She was right, of course. It was mind-numbingly boring, something that he would prefer to leave to a small army of clerks. But he couldn't just tell her that he was combing the army regimental records for someone named Mara.
This is something we do in the Black Hats, he told her. We had a file on just about every enemy of the state, and it included all their contacts and family members. It helped us unwind conspiracies and root out cells of dissidents.
Michel had his own opinions on how useful those files actually were, but he needed the excuse to be up here, combing through all of these names.
You should have someone else do that, Yggdrasil said.
She stretched on the divan, a casual smile on her face, watching Michel in a way that made it very clear what she thought he should be doing. He'd spent the last 2 nights at her townhouse and learned firsthand how that particular rumour about privileged happened to be true. It had been a welcome bit of relaxation for sure, but it had also been incredibly distracting. She was damn distracting. She'd been lounging on that divan for 20 minutes, and Michel had read the same regimental record over and over again since she arrived. He couldn't stop glancing up at her, watching her face when she wasn't paying attention. He caught himself watching her again, and rubbed his eyes. This search wasn't going anywhere. He'd looked through at least 20,000 names, and not a single Mara had popped up, not among the civilians nor the military. As Emerald had suggested, it wasn't even a Dynize name. He felt like his hands were tied. His whole purpose here was to find and extract this Mara, but he'd run out of places to look.
There was another bombing this afternoon.
I heard, Michel answered. Imagine the Black Hats won't stop the bombings just because their Dynize patron has been cut off.
Sedgel is just biding his time, by the way.
Michel looked up sharply. Yggdrasil was cleaning her nails, lips pursed. Switching from the bombing to Sedgel so quickly seemed like a non sequitur, but she didn't look distracted. Michel said, I'm not sure what you mean.
That stunt with Fogula. He'll take it personally. He takes everything like that personally. Sooner or later, and I'm guessing sooner, he'll start asking Yaret why the bombings haven't been stopped. He'll ask why Fogula's death didn't put an end to the attacks, and why Yaret's pet Black Hat hasn't dug up his former compatriots yet.
Michel was more than aware of all this, or at least he'd surmised it. Having his suspicions about Sedgel's anger be confirmed wasn't exactly comforting. I'm looking, he assured her. We have hundreds of people out trying to dig up Jatura's hiding spot. We've searched every safe house that I know about and looted all their caches. We've arrested nearly 400 known Black Hats.
And yet Jatura is staying one step ahead of you.
Michel pursed his lips, trying to keep a neutral expression. Yggdrasil was friendly, even charming, but he had to constantly remind himself that she was a privileged. All she had to do was put on her gloves, and she could break him in two, so it was best not to snap at her when she needled. I've no idea how. Shatura will need dozens of men to conduct his bombings. He needs a network to supply the powder, make the bombs, and case the targets. We've scrubbed the city of his people as thoroughly as we damn well can, and yet he still evades me. Michel sat back, grinding his teeth. "Oh, don't look so put out," Yggdrasil murmured. She rolled off the divan and crossed the room, coming around behind Michel. To his surprise, she began to rub his shoulders. "Look, I see what you're doing here," she said gently. "If you create a web of conspiracy around Forgula, true or not, then you'll be able to keep Sedial on the back foot. You can accuse his people, keep the other households in suspicion of his motives, and perhaps stay ahead of him." Michel felt himself stiffen up. Yggdrasil's tone was helpful, but he couldn't help but hear a note of something sinister in her words. That was exactly what he had convinced Yarrett he was up here doing, and Yggdrasil had seen through it effortlessly. It didn't bode well for his long-term career in Dynize politics. "What I suggest," Yggdrasil continued, "is that you focus on the Black Hats. Even if you attack all his people, you won't get ahead of Sedial. He's been playing this game for longer than you and I together have been alive. But if you continue to add to your accomplishments, you will be harder for him to take his vengeance on. And he has been known to be forgiving to people who make themselves useful." Michel tried to enjoy the back rub, pressing the back of his head against her chest. Rumours had it that Yggdrasil and her grandfather didn't exactly get along, so maybe she really was on his side. Or perhaps she was lulling him into a false sense of security. He pushed the book away from him, eyes closed, trying to form his own plans. "Do I have a future with the Dynize?" he asked. Yggdrasil's hands stopped moving. "Why do you ask?" "Because I'm an outsider. I know what happens to outsiders. The moment I'm no longer useful, I will be either forgotten or destroyed." "You should have thought of that before coming to our doorstep." Again the tone was not unkind, but in it she made it very clear that she'd be offering little sympathy. She paused, then let out a soft sigh. "You may," she said cautiously. "You're quite clever, though whether you're just the right amount to keep from being eaten alive remains to be seen. You're also useful. I've always thought of the Dynize as xenophobic, but next to you Cressians, we're practically loving of other cultures." She let go of his shoulders and crossed to the other side of the table from him. "Put away the books," she suggested. "Come to the Foxhead Club with me for the rest of the evening." The Foxhead Club was a bit of a joke among the Dynize. They'd taken an exclusive gentlemen's club in the centre of landfall and turned out the Cressians, making it available only to Dynize and Palo upper crust. Michel wondered briefly if he'd be turned away, but imagined that no one would turn away the guest of a privileged. He leaned forward, examining her face, wondering what time it was. Perhaps he should take a break. "Where do you fit into all of this?" he asked. "All of what?" "This." Michel gestured expansively around him. "Sedial, Yarrett, the households. Tennick told me that privileged aren't allowed to be political in your culture. In Cressian culture they have their fingers in everything, and—" Michel trailed off, realizing that he'd let himself forget who he was talking to. When he was in the Black Hats, he probably would have balked at even addressing a privileged, let alone speaking so candidly with one. Yggdrasil regarded him casually, tapping on the table with one long fingernail. "It is complicated, as you may imagine."
She paused, frowning down at her hands, and for a moment Michel thought that perhaps her cool, collected mask had slipped. "Do you know about dragon men?" she asked. "I've heard the rumours." "Dragon men and privileged hold the same position in Dynize society. We belong to the Emperor. We are not people, nor citizens. We are tools. When we are needed, we serve without flinching, without questioning. When we are not needed, we are left to our own devices. We have no power of our own, not in a political sense, but we have a sort of power simply by being tools of the Emperor." Michel opened his mouth to respond, but found he had nothing to say. The idea of being a possession had never even occurred to him, and the slight crack in Yggdrasil's voice when she spoke of it told volumes. He hesitated. "If you're a possession of the Emperor's, and Sediel is the Emperor's man on this continent, then—" Yggdrasil's slipping facade suddenly became cool and casual again, and she regarded him with a dispassionate sort of annoyance. "I wouldn't worry too much about your own skin. Sediel may think he is the Emperor, but he definitely is not. It's no secret that he and I do not get along. I've no intention of handing you over to him." I didn't mean—" She cut him off. "It's all right. You want to know where you stand, and I won't begrudge you that. So here is this. I find you fascinating. You are an innocuous and boring person on the surface, but there are layers beneath your facade that I think I'd enjoy peeling away. I intend on playing with you for at least a few months before I cut you loose and move on to the husband of a minister or the daughter of a general. I will enjoy our time together, and I suspect you intend on doing the same. Do not expect anything more of me than you would a tool of the state, and I won't expect anything more of you than I would a spy who knows he needs someone to protect him from the lions among my people." For a moment Michel felt as if he'd been slapped. The shock was gone within seconds, and he found himself laughing. "What's so funny?" Yggdrasil demanded. Michel reached out a hand. "Thank you for that. It's incredibly refreshing." She knew that he was using her to protect himself from Sediel, and she didn't give a damn. Somehow that knowledge relieved Michel, the idea that he wasn't hiding just one more thing from another person. "I'm sorry if I'm being rude, but you're far more pragmatic than I expected. I like that." Yggdrasil took his hand with a look of wariness. Slowly that feline smile spread across her face. "Don't apologize. It's tiresome, and I don't want to find you tiresome quite yet." She released his hand and slid the ledger he'd been reading off the table with a clatter. "Your work is done for the night. Come with me to the club." "Can I meet you there?" "How long?" "An hour." "Don't keep me waiting." With a single glance back, Yggdrasil strode from the room. Michel waited for about 10 minutes before cleaning up the ledgers he'd been looking through, and then scrawling a quick note on a piece of paper and heading for the door. He stopped for a moment before leaving the room to look around at all the records, wondering how much longer he should continue with this farce. Yggdrasil was right. He couldn't focus on looking through records any more. He needed to focus on the Black Cats. He could abandon the idea of attacking Sediel through Forgula's associates, and also set aside his search for Mara, at least for the time being. He headed across town on foot, doubling back and waiting at intervals to be sure he wasn't followed, then headed down into Emerald's morgue, where he found Emerald standing over the open chest cavity of a cadaver, a length of intestine in one hand. He paused his work as Michel entered and shook his head. "You obviously haven't been shot again.
I hope you have a damn good reason for coming down here so soon."
"Can you get a message to Daniel?"
Emerald responded, setting down the intestine and resting his hand on the cold, dead forehead of the man lying on his workbench.
"It's possible."
Michel pulled out the note he'd written and double-checked it, taking a deep breath. Perhaps it was his recent victory against Fogula. Perhaps it was this new relationship with Yggdrasil. But he felt like he needed to focus on his work for the Dynize. No more searching ledgers for a mysterious name. The note simply said, "Target can't be found. Need more information. Will remain in place." It was written in a cipher he and Daniel had come up with years ago.
"Get this to Daniel. Any idea how long until I can get an answer?"
Emerald nodded at Michel to set the note on his workbench.
2 to 6 weeks, maybe longer, if I have trouble finding him. I'll see what I can do."
He sighed, clearly irritated, and pointed at Michel with a bloody hand.
"You have to stop coming down here. If I hear back from Daniel, I'll find you and let you know. Until then—"
Right. I'll be easy to find."
Michel backed out and headed up to the street. He stopped, checking his watch, and realizing he'd be half an hour later than he told Yggdrasil.
"I'll either be in bed with the enemy, or in a shallow grave somewhere."
Chapter 47. Styke sat in the deep, oppressive darkness of the Hock, listening to the sounds of the forest and the distant snores of lancers in their beds. Unable to sleep, he'd found a spot on the edge of a ravine some 50 yards from the camp, where he could see the smallest sliver of starlight through the thick branches overhead. Somewhere nearby, a critter stirred in the underbrush, approaching him slowly and fleeing when he shifted to get more comfortable. His mind was a mess of conflicting thoughts as he considered the whole of his life for the first time since the labour camps, and wondered if perhaps he was not the person he'd always fancied himself. He thought of Valier's statements about Styke expecting loyalty and obedience, but never giving his own. He thought about Celine's defiance in defence of Carpole, reminding him that he would, and had, gone off on his own and just expected the Lancers to be there when he returned. It was one thing to be called a hypocrite by a full-grown man he intended to kill. It was a whole other to have that confirmed by a little girl. Styke wondered if perhaps all these years, even while losing himself in the labour camps, he'd bought into his own legend, that of an unkillable monster, a force of nature. Maybe, deep down, he had begun to believe what people said about him. He heard someone coming from the camp through the underbrush toward him. He could tell from the weight of the step and the way she moved that it was Ibana. She joined him up there, settling down next to him and pushing a skin into his hands. He smelled wine and took a sip.
"What are you doing up here?"
she asked.
"It's 4 in the morning."
"Couldn't sleep," Styke responded. They shared a few companionable minutes in silence, handing the wineskin back and forth, and Styke felt a calmness come over him from Ibana's presence. They'd not been this close, physically, since the war, and it felt good to feel her hand brush his as they exchanged the wine. She'd been a guidepost since the beginning of the Mad Lancers, his level-headed second-in-command, the one who would keep everything running even when he had to meet with Lindit or assassinate an enemy general, or any of the other shit he got up to.
"I've been thinking,"
Styke began. "I warned you to let me do the thinking." There was a long pause, and Ibana let out a soft sigh.
"About what?" "About being a hypocrite."
Ibana snorted.
"Still, is this because Valier called you one?" "Celine did too, just a couple of hours ago."
I think that I am, and I don't really like the feeling it gives me. I've always looked down on officers and politicians as hypocrites and cowards, and now, so long into this life, I realise that I am what I've always derided.
Ibana remained silent, so Styke continued.
I am a hypocrite. But I think I'm too far along for it to be helped. To break my hypocrisy, I would have to swear allegiance to some higher power, or I would have to dismiss the Mad Lancers and head off on my own path. I'm not willing to do either.
He felt Ibana shake beside him, and it took him several moments to realise that she was laughing at him.
What the pit is so funny?
She put a hand on his thigh and leaned over, and he was surprised to feel her lips against his cheek. She pulled away, wiping her sleeve across her eyes and chuckling.
You really think you're a hypocrite? Well, I'll give you one thing. You were a hypocrite. Your double standard during the war was something we all decided to let slide because of who and what you are. So you discussed this? Styke asked, incredulous. Behind my back? You think you're the only one to badmouth your superiors?
Styke felt stung by the revelation. It was so simple, so stupid and obvious. Another hypocrisy.
What am I? He asked.
You're Ben Styke.
Because you say I am,
Styke insisted. He felt angry, confused. He was not used to delving this deep into his own insecurities. He'd always trampled them underfoot, ignoring them like so much garbage, and moved on with his life. Why couldn't he now? The old way had gotten results, and he needed results right now. You're not just Ben Styke because we say you are, though I admit that the allegiance of the people who follow you gives your name weight, Ibana said thoughtfully. You're Ben Styke because you always lead the charge. Because you can break a warden's back and crack a dragonman's skull. Because you're big and strong enough to do whatever you want, and yet you still have a sense of right and wrong, even if it's a twisted one. Styke stared through the darkness at his crippled hands, feeling the twinges in his wrist when he moved his fingers. He thought about how his doubt and pain went away when he wrapped his fingers around the lance, and how all his other failings seemed to disappear when he charged into the face of the enemy.
You're not a hypocrite, Ben,
Ibana said.
You were, but you aren't any more.
I haven't changed.
Haven't you? Ibana demanded. The old you wouldn't have spread to any Wiles or Valyane. Definitely not Devory. Not a chance. The old you wouldn't have sworn allegiance to Lady Flint. Seeing the way you look at her is the first time I've seen you truly respect a superior officer. She ticked off 2 fingers, then a third. You took Celine under your wing, and you've always hated kids. Besides, Ibana laughed again, you didn't ask any of us to follow you. We came because we saw that you needed us, not because we needed you. Styke felt his inner turmoil begin to ebb.
You're a better liar than I remember.
No lies, Ibana said. Maybe I dressed it up a little, but it's still the truth, and I still stand behind what I said before. We're here now, and we're all depending on you to remain Ben Styke. You can be a different man and still lead the charges.
Do you think the men doubt me because I let Tenny, Valyane and Devory live?
Styke asked. Look, I know I gave you shit before, but to be honest, any grumbles that might have spread were silenced when we came upon you facing down 6 dragon men, Ibana said. Styke chuckled.
I didn't do that by choice.
But you still did it. Not a lot of people see 6 dragon men and draw a knife. Most of them will run. Pitt, I'd run. They finished off the wine, sitting in silence for some time before Ibana drew in a quick breath, then laughed softly.
What?
Styke asked. It's Celine, she said, as if it were the simplest thing in the world.
What do you mean?
I mean that all these things, these doubts, these changes that have come over you, they're not because you've faced a firing squad or spent a decade in the camps. They're because you have a child now.
Styke felt his face flush.
She's not mine.
Oh, please. I've heard you refer to her as my girl. You're not fooling anyone, least of all me. Selene is your child, whether she came from your loins or not, and that's made you a different man.
She turned toward him, and even in the darkness he could feel her piercing stare.
Tell me, do you fear death?
Of course, Styke scoffed. Everyone fears death.
There's a difference between being suicidal and not fearing death, Ibana said. And the Ben I knew never feared death. So, do you?
Styke thought about it for a moment. Death was such an abstract notion. It always felt so far away, but he knew better than most that it could strike at any moment. He'd been within a knife blade of death on hundreds of occasions, and sometimes closer. When he said he feared death, it was a mechanical lie, said because that's what normal people were supposed to say. He had never feared death. Even when Fidelis Jess had cut him down, leaving him in a puddle of his own blood, he had not feared death. He had only feared leaving this world without taking Fidelis Jess with him. And, he realized, he had feared one other thing.
I don't, he said, but I fear leaving Selene alone.
I call it the same thing, Ibana said, sitting back. Fearing your death because you won't go on living versus fearing your death because somebody else needs you is just semantics. You fear for Selene, and I've never known you to fear. You look at her in a way you never looked at a friend, or a lover, including me.
Styke realized that he heard a note of hurt in her voice. He swallowed, uncertain of what to say, and decided to let it go. She'd not meant for him to hear it. He felt her hand on his thigh again, and her body shifted toward his. Her face drew close.
"Quiet the inner demons, Ben," she told him. "They've never been worth your time before, and there certainly shouldn't be now."
They were interrupted by the sound of hooves along the trail on the ridge above them. Ibana pulled away, and Styke listened as the hooves descended the road down into the hollow where the lancers camped. He heard a distant voice, that he recognized as Feralisia's, call his name. Ibana sighed, slapping him on the shoulder.
"Go on. You got work to do."
Reluctantly, Styke descended the ridge and headed into the camp. He found Feralisia outside his empty tent, scowling at one of the guards. He put his hand on her shoulder, turning her around and gesturing for her to lower her voice.
"Did you find them?"
he asked.
"I did," she said excitedly. "They're camped about 3 miles from here. They're not trying to hide, but they picked a place that would be suicide for us to attack. A hill just inside the eastern edge of the Hog, with steep sides and only one spot that horses could easily climb. They have lots of wounded men and horses."
Styke took a deep breath. Ka-Po would be there, no doubt. She was resourceful enough that she was probably still alive, unless the enemy commander had orders to kill her in particular. He lifted his head, seeing Ibana emerge from the woods.
"Go find Jackal for me," he told her.
"Are we going to attack?" Ibana asked.
"Not exactly."
Chapter 48. Styke and Jackal were led to the dragoon camp by Felicia, arriving just before sunrise. Too late to work beneath the cover of darkness, he sent Felicia back to camp, and he and Jackal huddled down in the hock and waited and watched throughout the day. The dragoon camp was much as Felicia described it, packed onto a long wooden hill just inside the hock. The hill was surrounded on all 4 sides by steep, rocky cliffs, between 10 and 50 feet high,
making it a solid defensive position against any force, and doubly impossible to attack with cavalry. There appeared to be only one easy way up, a gentle slope pointing east less than 24 feet wide and guarded heavily. The cries of wounded men and horses could be heard throughout the day, and the occasional carbine blast sounded as they put down lame animals. It became abundantly clear that the dragoons didn't care if Styke knew where they were. Their defensive position was unbreakable by less than a brigade of infantry, and they knew that Styke didn't have that kind of firepower at his command. Nor, they must have surmised, did Styke want to take the time to starve them off their high ground. The Dynize could wait for as long as their supplies held out, tending to their men. The ambush must have cooled their commander, making Styke doubly angry at Carpole for sneaking off. If she'd stuck around, the Lancers would already be on their way to the coast. Styke lay on his stomach in the underbrush about 100 yards from the entrance to the hill, watching the dragoons change their guard as the daylight began to wane. Jackal lay beside him, apparently asleep, until his eyes suddenly opened and he got up onto his elbows, pointing at the hill.
"It's an old Palo settlement," he said. I've been talking to the spirits. That hill. It was home to a village once. It's been a few 100 years, but there are some old spirits left hanging about. They fled because your Bone-Eye is there."
Styke snorted. The idea that Carpole could scare long-dead spirits still seemed preposterous. But at least it confirmed that she was indeed here.
"Is she still alive?" "According to the spirits, yes. It's hard to coax them to come this close to her."
"Can they tell us anything about the hill?"
"They called it the castle back when they lived there. Or their word for castle, anyway. As long as they held it, their tribe could not be ousted from their land."
"What happened?"
"Brudanian soldiers. They wanted to clear the Hock so that trappers could use it. Lost half their regiment taking the castle from the Palo."
Jackal waggled a finger at the entrance to the castle.
"They tried to assault that and failed. Ended up putting ladders on the lowest cliffs on the south side and overwhelming the occupants with sheer numbers."
"Show me."
Styke and Jackal pulled back beneath the closest ridgeline and took a long, circuitous route around the castle. The dragoons had plenty of scouts, but they seemed to focus their efforts deeper in the Hock, at the halfway point between their camp and that of the Mad Lancers. Other than hiding on occasion, Styke and Jackal reached the south side of the castle without issue. The cliffs here were indeed the lowest, perhaps 10 or 15 feet of near-vertical rock. A single dragoon stood watch at the top, peering into the forest as darkness began to spread, cradling his carbine. Styke continued along the south side and looped around to the west, searching for better spots to climb the cliffs, and finding nothing that looked promising. He returned to Jackal, falling onto his hands and knees to watch that one dragoon patrol the top of the shallow cliff.
"Do you remember the fortress at New Adapest?"
Styke asked.
Jackal's placid face wrinkled, the hint of a smile on his lips.
"I remember it. I'm not as spry as I used to be,"
Styke said. He wanted very badly to climb the cliff and do the job himself, but he did not have confidence in his own abilities to do so in silence. He shot a glance at the wound on Jackal's leg.
"Are you?"
"None of us are,"
Jackal replied,
"but I think I'm up to the task."
He touched his leg.
"This looks worse than it is, and there were a lot more guards at New Adapest."
Twilight was quickly upon them, and Styke and Jackal got to their feet. They moved slowly through the underbrush, careful not to make too much noise, until they were at the very base of the castle cliff. The guard had changed, and another man now patrolled this small section, torch in hand. Jackal waited until the guard had passed and began his ascent, climbing the cliffside in almost complete silence. He shimmied up, grasping the old roots and reaching the top in less than a minute, just as the guard came back in his direction. Styke pressed himself against the cliff to hide from the light of the torch. Silence followed, though Styke strained to listen for a grunt or a yell. A few moments later he heard a distinctive "psst" and began his own ascent. He reached the top to find Jackal standing over the body of the sentry. Jackal stood stiffly, his posture all wrong, like a deer too scared to run.
"Everything okay?"
Styke whispered. Jackal nudged the body with his foot.
"He just offed himself." "What?"
Jackal came close, leaning in to whisper in Styke's ear.
"I stepped on a twig. He turned to look at me, and instead of shouting out, he drew his knife and slit his own throat."
The hairs on the back of Styke's neck stood up, goosebumps spreading on his arms. He knelt beside the body and found the guard clutching his own knife, still lightly convulsing as he silently bled out onto the dirt. Styke reached out to touch him, but pulled his hand back, thinking better of it. He leaned over, putting his nose up next to the body. He took a deep breath, catching hints of copper. He stood up to find Jackal's knife out, breath held, staring toward a pair of Dynize dragoons about 30 feet away. Styke held his breath, waiting for a shout as the pair slowly approached them. Styke readied his boss knife, preparing to spring forward when they got close enough, but was arrested when they spoke out in unison in perfect Adran.
"You're wanted at the commander's tent, Colonel Styke."
Jackal's lips were pulled back in a snarl, nostrils flared.
"I can't see a spirit for a mile," he said. "Even the ones I was talking to back in the forest have fled."
"Please," the pair of dragoons said again, "you're wanted at the commander's tent."
Their words were mechanical, their backs straight and faces forward, though they stood at an angle to Styke and Jackal.
"Follow us."
They turned in unison and marched into the camp. Styke kept his knife handy, looking at Jackal and seeing the whites of his eyes. He'd never seen Jackal this startled, not even facing down privileged sorcery on an open battlefield.
"I've never seen anything like this,"
Jackal whispered.
"Is this her sorcery?" "I think it is," Styke said. "Or the sorcery of a bone-eye who wants us to think it's Carpol. But I didn't know the bone-eyes are capable of this kind of control."
Hesitating just a moment longer, he followed the pair of guards into the camp, Jackal bringing up a reluctant rear. The camp was quiet, with the occasional cook fire burning to coals, and only a handful of Dynize up and about. None of them seemed to notice Styke and Jackal, and he wondered if they were also under some kind of sorcery, or if they were just that inattentive within their own camp. He heard the occasional scream or moan from the east, the wounded from the other day's ambush, and they passed a corral in the open centre of the hill where nearly 300 horses were tied up for the night. The two guards suddenly stopped in between a row of tents, stepping in different directions and gesturing for Styke to go ahead. He looked over his shoulder at Jackal, who still looked like an animal who wasn't sure whether to attack or run. With a shrug, Styke continued between the two guards. There was a large clearing in front of a tent bigger than all the others around it, no doubt belonging to the company commander. A well-stocked fire and a handful of torches illuminated a macabre scene in the middle of the clearing. 24 Dynize soldiers, all of them wearing epaulets that marked them as officers, sat cross-legged in 2 rows on either side of the clearing. They didn't look up when Styke approached,
or seem to move at all. They were so inhumanly still that he wondered if they were still alive. Across from the tent stood the officer that Styke had brawled with when they ambushed the Mad Lancers a few weeks back. Her hands were clasped behind her back, her spine straight. She had the same expression as Jackal, with eyes wide and lips pulled back, but hers was as strangely frozen as those of the men flanking her. Years ago, Styke had been present when a gift had been sent from the King of Kes to then-Governor Lindet of Redstone. The gift consisted of several life-sized facsimiles of Kes soldiers done up in wax. They were so well done that they looked like the real thing, until they began to melt in the Fatrastan heat. This scene had the same uncanny strangeness to it. Sprawled in a camp chair like a bored queen receiving guests was Car Pole. She lifted her hand in greeting to Styke, the other propped under her chin as she gazed at the dragoon commander. Styke put away his knife and gestured for Jackal to do the same. "I thought you were going to come for me this morning." Styke nearly jumped out of his skin. The words came from the mouth of the commander, but they were spoken in perfect Adran, and in a voice that did not belong to a burly, war-weary dragoon officer. The tone was soft-spoken, the voice a gentle soprano, with a hint of a laugh to it. He looked at Car Pole, who hadn't moved except to adopt a rather smug smile. He pointed at the officer. "Is that you?" Car Pole nodded. Styke forced himself to relax. He walked down the line of frozen officers, leaning over to feel the soft breath coming from their lips and wave a hand in front of their eyes. He even pushed one over, watching him topple like a statue and remain cross-legged without so much as a flinch. Styke finished his examination by walking around the dragoon commander, examining her flushed face. Upon this closer look, he found her just as frozen as her men, except the eyes. They stared straight ahead, but there was life in them, and if he was forced to guess, he would say that she was still there under the surface. Styke wondered at this show of power. He'd been told that Car Pole was more powerful than her fellow Bone Eyes by several orders of magnitude, but that she was unpractised. Could an enemy Bone Eye do this to Styke? Could she do this to Styke? The answer to that second question was an obvious yes, and it made Styke's skin crawl. He considered what Giotz had told him earlier this week, likening the sorcery of a Bone Eye to rape. The thought, and all these frozen faces, made Styke uncomfortable. Jackal still stood outside the clearing, looking like he wanted nothing to do with any of this. Car Pole barely seemed to notice his presence, and Styke waved him off. "Go back to camp," he told Jackal. "Tell Ibana that everything is in control here. We'll be back soon." The words were barely out of his mouth when Jackal took off into the darkness. "Will he be attacked leaving the camp?" Styke asked Car Pole. "No," she answered through the mouth of the commander. "Do you have control of the whole camp?" he asked. "Not exactly," Car Pole said. "I have about a third of them, enough to remain unmolested." Styke walked around the commander once more, then over to Car Pole. Despite her smugness, he could see she was uneasy. He wondered how much practice she had being close up and personal with the people she controlled. "We didn't find this camp until almost light this morning," he said in answer to her earlier question. "I didn't know you had things under control, so I didn't want to risk coming during the day." Car Pole pursed her lips, nodding as if this were a satisfactory explanation. "I'm almost done here. We can go soon." Styke faced her, leaning over her until their faces were inches apart. "I want to know why you're here."
"Answers," she replied shortly. She was unintimidated by his size, returning his look coolly. Styke reminded himself that he was just as unintimidated by her sorcery. Disconcerted by it, yes, but it did not scare him, and he wanted her to know that.
"What kind of answers?"
That uncertainty that he had seen in her eyes suddenly came to the forefront. She scowled distractedly into the darkness. "The kind that I cannot get from anyone else but a Dynize officer," she said.
"Such as?"
Carpole did not answer. She sighed heavily, and Styke left her to stand in front of the commander.
"Is she still in there?"
he asked. "Yes, she is. They all are, to different degrees."
"I want to talk to her."
Carpole's eyebrows rose. She shrugged, and a sheen of sweat suddenly sprang to the face of the Dynize commander, her eyes widening further, face tensing.
"What do you want?"
she snarled in Dynize. This, Styke realized, was her real voice.
"Who are you?"
Styke asked in Palo. He repeated the question slowly to make sure she understood. The sweating grew more severe. He wondered if she was struggling against Carpole's hold on her, and if it was possible to break it.
"Can you force her to answer?"
he asked Carpole, forestalling the answer by holding up a hand to Carpole and speaking to the officer directly.
"No, wait. I don't give a shit who you are. Tell me why you're after me. Didn't Carsedial think the dragon men were enough?"
"Dragon men?" the commander echoed.
"The ones who've been following me. They're not with you?"
The commander let out a hissing breath.
"They're after you. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have bothered." "What do you mean? What do you know of them?" "All I know is that 6 disgraced dragon men were freed by Carsedial after landfall fell. They were given the task of assassinating a Fatrastan officer in order to redeem themselves in the eyes of the Emperor. That's all I was told." "So, if you're not with them, who are you?"
The sweating intensified again, her eyes flicking from Styke's face to Carpole and back again.
"My name is Lynn Merce,"
she said in a low voice,
"and I'm here because you killed my sister. You weren't commanded to come after me. No, I took my command and deserted the army."
Styke paused. Over the years he'd had plenty of people come after him for revenge. He was, after all, a fairly prolific killer. But he'd never had someone abandon their post for the express purpose of vengeance.
"And the consequences?"
he asked.
"I can never go home."
The voice came out in a whisper. Lynn Merce stared into Styke's eyes with more hatred than he'd ever seen in a human being, and he was suddenly struck by a rare moment of real compassion. She had given up everything for her vengeance. She had ambushed him. She had crossed swords with him. She'd even managed to outsmart him more than once over the last few weeks. Without Carpole's interference, she might have bounced back and still managed to kill Styke. He could see in her eyes that she knew she was dead. She knew the power Abonai was capable of, and she clearly knew by now that Carpole was something special. But that hate was still there. Her whole body trembled as she fought for even a fraction of control so that she could strike at the man who'd taken her sister. He wondered if he would feel the same about his own.
"When did I kill her?"
he asked.
"She was with the cavalry you fought north of landfall." "When you first landed?" "No, after your general fled the city. I was told you ran her down, trampling her beneath the feet of your horse like a dog." Styke recalled that battle quite well. Windy River, Flint's men had called it afterward. The Mad Lancers had attempted a flanking move, only to run into a superior force doing the same thing. The battle had been brutal, but the Lancers had prevailed. "In battle," Styke said thoughtfully, "we're all dogs." "She was everything to me," Lynn Merce whispered. Styke gave a heavy sigh, walking around Lynn Merce and letting his eyes run over the lines of men sitting obediently under the thrall of Carpole's sorcery. In another life, Lynn Merce might be him. These men might be Mad Lancers, and Carpole might be on the Dynize side. "I have more to ask her." The voice came from Lynn Merce's mouth, but it belonged to Carpole. "Every moment she lives is agony," Styke replied. "She doesn't deserve that." "I don't care." "I do." Styke stepped swiftly up behind Lynn Merce and took a solid grip on her hair. "You're the only cavalry commander who's ever gotten the best of me," he said in her ear, before drawing his boz knife across her throat. He pulled, going deep, the metal rasping along her spine, and he held her body as the blood soaked them both, until well after she stopped convulsing. Finally, he lowered her to the ground. He knelt next to the corpse for a few moments before looking up at Carpole. "Oh, stop glaring at me," he told her. "You're like a goddamn child playing with ants compared to these. Either let them go or let me kill them." The glaring continued, and Styke stepped over the corpse and approached Carpole. "I know exactly what kind of a monster I am, but I don't approve of suffering. You can find your answers from someone else. She earned herself a quick death." He turned away, then thought better of it and swung back around to face Carpole. "If you have this kind of power, you should be using it to keep my men alive. You should strike first, not wait until we've taken such a damn battering. Figure out what you are and be it, but don't toy with people beneath you, and don't waste the lives of my lancers." He gave her one last long look, and then headed back to camp. Chapter 49. Michel was unable to stop thinking about how Yggdrasil had the softest, most comfortable sheets he'd ever touched in his life. He lay in her bed, staring at the ceiling, watching the late morning light slowly inch across, while he tried to focus on the Black Hats. Where was Jatura hiding? How had he arrested so many Black Hats without a single soul knowing where to find that asshole? How did Jatura keep conducting these bombings? The questions kept running through his head, but he kept coming back to Yggdrasil's sheets. She said they were some sort of rare silk from Dynize. Michel had slept on silk sheets once or twice, and he didn't remember them feeling anything like this. Even when he rubbed them between his fingers, it was like touching gossamer, ethereal, lacking any kind of substance. Like sleeping on the steam from a kettle in that split second after it had cooled enough to touch, but before it had evaporated. He glanced over at Yggdrasil. She apparently had no problem sleeping until noon. She was still snoring softly, her face looking peaceful and pleased, in that way of a child dreaming of something nice. She was, he decided, a genuinely pleasant person who happened to be a privileged. Maybe not a good person. She spoke of killing and torture with the offhand manner of someone who is well acquainted with both. But she was quietly charming in a way that almost made Michel forget about the pair of ruined gloves in her breast pocket or next to the bed. Michel slipped out of bed and headed to the window to watch the afternoon traffic. "You're letting yourself get distracted because you can't find the girl," he muttered to himself, glancing over his shoulder at Yggdrasil's sleeping form. "I'm protecting myself," he answered.
and damn well enjoying it in the meantime. I can mix work and play, he insisted under his breath. I've done it before. Not when there was this much on the line. You went off the road the moment you decided that punching Fogula in public was a good idea. You've become too exposed here, too known.
Michel sucked on his teeth, trying to come up with a rebuttal to his own accusations. Nothing came to mind. Back when he worked his way up through the Black Hats as an informant, he'd gone deep into enemy territory by joining separatist movements and rubbing shoulders with propagandists and gangs. He'd never infiltrated a damned government.
Yes, you have.
He laughed at himself quietly.
You're confusing Black Hat Michel with real Michel again. Your whole damn life is an infiltration. Do you think that the Dynize are any more dangerous than the Black Hats?
He briefly considered Taniel's warnings about the bone eyes, but his thoughts were broken by a soft moan behind him. He turned to find Yggdrasil stretching languidly, giving him that cat-in-a-sunbeam smile that she seemed to use so often.
"What are you muttering about over there?"
she asked. "Work," he answered truthfully. He continued, "I'm trying to figure out where Jatura has gone."
"You're very focused."
"It's my job. I'm not allowed to not think about these things." Yggdrasil sat up, the sheets pooling around her stomach. She reached into the drawer of her nightstand and produced a mala pipe, lighting it expertly with a match and taking a long drag before holding it toward him. "This early in the day?" he asked. She let smoke curl out of her nostrils.
"One advantage to being a tool of the state is that I don't think about work. Once in a while I'm pointed at something that needs to be destroyed, or people who need to die, and,
She made a poof gesture with one hand, then took another drag of the mala and set the pipe aside. Her tone was careless, but Michel thought he saw a tightness in the corner of her eyes. "I'm taking your advice to heart," Michel said. "I'm going to ignore Sedial and focus on making myself useful to your government."
"Our government," Yggdrasil corrected. "Or have you already forgotten your place, Devon Michel?"
"Our government," Michel agreed. "Sorry, it takes some getting used to." Yggdrasil watched him with a soft smile, eyes half-lidded, and for a moment Michel harboured a fear that she could see through him into his secrets, that she'd caught all his tiny verbal mistakes and considered ulterior motives, and already suspected him of being something more than either a black hat or a turncoat. Yggdrasil patted the bed beside her, and Michel took 2 involuntary steps forward before his ears caught the sound of a carriage coming to a stop in front of the townhouse. He backpedaled to the window and looked down to find a carriage with the red and black curtains of a Dynize dignitary. There were a dozen soldiers on horseback surrounding the carriage, and it didn't take long for Michel to find out why. A footman opened the door, and Ka Sedial stepped out, knuckling his back while the footman ran to Yggdrasil's door. "Ka Sedial is here," Michel warned, just 2 seconds before there was a hammering down below them. Shit! Yggdrasil stashed the mala pipe and leapt from bed, snatching a silk robe from the floor. She threw it over her shoulders as she joined him at the window, looking down on her grandfather. And Michel was surprised to hear real venom in her voice. "I sent the damn servants away so I could enjoy you." The pounding continued, and she swore again. "Stay here, and don't you dare get dressed." Barefoot, and in just a robe, Yggdrasil ran from the room. Michel listened to her footsteps down the hall and then the stairs. A moment later, he heard the door open underneath the bedroom. He pressed himself against the wall, watching the group in the street outside. Sediul's bodyguard remained in their saddles while the footman returned to Sediul and gave a half bow. Sediul seemed to hesitate, and Michel couldn't help but think that if he had a rifle in hand, he could do more damage to the Dynize with a single bullet from this angle than all the work he could possibly do for Taniel for the rest of his life. To his surprise, a second carriage pulled up behind Sediul's. There were no bodyguards, but Sediul gestured to the carriage as if it was expected. A palo woman emerged, perhaps 19 or 20, and joined Sediul in the street. Taking her arm, cane in the other hand, Sediul walked toward Yggdrasil's door. Curious, Michel slipped on his pants and crept into the hallway, eyeballing the distance between the joists beneath the floorboards in an effort to avoid the creakiest parts of the floor. He could hear Sediul and Yggdrasil speaking, but it wasn't until he was nearly at the top of the stairs that he could hear their conversation well. They spoke in quick-fire Dynize, making it a little hard for Michel to follow. "Not to come here yourself. If you want me, send someone for me," Yggdrasil was saying. Sediul's voice was a little quieter, but there was a tone of irritated dismissal in his tone that sounded nothing like his public persona.
"I'll visit you whenever I want. Are you worried I'll walk in on you with whatever slut you're riding lately?"
Michel nearly gasped at the strength of the language. He couldn't imagine anyone speaking that way to a privileged. Sediul continued.
"There's no one here now, is there?"
"No, there's no one here," Yggdrasil spat at her grandfather. "You're the one that's brought a stranger into my home. Who is this?" Michel heard someone pacing. It was too slow and deliberate to be Yggdrasil, and the sudden rap of a cane punctuated the footsteps.
"I'm hearing rumours, Yggdrasil, that you've taken in that black hat spy. I'll give you one chance to deny them, and all will be forgiven."
"Forgiven?" Yggdrasil mocked. "You have absolutely no say over who I take into my bed."
"I do when they're enemy spies."
"He is a member of Yaret's household."
"Even worse."
Yggdrasil continued, as if Sediul hadn't interjected. "He's handed most of the city's black hats over to us in a matter of weeks."
"He forced one of my people to commit suicide in public. Fogula was valuable to me."
Yggdrasil barked a laugh, and Michel briefly entertained himself by imagining Sediul's face at being mocked openly. "You're pissed because he outmaneuvered her. Fogula was a bitch, and it was cathartic to finally see her get her dues." Yggdrasil paused briefly, lowering her voice. "You were using enemies of the state to destroy your enemies within the state. You would execute anyone else for trying to do the same."
"My enemies weaken the state,"
Sediul growled, rapping the floor again with his cane.
"Clumsy, foolish ministers like Yaret slow down our progress here."
"Ministers like Yaret keep the state together."
"I am the state."
Michel was once again surprised to hear something like that so boldly stated, but he'd begun to get the impression that this conversation was a continuation of many more just like it. He heard Yggdrasil give an angry sigh. "You're an old man hoping to leave a legacy of something other than blood before death finally claims you."
"You speak as if a legacy of blood is a bad one."
There was a long silence, and Sediul continued in a softer tone.
"I didn't come here to fight."
"Then what did you come for?" Yggdrasil demanded.
"I came to tell you that you're needed down south. We have every privileged in the city working on the stone, and they've made very little progress. Your help is sorely needed."
Michel shifted a half-step closer to the stairs, listening carefully as the voices lost some of their heat. Yggdrasil replied to her grandfather after a moment's hesitation. "I've told you before, I will not go near that thing."
"Even if I give you an order?"
"You are not the Emperor, and the Emperor made it very clear that I would not be forced to touch the Godstone unless it was absolutely vital."
"It is vital."
There was another long pause, and Yggdrasil laughed again. It was a bitter, venom-filled sound. "You can't undo what she did, can you?" Sediel did not answer, so she continued. "You have no idea how delicious that is," she said.
"Watch your tongue."
"Or what? You'll pack me off to be tortured? I know what pain is, you old lizard. I've had to stand next to you for more than 10 minutes at a time, haven't I?" Michel lay his head against the wall, eyes wide, wondering if Yggdrasil had gotten so angry that she forgot Michel was up here. Surely she had to know he'd be listening. Even if he stayed in a room, he would have heard some of this. Sediel took a measured breath and finally responded.
"We will undo her sabotage. It'll take time, admittedly, but she is not as powerful as she thinks. Her sorcery is fumbling and amateurish, and when I catch her, I will teach her exactly what a bone eye is capable of."
"Good luck with that." Yggdrasil's tone told Michel that she was wishing Sediel anything but luck. Another measured breath, taken with the long-suffering air of a man enduring untold dignity.
"It doesn't have to be like this,"
Sediel said. "Doesn't it?"
"No. You know I love you. You know I'd do anything for my Mawa."
Michel felt every muscle in his body tense at the name. His breathing came short, and he tried to think. It was a name, he was certain. Wasn't it? A pet name? A reference to something else? It was the first time he'd heard the word used in any way in the Dynize language, and he wondered if perhaps he had just misheard a similar word. Sediel continued.
"I brought you a present, just like I did when you were a little girl."
Yggdrasil snorted, and Michel suddenly remembered the beautiful young woman still standing down there in the room with them. "What is she, a slave?"
"Slave? No, we don't have slaves in the Empire anymore."
"Then why would she be here by her own will? Surely she's figuring out right about now that you wouldn't allow her to live after listening to a conversation like this. Unless she's one of your spies, of course."
"Oh, come now. I didn't purchase her. I purchased the enormous debt that she owes some very bad people down in Greenfire Depths. She has agreed to be your plaything for as long as you want her around, after which you may send her back to the depths, or set her free, or whatever you please. She is just your type, isn't she?"
"You think I want a plaything? How old do you think I am?"
"You always want a plaything. You've gone through dozens over the last few years. This one isn't allowed to talk back to you. I thought you'd find that quite satisfactory."
"What's the catch?" Yggdrasil sounded like she was considering this offer, and Michel couldn't quite suppress his horror.
"Must there be a catch?"
"I know you better than anyone, you old lizard." Sediel gave the amused harumph of an elderly relative dealing with a difficult child.
"Get rid of the black hat. Keep this girl as a gift, and I won't force you to go to help with the Godstone."
There was another long pause, this one nearly a minute, and Michel could hear someone walking around. He imagined Yggdrasil doing a circuit around the offered woman, examining her like a man might examine a new horse. Yggdrasil sniffed. "Do you want me to kill him?" Michel's blood ran cold.
"I should make you do it yourself for being such a petulant little bitch. But no. Send him back to Yalit. I'll deal with him myself in time, but until then I don't need you mocking me by parading him around on your arm at the clubs and games."
"I'll consider it."
"You'll take it."
"Until you are my emperor, may all the heavens prevent that from ever happening, I will not follow your orders. I will consider this offer of yours."
"Give me an answer soon."
"Leave the girl." Michel imagined the two staring angrily at each other until Sediel suddenly rapped on the floor twice with his cane and left through the front door, with a stride that seemed far too strong for a man of his age. Michel waited for just a moment before turning to creep back toward the room. He was stopped by the sound of a sigh. "Can you talk?" he heard Yggdrasil ask. A frightened voice answered in Palo. "Yes, Mum." "Is what he said true? Did he buy your debt?" "Yes, Mum." "That goddamn pig. Don't flinch away. I'm not going to take you to bed or kill you." "Do you know where the army camps are to the west of the city?" "I do, Mum." "Take this note to the guards at the camp of the Falcon 3rd Regiment. There is a man there named Devin Catherton who I trust. He'll give you a job. Nothing you don't want to do, hear me? Go directly there, and don't use any of the carriages in the city, and don't go back to Sediel. I suggest you change your name and forget your friends and family if you don't want to end up dead. You can leave by the back door." "Go!" Footsteps fled down the hallway beneath Michel, and he heard the back door open and close. In the sitting room below him, Yggdrasil dropped into a chair with a sigh. He slowly backed away from the stairs, heading back to the bedroom, where he found his shirt and boots and quickly began getting dressed. He wanted to ask Yggdrasil 1,000 questions, but two burning bits of information kept his heart racing in a near panic. Would she put him out to please her grandfather? And was she this Mara person whom he'd been looking for this whole time? He finished lacing his boots and looked up, only to find Yggdrasil standing in the doorway with one arm up on the door, her robe open, another hand on her hip. Her eyes were puffy and red, her mouth turned down at the corners. Michel got to his feet and took a step toward her nightstand, with the privileged gloves sitting on them, wondering if she'd come up here to take her anger out on him. "How much did you overhear?" "Some," Michel said, as innocuously as possible. "It was quite loud." Yggdrasil sniffed. "You were eavesdropping." She walked past him quickly, but instead of her gloves, she retrieved her mala pipe and flung it at the far wall. It shattered, sending bits of glass, ash, and mala across the room. "You're a damn spy. If you weren't listening from the top of the stairs, I would think less of you." "Well, out with it. What do you want to ask? Am I going to turn you inside out and hand you to Sediel?" She scoffed and crossed to the window, where she glared out into the street as if to be sure Sediel was gone. "Do you want to ask why I hate him? Come, I can see the damn question on your lips." Michel tried to work some moisture back into his mouth. "Who is Mara?" "What?" Yggdrasil blinked at him, looking genuinely confused. Perhaps he had misheard the word. His inexperience with the language had defeated him, and now he'd asked a question that could arouse her suspicion. Too damn late now. "Who is Mara?" he asked again. "I heard Sediel say the name." Yggdrasil still seemed baffled. This was certainly not the question she'd expected him to voice. "It's not a name." Michel's mind began to turn faster, trying to fit pieces into place in the hope that this new information might help him find Taniel's informant. Until Yggdrasil continued, "Well, it's not exactly a name. I'm Mara. It's an old word, a pet name that Sediel has used for me since I was a little girl." Michel began to pace immediately, the near panic of earlier blowing into a full panic now. She was Mara, the goddamn nickname of a privileged, and Taniel hadn't thought that either of those bits of information were important. Did he think that leaving out the privileged bit was the only way to convince Michel to take the job? That otherwise Michel would have gotten out of the city as fast as his feet could carry him? Because he was damn well right. "Why do you want to know about that name?" Yggdrasil asked, taking a step toward him. Michel took the same step back, edging toward the door. He'd spent 3 days with her now, and he suddenly didn't recognize her anymore. It terrified him almost as much as those gloves sitting on the nightstand. "I have to go." "What? No." "Answer my question." Michel glanced at the gloves, then at Yggdrasil's face. "Yarret needs me right now," he said with more confidence than he felt, heading for the front door.
Chapter 50. It took a day to set up the duel. Vlora stayed in a back room of Bert's brothel, nursing the cuts on her hands and only leaving once, to send a secure courier to Olam with instructions to inch the army closer to Yellow Creek. The morning brought a cold wind sweeping down from the mountains, chilling Vlora through her clothes as she stepped outside with an entourage that included Bert and 50 of his armed posse. Most of them were Palo, but more than a few were Cressian or girlish. The sun wasn't even above the trees yet, and traffic was sparse. Children lined the rooftops watching them pass, and Vlora guessed that word about this duel had spread. They walked down the main road, passing the hotel where Vlora had spent the first week of her stay. The fidgety manager stood on the stoop, eyes glued to the procession. They kept onward, finally turning off the street and entering a dusty park, where a public gallows stood ominously creaking in the wind. The corner of the park was full of tombstones. Men and women lined the other side of the park, all of them similarly well armed, and they outnumbered Bert's people by at least a dozen. Nohan stood at the centre of the group beside a dark-skinned Deliv woman in a corseted crimson dress. She was dressed more like a courtesan at a dinner party than someone out early in the morning to watch 2 people fight to the death. Vlora leaned over to Bert. "Is that Jessie in the red dress?" she asked. "That's her." Bert puffed on a cigar. He wore a dashing brown suit, complete with cane and bowler cap, and he too seemed to be treating this as a matter of entertainment rather than dire consequence. "Does she know what I am?" Bert grinned around his cigar. "She has no idea. She bet her best gold mine against 7 of my smaller claims without batting an eye. Either she knows something I don't, or she doesn't know that I know her man is a mage." He looked skyward as if making sure the order of the sentence sounded right, then nodded to himself. "Whoever wins, this is going to be a lot more interesting than she expects." So Bert was betting against the house. It didn't surprise Vlora, not much, but she was slightly annoyed at how cavalier he was about this thing. He might lose a handful of small claims, but she could be dead in 10 minutes. Vlora eyed the armed men. "Is this going to turn into a battle?" "It shouldn't. The deputies are steering clear this morning, but nobody wants a real confrontation. This is just a bit of fun. And all the weapons. Precaution. Vlora eyed Noan. He didn't look great. He still limped from their tussle, and his arms seemed stiff. He didn't look like he'd gotten much more sleep than she had. Probably he'd been out hunting her each of the last few nights. She had little question that he was running a damned powerful powder trance. Vlora was confident, but she knew that being too confident could get her killed. This was a trained powder mage who delighted in killing. He was bigger, stronger, and just as fast. Even if she won, she was unlikely to leave this fight unscathed. She tested the tightness of the stitches Bert's surgeon had redone on her arms, knowing that she'd probably rip them all out. Taking a powder charge between her fingers, she crushed the paper and reached up her sleeve to rub the powder beneath her bandage, feeling the fire as it reached her bloodstream. She took another charge and sniffed it, turning away from the others lest Jessie see the act and try to cancel the duel. She had Noan out in the open. This had to end, now. Bert checked his pocket watch, then twirled it on the end of its chain. "It's time, Mom," he told Vlora. Agreed. She and Bert went to the middle of the park, where they were soon joined by Jessie and Noan. Jessie gave them both a toothy, charming smile. "My friends," she began. "Can it, Jessie?" Bert replied pleasantly. "This is the woman you tried to have killed when she wouldn't work with you." Jessie lifted her chin, looking down her nose at Vlora. "Is that so? The one whose friend killed poor Dorna? Pity that. Dorna was always a loyal dog. Does your champion have a name?" "Verundish," Vlora answered. "Verundish." Jessie rolled the name around on her tongue. "No one says he knows you. Is that true?" "We have a history." Jessie's smile broadened. "I'm glad we're here to let you work out your problems. Do you know what Noan is, little lady? He's a powder mage. You sure you want to fight him?" Jessie scrunched up her face, wiggling her nose, her eyes smiling. "Powder mages are all fluff," Vlora said, staring at Noan. The bastard hadn't even warned his boss what he was up against. What a weaseling asshole. "If you insist," Jessie said. "Now then, Bert, are we agreed on the terms?" "You're mine, my claims. Straight-out bet with Kresimir and all gathered as my witness." Jessie's eyes flicked up to the armed men Bert had brought with him. "And no funny business?" "None coming from me." Bert puffed on his cigar, then extended his hand. The two shook. He leaned over to Vlora. "Don't make me a poorer man, Lady Flint," he whispered. Then he retreated back to the other side of the park. It was the first time he'd outright stated that he knew who she was. Vlora tried not to let it bother her, watching as Jessie retreated as well, leaving Vlora and Noan alone. She couldn't sense any powder on him, and had left hers with Bert. She wanted to focus on this without having to worry about him trying to detonate her powder, and he'd obviously felt the same. "Just a couple of powder mages," Vlora said, "high as girlish sand riders, with a pair of swords between them. This should be fun, don't you think?" Noan glared at her. "I'm not here for fun. I'm here to win back my pride." "I'm not sure you had any to begin with," Vlora said, drawing her sword. Her mentor had always taught her to kill in cold blood, to set aside the quips and the insults, and to let her sword talk for her. Vlora, however, was not Tamas. "You're an asshole, Noan. You should have just accepted it and tried to rein in your lust for blood. You would have gotten on a lot farther in life." "What, working in your damned cabal?" "We wanted to at one point. Now you're a bitter sword for hire, and you've been coaxed into a duel instead of sitting back and shooting at me from the other side of town. It was a good strategy. You should have stuck to it."
"You sure it was me who walked into a trap?"
Noan demanded. Vlora let her eyes travel along the men standing on the other side of the park, then to the rooftops, wondering if perhaps she'd made an error. Was Noan cleverer than she expected? Had he set her up? Or was this a last bit of bravado to throw her off her feet? "Goodbye, Noan," Vlora said, stepping forward. Audible gasps rose from the watchers as the two crossed swords. Noan leapt to the offensive, driving Vlora back with a series of thrusts that were almost too fast for the eye to follow. Vlora allowed herself to relax, drawing on instinct to parry and riposte, keeping her footing steady as she backed away. Their blades blurred in the morning sunlight, and dust rose around them from their footwork. She continued to fall back. Letting her opponent tire themselves out was a time-honoured duelling strategy, but that wouldn't work on a powder mage, at least not very quickly. But she could let his fury build, keeping him at bay without striking back, and that's what she did as they circled the park. Within moments she could hear mutters, and someone said the words, "Powder mage." Bets were soon being shouted back and forth as the big boss's underlings worked themselves into a frenzy. Vlora parried a particularly powerful strike, and was immediately forced to duck below a swing and throw herself to one side. Sweat began to pour down her face as she focused harder. Noan managed to get inside her guard, nicking her right forearm. She answered by cutting off the tip of his nose, causing him to stumble back amid a flurry of curses. She followed him coldly, suddenly on the attack, moving with purpose. He managed to parry several strikes in a row, but then she was inside his guard. She stabbed his right shoulder, parried a riposte, and stabbed him just below the ribs. His sword arm faltered, and she stepped forward and caught him by the front of his jacket, thrusting her sword through his heart until her hilt touched his chest. She held him up, his body twitching, his eyes rolling as he died. After a few moments she pulled out her sword and let him fall. The cheers, jeers, and bets quieted. The dust slowly settled. Vlora turned to Bert, who held his cigar between his teeth with a grin. His cigar was no shorter. The fight had lasted 30 seconds, maybe less. She turned to Jessie, whose face was ashen, her broad smile gone. Jessie took 2 steps toward Vlora, then stopped, hawking a wad of phlegm at her champion. "You cheated," Jessie spat. The assembled crowd immediately erupted into chaos. Accusations flew from both sides. Bert held his arms up in alarm, shouting "No!" over and over again, while muskets, blunderbusses, and swords were shaken angrily on all sides. Vlora whirled, her head spinning, her thoughts hard to focus after the euphoric adrenaline of the fight. "Nobody cheated," she said to Jessie. "Your man lost. Pay up to Bert, or everyone here will see you for a coward." She turned back to Bert, hoping he'd back her up, when she heard a musket shot. Most people assumed that powder mages were infallible when it came to black powder, that they could stop every powder ignition, and that any bullet that managed to fly would somehow miss them. This was, of course, a myth that Vlora had been disabused of from an early age. Any powder mage could be shot. All you had to do was overwhelm them, confuse them, or just take them by surprise. She felt the bullet hit her in the back a fraction of a second after she heard the blast. She stumbled forward, falling to her knees, watching the surprise spread on Bert's face. Bert suddenly leapt for the ground, and the world erupted in violence as both sides opened fire. Bullets whizzed over and around Vlora, a soft undertone to the cacophony of powder blasts and men screaming. Vlora struggled to open the button on the breast pocket of her jacket, only to remember that there was no powder inside. Her head was fuzzy, her thoughts confused. She felt a burning between her shoulder blades that she could not ignore. All around her, men and women died. Weapons were fired, and it quickly became apparent that both sides had stationed people on the roof. The exchange grew more frenzied and wild, and Vlora forced herself to her feet and began to walk. In the chaos and the dust and powder smoke, it was difficult to tell who was shooting at whom. She reached out with her senses toward the armed gang behind her, where Jessie was being protected by her men, and detonated their powder with a thought. The kickback from touching off over 3 dozen sources of powder at once nearly caused her to pass out, but she pushed on until she fell on her knees beside Bert. Bert seemed unharmed. He held his hands over his head, cigar crushed in the dust and cane lost, as he pressed his face against the ground. She forcibly turned him over, searching his pocket for her spare powder cartridges and shoving them into her own jacket. "Remember our deal," she growled, regaining her feet. She detonated the powder of a trio of armed women on a roof across the street, ripping them, and the building on which they stood, in half. The exchange of gunfire continued, and Vlora wondered just how many men both sides had brought with them. Her ears ringing, she could make out gunfire from all over, extending well into the streets. Both of these fools had brought their entire private armies with them. She limped away from the park, back the way they'd come down the main street, snorting powder to quell the pain between her shoulders. She assessed the damage. Her chest and the muscles of her back were tight, every step causing a spike of pain to bleed through her powder trance. She could still move her arms, though not as well. It would have to be good enough. The acrid smell of smoke caught her attention, and she knew immediately that it was not powder smoke. There was a fire somewhere behind her, maybe even set by her own detonations, and she thought of all the slapdash wooden buildings crammed in together in the valley. Fire would spread damned fast. She redoubled her efforts. The streets were full of people screaming and running. Vlora was jostled and shoved, but otherwise ignored. Some people ran away from the firefight, others called for a bucket brigade and ran toward the flames. She reached Bert's brothel, fetched her pistol from Bert's office, and then went for her horse in his stable. A curious stable boy saddled the animal for a handful of pennies, while Vlora rested on a hay bale in the corner. Blood dripped down both arms, and when she finally regained her feet, the hay was crimson. It took the stable boy's help to get her into the saddle. Vlora rode out of town, slumped in the saddle, trying to get as far away from the fighting as possible. This wasn't her war. This wasn't why she was here. She drifted in and out of consciousness, barely holding together enough to direct her horse up the road leading to Little Flering's compound. "What the pit is going on?" Little Flering demanded from her vantage point above her cabin. Vlora tried to answer as she attempted to dismount, and only managed to slip from the saddle and fall to the ground in a heap. The last thing she remembered was hands lifting her toward the sky. Chapter 51. The Mad Lancers left the Hawk and the remnants of their dragoon rivals, and soon reached the coast. They skirted the city fortress of New Starlight late in the evening, using a sunken road to slip by undetected. It wasn't until they were well past that Styke allowed himself to circle around the end of his army and gaze back upon the city, squinting through the fading light at Dynize flags flying from the turrets that had once flown the flag of the Fetrastan army. The city fortress was not like anything else in Fetrasta. It was built on a wedge of land jutting off the northwest edge of the Hammer, and guarded by a sloped curtain wall that cut the entire wedge off from the mainland and housed a small city. Enough space for around 10,000 people. Inside that was the fortress itself, a towering knife of white stone, freckled with red, surrounded by 7 mighty turrets, the largest of which was topped with an enormous lighthouse to warn incoming ships of the rocks below.
"Is that a castle?"
Styke turned to find Celine beside him, gently patting Margot on the neck. He sized up New Starlight, realizing that it looked far more like a storybook castle than it did the palisades or star forts that dotted Fatrasta.
"I suppose it is," he said.
It wasn't a pretty castle, not by a long shot, but it had all the trappings of one.
"Who built it?"
"A stylish duke," he told Celine. "He was one of the first serious explorers to cross through the heart of Fatrasta, and when he reached here, he enslaved the local Palo and made them build him this fortress. I think this was 300 years ago."
Celine's eyes widened.
"It's stood that long?"
"There are older castles in the Nine, but it's a decent enough fortress."
He pointed to the turrets.
"Those are big enough to hold modern cannons, and the wall is sloped slightly, which helps take a pounding from straight shot."
"Then why do the Dynize hold it?" she asked. "There's no sign of a battle."
Styke frowned at the fortress. She was right. There were no signs of a battle. The walls were undamaged, all of the turrets standing.
"Sharp eyes."
He pondered the question for a few moments.
"The garrison must have abandoned it at the first sight of the enemy. Maybe when they heard about landfall. Damn cowards."
He resisted the urge to take a closer look. Even a poor garrison could have held New Starlight against an enemy siege. Those towers would make short work of just about any fleet attempting a blockade. But New Starlight wasn't his problem. As they watched, a small, mounted force exited the curtain wall and rode east. Definitely Dynize soldiers. Styke remained until the sun was almost gone, searching the horizon for any signs of those dragon men, before turning Amrek to catch up with the Mad Lancers. Celine followed in his wake. Their camp was a few miles south of New Starlight, in a gentle valley large enough to hold most of their army, but small enough for a scout to miss until they were right on top of it. As Styke and Celine rode in, the men were just beginning to set up their tents, and Styke proceeded to the other side of the camp, where he found Ibana, Carpole, Gustar, and a dozen Mad Lancers gathered around an opening in the hillside. The opening had, until a few minutes ago, been hidden behind a boulder. The entrance was squat, no more than 3 feet by 3 feet, and held together by thick-cut timbers. It looked like the entrance to a tiny mine. Styke handed Amrek off to a nearby soldier and joined Ibana.
"Is it still intact?"
he asked.
"We're finding out,"
she answered, without looking away from the entrance. Gustar knelt by the timbers, squinting into the dark hole, a half-smile on his face.
"A black-hat cache, buried under a hill in the middle of nowhere."
He shook his head.
"How many people even know about this?"
5 or 10, Styke said, kneeling next to Gustar and peering into the darkness. He could see a light somewhere in the depths bobbing around.
"Lindit uses forced labour for this kind of thing, so that word won't get out to the general public." "What's it for?"
Gustar asked.
"This,"
Styke grunted with a gesture toward their camp.
"Lindit is a firm believer in being ready for anything. In addition to regular supply depots, she's got these caches hidden away all over the country, mostly in the less populated areas. They're specifically meant to resupply an army. If this one is untouched, it'll provide us with canned food, wine,
ammunition, and spare weapons to last weeks."
As if to answer the next unspoken question, the bobbing of the light suddenly came toward them, growing until the lantern was set aside, and Jackal's head and shoulders emerged from the pit. Jackal grinned up at them.
"Everything is here," he reported.
Ibana clapped her hands together. Styke couldn't blame her. They needed a bit of good luck after the last couple of weeks of hard riding and fighting.
"Check the tins and barrels," Ibana ordered. "If the rats haven't gotten to any of it, give everyone a double ration of food and wine tonight."
"No drunks," Styke added.
"No drunks," Ibana agreed.
Styke got out of the way to let them work, and soon Jackal was overseeing a chain of men rolling out barrels and handing up crates to empty the deep cache. He watched them work for a few minutes, feeling suddenly tired from the events of the last few weeks. His body reminded him that he was no longer the mad Ben Styke who could go a week without sleep and still fight a battle. Looking around, his eyes fell on Carpole, sitting on the hillside above the entrance to the cache. He was surprised to find her watching him, and when their eyes met, she got to her feet and walked away into the darkness. Styke snorted. He still couldn't decide what he thought about what had happened last night. Walking into the Dynize cavalry camp unopposed, seeing all of those soldiers sitting cross-legged like they were waiting for a mummers show in the park, unable to move or speak. The officer whom Carpole used as a mouthpiece. The memory floated in the back of his head like a bad dream, fuzzy on details, and he briefly wondered if he had dreamt it. He continued to watch his lancers as they unloaded the cache for several minutes before confiscating one of their lanterns. He found Celine brushing down Margot with Sunnin's help.
"Finish that and come with me," he told her.
They walked into the darkness, lantern held high above Styke's head. Styke followed the coppery smell of blood sorcery, sniffing at the air every few moments, until they found Carpole at the top of the valley, sitting on the ground with the contents of her satchel spread out across a rock. There was wax, bits of hair, tiny figurines, and sticks, dirt, and even some fingernails. It reminded him of the sort of non-sequitur items his little sister used to collect as a child. Styke set the lantern on the rock and sat down across from her, watching her face. She lifted her eyes to him for a brief second and squinted before returning her attention to a half-made wax figurine in her lap. Styke patted his knee, letting Celine sit, then addressed Carpole.
"What did you do with the Dynize cavalry yesterday?"
Carpole continued her work, finishing the figurine and gently pressing a dirty toenail into the soft wax, before brushing off her hands and lifting her gaze once more to him and Celine. She drew her thumb across her neck, then flashed several more signs.
"I killed them,"
Celine translated.
"just like you asked."
"Why did you keep them as long as you did? Why didn't you finish them sooner?"
"I told you, I needed answers."
Carpole raised her chin, as if daring him to continue that line of questioning. So he did.
"And?"
He drummed his fingers on the rock, looking over her assortment of disgusting knickknacks. Carpole stared at him, her hands folded in her lap, before finally lifting them into the light of the lantern.
"I have been trying to uncover my past,"
Celine translated.
"When I was a child, my nurse took me from Dynize. I remember very little of that time. I remember a palace and great halls, and I remember fleeing through the night and across the ocean in a small ship manned by sailors who knew they would die."
Carpole's eyes took on a faraway glint, her brow wrinkling with the telling. She continued,
My nurse took me into the swamp, and we joined one of the tribes there. She died very soon after from disease. Her death deprived me of my own history, and I have wondered who I am for over 2 decades.
So, who are you? Styke asked.
Her look was guarded, and he knew that pushing too hard on a subject like this was likely to make a person button up for good. But he was still angry about the things he saw last night, and he didn't have the patience to be gentle. Carpole waggled her finger as if to say, "My story isn't done."
She continued,
"My nurse sang me songs. I remember those. She called me a princess, and I always thought that was—"
Selene struggled with the sign Carpole made, her small face scrunching in confusion.
"Hyperbole,"
Styke suggested.
Carpole nodded. "I thought it was hyperbole. When the Dynize came, I had reason to suspect that perhaps that wasn't the case."
Styke gently smoothed Selene's hair, watching Carpole's face carefully. She was normally stoic, sometimes bemused or playful. But she seemed genuinely troubled right now, and that set him on edge. She was too powerful to be troubled.
"A bone-eye has been calling to me,"
Carpole finally finished.
"What do you mean, calling to you?"
Styke asked, feeling goosebumps on the back of his arm.
"Sorcery,"
Carpole clarified.
"I gathered as much. But how? Does he know where you are? Is he able to track us?"
Carpole hesitated.
"I don't know. I don't think so. But I was never trained in what I do, so there are many simple things that the Dynize bone-eyes are capable of that I am unaware of. So, maybe."
That didn't make Styke happy, not even a little bit. Having someone like Carpole around, someone so powerful that they could take physical control of a company of cavalry, and have her admit that she had not mastered simple parts of her own sorcery, was not only disconcerting, it was also downright dangerous.
"I have figured out," she said, "that this bone-eye can only call to me through shared blood."
She paused.
"Those lancers, well, they're officers. I was asking them about the powerful bone-eyes who came over with the invasion."
"And what did you discover?"
"I am being called by an old man. His name is Sediel, and he was the one who came to meet your sister the day before their invasion."
Styke was on his feet before he knew it, towering over Carpole, fists clenched.
"Be very careful what you say next,"
he said through clenched teeth. He could feel his heart hammering in his chest. The very idea that someone would discover that he and Lindet were brother and sister had never even occurred to him. Only they knew the secret, and neither was about to tell a soul. His leap had sent Selene tumbling, and without taking his eyes off Carpole, he helped her to her feet and gestured for her to watch Carpole's hands.
"Sit down,"
Selene translated Carpole's next signs.
"Blood is my business. You can't hide your relation from me."
She sniffed, as if the smell of imminent violence coming from Styke was nothing more than an inconvenience.
"I will keep your secret."
Slowly, Styke lowered himself to the ground.
"This is an exchange," Carpole said. "Do you understand? I keep your secrets, and you will keep mine."
Styke tried to calm his pounding heart, remembering the conversation before his sister was mentioned.
This, Carsedial?
Yes. He is my grandfather.
And what does that make you?
Carpole smiled distantly, laughing to herself. It makes me a princess. The Dynize Emperor is my cousin.
Styke almost laughed himself. A damned princess riding along with him. It seemed like something out of a fairy tale, yet so much of this already did. He wondered if it explained her power, if the Dynize royal family was stronger than most.
Why is he calling to you?
He is trying to be...
Celine struggled with the next word, and Carpole had to spell it out in signs.
Paternalistic. What does that mean?
Celine asked Styke.
It means he's trying to be fatherly, reaching out for a lost granddaughter.
Styke didn't take his eyes off Carpole.
Are you answering?
I am not,
Carpole said.
I may tentatively, but I'm not sure if that will reveal our position. He knows who I am. He knows that I am that girl stolen away so long ago. But I don't know why my nurse stole me away. She took me for a reason, and I want to discover why. But if I ask him, he will lie.
How do you know?
Because he may know who I am, but he does not know what I am. He does not know my power. I can see through his intentions like a pane of glass, and I know he wishes to use me.
Styke grunted.
I don't mind being used, but never against my will.
I am of a similar mind,
Carpole acknowledged. Styke lifted his head, looking down the valley toward the soldiers unloading the cache. It was late, and he knew he needed to rest if they were going to ride all day tomorrow.
This thing,
he said, changing directions and gesturing to the wax figurines and bits of detritus on the rock.
I suggest that you learn some restraint. There is no reason to torture people at length.
They feel no pain unless I make them, Carpole said, frowning.
Physical, perhaps, but emotional. I looked into that woman's eyes. She knew she was being controlled, and she tried with every fibre of her being to fight it. If you must do that to people, make it short. Suffering is needless.
I had cause.
We all have cause, Styke said with a shrug. This, Bone-Eye, Carsedial, what will you do with him?
Carpole looked down at the camp herself, her frown deepening.
I will let him croon over the distance. I will let him wonder what I am up to, and in the next few days I will find the godstone that he seeks, and I will break it. Only then will I answer him, and I'll allow him to know what I have done.
She smiled, an expression neither bemused nor playful.
Then I will demand that he explain why my nurse, a woman who loved me, felt the need to carry me off so long ago.
Carpole's attention returned to the detritus spread in front of her, clearly a dismissal. Styke left her with her figurines and headed back to camp, deep in his own thoughts. Celine rode on his shoulder, clearly lost in thoughts of her own.
"Do you understand? Never to speak of what you heard back there?"
he asked.
"Yes,"
Celine responded.
"I'm no snitch."
Well, at least her dad had taught her something.
Good. If you have questions, you may ask, but only when we are completely alone.
He took her back to Margot and Sunin, then found Amrek and began the mechanical work of brushing him down for the night. He thought of Carpole's expression during their conversation
and of his own search for vengeance these past few weeks. He wondered if she had difficulty, trapped in her own body without a voice, unable to communicate beyond a bit of slate and a little girl's translations. He finished his work and prepared for sleep. They would find the Godstone soon, and it would be her work to destroy or disable the damn thing. And then, it seemed, she had questions of her own to answer. Sorcery had never scared him, but he did not envy this grandfather of hers, not when she finally turned her attention on him. Chapter 52. Michel was so furious at Taniel that he couldn't think straight. He spent the night drinking at one of the few bars left in the city, where he was fairly certain he wouldn't run into either a black hat or a Dynize. Then the next morning he went to Yarrett's new residence in the old bank. He stood outside, wishing he was still buried in a bottle of whiskey, before running a hand through his hair and straightening the collar of his jacket. Whatever was going on with Sediel, Yggdrasil, or anyone else, Michel needed to finish what he'd started here in Landfall. Eliminating the Black Hats to the last man would make his chances of survival go up. So, eliminate them he must. He held a large valise that he'd fetched less than an hour ago and opened it once more to confirm the contents before heading inside. He found Yarrett and Tennick in deep conference in Yarrett's office. Both men looked up as Michel entered.
"You look like you got hit by a carriage,"
Yarrett said.
Tennick sniffed.
"And you smell like a brewery."
"I know where Jatura is hiding."
"Oh?" Yarrett asked. Michel went to Yarrett's desk, clearing off the papers into a messy stack and tossing them on a chair before opening the valise and producing an armload of 2-foot-long cylinders. He opened one at random, discarded it, then another, before producing a large roll of paper that he spread out across Yarrett's desk.
"What are these?"
Tennick asked.
"Maps of the catacombs beneath Landfall."
The two men stared at the paper in stunned silence.
"Why haven't we been using these all along?"
"Because I didn't know they existed. The thought struck me at about 4 o'clock this morning. Lindet was as good at keeping records as you, maybe even better. There are hundreds of miles of natural and man-made catacombs in the plateau. Most of the larger tunnels were sealed off decades ago, but there are plenty of entrances around the city."
"Yes, we know. We've been searching the damn things and haven't found anything."
Michel held up one finger. "I had 2 thoughts. One, that Lindet would have mapped these catacombs and stashed the maps in a millinery library. They weren't important enough to take along, so they would have been left behind. It took me less than an hour to find them once I realized."
Tennick swore. "My thoughts exactly.
My second thought was that we've been looking for an operation. Dozens of men moving around supplies and powder and sleeping in the catacombs and all that."
"Right,"
Tennick responded.
"And again, we haven't found any sign of that."
Michel leaned over the table toward Tennick and Yarrett.
"But we're not looking for dozens of men.
What if it's just Jatura? Maybe 2 or 3 others at the most."
"There's no possible way he could have conducted all these bombings without serious help,"
Yarrett protested. "He'd blow up my house."
"A barrel of powder in the basement,"
Michel proclaimed. "I bet if you send someone to dig around in the ashes really carefully, you'll find a hidden tunnel that connects to the catacombs. Plenty of places in the city have them. Shopkeepers use them for storage. If Jatura is moving through those tunnels, if he has maps like these, or a seriously good guide, he could evade our soldiers indefinitely. Well, think about it. We would easily find evidence of dozens of men down there, but if he's carrying no more than a bedroll, a pack, and a lantern,
He'll leave absolutely no sign of his passing. And the powder? An off-the-books cache? A forgotten storehouse? I haven't met Jatura, but I've heard rumours that he's a strong son of a bitch. He could carry around a couple of barrels of gunpowder himself, certainly enough to set up in your basement.
Yarrett snorted in disbelief. You're telling me that hundreds of Dynize soldiers are being foiled by the work of one man?
With all the evidence, or lack thereof, it's the only solution we have left.
Tennick rubbed the back of his head, staring at the maps, looking as irritated as Michel felt.
So, what do we do? He went off the schedule he arranged with Fogula the moment Fogula wound up dead. He's striking at random throughout the city. Do we just hope we get lucky? Not a chance.
Michel tapped on the map he'd rolled out.
We go in after him. But we've tried, Yarrett said in frustration. We can't find him. We have maps now. We start at one entrance. We take in 1,000 men, and we flush the bastard out like we would rats in a basement. At the very least, we might be able to find his damned cache of powder. But if we're lucky, we corner him and catch him.
Yarrett pursed his lips.
4,000.
Eh? Michel asked.
4,000 men. These tunnels are extensive and laid atop each other. I want at least 4,000 men all searching them at once. A full-on manhunt. Damn, Tennick breathed. We can't possibly. We'll have to ask Sediel for manpower, Yarrett said.
Michel could see in his eyes that he was on board and determined. Only Tennick seemed sceptical.
We can't trust Sediel's people, Tennick said in a hushed voice, as if Sediel himself were listening. He won't want Jatura brought to light, lest he confirm that he was working for Sediel indirectly this whole time. It's another loose end. Then assure Sediel that we're hunting for the kill, Michel said dispassionately. There aren't more than a handful of blackouts left in the city. We can afford to shoot to kill when it comes to Jatura, and if Sediel thinks that evidence will die with him, then he'll give us his help. And we lose a bargaining chip against Sediel, Tennick said unhappily. Is that more important than making sure more Dynize don't die to Jatura's bombs? Michel asked.
After a moment of silence, Tennick nodded.
You're right. Yarrett?
You have my full authority, Yarrett said. Begin the hunt first thing tomorrow. Get Sediel's help. Requisition every lantern in the city, and have our cartographers begin making copy of these maps.
Go!
Tennick was gone without a word, leaving Michel alone with Yarrett. Without waiting to be asked, Michel sank into Tennick's chair with a sigh, a sudden headache appearing where his post-realization adrenaline rush had occupied his mind over the last few hours. He rubbed his eyes, wishing a pox upon all hangovers, and put his head down between his knees.
You look in a rough shape, Yarrett said kindly.
Michel looked up. It was not a comment he expected from a superior.
Stressful day yesterday, he said, hoping it ended the conversation.
He didn't want to explain the sudden conflict he had with Yggdrasil, or the fact that he'd been eavesdropping on Sediel, though, to be honest, Yarrett would probably enjoy the latter. Yarrett picked something off his shirt.
I heard you've been spending quite a lot of time with Yggdrasil lately.
Michel hesitated a moment before answering.
She saved me life. And you show your gratitude by ploughing her senseless for 3 days?
Yarrett shook his head, then waved a hand at Michel to forestall a reply.
No, don't explain yourself. That actually makes far too much sense when it comes to a privileged. Forgive my crassness as well.
Frankly, I am more than a little delighted by hearing that someone Sedial hates has found his way into Yggdrasil's bed. But I do like you, Michel, and so I think you should be warned."
"About the dangers of sleeping with the privileged?" Michel asked, adopting a pained expression. "I'm not entirely ignorant." Yaret's half-smile disappeared, replaced by a serious look of concern.
"No, by sleeping with Yggdrasil. Not because of Sedial," he added quickly. "At least, not directly."
Yaret shifted in his chair and sighed.
"I won't insult you by explaining why we're here. The Godstone, all of that. As a high-level black hat, I assume you know."
"I know a bit," Michel said slowly, wondering where this was going. "I know the Godstone's purpose and that you want it. Not why you want it."
"Sedial ended our civil war by killing the rival emperor, and then promising to reconcile both sides by creating a new god. That's why we're here. To bring peace to our country, we must resurrect the god that died to start our civil war. It was the only proposal that we could all agree on. So we spent well over a decade preparing to invade Fatraster and seize the stones."
"What does this have to do with Yggdrasil?"
"I'm getting to that. This was all Sedial's plan, his grand proposal. Many think of him as a great man for ending the civil war.
And
Yggdrasil does not think he is a great man. When she was just a child, she accused her grandfather of murdering her family, her brother, her father, his sister. Officially, they all died to separatist assassins. Her accusations were swept under the rug, but she never recanted. Those rumours that she doesn't like her grandfather are wrong. She loathes her grandfather.
Yet she still serves him.
Because she is a patriot. She does not serve him. She serves all of Dynize. She knows as well as he does that bringing back our god is the best chance of reunification."
Michel held up one finger, trying to catch up with all of this. "I thought the Godstones were used to create new gods. But you're speaking of resurrection."
"Of course. We brought his remains with us. Sedial is confident that the combined power of the stones and of his bone eyes will bring our god back."
Something about that troubled Michel, but he wasn't entirely sure what. "So, what does any of this have to do with me sleeping with Yggdrasil?"
"Because Yggdrasil has made a practice for over a decade of taking to bed anyone she thinks will annoy Sedial. Generals, ministers, bodyguards. Half of his enemies in the capital have gone through her rooms."
Michel frowned. "Should the promiscuity bother me? Because I'm a spy. Believe it or not, I've seen worse."
"Not really," Yaret said with a shrug. "That is expected of a privileged. They are a force of nature in that way. But Yggdrasil uses Sedial's enemies to annoy him, and then she discards them. Many of those ex-lovers died under mysterious circumstances, some even by Yggdrasil's hand."
That was worrisome.
"Between Yggdrasil and her grandfather," Yaret continued, "sharing the former's bed is doubly as dangerous as sleeping with any normal privileged. It's something I wanted to warn you about personally."
Michel shook his head, trying to decide what he would do about Yggdrasil. He spent much of last night in a drunken stupor, trying to figure out why Taniel had left out so much information about Mara, and his suspicions had begun to deepen.
"I'll keep that in mind," he said. "Good. I have use for you, Michel, and I expect you to have a long and fruitful career in my household. Don't disappoint me."
Michel wondered how long that would actually be if he confirmed that Yggdrasil was Mara and convinced her to leave with him. His heart hurt briefly at the idea of leaving Yaret and Tennick behind. He liked them, and he'd grown into a place within Yaret's household that, aside from the danger of Sedule, was actually quite fulfilling. He cleared his thoughts and plastered a smile on his face, getting up to look through the rest of the maps he'd taken from the millinery. "I have the same hopes," he said. Chapter 53. Vlora awoke in the darkness. She was immediately aware of the pain, crying out involuntarily. She gasped, choking on her own saliva, trying to make sense of where she was. A light flickered into being and drew closer, and she was soon able to make out little Flering's face cast in shadows. Flering laid a hand on her shoulder, pushing her down.
"Moving is a really bad idea right now," she said. "Powder!" Vlora gasped.
Flering withdrew, appearing a few minutes later. Vlora felt something press to her lips and tasted the bitter sulphur of powder, then felt the grit between her teeth. The powder trance took effect immediately, running through her blood like fire, snuffing away 1,000 pains until they were a dull throb in the back of her head. She forced herself to lie still and calm her breathing, letting the trance do its work.
"Better?"
Flering asked.
"Much," Vlora said.
She tried to sit up, but the effort caused a sweat to break out on her brow without accomplishing anything.
"How long have I been out?"
"It's a bit past 1 in the morning now, so maybe 16 hours or so."
"What's the damage?"
Flering held a lead ball in front of Vlora's face.
"That's the bullet I took out your back, embedded in the muscles back there. It didn't hit anything important, but I can't imagine you're going to have full use of your upper body for some time. I'm not a great surgeon, but I think I got all the pieces of your shirt and jacket out. Hopefully that'll help avoid an infection."
"You think?"
"I'm paid to blow stuff up, not perform impromptu surgery on powder mages. What the pit happened down here? I heard something yesterday about a duel, and then I woke up to see the whole damn city on fire."
Vlora tried to think. The powder trance was great at deadening the pain, but she'd experienced enough blood loss to leave her brain in a confused fog, regardless of the powder.
"I duelled Jesse's champion, that powder mage I've been fighting with, and killed him. Jesse accused me of cheating, and then one of her boys shot me in the back. Once that gun fired, all pit broke loose. Jesse and Bert's people all started shooting."
"I heard Jesse's dead," Flering said. "They're saying you killed her, blew up the powder of the men standing beside her."
Vlora tried to feel bad about it, but it was Jesse's man who shot her in the back, likely on her orders.
She had it coming.
"I won't argue that. Her lieutenants are still fighting, though. There's armed gangs battling all across the city, while the poor bastard miners and businessmen are trying to put the fires out. Last I heard, we lost most of Main Street and half the girlish quarter, and the fires are still going."
Vlora took a deep breath and held it, listening. They were a couple miles outside the city, but if she focused, she could still hear the occasional musket shot echoing across the valley.
"Sounds like the whole city is tearing itself apart."
"I've got a pretty good view from above the cabin, and it looks like the whole city is tearing itself apart."
Flering got up, and Vlora heard the pouring of a cup of tea.
"Here, drink this. It'll knock you back out."
"I can't," Vlora protested. "I've got to get moving. I need to contact my men. I need to find Taniel."
Flaring put her elbow on Vlora's shoulder, keeping her down, then forced her mouth open with one hand. "Drink," she ordered. The tea tasted like horseshit and seemed to get everywhere but in Vlora's mouth. Flaring mopped up the spills and sat back while Vlora coughed, laughing. "I got that promissory note, but I'd much rather take you back to Adro in one piece, sister. Is Taniel still rotting at the jail?"
"Yeah."
"I'll send one of my boys down. The deputies are going to be working frantically to put out this wildfire you started. Shouldn't be too hard to slip him out."
Vlora almost protested that they needed him out legitimately, then discarded the thought with a sigh. What was the point? All their efforts at finding the Godstone in secret had gone out the window. It was time for brute force. "Also need you to send word to Olam. His scouts will have reported the fighting. He needs to know about Prime Lecter. If he brings the entire brigade in before we find Prime, it'll get everyone killed."
"I'll send a few of my boys looking," Flaring promised. "Until then, you need to rest."
"I don't have time to rest."
Flaring grinned down at her.
"You're not going to have a choice. Not with that tea and all the blood you lost. You'll be out within minutes."
Without another word, Flaring blew her lantern out and shuffled off into the darkness. Vlora lay still in frustration, staring at the ceiling, wishing she could move. She might be wounded, but she could still think. She had to formulate a plan to find Prime and figure out what she was going to do if they couldn't destroy the stones with Flaring's blasting oil. She was halfway through the second thought when she again lost consciousness. When Vlora came to, it was once again light outside. The cabin was quiet and cold, and she guessed that it was still early in the morning. Outside, she could hear little Flaring shouting instructions at her workers, and wondered if Flaring was beginning to shut down her operation. It would make sense, of course. Even if order were restored tomorrow, the gold mines were probably going to be all but empty until the city could rebuild enough to support all these miners. The pain was back. It wasn't bad if Vlora didn't move or breathe. She could feel something soft beneath her fingers and realized that Flaring had left her a powder charge. Saying a silent word of thanks, she managed to bring it to her mouth, breaking it open and sprinkling the powder on her tongue. Granules bounced off her lips and rolled down her cheeks, and she gave a sigh of appreciation as the trance kicked in. Gradually, the hairs on Vlora's neck began to stand on end as she came to the slow realization that there was someone else in the room.
"Who's there?"
she asked, listening to the soft sound of breathing. There was a creak as someone got up from a chair, then heavy footsteps. Vlora grimaced through the pain and forced herself to roll onto her side, expecting to find one of Flaring's workers keeping watch. She froze at the sight of the man standing beside the bed. He was of medium height and heavy set, with an aged, distinguished face marked by a purple birthmark that spidered across his bald head. He wore privileged gloves on both hands, the runes gold and crimson, and frowned down at Vlora like a father might at a disruptive child. It took all of Vlora's strength not to call out. Prime could kill everyone here before they had the chance to aid her. No sense in all of them dying.
"Prime,"
she croaked, her throat dry.
"Little Vlora,"
Prime said. He dragged the chair across the room and sat down beside the bed, folding his hands in his lap.
"I understand that you're Lady Flint now. Is that true?"
"Yes."
"Seems like just yesterday you were a street tramp taken in by Tamas."
Prime snorted.
"I've been following your exploits in the papers. First the Kes Civil War, then the Fatrastan frontier, then landfall. Now I find you at the ass end of nowhere with a bounty on your head, as if you're a common outlaw and not a war hero with your own mercenary army."
Vlora stared at the side of Prime's face, trying to read him. His expression was neutral, his face grandfatherly, and she grabbed onto the sudden hope that perhaps he wasn't here to kill her.
"When's the last time we saw each other?"
Prime asked.
"The Adran-Kes War?"
"Right before you ran," Vlora said coldly. She silently rebuked herself. She wasn't going to fight her way out of this. Her only chance was to talk. Unfortunately, she was not good at talking.
"Ah, yes,"
Prime said, seemingly unbothered by the accusation of cowardice.
"You have to understand, I'm not a violent man. I've never been good at war. And Kresimir was there. Pit Kresimir scared me. You have no idea just how—"
He trailed off, chuckling to himself as if he were relating a happy memory.
"And then the god of the Nine was killed by mortals. If I'd known how that was going to end up, I might have stayed. But what's done is done. I moved on to other work."
Vlora was struck by a sudden memory of Prime Lecter visiting Tamas's house. She still had been an early teen at the time. Barbador hadn't yet snatched up the royal cabal. She and Taniel were not yet lovers. They were all just happy step-siblings. Prime had visited for a private conversation with Tamas, giving each of the children sweets out of his pocket. She only now realized that he and Tamas were probably discussing the coup that they would perform against their king 5 or 6 years later. Despite his grandfatherly look, despite his past loyalties and his current claim of pacifism, it was important to remember who and what Prime was. He had spoken with the gods and witnessed the creation of the Nine. He could snuff her out in an instant. "So, what are you doing here?" she asked. Prime tsked quietly.
"I was just about to ask you the same thing. Well, this is an out-of-the-way place. You've been gallivanting around the city for weeks, pretending to be a common hired sword. But your army is camped outside the city, while you—"
he pointed one finger at her, his hand trembling—
"you have been looking for something."
Vlora tried to think of an excuse, any plausible reason for her presence here, but came up with nothing. Prime continued before she could respond.
"You're looking for the Godstone. It's unfortunate, little Vlora. You lost one Godstone to the Dynize on the plains south of Landfall. I will not allow you a chance at the second Godstone. I will not allow anyone that chance."
Vlora blinked at Prime, trying to figure out what was going on inside his head. I don't want anyone to have that chance either."
"An interesting sentiment. I don't know who you're working for right now. It could be Lindit, it could be the Adran Cabal. Maybe you're working for yourself. But I will allow none of you to have the Godstone. It is too dangerous to fall into the hands of mortals."
"And you think the Predii are any more trustworthy?" Vlora spat before she could stop herself. Prime seemed surprised by this.
"What? Oh, absolutely not. If I knew where the others were, if any of them are alive, I would keep it away from them as well."
"I think," Vlora said, trying to focus her thoughts, "that we need to come to an understanding." If Prime was telling the truth, and he was indeed here to keep anyone else from finding the Godstone, then they were fighting for the same thing.
Prime could be a valuable ally if he could be convinced. She considered the ramifications and decided to tell him the truth. "Prime, I don't want the Godstone used any more than you do. I fought for landfall to keep the Godstone out of the hands of the Dynize. I have a bounty on my head because I tried to arrest Lindit when I found out she wanted to use the Godstone." She continued in earnest. "I lived through that war. I saw it to the very end, and I lost so many people I held dear. I was a prisoner of Brood, and I saw Cresimir. Do you think I want more gods in this world? I'm here to destroy the damn thing." Prime sat back in the chair, looking troubled. He examined Vlora, tilting his head first to one side and then the other.
"I've always been too trusting. I've always put my faith in people. That's why I spent so many centuries administrating a university in Adapest."
His expression hardened.
"But people have betrayed that trust too many times. I see the Dynize. I see Lindit. I see the ambitions of the cabals and the government. All knowledge of the Godstone must be erased."
"It's too late for that," Vlora said, reaching out to him. "The Dynize know. That's why they're here. Everyone knows, everyone who matters. You can't hide it forever. Let me help you destroy it."
"I'm sorry," Prime said sadly. "I can't trust you. I wish I could, but I'll make it quick."
He raised his gloved hands. "Wait," Vlora pleaded. There was a flash of movement out of the corner of her eye, and Vlora shied away, waiting for sorcery to burn the flesh from her bones. When she opened her eyes, she saw Prime sitting upright in his chair, a surprised expression on his face. Taniel stood behind him, a sword to Prime's neck. He held the sword like a garrote, with one hand on the pommel and one on the bare blade. The blood pounded in Vlora's ears as she waited, helplessly wounded, for one of the two men to act. Prime lifted his gloved hands.
"Do you know what I am?"
"I know exactly what you are," Taniel whispered. "Do you know what I am?"
Prime frowned. "Is that Taniel Two-Shot?"
"You've got an excellent memory."
"You died with Brood and Cresimir."
"My death was greatly exaggerated. Yours won't be if you don't pluck those gloves very carefully off your hands. I imagine you're very hard to kill, but I can decapitate you with a twitch, and I will make sure all the pieces are scattered very widely." Prime licked his lips, looking at Vlora ruefully.
"Why don't you just kill me, then?"
"Because," Vlora told him, "I wasn't lying. We're here to destroy the Godstone. We tried to destroy the one in Landfall, but were unable to. If we all pool our knowledge together, we might actually be able to accomplish our mutual goal." "You have 5 seconds to start taking off those gloves," Taniel warned. 4, 3, 2... "Wait," Vlora said. "I need him to heal me."
"You what?"
both men asked at the same time. "I need you to heal me," she said to Prime. "I can't help in my state. I've got a bullet wound in my back and another on my shoulder. You at least need to take care of those so I can function." "You would trust him to poke around inside your body? He was ready to kill you," Taniel said, his disbelief plain. "If he's going to trust us, we have to trust him."
I am not a very good healer," Prime said. "I've picked it up over the years, but I'm slow and not as thorough as a healer who has more power in the appropriate disciplines."
"Make do," Vlora said. She met Taniel's eyes. "Let him work." Taniel relaxed, but he did not move. "All right, Prime, get to work. We don't have much time, so focus on her back. And do a good job, Chapter 54. Vlora emerged from Flering's cabin into the daylight, blinking to allow her eyes to adjust, and reaching to scratch at the tightness that seemed to stretch across both shoulders and down her spine. Prime Lecter emerged behind her, and, following close on Prime's heels, Taniel. Vlora had been healed by Privileged on several occasions. The very best of them could make the experience only vaguely unpleasant, not unlike getting stitches from a skilled surgeon, and leave the body feeling a little stiff, but good as new. Prime was true to his word in that he was not very good. The process had taken him several hours. The bullet wound in her back was healed, true, but it felt as tight as a knot from riding 1,000 miles in a badly sized saddle. The skin was taut and uncomfortable, and she would probably have to have it sliced open by a surgeon and re-healed sooner rather than later. It was, she decided, still better than bleeding out, or having to wait for months while she healed naturally.
"I warned you I wasn't very good,"
Prime said sullenly. Vlora side-eyed the Predee. There was a time when she had genuinely feared him, the way any teenager fears the headmaster of a university. That fear had changed when she found out his true nature, and then, well, she'd never really come to grips with his abandoning Adro during the Adran-Kez War. "It'll do," she said, rotating her shoulder and moving her sword arm. She could fight if she needed to, and that's all that mattered. "Where is the stone?" she asked.
"Nighttime veil,"
Prime said. Vlora swore. She'd scoured the veil herself and seen nothing. Either Prime was lying, or he had hidden it with sorcery. "You sure about that? I would have seen either it or your sorcery in the else."
"I'm sure,"
Prime insisted, drawing himself up. His gloveless fingers twitched, and Vlora could feel his urge to reach into the else. He still didn't trust them.
"I'm not a novice when it comes to hiding sorcery," he said. "I hid in plain sight from the Adran Cabal for 500 years. I can hide a bloody rock from some miners and a powder mage."
"That's fair. Stay here. I'm going to talk to Flering." Vlora found little Flering up in her largest workshop, overseeing the careful packing of black powder. The workshop was in chaos, tools strewn about, powder scattered on the floor as men hurried around with sacks and barrels. "What's going on?" Vlora asked. Flering glanced at her, then did a double take.
"You should be in bed."
"I'm fine," Vlora insisted.
"You're not fine. You bloody well got shot."
Flering crossed the room and grabbed Vlora by the shoulder, pulling down the collar of her shirt to look at the wound. Her eyes narrowed.
"There's sorcery here."
Vlora had no interest in explaining Prime Lecter's role. "Taniel arrived with an old friend. I'll be fine."
"Don't spill that, you twat!"
Flering roared at one of her men.
"You're overfilling the barrels."
She turned back to Vlora.
"We're packing up.
The town is half torched, and everyone is out for blood. I'm going to sell off what stock I can and get out of here before the Dynize come too far north. For Trasta is too hot for my blood." "The temperature or the conflict?"
"Both."
"Right." Vlora took Flering by the arm, pulling her close. "That blasting oil. I need it."
I
need it. Today," Vlora hissed. "We have a man who knows where the artifact is. I want it destroyed as quickly as possible. You've had your week."
Flaring looked toward her men, packing her supplies, and made a sour face.
I don't want to stick around any longer than we have to.
Send your men ahead. You made a promise. She could see the conflict in Flaring's expression. Flaring scowled, turning her head with a quick intake of breath before finally speaking.
All right. I'll keep a few of my boys and all the blasting oil I've scrounged behind and send everyone else on. The location better be ready for blasting, 'cause I don't intend on staying any more than a couple of days.
Take all your supplies to the nighttime Vale. I'll be waiting. Vlora rejoined Taniel and Prime Lecter, and the three of them rode back into town, doing a long circuit around the base of the mountains to avoid the armed men prowling the streets and the bucket brigades still trying to put out fires. "Who won?" Vlora asked Taniel as they crossed the entrance to a narrow valley. Nearby, a couple of drunk miners watched the town, passing a jug of grog between them, and alternately weeping and giggling at some lost fortune. Taniel looked up, deep in thought, as he rubbed the cloth of Prime's confiscated gloves between two fingers. "Brown Bear Burt," he said, nodding toward the centre of Yellow Creek. "I understand you killed Jesse with a controlled explosion. Not much to do for Burt but mop up Jesse's forces and put out the fires." "I hope there's a damn lot of fires," Vlora murmured to herself. She wanted Burt distracted until they were well and gone. He'd promised not to get in her way, but the promise of a minor baron didn't reassure her. "There were," Taniel answered, as if she had spoken to him directly. "But he also has a lot of men." A half-smile crossed Taniel's face, and he seemed to withdraw into his own thoughts again. Vlora leaned over and smacked him on the arm. "What do you mean he has a lot of men? I thought Jesse outnumbered him." Taniel blinked back at her. "Oh, yeah, that's what everyone thought. They also thought he was from Landfall." "He's not?" "He's not," Taniel confirmed. Flora's mind scrambled, trying to figure out what could be keeping Taniel distracted like this. Her thoughts went to the conversation they'd had riding into Yellow Creek 3 weeks ago. "Palo Nation?" she asked. Taniel nodded. "I didn't know until I caught a glimpse of him on my way to find you. He's Palo Nation. And so is the army he's had camped up in the mountains until he brought them down to restore order last night." Vlora felt her stomach lurch. "How big of an army?" "About 2,000 riflemen. The Palo Nation doesn't field real armies. They field highly organized groups of skirmishers armed with rifles that rival the Hrush." This was getting better and better. The Palo Nation had just taken control of Yellow Creek, leaving Vlora once more in enemy territory. And she did assume they were the enemy. Everyone was the enemy right now, because everyone wanted to get hold of the Godstone. So much for Burt's promise. What else was he hiding? "We can't let them know about the stone," she said. She looked at Prime. "Your wards to keep the stone hidden, are they still in place?"
"No reason they shouldn't be,"
Prime answered. "Are they looking for the stone?" Vlora asked Taniel. He seemed to withdraw into himself once again, his face troubled.
"I don't know. I don't think so."
"Then why are they in Yellow Creek? If they had the firepower, why haven't they seized control of the town before today?"
"It's not like them to act out in the open south of the Iron Hook Mountains. I don't know what they're up to."
"I think I liked it better when you seemed to know everything," Vlora snapped, feeling her tension get the better of her. "Hurry up, old man," she told Prime. "We need to get a move on. I damn well hope no one stops little Flaring on her way up here."
They continued on their circuit around the town and entered Nighttime Vale. A handful of palo wearing dusters and holding rifles had replaced Jezzy's guards, but they were the only other people in the Vale and did not seem to notice the small party passing by.
"I've cloaked us in sorcery," Prime explained. "I always do when I come this way. It's best to keep the artifact hidden."
Vlora couldn't sense even the slightest hint of sorcery. The thought made her sick to her stomach. Prime turned sharply after they passed the entrance to the Vale and led them up the side of the mountain, not more than 50 paces from where Vlora had crossed over the cliffs a few nights before. There was no construction here, none of the mining equipment or tents that were ubiquitous throughout the rest of the valley. There was just the foot of the mountain, covered by a landslide of stone rubble from somewhere farther up the mountainside. Prime stopped and pointed at the mountain.
"It's difficult to see, but if you look carefully, you can trace the path of the landslide that deposited these stones here."
Vlora squinted up into the sparse cloud cover, barely able to see the peak through tufts of wispy white. If she squinted just right, she could imagine that the mountain's peak had once been more squared than pointed, and that one corner of that square had sheared off and tumbled all this way to rest in the vale. "The Godstone," Taniel said, voicing the same conclusion that Vlora had just reached. "It was up there?"
"It was, yes,"
Prime answered. He looked at them sullenly, scowling at the gloves that Taniel still held in his hands.
"You claim that you're here to destroy it, but it can't be destroyed. I've spent the last 5 years trying to figure out how to do so, and came up with nothing."
"Have you actually tried to destroy it?" Vlora asked. "Or have you been studying it to further your own power?"
"I must study it to learn its weaknesses,"
Prime sniffed.
"I have never been after power, my dear Vlora. I only seek knowledge."
Vlora looked at Taniel. "You remember what Bo likes to say about that?" "Knowledge is power," Taniel quoted, giving Prime a sallow smile. Without his gloves, Prime looked like nothing more than an overweight, cranky old man. He scowled at them both, then shook his head.
"You cannot destroy it," he repeated. "I don't believe it can be done."
Vlora thought about all the black powder they had piled around the Godstone in landfall, only for it to cause not even a scratch. "We'll see. Take us to the damn thing."
Prime scoffed. "You think you're so smart, but you can't even see that which is in front of you. Dismount and take 3 steps forward."
Vlora did as instructed, feeling outward with her sorcerer's senses for an illusion, or a trap, or anything. She could sense nothing, but as she took that 3rd step, her vision seemed to shift. It happened so suddenly that it made her dizzy, forcing her to fall against a nearby boulder. "Vlora!" Taniel called. She waved him off and felt her eyes widen as she took in this new perspective. The slope of old rubble was no longer there, but rather cleared away from her to the base of the mountain, to create a flat work area upon which there was a small cabin, an outhouse, and a canvas canopy covering an obelisk that looked exactly like the one in landfall. Her breath caught in her throat, and the sight of the thing gave her a sense of foreboding that she hadn't felt since the end of the Adrankez War. Her chest was tight, her vision blurry. This stone, this thing that had eluded her for the last month, was suddenly here, right in front of her face, and she was speechless. The obelisk lay on its side. It was not as large as the one in landfall. Eyeing the dimensions, she guessed it to be around 30 feet long and less than 4 feet wide, tapering at the end. It was covered in ancient script that had been cleaned meticulously of all dirt and grit, and it was made of a light grey limestone that made Vlora wonder if it was cut from the same stone as its larger twin back in landfall. Taniel and Prime joined them. Taniel did not seem as affected by the sight of the thing as she had been, though his breath did grow short. Prime merely scowled at it, like a man returning to a hated live-in relative. "So, they've found you, eh?" The voice made both Vlora and Taniel whirl, drawing their pistols. A woman had stepped out of the cabin and stood by the doorway, her arms crossed. She looked to be in her late 30s, a slim woman of medium height with a shaved head and an old scar that lifted the corner of her lip and crossed her cheek to her temple. Her arms ended in strange gloves that, upon closer examination, were unmoving bronze hands held in place by leather straps. Vlora had never met this woman, but she knew exactly who she was from Borbador's stories. She was another Predii, personally responsible for the summoning of Kresimir during the Adrankez War. If Bo was correct, she was as much a catalyst of the war as Field Marshal Tamas. Vlora was not happy to see her. "Hello, Juline," Taniel said, lowering his pistol. "Too short," Juline purred. "It feels like we were hanging from Kresimir's ropes together just yesterday. How have you been?" Taniel seemed neither perturbed nor particularly surprised to find Juline here. Vlora was both, and she kept her pistol raised for several seconds after Taniel had put his away. "That was 10 years ago," Taniel said. "When you've been alive as long as I have, Too Short, a decade feels like nothing more than a long weekend." Juline's gaze fell to Vlora, and she pursed her lips. "I told Prime he should have killed you the moment he spotted you in town. But he's a damned coward. What do you call yourself, Prime? A pacifist?" "I went to finish her off," Prime snapped, "but this one showed up." Juline took 2 steps toward Taniel, her nostrils flaring and her eyes narrowing. "Your blood witch is getting stronger," she said. "I can barely see the wards protecting you." She let out a sudden, half-mad, barking laugh. "Bad luck for you, Prime. You finally get up the guts to kill someone, and the one powder mage in the world who can stop you happens to be about." Vlora looked from Prime to Juline. "Some warning that you weren't alone would have been nice," she told Prime. "You didn't ask," he responded. Juline held up her metal hands. "I may be near immortal, but I'm not much of a threat. I still can't touch the else." "That only makes you slightly less dangerous," Taniel said. His casual manner was betrayed by the tension Vlora could see in his arms and the intensity of his gaze, like a dog with hackles raised. Vlora took a half-step back. If this came to a fight, she was so badly outclassed that it was almost laughable. Taniel would be on his own against these two. "We're here to destroy the Godstone," Vlora interjected. All eyes snapped to her. Juline turned her head to one side. "You... what?" "You heard me." "I heard you. I just don't believe you. If you cornered Prime, you obviously know what the Godstones do, and if you know, then you have no intention of destroying them. Mortals don't give up that kind of power." The wild look in Juline's eyes was suddenly gone, replaced by a focused gaze and a very distinct air of distrust. "She's not lying," Taniel said quietly. "Both Lindert and the Dynize are looking for the damn thing. We intend on reducing it to rubble before either of them can reach it."
You can't destroy it, Prime insisted once again. It's too powerful. Kresimir made these things to last until long after all life on this planet is extinct. I can't even pick apart the simplest of the wards surrounding it, and I've been doing this for millennia."
Prime's voice rose in crescendo, and Vlora wondered if he truly had been trying to destroy the stone. He sounded frustrated as pit that even his powerful sorcery paled next to that of a god who'd been dead for a decade. Juline had grown quiet, returning to her place in the doorway and watching Vlora and Taniel warily.
"This is the work of a god," she said. "You would destroy it, just to keep it out of the hands of others?"
"I would destroy it either way," Vlora said, forcing down her fear and fixing Juline with a look that dared her to question her resolve. Taniel stepped between them, waving his hand in front of Juline's face. "Everyone should calm down. If I'm not mistaken, and unless the two of you are lying through your teeth, we should all be on the same side. We don't want the Godstone to fall into the hands of any of the local powers. Hence, it should be destroyed." Vlora stared at Juline until the Prédit finally looked away with a sigh. "Agreed," Juline said. "Agreed," Vlora echoed. Prime still looked uncertain.
"How do you propose we destroy it?"
Taniel looked to Vlora, and she suddenly felt foolish for her belief that the invention of a gunpowder maker from Adapest could do what thousands of years of sorcerer's knowledge could not. "I intend on blowing it up."
"We tried that already, years ago," Juline said. "We piled several carts' worth of powder barrels on it and lit the fuse. It didn't do anything but cause a second landslide that we had to clear away."
"And we tried it on the Godstone in landfall," Taniel said.
"So why," Juline said with more than a hint of disdain, "do you think you can blow it up?"
Vlora remained silent, suddenly feeling overwhelmed and fearful. "We have to try," she finally said. "If we cannot destroy it, then we'll haul the thing to the coast, put it on a ship and sink it to the bottom of the sea."
"And you expect to be able to do that with Dynize and Protrastan armies crawling all over the countryside?"
Prime demanded. "With your help we could." Juline scoffed again.
"Don't look at us. I'm useless without my hands, and this coward might as well be. He'd rather pick up and run than raise his hands to cause bloodshed."
Prime's lip curled, but he did not dispute the claim. Vlora looked to Taniel for reassurance, but he seemed just as uncertain as she felt. His brow furrowed. He walked to the Godstone and ran his gloved fingers along the runes, shuddering visibly. "I should have brought Carpole," she heard him mutter. Louder, he said, "Like Vlora said, we have to try."
"It'll be a waste of gunpowder,"
Juline stated. "We're not using powder," Vlora responded, heading over to a rock and sitting down where she could watch the entrance to the valley. She ignored the others, taking the time to close her eyes and meditate. It was almost 3 hours until a convoy of wagons finally appeared, with Flaring sitting in the foremost one. She said something to Bert's guards, money changed hands, and she continued on through the pass. Vlora went down to meet her and show her the way to the hidden Godstone. "Get working right away. We've got one shot at this, and then, if it doesn't work, we'll have to figure out another plan." Flaring leaned down from the lip of the wagon.
"I'll get to work," she said, "but you might want to head into Yellow Creek."
"Why?"
Because 400 rifle jacks just showed up outside the town, and Bert is getting mighty nervous.
Vlora thought of the destruction and the rumours that must be swirling about her fight with the other powder mage. She then considered what Olam would do if he assumed her dead at the hands of a bunch of frontier ruffians.
"Get started on the stone,"
she shouted into her shoulder, sprinting for her horse.
"I've got to stop a slaughter."
Chapter 55. Vlora spotted her soldiers from the entrance to Nighttime Vale. They'd taken up a position just on the edge of the town, where they'd formed into two imposing ranks. Rifles were still shouldered, which was a good sign, but she knew better than anyone how quickly the riflejacks could open fire from a ready position. She wasn't able to see what they were up against until she was almost upon them. Galloping down the main avenue, she steered her horse through toppled carts, across bloody cobbles, the aftermath of the fighting between Jesse's and Bert's gangs, and arrived to find about 300 hired guns and prospectors strung out across rooftops, shop fronts, and barricaded roads. There were about 30 yards between the riflejacks and the city's would-be defenders. The riflejacks had the numbers and the training, but the defenders held the high defensive positions. If this went south, it would go very poorly for both sides. Vlora leapt from the saddle and crossed a short barricade to where Bert and Olam stood facing each other in the open space between the two forces. "Wait!" Olam looked up with a surprised expression that passed quickly to relief and then stoicism. Bert let out a heavy sigh and gestured to Vlora as she arrived. "See?" Bert said. "I told you she was fine the last time I saw her." Vlora remembered lying in the dirt, face down, after her duel with Noan. Fine seemed like a stretch, but she let it pass. "Stand down," she ordered, "both of you." Olam regarded Bert with a long, thoughtful look, then swept his gaze across the assembled defenders. "We'll stand down when they stand down." Vlora swore under her breath and turned to Bert. "This doesn't have to escalate." "I'd really rather it not," Bert replied coolly. "The colonel here was just informing me that he would take apart Yellow Creek stick by stick to find you. I told him that was entirely unnecessary. You and I had a deal." "And it still stands, right?" Vlora fixed Bert with a long, hard look. "It still stands." Bert gestured to the city. "Thanks to you and one of Jesse's men getting trigger-happy, this town belongs to me." He scowled at Vlora, taking a step back to examine her shoulder and back. "Last time I saw you, you'd been shot." "Shot?" Olam echoed. "I thought you said she was fine." "But fine-ish." "Long story." Vlora cut Bert off before he could say anything else. "But everyone needs to back off before one of your men loses their nerve and this turns into a pitched battle." "Olam, order the riflejacks to fall back. Bert, will a half-mile be sufficient to cool everyone's temper?" "It will." Bert gave a magnanimous smile. "In the meantime, would you join me for a drink? I think the three of us need to talk. Now." "You don't remember me, do you?" Vlora took a whiskey from Bert and glanced at Olam, uncertain. They sat around Bert's desk in the office above his brothel. The building was empty except for the three of them, everyone else putting out fires, sifting through the ashes, or fighting over Jesse's unguarded claims. Vlora wondered why Bert wasn't out there overseeing the whole thing. "Have we met before?" Bert offered Olam a cigarette and took his own seat, letting out a soft laugh. "We have. About 12 years ago." "I only first came to Vertrasta a couple years back," Vlora said with some confusion. "But that doesn't mean I haven't been to Adro."
Vlora frowned. Palo were quite rare in the Nine. A decade ago they were still considered mysterious savages by polite society. When? Gilman University, Bert said. Vlora leaned forward, squinting at Bert's face. She searched her memory for a few moments before locking onto something. I did meet a Palo. My first year. I don't remember his name, but... She trailed off. Occasionally, a wealthy Palo chieftain would send a favoured child to the Nine to get a Cressian education. Sometimes a whole tribe would pool their wealth to do the same. Vlora remembered one of the former, a boy, quite young, with an optimistic face, who'd paraded around in frontier buckskins and spoken Adran with an accent so bad it was laughable. She tried to reconcile that boy with the suave frontier capitalist sitting across from her. Bert grinned, watching her face. "You do remember." "Your name wasn't Bert. I would have remembered that." "No." Bert looked up as if searching his memory. "I don't even remember what I went by. Something unpronounceable." "So you weren't really a chieftain's son?" Vlora asked. "That, more or less, was true. Most of the details were either foggy or outright lies." Olam stood with an unlit cigarette between his fingers. "Why the deception?" "We'll get to that," Bert said, lighting a cigar before tossing Olam a box of matches. "First, you should know that both Lindet and the Dynize know that you're here, and why you've come. Lindet's Second Field Army was wiped out in 3 successive battles a couple of weeks back, so she's in no position to send anyone after you. The Dynize, however, have 5 brigades on your tail. I'm guessing they'll be here in 4 days." Vlora stared open-mouthed at Bert. Olam scoffed. "You couldn't possibly know all that." "I do," Bert said without a trace of smugness. "Lindet thinks she runs the messenger service along the mountains, and she does pay for most of it, but it's staffed by my people. The information carried along it reaches me before it reaches her. You," he said, pointing to Vlora, "were outed by her spies about the same time the Dynize destroyed the Second Army." "You could have warned me." "It wasn't convenient at the time," Bert said with an apologetic smile. "But it is now, and you're being warned." Vlora tried to read Bert's face, attempting to come away with any real impression of the man. He was a blank slate, returning her gaze with a coolness that bordered on unsettling. "So you know why we're here?" "I assume I do. You're looking for the Godstone." Vlora shared a glance with Olam before nodding slowly. "You're not a frontier capitalist, are you?" "Oh, I'm very much a frontier capitalist," Bert responded, looking somewhat hurt. "I've gotten to be filthy rich working this town." He gave Vlora a lopsided smile. "But you're right. I'm not just a prospector." Vlora remembered her conversations with Taniel and his search for a contact with the Palo Nation. "You're with the Palo Nation?" "I'm impressed you've heard of it." "A friend warned me." Bert snorted. "You mean Taniel Two-Shot?" He scratched his head vigorously, squinting at Vlora through one eye until he was done. "I'll be honest. I don't really know what to do with him. Letting him sit in that prison for the last 3 weeks was the best decision I've made in years. I do not like someone like him running around unchecked." "How did you know he'd stay?" "Because he's a good man. We've met on several occasions, actually, which was another reason I didn't want him to see me before I was ready." "Are there any of our secrets you don't know?" Olam asked. Bert pulled a wry face and leaned forward, spreading his arms across his desk. A quick history lesson, my friends, and listen carefully, because only a handful of Cressians have ever heard it. 50 years ago, my grandfather ruled a mid-sized tribe in what you would call the Fatrastan Wilds. At the time, he'd managed to unite dozens of tribes into a sort of loose coalition, not one of which had ever made contact with a Cressian. Until, that is, a young explorer arrived and made friends with my grandfather. The explorer wound up marrying one of his daughters, my mother.
"You're not fully Palo?"
Vlora asked in surprise. "I'm half Adran," Bert said with a smile, "but I don't look it." He continued with his story. My father was something of a Fatrastophile. He loved everything about this continent, and colonial expansion was one of the few things that I've ever seen him get worked up about. Together with my grandparents, my aunts and uncles, and my mother, he began to make a plan for the future of his tribe, to protect them from the Cressian encroachment. Geography was our ally. Without inside knowledge, the Iron Hook Mountains are very difficult to cross, and the wilds beyond them are vast. For 50 years, no one has questioned the fact that Cressian explorers rarely return from their expeditions north. And for 50 years, no one in the Nine has questioned the wealthy, eccentric savages sent to learn at Cressian universities. Oh, you've gawked and laughed, but never thought twice. And during that time, we learned. Bert stopped, cleared his throat. I've gone on too long. So, here is a better summary. Beginning with my grandfather, the Palo nation has studied you without being studied back. We have co-opted the best parts of your civilization. The tribes were united, the hereditary chieftain system replaced with democracy. We have become the thing that Lindet and all the rest of the colonial powers fear the most. Natives who have modernized before we could be crushed underfoot. A long silence hung in the air, and Bert took advantage of it to relight his cigar. He finished his tale with a measure of emotion, but it disappeared back into tranquillity as he puffed up a storm of cigar smoke.
"Why are you telling us this?"
Vlora asked. Bert pointed his cigar at her. "Because I'm laying all my cards on the table. Because the Palo nation won't remain hidden forever. And I, if you'll remember, am half Adran. I quite like Adro. It is the only democracy in the Nine, and I would like very much to lay the groundwork of an alliance." Vlora felt like she'd been punched in the face. This was not what she'd expected when she came here looking for the Godstones, not even in the slightest. Taniel's warnings about the Palo nation were, in retrospect, not emphatic enough.
"I think that our politicians would be amenable to the idea, but I'm not one of them."
"You're a damned war hero, an Adran general, and a member of the Republic Cabal. I can think of perhaps 5 people who would be more advantageous to have this conversation with. None of them are here, and none of them have quite your reputation for civility."
"I see. Consider me intrigued, but there are plenty of things to worry about before a formal alliance. Where do the Godstones come into this? Or the Dynize, for that matter?"
"The Dynize," Bert repeated, pulling a sour face. "They're one of the reasons we're having this conversation. If they win this war, they won't be satisfied with tall tales from over the mountains. They will explore north, in force, and they will do so with far more violence and organization than Lindet can manage. For all her intelligence, she's been holding together a house of cards by sheer willpower, and has had no interest in pursuing rumours of our existence. I'm not convinced the Dynize will feel the same way."
"And the Godstone?"
Bert frowned at Olam, then at Vlora. "We are a secular society. We have destroyed our idols, forgotten our gods, and we are better for it. My spies tell me that you and Lindet fell out because you wanted to destroy the stone, so I say this: by all means, destroy it. My government wants nothing to do with the damn thing. If we could have found it, we would have already removed it to the farthest reaches of our territory, just to keep it out of Lindet's hands." Something must have shown in Vlora's face, because Bert lifted an eyebrow. "You've found it, haven't you?" "And we're working toward destroying it," Vlora replied. "Excellent!" Bert stood up, clapping his hands together. "Can you do it before the Dynize arrive?" "We hope so," Vlora said hesitantly. "You have 4 days." "Actually, we only have 2. We have to destroy it, then get out of here before the Dynize arrive. The Dynize have instructions to take my head." "Why?" Bert asked with disgust. "Because I humiliated their general, or whatever he wants to call himself, back at landfall." "Ah," Bert said, "nothing like a despot who takes things personally. The Dynize and the Crescients aren't all that different, are they?" "We all want to be the last one standing," Olam commented. "Now that's just everyone." Bert raised his glass of whiskey. "You will have what help I can give you. The town is yours to billet your men, but, as you suggest, you shouldn't tarry. Destroy the Godstone, or make preparations to move it immediately." Vlora considered the offer for a moment, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Where was the price, or the betrayal? Was Bert seriously doing all this just to make a friend in the Nine? "You do realize that putting us up, even for a night or 2, will earn the anger of the Dynize. If we leave, the town will be undefended." "I know," Bert said with a sigh. "I've spent the last few years trying to take this town over by wile, to turn it into a beachhead for my country without Lindet finding out. Everything changed when the Dynize invaded, though. If they head our way, we will eject the prospectors and dynamite the passes. They might take the town, but my people will be safe up in the high places." "Even if they have privileged?" "We are not undefended when it comes to sorcery." Vlora wondered what Taniel would say when she told him about this conversation. She would have to do it slowly, so she could cast his expression to memory. She stood up, putting out her hand. "We'll do our best to be gone well before the Dynize arrive. Thank you, Bert. And I hope this is the start of a long friendship."
Chapter 56. Michel sat on a stool, the only piece of furniture in a looted, upscale tenement apartment on the northwest edge of the landfall plateau. His eyes were closed, his mind wandering, as he considered the options available to him from this point out. The apartment was, as far as Michel could tell, the nicest of Taniel's safe houses. It had tall ceilings and enormous south-facing windows in the great room, and even a master bedroom with a balcony that looked off the plateau. At some point over the last couple of months it had been thoroughly tossed. A safe in the corner of the master bedroom had been ripped out of the wall, the furniture and silver stolen, and even the gas lines turned off and ripped out of the wall. It was the first time Michel had been to this particular safe house, and he was more than a little disappointed to find it in this state. But it did give him a place to think. His whole mission with the Dynize was to snatch Mara, Yggdrasil, and get her the pit out of Dynize territory. The fact that she was a privileged made this more like trying to extract a rabid bear rather than an informant. Even if she was a normal person, all his old Black Hat routes were compromised. He needed a new escape route. And he found himself less eager to use it than he had expected. The Dynize government was a viper's nest, with Sediel as the king viper, ready to kill anything that moved. But part of Michel desperately wanted to finish what he'd started. Hunting down Black Hats had brought out a mean streak in him, a deep satisfaction at rounding up the people whom he'd helped to oppress Landfall for so long. Watching the way the Dynize treated the occupied city, and especially the Palo, had deepened Michel's hatred of Lindet's regime. Jatura's indiscriminate bombings, his killing of women and children, these gave Michel a real urge to finally put him in the ground. He bounced a coin on his knee, thinking about Tennick, and wondering if Tennick and Yarret would ever forgive him for disappearing right on the eve of finally clearing Landfall of the Black Hats. Guess I'll have to find out. Michel got to his feet, carrying the stool over to the corner of the great room. He set it against the wall, using it as a stepping point to lift himself onto the gaudy trim that went around the middle of the wall. He braced one leg on a hole in the plaster where someone had torn out a gas lantern, then kicked another hole in the plaster to get him up near the ceiling. He produced a knife and began to stab through the ceiling until he hit something solid. His legs trembled from the effort of bracing himself, and the half-healed gunshot wound in his chest began to burn. He quickly cut through the ceiling plaster, and then used the handle of the knife to bash the rest of it until the ceiling finally gave way. A large metal box about the size of 2 saddlebags falling to the ground in a cloud of plaster dust. Michel followed it down and cracked the seal on the box with his knife. He opened it cautiously, his face away from the lid, until he was sure it wasn't booby-trapped, and finally took a good look at the contents. He gave a low whistle. "Daniel, you were really damn ready for anything, weren't you?" Michel found a large stable in the shadow of the plateau, a steady stream of carts moving in and out or parking in the street outside with loads of pumpkins or barrels or boxed uniforms for the Dynize army. A sign over the door said, "Halford Hauling," and from what Michel had heard, the old man who owned the place had made himself a fortune just since the invasion by negotiating with some quartermaster to move supplies for a Dynize regiment. Michel was dressed in a labourer's cotton suit, his favourite disguise, and walked straight in through the front gate of the stable with hat in hand. Dozens of workers repaired wheels, transferred cargo, or tended to horses, and no one seemed to notice him as he slipped into one of the cart parking stalls and found a young man checking equipment in the corner. The young man had thinned since Michel saw him last, 5 or 6 months ago. His wisp of a beard was still a disgrace, and he still had that plain face of someone who could disappear into the crowd, but he moved with a purpose and confidence that he had not possessed before. "Hello, Tristan," Michel said, leaning against the wall beside him. Tristan frowned and looked up at Michel, blinking a few times, clearly lost in his own thoughts. "Do I know you?" "We only met briefly," Michel said, "but we have met. I heard you drive for Halford now. That's quite a step up from where you were before the invasion." Tristan got a sort of worried look, staring at Michel sidelong like one might a long-absent cousin who'd come looking for money. "I think you have the wrong man." Michel pointed at Tristan playfully. "That I do not. The last time we saw each other, I was getting pissed at 6 o'clock in the morning in a pub in Lower Landfall." The colour suddenly drained from Driston's face. He looked around quickly for anyone who might overhear, and he hissed at Michel. "Pitt, I remember you now. You're the spy who was supposed to train me." "I am." "Well, you listen to me. You never came looking for me, so I got a good job with Halford, and they just give me my own route, and I don't want nothing to do with anything spy business. The Black Hats are finished in this town, and I won't let you take me down with them. Hear me?" Michel held his hands up. "I'm not trying to take you down with anything, Driston. I just want to hire you for a single route." "I just said I won't do anything for the Black Hats." "I'm not with the Black Hats anymore. Pitt, I changed sides just like old Halford, and the Dynize are making me rich. Ask around. There's plenty of gossip about a Black Hat turncoat." Driston eyed Michel with suspicion. What do you want?" "Like I said, I want to hire you. I just need someone to move a package for me." "If you need something hauled, you go inside and talk to Halford." "No, I won't. I want you. I already checked your route. You're taking supplies to the front about 40 miles north of here. It's, a week round trip?" Driston swallowed hard. Michel continued. "Next time you go north, I want you to take 2 people with you. They can hide in your supplies or ride out front with you, or however the pit you want to do it. Just get 'em past the Dynize checkpoints with that little official card I know you carry around with you." "And what do I get in return? Are you going to blackmail me?" "Not in the slightest. I'm not with the Black Hats anymore, and I've no interest in forcing you to do anything illicit." "That sounds damned illicit to me." Michel gave a casual shrug. It's more of a convenience than anything else." He produced a heavy little bag from his pocket and thumbed 4 shiny yellow discs, each about the size of a coin, into one hand. They were blank, without stamp or any national marking. He tossed one to Driston, who caught it and stared for a moment before Michel said, "Solid gold. Ask a jeweller if you want to confirm it. 4 now, 6 when you get your passengers past the last checkpoint. And 1 more if you don't ask any damn questions." Driston continued to stare at the coin. "I could buy this whole stable with what you're offering." "Right now," Michel said, "convenience is more important to me than gold. Do we have a deal?" Driston bit the coin, muttering under his breath. "I'm allowed to take whichever of the next 4 shipments suits me. You give me a day, and we have a deal." Michel lifted one finger. "I'll have to get back to you on the day." "You have big damn balls coming back here after storming out without an explanation the other day." Yggdrasil stood in her bedroom, watching Michel through puffy, red eyes that told him she'd either been crying or smoking Marla. By the smell, it was the latter. She wore a dressing gown and slippers, and a discarded dress on the floor told Michel that she'd recently returned from somewhere. Michel gave her his most charming smile, fingering the small bottle of chloroform wrapped in a rag in his left pocket. "I apologize." "I should turn you inside out." The words had no bite to them, and Michel wondered if maybe she had been crying. There was a defeated tone to her voice. He immediately began to worry, hoping this had nothing to do with him. Perhaps she'd just returned from another fight with her grandfather. "I came to apologize and give you an explanation," Michel said. Yggdrasil took a deep breath, and he waited for her to dismiss him without a word, but she let it out in a frustrated sigh instead. "I'd like to know why you left the other day. I could have used company."
That tone was full of more hurt than Michel cared to plumb, and he found himself shocked by the rawness of it. He circled around her toward the window, glancing out into the street. "Are we alone?" "I sent the footman out to get me dinner. We have a few minutes." "Will you promise that you won't turn me inside out until I've explained myself fully?" Tracy's eyes narrowed. She wasn't wearing her gloves, but Michel didn't know if they weren't in the pockets of her dressing gown. He touched the bottle of chloroform and wondered just how stupid he really was. "I'll promise," she said. "I need to clarify something first. Your nickname is Mara, correct?" "It is," she said through clenched teeth. "Is that a common nickname?" He already knew the answer to that. "Why would it be?" There was genuine anger in her eyes, and Michel moved on quickly. "I need to know because I'm here for a woman named Mara." Michel's heart began to hammer, and he wondered if perhaps he was committing suicide. If there was even the slightest chance he was wrong, he might be dead before he could reach the door. "Look, I didn't come to the Dynize to get back at the Black Hats who betrayed me. I've never even worked for them. Not really. I came to the Dynize because my boss told me to retrieve a woman named Mara and get her out of landfall. He told me that she was in incredible danger." Tracy's jaw tightened, and she reached into her pockets, producing her gloves. Michel leapt toward her, hands out front. "Wait! You were in contact with a woman, probably with sorcery, until about a year ago. You spoke to her again, perhaps," he grimaced, 2 months ago? "She may have warned you I was coming, she may not have, but I was sent to get you out." Tracy's eyes wandered the room, her brow furrowing, and the gloves slipped from her fingers back into her pockets. She took several steps over to the bed and sat down, staring at her hands for a moment before looking up at Michel. "I shouldn't have ever answered when she spoke to me," she said softly. "But you did." "Because she seemed to know me. I told her things, too many things, and I've betrayed my country." This was not going well, not at all. "I don't know what you told her. All I know is I was asked to get you out. Look, I had no idea you were the woman I was sent for until I overheard Sedil the other day. I've been looking in vain for Mara, only to find out I'm sharing a bed. That's why I left. I had to gather my thoughts." "I see." Tracy's eyes focused on Michel. "You were sent to save me." Her voice took on an angry note that Michel didn't like. "That's what I was told." "From what?" she demanded. "I have no idea. Danger. That's all I know." Tracy leaned toward him. "You have nowhere to take me. These are my people. I never told the voice in my head that I wanted to leave. I just told her I didn't want war." "Well, she thinks you're going to get killed if you stay in landfall." "And that's supposed to surprise me?" she asked flatly. Michel had the sudden realization that there was something going on beneath the surface that he knew nothing about. More information that Taniel had withheld? Or something new? "My whole purpose is to die." Did she mean as a tool of the state? Michel took a half-step toward her, lowering his hands until he could feel the bottle in his pocket. He grimaced inwardly. No, he was not that stupid. Beyond the danger of chloroforming a privileged, pulling shit like that would destroy any trust that had grown between them the last few days. He realized quite suddenly that he couldn't do that. "Who are you?" she asked him. The question took him off guard. He considered a dozen lies and discarded them. "You know most of it already. I really am named Michel Bravis, and I really was a Black Hat Gold Rose. But I truly work for a man called the Red Hand, and I infiltrated the Blackjacks on his behalf. I was still maintaining my cover when he asked me to get you out of the city safely. My cover was blown by one of my fellow Black Hats, so I came to the Dynize. You're going to betray them. Us. She laughed bitterly. I suppose you're not betraying us if you never really were one of us. Yarrett adopted you into his household. Do you know what that even means? He took a foreign spy under his wing. Michel swallowed. That trust was long gone. I'm not betraying anyone. I won't steal anything. I won't kill people. I'm not even looking for information. I'm here for you. Betrayal doesn't just involve murder, Michel, Yggdrasil said. The whole thing with you dismantling the Black Hats, it was a front? It was. He hesitated before continuing. It actually felt pretty good. I've had to work with those assholes for years while they torture and subjugate my people. Yggdrasil, through her anger, actually cracked a smile. I knew you were interesting. Michel watched her hands, waiting for them to dip back into her pockets for her gloves. If she went for them, he might have no choice but to tackle her and try the chloroform. He really didn't want to do that. All of that, just to get to me, she scoffed quietly. I'm not leaving, Michel. I spoke with a voice in my head. I told her some information, sure, but I never told her I wanted to join some palo freedom fighter off in the jungle. Michel's heart began to fall. This was it, a complete failure to finish his mission and, surprisingly hurtful, the end of his relationship with Yggdrasil. He would probably be dead in a couple of minutes. What will you do? She asked. If you refuse to come? Yes. I'll look for the next opportunity to leave. I'm not going to force you to come with me. She snorted. As if you could. In a moment of bravado, Michel tossed her the bottle of chloroform. She caught it, looked at the label, and stared daggers at him. You were going to use this on me? I considered it. I'm supposed to do a job, but I like you a little more than that. So if you don't want to come, I'll just tell me boss that I couldn't find you. If you let me walk out of here, that is. Yggdrasil passed the chloroform back and forth between her hands, then held it to the light to look at the liquid inside. I've heard this is unpleasant. It's not enjoyable. Michel wondered if he should make a run for it. Look, how about this? I stay here 3 more days. I help Yarrett find that prick Jatura and put an end to the Black Hats in Landfall for good. If, at the end of those 3 days, you change your mind, I have a way for us to disappear. If not, then I'll go alone. I won't change my mind. These are my people, Michel. I have a duty to fulfill. Consider it. Careful to make no sudden moves, Michel headed toward the door. He was out in the street before he allowed himself to breathe again. 3 days. 3 ways this could go. Either he'd get out alone, he'd get out with Yggdrasil, or she'd hand him over to be tortured to death. What a way to live. Chapter 57. We've run out of land, Jackal reported. Styke sat in his saddle, frowning at a grassy hill on the horizon. They were a couple of days south of New Starlight and had reached the far southwest corner of the Hammer, where rolling hills of fallow fields stretched for thousands of acres in every direction. Barren, but for the occasional farming hamlet carving out a living in the poor soil. The farming hamlets had been abandoned since the Dynize arrival, and they hadn't seen another soul for 2 days. Styke glanced at Ibana, who cocked an eyebrow at him and turned her horse around and rode back down the line, checking in with officers and making sure that the whole company was still together. A few rows back and to one side, Carpole and Celine kept their horses close and spoke in Carpole's sign language, eyes on each other's hands. Styke joined them. "We've run out of land," he told Carpole. The bone-eye dropped her hands and stared back at him before looking toward the same grassy hill on the horizon. Beyond it were the high cliffs of the Hammer and a steep drop down to the beach, and then the narrow ocean that separated Fatraster from Dynize. "Are we close?" Styke asked. "I want to find this thing and be done with it as quickly as possible. It's only a matter of time before the Dynize army picks up our trail. He trailed off, noticing that Carpole's eyes did not leave the horizon. Without a sign, she flipped her reins and headed toward the coast. Styke rolled his tongue along his teeth, feeling the myriad of old aches and pains that seemed to accompany every day at this age. "Where's she going?" he asked Celine. "I don't know." Even Celine seemed confused, and Styke sensed that there was something wrong in the stiff way that Carpole rode. He leaned toward Jackal. "Keep a close eye on her, and a hand on your carbine." "You expect me to shoot her?" Jackal seemed surprised by this. "I don't know what to expect. These godstones are unpredictable." He took a deep breath, trying to fill his nostrils with sorcery. But the only whiff he got was the scent of Carpole's coppery power. He waited, uncertain, for several minutes before finally heading after her. Jackal and Celine followed. They reached the cliff tops, only to find that Carpole had abandoned her horse and taken a steep path down to the beach. Styke watched her pick her way through the rocks. "Do we wait for her to come back up?" Jackal asked. "Maybe the thing is on the beach," Styke grunted, swinging out of the saddle. They descended to the beach and joined Carpole on the shoreline, who was standing with her shoes discarded and her feet in the surf. The water lapped at Styke's boots, and he watched the side of her face with a growing concern. Her expression was stone-like, devoid of her usual bemusement or defiance. Her eyes seemed distant, as if she were deep in some kind of a dream. He breathed in again, trying to read her sorcery, but nothing about the coppery smell had changed. Jackal clung to the base of the cliff, watching Carpole as one might watch a rabid dog. Styke wondered if Jackal knew something he didn't. Celine kicked her shoes off and walked into the surf too, gently taking Carpole's hand. Carpole responded to the touch mechanically, her thumb gently stroking the back of Celine's wrist, and Styke suddenly felt like an invader in a private moment. He clenched his jaw, letting his irritation overwhelm his discomfort, and stepped up beside the two of them. "What are you looking at, girl?" he asked Carpole. Carpole's brow furrowed, and she lifted one hand and touched her thumb to her chest. Styke recognized her symbol for I, and the hesitation that followed it. "What is it?" he urged. Carpole's hands moved. Celine tilted her head to the side, watching as Carpole repeated the short phrase several times in a row. Celine's face grew concerned, and she glanced quickly at Styke and then back at Carpole. "What is she saying?" Styke asked, his mouth suddenly dry. It's not here," Celine translated. Styke felt a knot form in the pit of his stomach, irritation turning to disbelief, to anger in the flash of an instant. "What do you mean it's not here?" Carpole spread her hands. "I don't know." Styke grabbed her shoulder, and she suddenly leapt away from him, stumbling through the surf and falling into a defensive stance, her passive face suddenly angry. The coppery scent grew stronger in Styke's nostrils, and he became very conscious of Celine standing between them. "Whoa," he said gently, reaching out and taking Celine by the hand. He pushed her behind him, jaw tight, then set one hand on the hilt of his boz knife. "Explain." Carpole looked from Styke to Jackal and back again, no doubt taking note of the carbine in Jackal's hands. There was something suddenly feral in her eyes that Styke did not like, that he had not seen before. Her gaze shifted slowly to Celine, and that feral look seemed to fade. She straightened, then her hands flashed, repeating the phrase from a moment ago. Then she continued. "It's not here," Celine translated. "I was wrong. My compass was wrong. This godstone is in Infatrasta." Styke resisted the urge to take a half-step closer. "Then where have you been leading us?" "Toward the godstone." "You just said it's not Infatrasta." Styke trailed off, realization setting in. He turned toward the western horizon, staring across the ocean in the direction she'd been facing when they reached the beach. "The third godstone is in Dynize?" Carpole gave a short nod. Styke thought of all the soldiers who'd died to get them here, of the lancers who'd fallen, of the new recruits who'd been butchered by a vengeful Dynize cuirassier, and of his own wounds he'd gathered on the journey. He bit his tongue, hard, clamping down on his rage, and considered having Taniel Two-Shot come after him if he staved Carpole's head in this very instant. "How long have you known?" he managed when he finally allowed himself to speak. "I have suspected for a few days." "And you didn't tell me this back at the cuirassier's camp, or any time since, as we rode deeper into enemy territory?" Carpole's anger and defiance finally flagged, her gaze falling. "I needed to be sure." "So, what?" Styke raised his hands, then let them fall at his sides again. He paced in the surf. "Your internal compass, this thing that's been leading as many as 2,000 men across a continent of war, is off? By what? 1,000 miles?" "More like 500, I think." Styke scoffed. 500 miles! He pointed to the ocean, finally taking that half-step forward. "I can't ride my lancers across an ocean. Unless you're hiding something beyond that blood magic, I don't think you can do anything to change that. Can you?" He paused, feeling suddenly lost. All this time, all these lives, for nothing. "Can you?" he whispered. Carpole shook her head. Styke climbed back up the cliffs, leaving Jackal to keep an eye on Celine. By the time he reached the top, his mind was made up, his resolve strengthened. He found Ibana and Gustar waiting for him, while the lancers prepared a camp just beneath the rise of the hill, where they couldn't be spotted by passing ships. "Pack it up," he said quietly. Ibana's eyebrows rose. "Excuse me?" "We're going back. The blood sorcerer was wrong. The godstone lies beyond the ocean." Both Ibana and Gustar stared at him, working their jaws, coming to terms with this news. "Beyond the ocean?" Gustar asked, rubbing a hand across the stubble on his cheek. "That's what I said, isn't it?" Styke couldn't feel anything but anger right now, and he fought the urge to go find Amrek, take Celine, and ride off before anyone could stop him. He wondered if he should just do that, if this dream of a reborn mad Lancers was just a fool's errand. He shouldered Gustar out the way, heading toward Amric. He heard boots behind him, and Ibana say in a warning tone, "Don't meddle with him in this mood." Gustar snatched him by the arm a moment later. Styke whirled, his boz knife coming to hand, and snatched Gustar up by the front of his jacket. "Pack!" Styke ordered. "Ben!" Ibana warned. Styke looked at Ibana, then lowered his eyes to Gustar. The riflejack met the gaze. He could see resolve there, and questions, and a hint of fear. But Gustar did not shake or shy away. Styke set him down and shoved him, putting up his knife. He took several steps before the hopelessness seized him. It began in his chest like a spike of cold iron and quickly overwhelmed him, until his steps became staggered and he was forced to sit on the closest rock, his head falling into his hands. "Pack everything back up," Styke said again. "Leave the bone-eye. She can find her own way back." Ibana joined Gustar, and the two of them stared down at Styke. He could feel their eyes on his shoulders. "Back? Where?" Ibana asked. Styke gave a half-shrug, unwilling to raise his head. He'd seen plenty of men have a breakdown on the field of battle. He'd never experienced one himself, and the very idea of him sitting here fighting back tears, immobilized by hopelessness, almost made him laugh. He was mad Ben Styke, and a 90-pound woman leading his army astray had cut him off at the knees. He wished Ibana and Gustar would go away. "Back to landfall," he answered. He gestured at Gustar without looking up. "We'll deliver you and yours back to Lady Flint. It's the least I can do." "And then?" Gustar asked. "And then we'll do what we do best. We'll slaughter our way back and forth across Fatrasta until either the invaders are dead or we are." There was a measured silence. "Well, that sounds directionless," Gustar said gently. "It worked for us before," Styke said. Ibana sighed, pacing back and forth. Styke knew she'd have words for him later, when they were out of earshot of the men. He wasn't looking forward to it. "Well, sir." Something changed in Gustar's voice, and Styke glanced up to find him standing at attention. "It's been a pleasure serving under you. I appreciate the offer, but the Riflejack Cavalry will take our leave. Good day, sir." Gustar snapped a salute and spun on his heel, heading toward his men. Styke exchanged a glance with Ibana. "What the pit is he going on about? Gustar! Come back here!" Gustar froze. Hesitantly, he returned to Styke, giving him a shallow smile and straightening his jacket where Styke had clutched it. "Yes, sir." Styke put his elbows on his knees, looking up at Gustar, fighting against his despair and shushing the little voice that told him to let Gustar walk away. "Where are you going?" "To fulfill our duty, sir." "What duty?" "To escort Carpole to the Godstone, sir. I was given very specific instructions by Lady Flint, and I intend on carrying them out." Styke shook his head in wonderment. "Did you not hear me? The Godstone is in Dynize. She can't lead us to it." "We've come this far," Gustar said, brushing off Styke's words. "A little bit of ocean between us, and our goal will hardly stop the Riflejacks. There aren't as many of us left as I'd like. 500, give or take a few dozen. That'll make it easier to find enough ships to commandeer to get to Dynize." Styke pointed to the ocean with his knife. "You're going to commandeer a fleet and head to Dynize? Pitt knows what's waiting for you there." "Not knowing what's over the next hill doesn't seem like something that would bother you, sir," Gustar said, managing to pull it off without the slightest condescension. Styke stared at him, wondering if maybe he had finally been taken by the madness so many had accused him of over the years. Gustav went on. "I've got orders, sir. Unless you have any other questions, I'd best go let the lads know that we're splitting off." Styke waved him off, his feeling of hopelessness fouled by exasperation. He shook his head, and Gustav had gone about a dozen feet before Styke said, "Why?" "Because I have orders, sir," Gustav said without turning. "Bugger orders. You Adran pricks don't follow orders to certain death. Lady Flint isn't worth that. Nobody is." Gustav stiffened. Slowly, steadily, he returned to Styke and squatted down in front of him, like a man about to explain something to a little child. He said, "Field Marshal Tamas was worth it. Lady Flint, Vlora, as most of us knew her when she was still a girl, she might not be quite there yet, but she will be some day, of that I'm certain." Gustav paused, as if choosing his words. "Styke, we haven't ridden across for Trasta for you, or a blood sorcerer, or even for Lady Flint. We rode across for Trasta because a god killed Field Marshal Tamas and tried to destroy our country. You may keep the truth of what we're actually doing here from yours, but I don't from mine. We faced the father god of them all on the battlefield, and we were nothing but rain in his eyes. Every one of us remembers that, and if we have to throw away our lives on the chance of preventing another piece of shit godling from walking this world, we will do so. Not for you, or your damned country, or to help you spread the carnage of your vengeance across the continent. We'll do it to protect our homes and loved ones. Lady Flint understood that. It's why she sent us out." Gustav left Styke, returning to his cavalry. Styke watched him go with a frustrated sigh. His eyes went to Urbana, who just shrugged and followed Gustav without a word. Styke stared at the ground, letting the tip of his knife fall to the dirt and slowly scratching it back and forth to create parallel lines. He knew he should be doing something, but he didn't know what. Ibana would inform the men. Gustav would leave. The Mad Lancers would carry on. He tried to tell himself that the Godstone had been a long shot anyway, that even if they'd found it, there was no guarantee Carpole could dampen its power. That this whole mistake, this misled party teetering on the edge of the continent, was Carpole's fault. So why did he feel so strongly like a failure? He felt a small hand on his arm. Celine took him by the wrist, forcing him to sit up, then moved his arm to one side so she could sit on his knee. He had a hard time meeting her gaze. "Carpole is sorry," Celine said. Styke didn't answer her. "I don't think—" Celine trailed off, then took a deep breath. "I don't think she is certain of herself. She acts confident, but I think she scares herself." "In what way?" Styke asked petulantly. "Her strength. That thing she did to the cuirassiers in the forest." Styke looked up sharply, cutting her off. "How did you know about that?" "She told me. She told me that she has controlled men before, even hundreds at a time, but that she's never enthralled them like that. She needed answers and took control of them, and she told me that it scared her." "Why would she tell you this?" Styke asked, trying to decide if this was some sort of manipulation. Celine didn't even have to consider the question. She frowned at Styke as if the answer was obvious. "Because she's lonely. I'm the only one she has to talk to. The soldiers are frightened of her, and you treat her like a tool. Her love is on the other side of the continent fighting for his life, and she wants to be at his side where she can protect him. Styke thought of their meeting outside of Landfall, when he had accepted the commission in the Riflejacks and had sent out the order to gather the Mad Lancers. He had waited in that small town, wondering if his old comrades would come when he called, and she had appeared. She had smeared his forehead with blood and then vanished on the wind. He touched his forehead. Celine didn't miss the gesture.
"She marked you."
"With a sorcery?"
"In a way. She says she will not try to control you, that she is not sure if she can."
"And why did she mark me?"
"As her protector, like Taniel."
"Why me?"
"Because you're one of the good ones."
Styke almost laughed. He shook his head, looking at Celine's earnest face. "I'm not one of the good ones, my girl. You've seen it with your own eyes. I'm no one's protector."
"But you protect for Truster."
"Well, that's different. It's a continent, an idea, not a person." He trailed off. "I'm not going to argue semantics with you." Celine took his hand in hers.
"You protect me. Back in the camps, and since. Sunin says that you would break a mountain over your shoulders to protect me, and I believe her."
Styke's eyes were suddenly misty. He dragged his sleeves across his face. "I would."
"So? Carpole is alone. You are all that stands between her and the Dynize. She may be powerful, but she's fragile too. Halt the sea, break a mountain, be her protector too."
Celine leaned forward and kissed Styke on the cheek, then slid out of his lap and pulled on his hand in the direction of the camp. Styke stared at the blade of his knife. "We should ride off. Tonight, when everyone is asleep. I can take you to the Nine and build us a house in the mountains and let you be a kid for a few years. This isn't the place for you."
"I know," Celine said seriously. "We can do that when this is over. I want you to teach me all about the horses."
"Shit," Styke said, climbing to his feet. The hopelessness still weighed him down, clutching at his muscles like a punch to the gut. He walked hand in hand with Celine, gesturing to Ibana to follow, and heading toward where the Riflejacks were in the middle of repacking their gear. Carpole stood next to Gusta, holding her slate and a bit of chalk. The two glanced up at Styke as he approached. Styke pointed at Carpole. "I'm still pissed at you, but I made a promise, and I'll damn well keep it. Gustav, the only place we're going to find enough ships to get to Dynize is New Starlight. Tell your men to set up camp. We'll need a lot of rest if we're to assault the fortress." Chapter 58.
"It's almost ready."
Vlora didn't acknowledge Flaring, not immediately. She was watching the preparations around the Godstone from a safe distance, the other side of Nighttime Vale. She resisted the urge to reply, "It took you long enough." 3 days had passed since the Riflejacks had arrived, and Bert had given her his blessing. 3 of the 4 days that it would take 25,000 Dynize infantry to catch up with them. They had gone well past their threshold of make a clean escape, and had fallen to hope the Dynize are sufficiently confused by the destruction of the Godstone that we can slip away in the chaos. Vlora finally turned her eyes to Flaring to find her vigorously scratching one arm.
"A thing makes my skin itch," Flaring explained.
"Right. That's why I've kept my distance. Is this going to work?"
"No reason it won't,"
Flaring replied. "We packed its brother with enough powder to level a city without causing a scratch." Flaring snorted.
"See, there's your problem. You just cover it in black powder and light the damn thing. Most of the explosive force will be lost going in every direction except toward the item itself."
That's like trying to knock down a wall by throwing the artillery piece at it."
She smiled across the valley toward the Godstone, an expression that Vlora imagined had been on her face on more than one occasion while sizing up an enemy general.
"No, we used every ounce of blasting oil we had left. We turned it into a gel and applied it to the nooks and crannies. We've timed 7 different explosions to occur in split-second intervals. This is top science, Vlora. God's sorcery can eat my shit."
"I would rather not invite that kind of hubris," Vlora replied. Her soldiers were literally lined up outside of town, waiting for the order to head north double time if the Godstone was destroyed. If the blasting oil had no effect, her second plan was also ready to be put into motion. All of her engineers standing by with the necessary equipment to lift the Godstone onto a series of heavy-duty carts to drag it out of town. And if that didn't work, Prime Lector would bring the mountain down on top of the Godstone and then stick around to hide it from the approaching Dynize army. She had planned for everything, she hoped, and in a few minutes she would know what needed to happen next. A fear in the back of her head told her that something would go wrong, that the Dynize, whom Olam's scouts had already spotted, would arrive 12 hours ahead of schedule, or that the blasting oil would cause some sort of sorcerer's backlash that would kill them all, or that they'd be forced to run with the Godstone, and the Dynize would be upon them within days, slaughtering her outnumbered men.
"I don't believe in hubris,"
Flaring said, breaking the silence. Vlora turned and looked at her, staring just long enough for Flaring to become visibly uncomfortable. "Please, never say that again." Her attention was pulled away by the sight of a group coming up from Yellow Creek. She didn't have to sniff powder to pick out the people in attendance. Taniel, Olam, Bert, Prime Lector, and Julene, accompanied by several of Flaring's assistants. They joined Vlora and Flaring within a few minutes, and it quickly became clear that they'd been arguing for some time.
"It won't work," Prime Lector said with a huff. "The powder of the combined Predii couldn't crack one of those things 2,000 years ago. Some damned gelled explosive won't do it either."
Julene stood beside him, looking sullen and uninterested. She waved one of her bronze hands under Prime's nose.
"4 of you together couldn't kill me either. Then along came Kresimir and cut off my hands without breaking a sweat." "That's different," Prime insisted. "That's powerful sorcery. The same kind of sorcery that's involved here. It only proves my point."
"And you've missed hers entirely," Taniel said quietly, rolling his eyes, "which is that nothing can be taken for granted." Prime turned on Taniel, sizing him up for a moment in undignified silence. If anything, Taniel himself was living proof of that very statement. Vlora could see Prime swallow a pithy reply, and took more than a little amusement by the fact that Taniel could keep someone like Prime in check. "You think this is going to work?" "I have no idea," Taniel replied. "I can certainly hope." "Hope is worth nothing. We must plan—" "We've planned," Vlora finally cut in, "as much as we possibly can. All we need is for you to do your part if the moment calls for it. Can we trust you to do so?" Prime drew himself up.
"I will do my part."
"The same way you stood up to Kresimir after he returned?" Julene scoffed. Bert circled around the group and came up to Vlora's side, giving the others a sceptical look. "You're sure these are ancient sorcerers?" he asked quietly. "I'm sure," Vlora replied. "They've been complaining and squabbling like children since the moment I met them." "They're just like that,"
Daniel said, turning his back on Prime and Julian. "The more you get to know the most powerful people in the world, the more you realize they're just that. Powerful people. If it makes you feel any better, Kresimir was worse than either of them." "No," Bert said. "That does not make me feel better." Fleming continued to scratch her arms, looking more and more perplexed. "It's going to work," she repeated, with somewhat less confidence than before. She stared at Prime and Julian while she talked, clearly more uncomfortable with their presence than with even the obelisk she planned on destroying. "We're going to turn that thing to dust. Then we're going to hightail it out this city before the Dynize can catch up." Vlora put a hand on Fleming's shoulder. "Just tell us when to watch." "Just a few more minutes, it looks like," Fleming said. "My boys are triple-checking the detonators, and we'll be ready to go." Vlora couldn't help the thumping of her heart, and hoped that her anxiety didn't show on her face. What if Prime was right? What if it proved impossible to move the stone, and then he fled instead of hiding the stone from the Dynize? If the stone fell into Dynize's hands, they would have possession of 2 of the 3. She didn't know exactly how bad that would be, but there was a dark fear in the pit of her stomach that told her it would be catastrophic. Her thoughts were interrupted by Fleming suddenly growing very still, staring across the valley, then waving back at someone. "We're ready," she announced. Prime and Julian immediately ceased their bickering, and the group fell out into a line, watching curiously until Fleming motioned to them. You should probably all get behind those rocks," she told them. "We're awfully far away," Daniel said doubtfully. Bert was already following Fleming towards some boulders, and Vlora and Olam were right behind her. "Trust me," Vlora told him. "If Fleming says to duck, then we duck." Within a few moments they were all situated under the cover of a pair of boulders, peeking out cautiously toward the godstone. Vlora turned her attention toward 2 of Fleming's assistants, who were still within throwing distance of the stone. They were, she realized, following a long cord down to the outlet of the valley before taking refuge clear around the other side of the rock faces that guarded the entrance to the vale. Vlora took a small hit of powder, watching carefully for a few tense moments before a bright flash suddenly flared from the assistant's hiding spot. The flash whipped along the ground with astonishing speed, following the cord up toward the godstone. It sped across the valley, then up the path. The explosions were nothing like the eruption of gunpowder. Instead of a boom followed by inky smoke, there was an ear-shattering crack. As Fleming had warned, there were 7 distinct explosions. They happened so closely to one another that even Vlora's sorcery-enhanced senses could barely tell them apart. Dust was sent in every direction, allowing Vlora to follow the force of the explosion across the valley as rocks scattered and leaves were blown off trees. She grabbed Olam and pulled him down with her, hiding behind the boulder, while the entire side of the valley was peppered with stones thrown over half a mile away. A rock the size of a head struck just a few yards behind them, smoking from the blast. "Holy shit," Bert said. Vlora lifted her head to peer through the haze, trying to see what had happened to the godstone. As the air began to clear, she felt her heart fall. "Nothing happened," she said. Beside her, Daniel was also squinting toward the godstone. He shook his head and suddenly lifted himself up and over the boulder, taking off at a run. Vlora was about to let him go when she saw what he must have seen. Something had happened. Without a word to the others, she took off after him. The whole group was gathered around the stone within 10 minutes. Vlora walked around and around it, unable to stop grinning like an idiot. The obelisk had been shattered into 3 distinct pieces. The smallest was the cap, a pyramid-shaped stone around 4 feet in diameter. The rest of the stone had broken in half, lengthwise, and the pieces now rested with about a 2-inch gap between them. Flering slapped her hand victoriously on the capstone. "Ancient sorcery, meet modern science!" Prime Lector stood back about 20 paces, staring at the godstone with a mix of fascination and horror, as if expecting the stone to reassemble itself at any moment. He seemed at a loss for words until Flering spoke, to which he replied, "It's not exactly dust." "It cracked along the seams," Flering said, tracing her fingers along the break between the 2 halves of the main obelisk. "Just as planned. There were 2 deep grooves cut along fault lines in the rock, and we focused most of the explosion there." She tapped a section of the capstone where a large area of writing had been replaced by a spiralling fracture, much like glass in a window that had been shattered without falling from the pane. "It's true. All that ore should have turned this thing to dust. But considering how you were talking about that sorcery, I think we did pretty good." Slowly, Vlora felt her smile fade. She took a step toward the stone and gently laid a hand on the surface. She felt a pulse, like the beating of a heart, touching her from the else. It was an unpleasant feeling, and she immediately wanted to wipe her hand off and leave this place at once. She forced calm. "I can still sense the sorcery of the thing." "So can I," Prime Lector said. Taniel and Julene both confirmed it. "It's faded," Taniel said to Flering's annoyed expression, "but it's definitely still there. Do you think whoever built this thing planned for the possibility of it being broken?" Vlora expected Prime to look smug, but the old sorcerer seemed baffled more than anything else. "It's possible," he said, "but they made it so strong that they must have thought it would survive anything. I doubt a god could crack it." "Not even Kresimir could have conceived of a man-made force as strong as blasting oil," Julene said with a hint of wonder in her voice. She tapped her right stub against the capstone, examining it with a clinical approach. "Normally, when an object has been enchanted, substantial damage to it will unravel the enchantment. It may be that—" She trailed off. "Ah, I see." "What is it?" Vlora demanded. Her anxiety was back, and she'd gone from disappointment to elation and back again so quickly in the last quarter of an hour that she just wanted to know what the pit was going on. Julene turned and smiled smugly at Prime. "Do you see it?" she asked. With some reservation, Prime shook his head. "Those fault lines in the stone are also fault lines in the sorcery. We couldn't see it, not when it was full strength. They must have bound the sorcery to the very grain of the rock. Helps make it stronger, but it also makes it vulnerable. The sorcery holding the whole thing together is like an outer layer. We broke through that with the blasting oil, leaving 3 distinct pieces of enchanted rock." "So, instead of having to deal with 1 godstone, we're dealing with 3? Bert asked flatly. "Not exactly," Julene continued. She'd perked up from her usual disinterest and had even grown excited. "It's not a godstone now. Not nearly. The pieces are nothing compared to the whole. I think that it could be put back together given time, but—" "If we can separate the pieces," Vlora finished for her. Her mind was already working, pushing through a number of different plans. "Which is the most powerful piece?" "I see it now,"
Prime finally announced. Power is the wrong way of thinking about it. The two halves of the main trunk are where the meat of the sorcery is, but the capstone, though weaker, is used to connect them, to make the three of them greater than the sum of their parts.
That's all I need to know. Vlora turned to Bert, her heart racing. The moment she'd been waiting for, where she could see the next path she needed to take, was finally here. You told us that you had made plans to take the stone north of the Iron Hook Mountains if you could find it. Can you still do that? The question seemed to catch everyone off guard, including Bert. Daniel stepped forward before Bert could respond. "Are you sure about this?" he asked quietly. Vlora ignored him. "Can you?" she asked again. Bert eyeballed the pieces. "What do you need me to do?" "I want you to take the two pieces of the main trunk and take them over the passes. As soon as you're north of the mountains, separate the two pieces. Send them to the farthest reaches of your territory or beyond. I don't really care who ends up with them, as long as they are in two very different places."
"This is madness," Prime interjected. "We can't trust northern savages with even a fragment of the stone, let alone 2/3.
Bert narrowed his eyes at the word savages.
"Then come with us, old man. You want to study them so badly, then we'll take you north with the pieces, and you can make sure they're disposed of or hidden."
It was Vlora's turn to be surprised. "I thought you don't allow Cressians north of the Iron Hook."
"Like I told you before, the Dynize have changed everything, and we need to make decisions quickly. Besides, I have a feeling I know what your plan is, and I want insurance."
"What do you mean by insurance?" Daniel asked. Bert pointed at Prime.
"This one can hide the presence of the Godstones. If he continues to do that, it'll give my people plenty of time to pull the two big pieces into the passes and dynamite them behind us. We'll be long gone before the Dynize privilege can figure out something is up."
Olam, who had remained silent for this entire time, suddenly spoke up, fixing Vlora with a pained expression. "We're going to take the capstone, aren't we?"
"And lead the Dynize on a merry chase," Vlora confirmed, locking eyes with Daniel. "We take the capstone to the coast, put it on a ship, and we drop it into the deepest part of the ocean. And even if the Dynize happen to catch up with us, they'll wind up with just a fraction of what they need and no idea where the rest has been taken." Olam considered the idea for a moment, and Vlora could see in his eyes that he thought it was going to get them all killed. He stared at the Godstone, looking older than Vlora remembered him, and drawing out a pang of worry from her. "All right," he said, "but the Dynize are almost upon us. I'll have our engineers up here in half an hour, and we'll be rumbling out of the town in 2. We need to get as far away as we can before nightfall."
Chapter 59. Styke crested a hill and tugged gently on his reins, bringing Amrek and the entire column behind them to a stop in the middle of the road. He eyed the distant towers of New Starlight for a few moments, then swept his gaze across the rolling hills between his own party and the city fortress, before bringing his looking-glass to his eye to get a better look. "That's a lot more crowded than when we passed here 5 days ago," Ibana commented. She sat beside Styke, her comments no doubt directed at the army now camped at the base of the curtain wall that cut New Starlight off from the mainland. At a glance, and without a glass, any seasoned campaigner would put the army at 50,000 men or more. "That's going to be a problem," Ibana added. "We can't break an entire field army, not by ourselves." Styke kept the glass to his eyes, frowning toward the city, and sweeping his gaze back and forth across the army camping outside it, to make sure that his head wasn't playing tricks on him.
"We may not have to."
He handed Ibana the looking-glass and sat back in the saddle, fiddling with his big lancer's ring. Slowly, Ibana's mouth fell open.
"Those are for trusting flags." "Above the army and the city,"
Styke confirmed.
"I'm not mad, am I?"
"Not about this." Ibana handed the looking-glass back. "It's been 5 days since we passed here, and we very clearly saw Dynize soldiers manning the wall. Where did that army come from, and how the pit did they take New Starlight without a siege?" Styke took off his ring, spat upon it, and polished it against his jacket before returning it to his finger.
"I think that's Devori and the third."
"I knew we hadn't seen the last of him," Ibana grunted.
"Is this going to make our job easier or harder?"
Styke asked, though he thought he already knew the answer. "Harder," Ibana said. She swore, then continued, "If there's a fleet at harbour, Devori isn't going to give it to us. But—" She trailed off.
"But,"
Styke picked up,
"I'd damn well like to know how he got here so fast, and how he took New Starlight."
"Right. Do you want me to send Jackal?" Styke felt uneasy. He felt that way a lot these days, dealing with Carpole and renegade cuirassiers and assassin dragon men. But this felt different to him, and he couldn't figure out why. The army was flying the flags of the Third. It was a whole field army, with Devori at the head. He ignored Ibana's question and asked his own.
"Do you think he sold himself to the Dynize?"
"Devori?"
"Yeah."
"He's a slimy piece of shit, but there's no way he turned an entire field army. I know dozens of good, loyal soldiers in the Third." Styke chewed on the inside of his cheek.
"Give me Jackal. We're going to take a closer look."
Styke and Jackal approached the pickets of the army camped outside of New Starlight, and were waved through with only a lingering glance and a curious whisper. They were soon among the tents, riding down the main road that led to the curtain wall and the city fortress beyond it. Styke kept his eyes and ears open, keeping Amrek at a walk, trying to shake the uneasiness that plagued his thoughts. The army was camped at leisure, sprawled and disorganized like an army resting in the spoils of a great victory, though it was clear that there had been no battle to take the city. Soldiers played cards by the cook fires, set up ball fields out by the pickets, and stripped the area of firewood and edibles.
"Are the spirits telling you anything about this?"
Styke asked Jackal out of the corner of his mouth. Jackal looked just as suspicious as Styke, if not more so, and he answered without taking his eyes off the camp.
"The spirits are fickle right now. Most of them have fled from Carpole's sorcery, and the ones who haven't speak in riddles. They're not helpful." "What do you make of this?" "I don't like it."
Jackal seemed to have nothing else to add, so Styke let him be. Truth be told, he couldn't add any more himself. The circumstances of the Third Army's arrival seemed suspicious at best, sinister at worst, yet there was nothing about the camp that spoke to him of sedition or treachery. As they neared the curtain wall, he saw a small group of men gathered playing dice on a plank. One of them glanced up, did a double take, then sprang to his feet and jogged towards Styke. He was a thin, dark-skinned Deliv. He looked like he was in his 40s, with a touch of grey at his temples and a distinctive scar along his left cheek.
"Colonel Ben Styke?"
he asked, falling in beside Amrek.
"That's me."
"Colonel Willan," the man introduced himself. "I saw you at a distance back near Bell Tower, but I never got the chance to meet you. I'm with the 74th Rifles. It's a pleasure to meet you, Styke." Styke pulled on the reins and turned to look down at Willan.
"Pleasure is mine,"
he said slowly. The name sounded vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place the face.
Mind telling me what's going on here?
What do you mean? Willen seemed genuinely perplexed by the question.
I mean that 5 days ago I rode past New Starlight and saw Dynize flags. I come back this way, and the city is held by our side, without any sign of a struggle.
Ah! Willen's grin widened. Well, sir, oddest bit of luck. I'll tell you, we weren't all that far behind. We arrived just yesterday morning to find the citadel completely abandoned. No ships in the harbour, no spies hiding in the walls. Just an empty husk of a place, stripped of supplies.
Styke leaned on his saddle horn. You're joking?
No ships? That would make it damned hard to get to Dynize. Not at all. I'll tell you, it's the damnedest thing. We had orders to take the city as quickly as possible, but it was empty.
Do you know why?
I'm not one to question fortune, but...
Willen searched his jacket, produced a tin of tobacco, and tucked a wad into the corner of his mouth before continuing.
We came across half a brigade of Dynize cavalry slaughtered in the Hawk. I'm guessing now it was your doing, and our best guess is that the Dynize holding the city were spooked and decided to flee.
Styke bit his tongue, holding back a dozen reasons why the Dynize wouldn't have fled just because of some dead cuirassiers. He looked up at the nearby curtain wall and the high towers of New Starlight beyond it, then glanced to the eastern horizon. "Perhaps," he said. "Perhaps not. Maybe they got wind of a field army on the way and decided they couldn't hold a fortress against it."
It seemed like the only probable reason for abandoning New Starlight. Perhaps Styke was just being paranoid.
"Tell me, did the Dynize spike the fortress guns when they left?"
I'm not sure," Willen replied. "I can ask."
"Do so. Where's Devory?"
The general is in the citadel. His personal company is holding it."
"Taking the choice beds for himself, I suppose."
"A general's prerogative," Willen said demurely. "If you'd like, I'll take you to him."
"No need,
Styke hesitated, exchanging a glance with Jackal.
"Actually, that would be wonderful."
"Hold on, I'll fetch my horse." Within a few minutes, Colonel Willen was riding beside them as they headed toward the fortress. They passed beneath the curtain wall, which was staffed with guards from one of the brigades, but not policed. The city fortress within had been taken over by the army. "All the buildings were empty when we arrived," Colonel Willen explained. "As far as we've been able to piece together, the city was abandoned by the garrison the very day that word came that landfall had been taken. The people fled soon after, leaving it abandoned to be picked up by the Dynize."
"That's a shame,"
Styke said, watching a company of soldiers march past in the street. Willen spat out a wad of tobacco. "Agreed. New Starlight isn't protected by sorcery, but the walls are strong and the guns powerful. They could have made a damn good stand against any sized fleet in the area. Pity, I say, but that's what we're here to remedy."
"What exactly are your orders?"
Styke glanced sharply at Willen. "They were secret until we actually arrived," Willen said, "but we were to march across the Hammer and take New Starlight as quickly as possible. Now I believe we'll garrison the city and use it as a staging point to cleanse the Hammer." Willen nodded toward the citadel. "General Devory is meeting with all the brigadiers and about half the colonels right now. I imagine we'll have our next set of orders by tomorrow." Styke debated his next options. If there were no ships here, then the citadel was useless to the Mad Lancers.
His best bet might be to ride back to Belltower and use the good graces he'd earned with the city to commandeer a small fleet. In which case he should turn around right now and ride back to camp. He didn't need Dvory getting overly curious about his goals.
"Why the urgency?"
he asked Willen.
"You were told to march across the Hammer and take Starlight as quickly as possible. Why? Did you even bring enough artillery to take the citadel?"
Only just. About the artillery, that is. We have a battery of 12-pounders and 6 batteries of 6-pounders. As far as the speed, Willen shrugged. The orders came directly from Lindet herself.
One does not question Lindet's orders.
They reached the main door of the citadel, only to find it closed. Styke rode Amric right up to the door and gave it a shove. It was locked. He craned his neck, looking up to the murder holes for some sign of a guard detail.
"I say there,"
Willen called, cupping his hands around his mouth.
I say there, Colonel Willen to see General Dvory. Open the doors."
They were greeted by silence. Jackal rode back 50 yards, looking toward the top of the walls.
"I don't see anyone," he shouted.
Willen scowled at the door, as if he might open it by annoyance alone.
"Everyone must be at the General's meeting."
"Strange," Styke muttered, feeling his uneasiness deepen. They waited for a sign of life from within the citadel for nearly 15 minutes, until Willen finally shook his head.
"I'll send men around to the other gates to find a way in," he assured him. "Dvory's damn bodyguard are too good to open the door, and they'll hear it from me. Can I escort you back to your men?"
"We're camped down the coast," Styke said. "To the east. I can find my own way back."
"Of course."
Styke raised one finger, turning Amric this way and that as he examined the city fortress. "How many scouts do you have out right now?"
"You'd have to ask a dragoon company."
"Do you have any dragoons attached to your brigade?"
"We do. My sister is their commanding officer."
"Do me a favour. Get them out into the countryside. The Dynize might have sailed away, but they might also be lurking out there somewhere." Willen sucked on his teeth, obviously reluctant.
"General Dvory gave the men an informal leave while we wait for our new orders. My sister won't be eager to send her boys out too early."
He paused, looking up at the citadel.
"I'll convince her," he added.
"Good." Styke nodded goodbye and turned Amric back toward the mainland. They were out of earshot when Jackal said in a low voice, "You told him we were camped to the east. You don't trust him?" "I don't want Dvory to know where we are," Styke replied. Ibana met them about a mile outside the curtain wall. "I was just about to come looking for you. Is everything all right?" "I'm not sure," Styke said with a shake of his head. "I want you and Gustav to send out our best scouts, scour the area." "What are we looking for?" "Dynize." "A lot? A few?" Styke glanced back toward the citadel one more time. He thought he spotted someone in a yellow jacket on the walls of the citadel, but by the time he found his looking-glass the person had disappeared. "I don't know. Look for anything suspicious. No fires tonight. Tell the men to be ready to fight or flee at a moment's notice." Chapter 60. Vlora sat on horseback, watching as rows of riflejacks marched past her along the winding, treacherous foothills of the Iron Hook Mountains. Less than 50 hours had passed since Flaring had cracked the Godstone, and even with a swift departure from Yellow Creek, they were only 30 miles or so east of the town. Supply wagons and the big ox cart carrying the capstone slowed them down, as did the rough terrain itself. Their only saving grace was that the men themselves were relatively fresh from days loitering outside of Yellow Creek. But an army could only move as quickly as its slowest pace, and in this case it was the capstone. 16 extra oxen and a whole company of soldiers and engineers stood by to push or pull the wagon through mud or up steep embankments, to repair broken wheels or switch out tired animals. They worked with efficiency found nowhere else in the world, and yet it still wasn't enough. "Where's Colonel Olam?" Vlora asked one of her aides, eyeing a particularly steep part of the road up ahead. The capstone would be along soon, and the engineers would have to deal with that hill, slowing down the whole army even further. "I think he's coming up just behind us, Mum," the aide answered. Vlora acknowledged her response with a nod and headed back down the column, where she found Olam conferring with several of their engineers, walking beside them as he led his horse. She caught his eye, and he broke away, mounting up and coming over to join her. "We just had word from our scouts," he reported before she could speak. "The Dynize are coming up on us quickly. There's a full brigade just a couple of hours behind us." Vlora swore. How the pit did they catch up so quickly? Didn't they at least head to Yellow Creek? They didn't. Olam unfolded a hand-drawn map of the region and held it where Vlora could see. "As far as we can tell, they changed directions at this road here, heading to cut us off. Either they had better scouts than we expected, or their privileged were able to sense the capstone moving east, and they made some quick assumptions." Vlora tried to look on the bright side. "They've taken the bait." "That they have. By the time they catch us, Bert will have the rest of the Godstone up in the Iron Hook passes. No chance of the Dynize following them up there." It was, Vlora had to admit, a terribly satisfying thing to know that she'd outmanoeuvred Carsedial once more. It took an enormous amount of anxiety off her chest. However, she didn't need to remind herself that the Dynize could still slaughter her and all of her men. Saving the world from a Dynize god had been her first priority. Now she needed to get her people back to Adro in one piece, and Olam had not said, "if they catch us," but rather implied, "when." "Do we have any chance of outrunning them?" she asked quietly. Olam looked toward the engineers, his expression souring. "I think we can stay ahead of them if we keep moving. It's just that—" "Don't lie to me," Vlora told him. Olam glanced away, grimacing. "Dragging this capstone with us, we have no chance of staying ahead of the Dynize. As long as we're in the foothills, we can block the roads and keep them from flanking us. But as soon as we break out onto the plains, we'll be surrounded by 5 brigades of infantry." Vlora tried to keep from spiralling into a well of despair. "I've gotten us all killed, haven't I?" "I'm sure you'll think of something," Olam said confidently. "That kind of pressure isn't exactly helpful." "Hasn't stopped you before." She wanted to slap that reassuring grin off his face. "If we live through this, my love, please make me retire." "I'll do my best." Vlora turned to watch as the cart with the capstone was manoeuvred up the steep hill on the road ahead of them, and was pleasantly surprised when none of the ropes snapped or the oxen stumbled. It was up and over the hill in just a few minutes, leaving her in a slightly more optimistic mood. She wondered what Tamas would have done in this situation, and realized she'd been with him in a tangle not so dissimilar during the Adrankes War. Had the odds been better or worse? She couldn't quite remember. "How hard will it be for the Dynize to get around us?" "While we're on these foothill roads," Olam asked. "Fairly difficult." "Good. Tell the engineers I want them to keep that wagon going as quickly as possible, no matter what the rest of the army does." "You intend to stop and fight?" Olam asked with surprise. Stop is a poor word for what I plan. We're going to bloody their noses a little, and see what kind of sorcerer's support they have. Fetch me Taniel, Noreen, and Daft. Vlora listened to the screaming of horses as she lined up her next shot. Finding a proper line of sight in these foothills was next to impossible. It took climbing a tree on the next ridge over just to be able to witness the ambush the riflejack rear had arranged for the Dynize vanguard. The ambush itself was in full swing. 600 of her riflemen firing staggered volleys into a column of dragoons. The column went back down the valley for as far as Vlora could see, and had clearly not expected to run into the riflejack so quickly. Once the firing had begun, they'd milled for almost a minute, the front line pushed ahead by the advancing column behind them, before charging up the hill toward her riflejacks. The dragoons died by the score in that charge, but Vlora forced herself to ignore them and kept her eyes on the column behind the battle. Her senses ablaze with a powder trance, she watched as word of the ambush was passed back beyond the curve of the next hill. She kept her gaze there, watching, waiting for the logical Dynize response. It came within about 2 minutes. A Dynize privileged, white gloves already on, appeared from down the column, his bodyguard shoving their way through the dragoons as he attempted to make his way forward to deal with the ambush. A privileged of reasonable power could do enough damage to her rearguard to allow his dragoons to advance. If he had a lot of power, he might be able to brush them aside single-handedly. Vlora had no interest in finding out. She braced the barrel of her rifle on the branch in front of her as she focused on the privileged. She opened her third eye, letting out a small gasp as the world turned into a black-and-white landscape with a few pastel brushes of sorcery dabbed across it. The privileged glowed brightly in the else, forcing Vlora to blink at the radiance. It took a few moments to notice that the privileged had not come unprepared for this eventuality, that there was a half-dome of hardened air just a few inches in front of him. It would be very difficult to punch through, and impossible to shoot around for all but the most skilled of powder mages. The Dynize, it seemed, had learned from the battles they'd fought against powder mages. Vlora shifted her attention to the woman sitting in the saddle just behind and to the right of the privileged. She also glowed in the else, and Vlora had seen enough bone eyes by now to know them by their aura. The privileged was focused on the battle ahead, no doubt trusting his shield of air, while the bone eye seemed focused inward. Vlora had no doubt she was spurring on her soldiers, giving them the courage to charge uphill against her riflejacks. It was, so far, not working. Several hundred dragoons already littered the road, further slowing their compatriots. Vlora's riflejacks worked with mechanical precision, firing staggered volleys into whatever came next. It was utter suicide on the part of the dragoons, unless, of course, they were simply buying time for their privilege to reach the front and lend them a hand. Vlora readjusted her grip, took a long, steady breath, and breathed out as she squeezed the trigger. As the bullet flew from the barrel of her rifle, she burned powder charges in her kit, adding extra strength to the shot, so that it would soar straight and true across nearly 1,000 yards of open terrain. As it approached the enemy, she nudged the bullet down and to the right. The bullet skimmed the outer layer of the privileged shield of hardened air and slammed into the bone eyes sitting next to him, snapping her head back and sending her tumbling from the saddle. The privileged whirled, watching his companion fall, right as a bullet tore through the base of his spine from the opposite direction. Another bullet killed the captain of the privileged guard, while 2 more bullets downed nearby officers. Vlora allowed herself a victorious smile, glancing across the valley to where Taniel hid on the hillside opposite her. Somewhere to his left were Davd and Noreen, but Vlora didn't take the time to pinpoint them before turning her gaze back to the battle. The Dynize faltered, the courage their bone eye supplied suddenly gone. Some tried to flee back down the column, though there was no space for them to go, while others abandoned their horses and took cover in stream beds and ditches. Vlora found Olam standing with her rearguard, keeping them in check so that they held their ground. More than a few of them would want to press an attack, but Vlora had no interest in taking a single step back toward Yellow Creek. The trap had drawn out the brigade's privileged and bone eye, and Vlora pulled a mirror out of her pocket, flashing it toward Olam. He nodded toward her, giving an order to pull back. Let the Dynize stumble over their dead and wonder when the next ambush would come. In the meantime, the Riflejacks would march double time to catch up with the capstone and continue their sprint toward the coast. Vlora was just about to climb down from her perch when her preternatural senses picked up something she did not expect. Not up here. It was the sound of hooves on gravel, as well as the jingle of cavalry kit. It was, alarmingly, coming from behind her. She swung her rifle around and over a branch, shifting her position so that she could face toward the crest of the ridge behind her. To her surprise, she saw well over 100 Dynize cavalry in their shining breastplates mount the ridge and fall into line. She swore to herself angrily, wondering what damned goat track they'd found to be able to flank the Riflejack position. The dragoons hadn't just been buying time for their privileged, they'd been buying time for their cuirassiers as well. The charge was not an ideal one, through a screen of trees that hid the cuirassiers from the Riflejacks, across a tiny stream bed, and then over a rocky field. Not ideal, but certainly possible, and with success it might be able to shatter her rearguard. The cuirassiers finished falling into line, and their officer raised his sword. "Piss and shit," Vlora growled. She dropped her rifle to the ground, hoping it wasn't damaged in the fall, and awkwardly pulled her pistol. Just as the officer lowered his sword, she pulled the trigger, floating a bullet 50 yards and, with an extra flare of powder, put a neat hole through his breastplate. None of his cuirassiers seemed to notice him fall as they plunged over the lip of the ridge, charging through the screen of trees without a word, while the attention of the Riflejacks was split between shooting dragoon stragglers and preparing to pull back. Vlora shouted for Olam across the valley, but the noise was lost among the screams of men and horses down the road. She swore again, reaching out with her senses, and set off the powder carried by the 6 closest cuirassiers. The kickback of the sorcery almost knocked her off a branch, but the blast had the intended effect, causing the cuirassiers to falter, and Olam and the rearguard to look toward their left. With her rifle dropped, Vlora could do nothing but watch as Olam shouted, waving his sword in the air as he kicked riflemen into a loose line and gave the order to fix bayonets. It came not a second too soon, as the Dynize cuirassiers slammed into the reeling Riflejacks. Vlora's heart leapt as Olam went down beneath the swinging sword of a cuirassier, and the line was broken by the sheer power of the charge. Taking her eyes off the fight, she glanced beneath her and leapt from her hiding spot, hitting the rocky ground hard and rolling into a crouch. Fetching her rifle and leaving her hat behind, she sprinted toward this new battle, fearing the worst. She reached the road in time to see the last of the cuirassiers pulled from his horse and butchered by angry riflemen. The length of their entrenchment was a scene of chaos, with horses and soldiers dead and dying in 100-yard swathe. She could see in an instant that the cuirassiers had simply brought too few men. With an extra 100, they might have completely dislodged the rearguard, and even without them their charge had been devastating. Her rearguard was still reeling from the hit, officers attempting to organize their men back into ranks in case the dragoons mounted another attack. A dragoon charge did not come. Vlora found Olam lying in the mud, blinking at the sky, his brow caked in blood. She dropped to her knees beside him, overcome by relief when his eyes immediately focused on her. "Are you all right?" she asked. I think so. Caught a horse's knee to the face. Does it look bad?" It did. "You've had worse." Olam struggled to stand up, and Vlora put her arm beneath his shoulder to get him back to his feet so that they could survey the damage. "The dragoons are pressing," Olam commented. "Too many dead clogging the road," Vlora responded. "They won't be able to mount another charge at this point. All their cards were in that cuirassier charge." "Pit, that scared the shit out of me. Damn good thinking, detonating some powder. Otherwise they might have hit us before we even saw them." Vlora didn't feel as if she'd added much of anything to that fight. They should have seen that possible flanking maneuver and been ready for it. Frankly, she was furious with herself for overlooking it. "Looks like our boys are pretty mauled. We need to grab our wounded and fall back. Double time." "Agreed." Olam pushed Vlora away, testing his footing, then headed down the road shouting orders as if he wasn't still bleeding heavily from his forehead. Vlora grabbed a nearby infantryman, pointing at Olam. "Find the colonel a surgeon. Make sure he gets stitched up within 5 minutes," she ordered. Vlora spotted Taniel coming down the side of the opposite valley from her, his rifle slung over one shoulder. He stopped beside a dead cuirassier, watching one of the horses panicking in a nearby bush, before finishing his walk toward Vlora. "Those cuirassiers just came out of nowhere," he commented. "I was so focused on the battle, I didn't see 'em until you caused a ruckus with that powder." "I barely saw them in time myself, and they were right behind me," Vlora responded. "I'm lucky one didn't spot me and put a bullet in my back." She shook her head, staring bleakly at the carnage one more time. This was supposed to be a way of discouraging the Dynize. Clog the road, kill a few hundred of them, draw out their sorcery support, and then flee. Instead, the Dynize had managed to flank them in mere minutes. "Whoever is in command isn't someone I want to play games with." Taniel remained silent. "Pit," Vlora said softly. "Now we have wounded to haul." "They'll slow us down less than the capstone." "Yes, but we can ditch the capstone if we need to." Taniel seemed surprised. "You'd really do that?" "Bert has the rest of the Godstone. The cap won't do them any damned good. If we need to drop it, we drop it." "It might do them some good," Taniel said hesitantly. "It's still potent old sorcery." "It's not worth the lives of my men," Vlora insisted. Their argument was cut off by the arrival of one of Vlora's scouts. It was a young woman, dusty and glassy-eyed from a hard ride, her horse worked into a lather. The woman didn't bother to salute before barking out her report. "Ma'am, we've just caught sight of another Dynize army." Vlora's head snapped up. "Where?" "To our southeast. 2 brigades, coming on quick. They're going to cut off our escape the moment we get out of the foothills." Chapter 61. Thousands of Dynize soldiers flooded every known entrance to the catacombs in the Landfall Plateau at 4 o'clock in the morning. It was an impressive display, carried out with a precision that Michel found almost startling. Hundreds of copies of the catacomb maps were made in the course of just a couple of days, each one sectioned into squares drawn in different coloured ink and assigned to a company of soldiers. The companies were divided into platoons, each one of which was equipped with lanterns, polearms, pistols, swords, and a box of coloured string that an infantryman would unravel as they searched the tunnels to mark that they'd passed through. Michel watched as a platoon in their turquoise uniforms and steel breastplates hammered the lock off the iron bar door in the basement of an old church not far from the Capitol building, and rushed down through the church's cellar of ossuaries and into the darkness below. Michel held a lantern and a pistol, and he watched the last of the soldiers disappear with growing trepidation. He wasn't entirely certain which he feared more: cornering Jetura in some cave where a lot of soldiers would die trying to bring him down, or not finding Jetura at all.
"Claustrophobic?"
Tennick asked.
"Not particularly," Michel answered, "but I'm not made to go into a place without an easy exit, and instinct is a hard thing to overcome. If all these maps are right, we'll do just fine."
Tennick was carrying a whole satchel full of those maps over one shoulder, all the originals that Michel had found in the millinery. Not all of them had been copied, just the 3 with the most minute detail, and Michel wanted the rest on hand in case they needed to figure something out while they were deep underground.
"I am admittedly nervous about mass-produced maps done on the spur of the moment."
Tennick leaned toward him.
"I can't disagree, but we pulled in all the regimental cartographers to get this done. They weren't amateurs."
"I sure to hope not. How did you manage to organise this whole thing so fast?" Michel glanced back up the stairs into the back of the church that they now stood beneath. He could hear voices up there, people shouting commands or asking for updates. The church was a sort of command centre, and Michel and Tennick and the 2 platoons accompanying them were a mobile version of that command centre, sent to search the area directly beneath the Capitol building. A new squad of soldiers rushed down the stairs into the basement, squeezing in between Tennick and Michel, and following their comrades into the darkness.
"Seriously, I'm damned impressed."
Tennick waited until the soldiers had all disappeared before answering in a low voice.
"We got all this organised because most of these men know someone who's died to Jetura's bombs over the last month. Revenge is a powerful motivator."
They were joined by another squad, this one gathering around Michel and Tennick in the narrow space in the church basement. Michel glanced from face to face, noting the eagerness and hoping that none of them turned out to be claustrophobic. He took the satchel of maps from Tennick and looped it over his shoulder, then plucked one of them out, unrolled it, and turned it over on itself until he could hold it easily draped over one arm.
"All right," he said. "You've all been briefed by Tennick here, so I'll make this short. The Capitol building sits directly over a series of chambers that probably date back to the old Dynize Empire. We're going to sweep those chambers, looking for hidden alcoves and nooks where a single man might hide."
He swept his finger over a route he'd planned out in pencil, then asked Tennick to hold his lantern closer.
"Be on the lookout for any indication that someone had been living down here. Bedding, tools, gunpowder, even footprints in the dust. If the walls begin to close in on you, tell one of us, and then trace the string back up to the surface. Got it?"
"Yes, sir," a dozen voices responded.
"Good."
Michel set aside the map and searched his valise for another, one of the older, more detailed maps that they didn't have copies of. He spread it across his lap and traced their route out one more time, making sure that they weren't going to miss anything by depending on the newer maps. The tunnels lined up with their plans admirably, and he was just about to roll the map back up when something caught his eye. It was a label on one of the dozens of chambers that they'd been searching, each of them marked by the cartographer with a single word in a language Michel wasn't familiar with. It was labelled Mara. The sight of the word made Michel's heart jump. "Let's go," he told the soldiers. "Is something wrong?" Tennick asked quietly as the soldiers headed down into the darkness. "This word here," Michel pointed. "What language is that?" "Same language as the rest of those rooms, I'm guessing. Must be old Dynize. Do you know what it means?" "Haven't a clue. Yarrett might know." The discovery troubled Michel as they followed their escort into the tunnels. He tried to shake it off, and had gone less than 200 yards when he decided that perhaps he should rethink the answer to that "Are you claustrophobic?" question that he'd been asked a few minutes before. The tunnel they followed sloped gently downward, the rock slick with moisture and lichen, the light of Michel's lantern playing across the uneven shadows. It was so narrow that he could touch both sides and the ceiling without reaching. Michel had always thought of the catacombs beneath landfall as something akin to a sewage system, in that everyone knew they were there, but no one really liked to talk about them. Some people were afraid of tunnel collapses, others that they were haunted. Most agreed that it was best not to disturb the rest of the ancient dead. They followed a zigzag pattern through a series of cross halls and small rooms filled with ossuaries, full-blown tombs, and even bones packed into alcoves so tightly that not one of them could be dislodged. He reined in the soldiers every few minutes, moving slowly and consulting his maps by lantern light, even though he had memorized their route. When it came to some place as disorientating as the catacombs, he didn't want to make a mistake. Their journey consisted of long stretches of moody silence, the soldiers tense and irritable, punctuated by the distant echoes of other searchers. After some time, their squad vanguard finally called a stop, and Michel and Tennick were called up to examine an immensely heavy iron gate blocking their path. Michel pressed his face to the grate and noted the way the light from his lantern disappeared into the darkness beyond without revealing any walls. "I've heard stories that the Kaz sealed up a lot of these tunnels decades before I was born," he said. "We've reached the first chamber. Get to blasting." One of the soldiers kicked at the gate. "It's solid, sir. If the room is still closed up, can't we count out the chances of them being enemy bases?" "These chambers have more than one entrance," Tennick said. "We're going to do a proper job of this." Michel retreated a few hundred yards back up the tunnel while the squad sapper worked. He listened to echoes coming down to them from a side passage, and once even saw the bobbing of a lantern. He wondered if Jatura was down here somewhere, having caught wind of the manhunt and desperately trying to avoid the searchers. He caught Tennick's eye. "I've been thinking." "Oh?" Tennick asked. "We've been down here for over an hour, and we've only seen one single other squad." "So?" "So, there are 4,000 soldiers searching these tunnels. I get the feeling the catacombs are bigger than we considered. Not much we can do about it now." Michel thought about some of the maps in his satchel, the ones there'd been no time to copy. Many of them were half-finished, sometimes contradicting the more complete maps, and other times hinting at the idea that there were tunnels that went far deeper, down below the base of the plateau. He wrestled with the fear that they'd just drive Jatura down into the farthest reaches without a prayer of catching him. There was a distant boom, and Michel and Tennick headed back to their squad to find the path ahead of them cleared. The heavy grate blasted along the edges and pushed off to one side of the tunnel. Michel ducked through the remains and into the first of the chambers, raising his lantern to get a good look. Tennick gave a low whistle. "These aren't chambers, Michel. These are damn temples." He didn't seem far off. The rooms were much larger than the map indicated, with vaulted, cavernous ceilings and a width that was large enough to accommodate most theatres. The floors were covered in dust, the walls slick. At second glance, Michel realized that it may very well be a theatre or conference room of some kind, as apparent seating had been carved into about 2/3 of the room in a half-moon shape. There was no evidence that anyone had been in here for a long time. Michel studied the floor, looking for footprints in the dust, mildly disappointed that he didn't find any beyond those of the soldiers who just entered with him. He crossed clear to the other side, where he found, per his map, a narrow tunnel leading to the next chamber. "Chamber clear," one of the soldiers reported. "Then we keep moving," Michel responded. Michel and his squad searched chamber after chamber for hours. They moved methodically, following a path he'd laid out on his map so that they could search criss-crossing chambers without the risk of someone getting behind them. They found a dozen paths leading back to the general maze of the catacombs, most of which were still sealed off. Occasionally they came across one that had rusted through or been blasted in decades ago by looters. It was almost noon when Michel checked his pocket watch and called for a halt in one of the larger chambers they'd attended. This one appeared to be some sort of communal living space, complete with old notches at regular intervals along the walls where torches might have been lit 1,000 years ago. Michel was exhausted and more than a little emotionally frayed. Even without any real excitement, he found the inky darkness battering to his nerves. The uncertainty was taking its toll, and every time they entered a new chamber, he wondered if they would trigger some ancient trap or encounter a collapsed tunnel or lose a man to madness in the claustrophobic area. Add on to all of that his exhaustion. They'd searched all through the night for 10 hours straight, and he felt ready to collapse. "Do we have a depth?" Tennick asked quietly. Michel could see the same exhaustion in Tennick's eyes, and took a moment to pull out his maps, looking carefully at the chambers. Decades ago, a thoughtful cartographer had given a depth for each chamber, but many of the numbers were worn off, and Michel had no idea how accurate the legible ones actually were. 80 feet below street level, Michel responded. Tennick ran a hand through his hair. "Damn, it feels like we're so much deeper. I can throw a rock 80 feet. Michel echoed the sentiment. To be so close to the city, probably just 50 or 60 feet below the basement floor of the Capitol building, and yet be so removed from the world, made him feel a little crazy. He looked around at each of the soldiers, wondering who would snap first, and curious if anyone from any of the other search parties had snapped already. He let his eyes fall to the box of string held by a soldier, forcing himself to remember that if he began to get twitchy, he could just follow that string right back to the surface. It was just fine. No chance of being trapped down here. "Do you think someone else has caught him already?" a soldier asked. "Well, if they have," Michel said, "they're supposed to send someone down our string to find us and let us know. But that could take 2 hours on its own." He cleared his throat and checked his watch. "We've got about an hour left until we're meant to head out. We're only about, he unrolled his map and traced their path, 800 yards from an exit. He pointed at the closest doorway into the next chamber. We'll head in that direction. Don't worry, fellas. We'll be back in the sunlight before too long. There were a few yes, sirs, but most of them sullenly stared at their feet. Michel wasn't sure whether they were as afraid as he was from the oppressive rock, or if they were tired and angry at not having found Jatura. He opened his mouth, trying to think of something to say to cheer them up, when a voice came to him from across the chamber. "Sir?" the voice echoed in Dynize. "I think I've found something." Michel exchanged a glance with Tennick and got to his feet, heading across the wide space toward a lantern light off in the distance. He soon found a Dynize soldier standing beside a stone table of some sort, just a few feet from a separate exit that headed in the opposite direction from their planned path. She smiled tightly at him and nodded to the ground. The dust outside the tunnel entrance had been disturbed recently, enough that Michel couldn't make out many single footprints, just a trail leading down into the darkness. Inside the tunnel, stashed behind the table the soldier stood behind, were 6 small barrels of black powder. Michel nudged each of them with his toe. All but one was empty. He knelt beside them, breath held, and turned the barrels upside down. Burned into the bottom of each barrel was a single rose. "These are from Black Hat storage," Michel said, eyeing the path into the darkness. He looked up at Tennick, then the soldier who'd made the discovery. "Mom," Michel said, "you may just have found Landfall's #1 enemy of the state. Everyone on your feet! There's been a change of plans." Chapter 62. Styke found Colonel Willen late the next morning as he rode through the gate of the curtain wall surrounding New Starlight. The camp appeared in much the same order as the night before, with everyone relaxed and playing games to pass the time, but Styke thought he could sense a tension among the men that hadn't been there before. "Styke?" Willen greeted him, riding up and falling in beside Amric. "Willen," Styke returned with a nod. "Where is your palo man?" "Jackal is with my scouts." "Good, good. My sister sent some of her best out last night, and more this morning. General Devori assures us that the Dynize have abandoned the area, but I think having some of us out there will put the men at ease." Willen seemed anything but at ease. His jacket was unbuttoned at the collar, and he looked like he hadn't slept well. His hair mussed. "Has Devori emerged?" Styke asked, nodding to the citadel. "He has not." Willen grimaced and shifted in the saddle as he spoke. "Just messages. It seems that Lady Chancellor Lindet's orders have left the General Staff in some confusion. They will remain in deliberation until they have come to a consensus as to what to do next." Styke considered Devori's assurances, as well as the lack of communication. He did not trust the bastard before, and he certainly didn't trust him now. But what could he be playing at? There was a whole field army here, holding a powerful fortress on the tip of the hammer. He had put the army, who clearly were still loyal for Trastans, in an excellent defensive position. If Devori planned betrayal, what could he gain out here? "So I can't talk with him yet?" "You can't," Willen replied apologetically. "I'm sure that we'll have some sort of decision by the end of the night. Devori is a persuasive man. The brigadiers will be lined up behind him before too long." Styke nearly voiced his suspicions that Devori was planning some kind of treachery, but decided to bite his tongue. Willen was an army man, and Styke doubted that he'd take well to an officer being slandered without evidence. But what evidence was there? Willen seemed nervous about the lack of communication, but he wasn't falling apart.
"Did you ever find out if the Dynize spiked the cannon when they left?"
"Oh, I did at that. The cannon were not spiked. I'll confess that has given me some confusion. It's the first thing we would do if we abandoned a fort to the enemy."
"Yeah,"
Styke muttered.
"Me too."
Louder, he said,
"Are you familiar with this place at all?"
"Some. I was stationed here for a few months just after the war. My sister pulled some strings to get me transferred to Little Starland."
"I don't suppose you know of any way into the Citadel?"
Willen tapped the side of his chin. "I don't, but," he laughed to himself, "actually, I do. There are a few sea gates out on the breakers. You can only reach them during low tide. The garrison uses them to clean detritus off the breakers and access the lighthouse out past the bay."
"Tunnels?"
"Dark, dangerous, and very wet."
"Can they be reached without a long swim?"
Willen considered this. Might be. The North Sea Gate comes out on the mainland, but it's right into the rocks. Even at low tide, those breakers get hit hard enough to wash a man out to sea. A bell rang high up in the citadel, turning Styke's head. He searched for the source of the sound, only to find it hidden from him by one of the towers. He breathed in deeply, the scent of the sea filling his nostrils.
"Is there a storm coming in?"
"Might be," Willen replied.
"I'm going to check. Thank you for your help."
Styke snapped the reins gently, allowing Amrek to carry him away from Willen and toward the northern shore of the Hammer. He kept his eyes on the walls of the citadel as he approached, searching in vain for any sign of life. The bell, he realized, had awakened something in him. He couldn't determine what, but there was a tightness in his chest that had nothing to do with his recent uneasiness. No, he felt a certainty, the certainty of a storm on the horizon or the violence of a battle, and with this certainty was a sense that he must act quickly. He forced the feeling down and proceeded to where the citadel met the earth and plummeted down into the ocean. Tying Amrek to a bush, he searched the underbrush until he found a narrow groundskeeper's trail that led down along the rocky cliff and then skirted the edge of the citadel all the way to the ocean. Fetching his carbine and knife, he headed down the trail. It was a difficult walk, but by no means impossible. He passed a narrow bridge leading out to a low gun platform, sitting exposed and empty with 3 12-pound cannons protecting the harbour. He continued on and soon found his boots crunching along the gravelly shoreline. There was a narrow beach here, protected by the breakers, the sound of the ocean crashing against them drowning out anything else he might hear. He followed the beach along the foundation stones of the citadel and around one of the towers, then climbed up and over a boulder until he had a plain view of the docks beneath New Starlight. The docks were not expansive, large enough, perhaps, for a handful of ocean-going vessels. They were tucked into a beach much like the one Styke had just crossed, protected from the open ocean by a stretch of man-made breakers. On one end of the beach, a path led up into the citadel. Styke looked for a way to reach the docks. A small boat might do it, if he could find one. Willen had been right about the ocean, though, and it was clear that even a strong swimmer would get dashed against the breakers at the base of the citadel. He eyed those breakers, following them along the course of the steep shoreline until he spotted a grate about 50 yards from his current vantage point. The sea gate that Willen had told him about. Styke was about to climb down to the breakers when something caught his eye. There was a ship coming in quickly, sailing in from the west. Styke squinted into the wind and was shocked to see that it flew the sunflower yellow of the Fatrastan flag. Settling back onto the boulder, he watched it come closer. It was only when the ship was almost to the docks that he spotted more on the horizon. 10, 20, maybe even more. There were frigates, transports, and ships of the line, all of Cressian design. He leaned forward enthralled, wishing he had his looking-glass with him. He had thought that the Dynize owned this coast, and as the lead ship came up to dock and dropped anchor, he tried to figure out how a fleet this size could materialize on the other side of the continent from landfall. There was a scrape of metal on stone, and Styke looked around sharply, searching for the source of the sound. He thought he heard voices on the wind, but when he could not find them, he turned his attention back to the ship coming into dock. The minutes slowly ticked by, and the wind picked up, the sky growing darker despite sundown being several hours away. Men scrambled through the rigging of the ship, rolling the sails, and a plank was rolled out. Styke was just about to turn around and leave when he saw a familiar figure appear on deck. Lindet. "Oi!" he shouted, waving both arms. There was no response, and no one on the ship seemed to notice, his voice buried by the sound of the waves on the breakers. He looked once more for a way to the docks and didn't find one. Irritated, he hurried down from his boulder and across the hidden beach to the groundskeeper's path. Lindet was here. No wonder Devorian III had been in a hurry. This was some kind of damned rendezvous. All those ships out there, that was probably all that was left of the Fatrastan fleet. They'd picked up Lindet from the coast off Redstone and brought her down here to meet with the Third, where she could take command and sweep the hammer clear of Dynize, just as Willen had said. Styke almost laughed at himself for being such a fool. Devori's secrecy was damn well explained away by this. Lindet didn't want anyone to know that she was taking the fight to the Dynize personally until she was on hand. He tried to figure out how this changed his own plans. The moment she discovered his presence, she would attempt to commandeer the Mad Lancers. If she found out about Carpole, that would... Well, Styke wasn't going to let her find out about Carpole. He was about halfway up the path when he passed the narrow bridge leading to the gun platform and froze in place at the sight of some 15 men, having appeared from seemingly thin air, working over the guns. They cleaned the barrels, brought ammunition up from a cache in the floor, and pointed to the distant ships. It wasn't the men themselves that startled him so much as their appearance. Every one of them wore a turquoise uniform, a Morion-style helmet, and a smooth breastplate. They had red hair and ashen freckles. Styke changed directions in mid-step and hurled himself across the bridge. He was among them before they even saw him, his knife flashing, and within the minute he was coated in their blood and gore. Heart hammering, Styke looked toward the beach, only for his view to be obstructed by the corner of the citadel. Goddamn Devori was a traitor. This was Lindet's rendezvous, and Devori had turned it into a death trap. Somewhere far above him there was a flash in one of the citadel towers, and then the report of a coastal gun. More followed quickly, and Styke was suddenly all too aware that the Third Army was now sitting at the base of an enemy citadel whose guns were being manned by Dynize. He wiped the blood from his face and began to run.
Chapter 63. Vlora rode past a field of the dead and dying, listening as their moans seemed to keep tempo with the clip-clop of her horse's hooves. Another reckless charge by Dynize dragoons meant to do nothing more than slow down her column. At a glance, there were no more than 100 of them, not even close to enough to do any real damage. Their horses had already been either put down or taken, and the Adran dead buried beneath simple stone cairns beside the road. The Dynize, wounded and dead alike, lay where they fell and remained ignored as the riflejack rearguard marched past them. She wondered if anyone had bothered to tell her about this attack. Perhaps. She was exhausted from days of forced march, barely able to sleep even when she did have the time. These attacks had come so frequently that they hardly warranted her attention anymore. They came at night, in the rain, even out in the open as the Dynize general sent his cavalry along every goat path and mining trail he could find to try to flank the riflejacks, to try to trip them up and force the column to slow, even for 15 minutes at a time. She wanted to dismiss the attacks as a waste of the enemy's resources, but the truth was they were working. Despite the larger, more cumbersome army, the Dynize infantry remained just 3 hours behind the riflejacks. Vlora felt like she could barely breathe. Up ahead, her column snaked down through the foothills and onto a relatively flat plain, where the vanguard had pulled off to the side for a few moments' rest, allowing another company to take the lead of the column. She searched for Olam and was unable to find him. The sound of galloping hooves made her turn to find Taniel and Noreen coming up the road from the west, covered in the dust stirred up by Vlora's infantry. Noreen wore a tired but satisfied smile, and Taniel held his rifle across the saddle horn. He pulled in next to Vlora and tapped on the side of his head. "That's all of them." "All of who?" she asked. "As far as we can tell, we've popped every privileged and bone-eye in the Dynize army. We've also killed half their senior officers. And yet still they come hard on our heels." Vlora had meant to say that in her head, but it came out without her even realizing she was speaking. Noreen nodded. "They are persistent." Vlora looked back toward the dead and dying Dynize dragoons from the last ambush, unable to get rid of the weight of dread sitting in the pit of her stomach. "You've done well," she told Noreen. "Go find some chow." Noreen headed up the column, leaving Vlora and Taniel alone by the side of the road. "I don't like the look on your face," Taniel said. "I don't like the fact that we can't gain even an hour on these bastards. They won't slow down, even with their officers and sorcerers dead." She gestured to the dead dragoons. "They're throwing lives in front of us with as little regard as if they were tossing caltrops in a road." "The zeal scares you?" "It terrifies me. I have a little voice in the back of my head whispering every few minutes that we're all going to die on this blasted continent." She rolled her shoulders, trying to calm herself. "I'm not thrilled with the idea of dying, but there are worse fates. Dying, hunted like a dog. It feels like our campaign through northern Kez during the war all over again. Except this time I'm the one responsible for all these lives." She looked Taniel in the eye. "I don't want all these men to die here, Taniel." Taniel's expression was grim. "You're doing the best you can." She wondered at his plans. He wasn't an Adran, not anymore. He was stronger, faster, and sturdier than any normal human, even any powder mage, and when the Dynize finally trapped the riflejacks and slaughtered them to the last man, Taniel would no doubt carve his way out and disappear into the hills, heading across the continent to reunite with Carpole. Vlora briefly considered grabbing Olam and attempting to run for it. But who would she be if she abandoned the soldiers who so willingly sacrificed themselves for her? Another thought crept up and touched the back of her mind. She flirted with it for a moment before shoving it to one side, where it waited, insistently, for her to consider it again. "I've got to talk with Olam," she told Taniel. She turned and followed Noreen up the column, riding past the dust-coated soldiers, down out of the foothills, and onto the wide field where the column ground to a halt for a brief rest. Beyond the field was something that her maps called Ishtari's Crease. It was a great upthrusting of rock, as severe as a church's steeple, that ran north to south for about 30 miles. It varied between 40 and 80 feet tall, and was occasionally broken by natural fissures or modern clefts blasted out for roadways. Beyond the crease, the land fell steeply down into an old-growth forest, beyond which one could just make out the distant plains that needed to be crossed before reaching the ocean. Those plains had haunted her thoughts for days like a waking nightmare. Flat and open, with few defensible positions, the larger Dynize field army would be able to slow and surround the riflejacks, cutting them to ribbons without the need of either tactical or sorcerous advantages. To outrun them, the riflejacks needed at least a day's lead on their enemy. They had mere hours. Vlora found Olam in a deep conference with the company's quartermasters. He spotted Vlora and broke off, coming to her side, where he gave her a tight smile. "We've sent the capstone on ahead while the column rests. Our scouts are telling us that we won't have to worry about being flanked by Dynize cavalry for a while. There isn't another place to cross the crease for miles, so they'll either have to come straight up behind us or wait until we're completely through." There was a hint of suggestion in his words. It didn't take a military genius to see that the crease was a tactician's wet dream. The road passed through a rocky divide less than 20 yards across, easily defended by a few hundred men, let alone a few thousand. Quietly, so as not to be overheard, she said, "We're going to die, whether we fight them here or out on the plains." "The thought had crossed my mind," Olam answered. "I'd rather not die at all." "We can attempt to negotiate." Vlora scoffed. "And give them time to catch up with us and maneuver. You remember the negotiation before Windy River?" "Things might have changed. We can try to give them the capstone." "Somehow I'm not sure that'll be enough." Vlora eyed the crease. In another situation she might have found it beautiful in a rugged way. The cracked, broken rock was periodically flushed with green, where a group of shrubs or trees had managed to eke out its existence. It wasn't, she decided, a terrible monument to make one's gravestone. "If we attempt a last stand here, how long will it take for the Dynize to find another crossing and come around behind us?" "A day and a half for the cavalry, 2.5 for infantry." Olam paused. "There's the option of leaving a few hundred men to defend the pass. It would easily buy the rest of the army time to get a head start on the plains." Vlora shot Olam a glare. "You think I should ask for suicidal volunteers?" "I'm confident we could get enough volunteers to hold the pass." There was a glint in Olam's eye that Vlora didn't like. "And I suppose you'd volunteer to lead them?" Olam clenched his jaw, but did not answer. Vlora knew him well enough to see that as a yes. "Out of the question." She paused. "How long do we plan on resting here?" "No more than half an hour. Then we'll send the vanguard through the crease." "Make it 15 minutes. We need to talk again in 10, just over that ridge over there." She pointed to where the road passed through the crease. "In private." "I'll be there." Vlora took her leave and headed along the column, her eyes searching the faces of her soldiers as they rested on the side of the road, jackets unbuttoned and packs thrown to the ground. The looks of exhaustion as she rode past them made her heart cry out with every salute and respectful "General Flint, that followed her. The problem, she found, was that Olam was a far more popular person with the soldiers than she was. They respected her, for certain, but they loved Olam. And that made what she had to do next especially difficult. It took her a few minutes to discover a pair of faces up near the vanguard, and she dismounted and walked over to the two men lying a little off their own from the main column. One was smaller, with a narrow face and thoughtful eyes, while the second was well over 6 feet tall and had the languid manner of a mastiff lying in the sun. The two friends were former boxers who joined up with her during the Kez Civil War. She'd used them for dirty side jobs on more than one occasion. "Boys," she said, standing above them. The big one, Pugh, squinted at Vlora from under his hat, and then leapt to his feet with a snapped salute, kicking his companion Des sharply in the ribs as he did so. "Mum!" Vlora waited until they were both standing. "At ease, soldiers. I need a favour." "Anything for you, Mum," Des responded. "Anything?" "You set up Pugh's mamma with that good job in Adabust, and you made sure my little brother didn't fall in with the gangs. That's worth a lot, Mum." Vlora gave them a tired smile. "First, I want you to answer a question with complete honesty. I will not hold any answer you give me against you in any way." "Of course, Mum," Pugh said. "If I and Colonel Olam were both standing in front of you and gave you conflicting orders, whose would you obey?" The eyes of both men widened. Pugh swallowed hard. "Mum." "Honest answers." Des said, "I suppose it would be yours, Mum." "You suppose?" "It would be, Mum," he said firmly. Pugh echoed the sentiment. "Good. Get some rope and meet me up on that ridge, right there, behind that boulder." Vlora leaned against the boulder and watched as Olam, Des, and Pugh together walked up the road toward her. She wondered whether this was a mistake, and forced herself to dismiss the notion. Sometimes a thing had to be done to preserve lives. She wiped a few tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a gentle smile onto her face as the men reached her. Olam was already concerned. She could see it in his eyes, though he didn't want to show it in front of the other two. "What's going on?" he asked her. She jerked her head to the side, indicating the three men follow her behind the boulder, out of the sight of eyes of the army below them. Once they were secluded, she said, "Pugh, I would appreciate it if you would disarm and restrain Colonel Olam." "What?" Olam managed, before Pugh slipped behind him and wrapped Olam in a bear hug that pinned Olam's arms to his chest. Des jumped forward and took Olam's pistol, sword, and knife, before returning to Vlora's side. Despite their compliance, both men looked more than a little startled by the order, and clearly expected an explanation. "What's going on?" Olam asked through clenched teeth, his eyes full of anger and hurt. Vlora took a shaky breath. "This is what's going on. In 5 minutes, Colonel Herakish is going to give the order to move out. He'll remain in command for the next 2 days, while Pugh and Des quietly trundle you along with instructions not to let you out of their sight or allow you to speak with anyone. At the end of those 2 days, you will be released, and Herakish will relinquish command of the Riflejacks to you." Olam began to struggle. "What the pit do you mean by all of this?" "I mean—" Vlora heard her voice crack and turned away, unable to face Olam while she spoke. "I'm going to stay and defend the crease," she said. "What? On your own?" "Yes, on my own." She glanced over to find Olam's eyes wide with shock. Pugh's mouth hung open. It should give the Riflejacks time to get a lead on their pursuers. Olam suddenly jerked backward, slamming his head into Pugh's chin. The big soldier reeled back, releasing him for long enough that Olam leapt for the road, clearly intent on heading back to the army to forestall this order. Des tackled his legs, and he and Pugh dragged him, kicking and struggling, back behind the rock. Together they began to bind Olam. Des stuffed a rag into his mouth. Vlora squatted next to Olam as he was restrained, unable to help the tears that ran down her face as he glared at her. "I'm sorry," she told him. "I'm not going to let anyone else die for my ambitions, for my mistakes. Not the Riflejacks, and certainly not you. I know you're going to be angry. Please don't take it out on Pugh and Des or Herakich. They're only following my orders." She wanted to say 1,000 things, but her stomach clenched so badly she thought she might vomit if she continued to speak. "I love you, Olam." She leaned forward, kissing him on the forehead, then stepped away. "Keep him quiet until the army has made it 20 or 30 miles, she told Pugh and Des, "and definitely don't say anything to my mages. If they ask questions, refer them to Herakich." She nodded at them, forcing a smile. "Thanks, boys. I hope I'll be alive to pay you back." Olam was bound at their feet, his face red and streaked with tears. The two soldiers straightened and snapped salutes. "I wish it hadn't come to this, Mum," Pugh said. "So do I," Vlora answered. "It's been an honour to serve under you," Des said. "I know every man in the brigade would say the same. We'll never forget you." "I appreciate it. Now, get him out of here before I lose my nerve." Chapter 64. Michel followed the footsteps in the dust as the tunnel plummeted deeper into the ground. It passed through several more chambers, with no indication that anyone had stopped in any of them. At one point, Michel consulted his maps to see that he was within arm's length of the chamber labelled Mara on his map. He hesitated, peering at the dark doorway, wondering if an empty room thousands of years old would hold any secrets of value to his real mission here in Landfall. "On the way back," he whispered to himself, and continued on with his escort. He could sense the excitement of the soldiers. It was as if they'd been reinvigorated by the idea of catching Jatura, and they bit their lips and fingered their weapons. Occasionally, one of them would joke about what they'd do to Jatura when they caught him. They entered a new chamber, one narrower but significantly longer than the others, with walls lined with alcoves and carved tables. The momentum of his escort was suddenly seized by something Michel caught sight of just a few moments later. One of the alcoves had a bedroll in it. Michel approached cautiously, lantern held high, peering into the darkness. His heart suddenly hammered in his chest, and he imagined Jatura himself popping out from the very stone to stick a sword through Michel's belly. Beside the alcove he found a small seaman's chest, a lantern, several tins of spare oil, and a long, round leather tube that he immediately recognized as a map carrier. He swallowed as he poked at the bedroll, his fingers uncovering the shine of steel. "Can we be certain this is his hiding spot?" Tennick asked him quietly. "Search down the hall," Michel ordered the soldiers. "Check the side passages. Don't go so far that you can't see the light of each other's lanterns, and stay in pairs." Tennick drew his pistol. "You think he's here now?" Michel lifted the bedroll to reveal, tucked to the back of the alcove, an old broadsword. It looked like something out of a museum, with 2 red gemstones fitted into a silver-etched hilt. The weapon was almost as long as Michel was tall. "Rumours have it that Jatura carries this damn thing everywhere,"
Rumours aren't necessarily true, but he might be nearby."
He stopped, noticing that Tennick was peering at something in the darkness.
"What is it?" "Are any of our escort behind us?" "I don't think so. Why?" "Because I swear I just saw a light in—"
Tennick trailed off, and Michel heard a very distinctive noise that he'd heard on more than one occasion. The hiss of quick-burning fuse zipping through the darkness toward him.
"Everyone down!" Michel bellowed, shoving Tennick farther into the chamber and leaping toward the fuse, dropping his lantern as he attempted to stamp out the fiery little worm. It shot between his legs, and Michel whirled, jumped forward with foot extended, and slammed his head directly into the rock wall. He teetered and then tripped, just as a blast erupted from the ceiling of the chamber. Michel lay on the floor, ears ringing, a white flash of light embedded in his vision, no matter how much he tried to blink it away. He moved one arm, then the other, hoping that nothing was broken, and not entirely certain that he wasn't half buried in 1,000 tons of rock.
"Tennick!"
he called, his own voice seemingly small and far away. Something stirred in the darkness. He felt it more than he heard or saw it, and he searched blindly for either his pistol or his lantern. There was a sound, again as if from a great distance, and then a lantern flared to light. He blinked, trying to discern the light of the lantern from the light etched into his vision. It took him a moment to get his bearings. He lay against the wall of the tunnel, half behind a stone table that seemed to have at least somehow protected him from the blast. To his right was the string that led back the way he'd come. To his left was a pile of rubble from the collapsed ceiling of the chamber. Michel finally looked up into the light, still half-dazed, only to realize that the lantern wasn't being held by either Tennick or one of the soldiers. The face behind it was old and grizzled, a Cressian face with black hair streaked with grey, pock-marked cheeks, and high-arched eyebrows that looked like they were locked in permanent surprise. The man grinned down at Michel, lips moving, and a voice from a mile away said, My, aren't you a surprise?"
"Vlora?" Michel asked, suppressing a groan.
His recent gunshot wound hurt badly. He wondered if he'd torn open the stitches. Vlora walked over to the alcove and retrieved his sword. He drew it from the scabbard and lay it across his shoulder. The tip scraped the wall behind him. He sat down on one of the stone tables, head tilted to the side.
"You've sussed me out. Are you that traitor spy, or just an unlucky Cressian conscript who just happens to have his very own escort of soldiers?"
"Would you believe me if I told you it was the second?"
Michel still attempted to blink away the light of the explosion. He continued to feel through the rubble, looking for his own lantern, or his pistol, or some damn thing to defend himself with.
"I would not," Vlora answered. "I got a pretty good description of you from Hendras, and you about match the bill."
"How is Hendras?"
"Doing very well. Disappointed that you're still alive."
"I imagine she is."
"She won't be disappointed for long."
Vlora swung his sword off his shoulder. He was leaner than Michel would have guessed from the stories, though he was remarkably short for someone with his kind of presence. Michel thought he heard a groan from somewhere in the rubble, and Vlora squinted toward his handiwork.
"The second charge didn't go off," he said. "Not sure if I got any of your friends, but it'll take 'em a while to dig through, and by that time I'll be long gone."
Michel's hand wrapped around a rock about the size of his fist. As Vlora stepped toward him, he hurled the rock with all his strength. It soared over Jatura's shoulder, bounced off the wall, and rolled into the dark. Jatura laughed. "Is that the best you got, turncoat?" Michel reached for another rock, but his hand touched smooth, polished wood. "No," he said, pulling his pistol out of the rubble. "This is—" The blast took Jatura full in the chest. Jatura jerked back, staring down at Michel in disgust, then stumbling to one side. He dropped his sword with a clatter, then fell beside it. It took Michel over a minute to get to his feet, ears still ringing. Nothing seemed broken, but his whole damn body hurt. It took him well over a minute more to reload the pistol with trembling hands and step over to Jatura. He claimed the other's lantern and kicked the sword away from his hand. Jatura looked up at him balefully, clutching his chest, jaw clenched, not making a sound. Michel raised his pistol and aimed it at Jatura's head. "Why'd you betray us?" Jatura demanded. "You say that like I was ever one of you," Michel responded, his voice quiet lest someone on the other side of that pile of rubble overhear. "Don't get high and mighty with me, Jatura. You've been bombing public spaces for a month now. Killing children, civilians. You're a piece of shit." "You ain't seen what I seen." Michel considered pulling the trigger, not giving Jatura the satisfaction of a few last words, but his interest was piqued. "What have you seen?" "You know about the Godstone?" "What of it?" "You know what they're doing to try to get it working?" "I don't." "Well, civilians ain't even the start of it." Jatura shifted, and Michel watched carefully to be sure he wasn't reaching for a weapon. He continued. "Blood, sacrifices, turncoat. They're marching prisoners and orphans and every damn person they think won't be missed over to that great big obelisk and slitting their throats. They hang 'em like pigs to bleed every drop onto the surface, and their privileged and bone-eyes stand around. They chant, and they wave their hands, and they rub the blood all over their stone." The hair on the back of Michel's neck stood on end. "Why should I believe you?" "You didn't know, did you? I can see it from your face. These are the people you signed on with, turncoat. You think they call those fox-head magicians blood sorcerers because they like the name?" Jatura laughed, sputtered, and then coughed up blood. "Are you the last one?" Michel demanded. "Is anyone else down here?" Jatura grinned at him, and Michel heard someone call his name through that rubble. "Go to the pit," Jatura told him. "You first." The echo of the shot made the ringing in Michel's ears worse. He checked to make sure Jatura was definitely dead, and went to the rubble where he noted a small space that revealed a bit of light coming through from the other side. "Is everyone all right?" he called. "Tennick's in bad shape," someone answered. "The rest of us are fine." "Jatura?" "He's dead." Michel looked at his hands, scraped and bloody, and wondered if he'd even be able to walk out of here. "Look, you need to stay put. I can't dig you out on my own. I'm going to head up and send down diggers and a surgeon. We'll have you out of there in an hour." He squeezed his eyes shut, trying not to think of Tennick buried beneath the rubble, body broken from the blast that collapsed the tunnel. "Shit, I'll have 'em send a privileged. Hold tight." Michel hurried back up the tunnel as fast as he could manage, holding Jatura's lantern and following the string. He paused a few chambers over, looking toward the dark room labelled Mara on his map, then looking back toward his trapped escort. Swearing under his breath, he ran down that side passage and into Mara, where he held his lantern up high. At first the room seemed completely insignificant. It was neither the largest nor the most interesting of the chambers he'd searched. It was completely empty, perfectly spherical, and there was no adornment but torch recesses in the wall and a single stone slab in the centre of the room. He almost turned and left, but something compelled him to step over to that slab. He peered at the dusty stone, noting a narrow indentation that ran around the outside of the slab and then spilled out at the end. It reminded him of the marble slabs in Emerald's morgue, the way they were designed to catch blood and funnel it to the feet of the body where it could be cleaned up easily. This did not look like a morgue. With a final glance around, Michel rushed to the chamber where his escort had made their detour, then followed his maps toward the closest exit, praying that he wouldn't run into any more iron gates along the way. He managed to make it to the surface within 20 minutes, and within another 10 he was at Yarrett's headquarters. He babbled instructions, calling for Yarrett to help Tennick, and then collapsed into a chair across from a table covered in the maps of the catacombs. A whirlwind of activity followed. Teams of soldiers headed directly into the chapel catacombs, while others went to find the spot where Michel had surfaced. A privileged was sent for. Michel remained numb, his mind barely working, his eyes still seeing the flash of the explosion, and his ears still ringing. It was several minutes before he realized that Yarrett was watching him.
Tura is dead, he reported.
You already told us, Yarrett said gently.
Oh, I forgot.
Michel scowled, thinking of that chamber with the morgue slab that definitely wasn't a morgue slab.
We'll get him out of there as quickly as possible. You did well coming to us instead of trying to dig him out yourself.
Michel didn't know what else to say, surprised at how distraught he was over Tennick's possible death.
I have a question. Tennick said you know old Dynize.
A bit, Yarrett said, clearly caught off guard.
Do you know the word Mara?
Mara? Mara, Yarrett muttered. Oh, yes, that's the word for sacrifice.
Could it be a room for sacrifice, too?
I suppose it could, yes. Why'd you ask? Michel pushed himself to his feet. His valise of maps was still slung over his shoulder, but he couldn't organize the thought or energy to drop it. 1,000 little pieces, information, half-suspicions, and loose ends, suddenly clicked together in his brain. He thought of the Godstone, and of Judshura's claim of blood sacrifice, and what little he knew of Carpole's childhood.
I have to go.
You're in no shape to go anywhere.
It's okay. I'm not going far.
Chapter 65. Amrek's hooves hammered the ground as Styke flew through the chaos of the camp of the Third Army. Soldiers milled about, throwing themselves out of his way as he passed, and it was clear no one knew what was going on. Sergeants bellowed at their infantry to fall in line. Commissioned officers screamed at each other in confusion. Styke slowed only enough to find Colonel Willen near the entrance of the curtain wall. "What the pit is going on?" Willen demanded, looking up at the high towers now firing non-stop toward the ocean. "Who are manning those towers? What the pit are they firing at?" Styke sawed at the reins, Amrek dancing eagerly beneath him.
"Dvori has betrayed us. Those towers are manned by Dynize, and they're firing at a Fatrastan fleet."
"You must be joking." Willen was slack-jawed.
"Serious as pit. I just watched Lindet arrive.
Devori has captured her and now aims to sink her fleet. Unless my guess is wrong, he'll turn the Citadel guns on the Third within moments and—"
Styke trailed off, realizing that the Citadel guns would only make a dent in the 50,000 men camped so close. The Third had some cannon and scaling ladders, and though they'd lose thousands, they would still be able to take the Citadel. Devori wasn't that stupid. He had to have backup somewhere.
"Your scouts, have they reported anything suspicious?"
Willen began to sweat visibly. "One of the outriders just came back with word of a large Dynize force nearby. He didn't see them, just their trail."
"How far?"
Styke demanded. "A few miles off."
"Damn it all! Get everything in order. Turn your guns and ladders on the towers and hit 'em hard and fast."
"Our generals," Willen objected, pointing at the Citadel. Realization dawned on his face.
"They've either betrayed you or been betrayed themselves," Styke roared. "The colonels are in command now, Willen. Make it count."
He finally loosened his grip on the reins, and Amrek was off like a shot, galloping through the camp and out onto the plains within minutes. By the time he reached the Mad Lancers' camp, hidden behind the hills 2 miles to the south, the entire company had already packed and was on horseback. Ibana and Gustar met him in the centre of the gathered cavalry.
"Starlight's guns are firing,"
Ibana called. Styke answered with a nod.
"Either Devori has betrayed Fatrasta, or the Dynize have tricked everyone. Lindet is in the Citadel, either dead or a prisoner, and they are firing on her fleet."
"Pit," Ibana gasped. "A shitload has happened in the last few hours."
"You have no idea. What do our scouts say?"
Gustar cut in.
"There's a Dynize field army lurking out there. We think they screen themselves from us and the Third by circling the Hawk." "Shit!"
Styke wasn't sure whether not running into that army was a curse or a blessing.
"They're going to smash the Third against the Starlight Citadel while the towers pulverize their rear."
There was a long silence, and Styke listened to the report of cannon fire in the distance. With Lindet captured and the Third destroyed, the Dynize would have free rein through the Hammer. They could surge north, take Redstone and the eastern coast, and Fatrasta was lost.
"Do we help or run?"
Ibana asked. Styke looked from Gustar to Ibana. He could see that they both had just had the same thought as he.
"I wouldn't mind letting Lindet rot in a Dynize cell," Ibana mused. "I can't disagree," Gustar grunted.
Styke tried to agree with them. 10 years in the camps. Torture, starvation, and hopelessness. Lindet deserved to reap what she had given him. But Styke also knew that without Lindet, Fatrasta was doomed. And no matter how much she deserved it, he couldn't leave his sister to such fate.
"Ibana, you're with me," he said. "Give me 20 of our best fighters. Wrap their carbines in wax cloth and make sure everyone has a good knife. Gustar, the Dynize will either arrive with a storm and attack at night or first thing in the morning. Either way, I want the Mad Lancers to wait until the Dynize have engaged the Third and then hit them in the flank. Can you lead a night charge in the rain?" "That's suicidal," Gustar muttered. "Can you?" "I can." "Good. You have command of the Mad Lancers. Ibana, tell Sunin to take Selene south and get her off the continent if the battle goes badly. Then find me my fighters and bring me the bone eye."
Styke, Ibana, Jackal, Carpole, and 24 of the old corps of the Mad Lancers galloped into the camp of the Third Army. Chaos still reigned as a heavy wind blew in from the ocean and the black clouds approached. Outside the curtain wall, officers attempted to form up their companies to face an as yet unseen enemy from the mainland, while inside the curtain wall crews attempted to bring their cannons to bear on the citadel towers. Styke didn't spot Willen as they rode through, but he did see that the Dynize had finally showed themselves on the citadel walls. Sharpshooters on both sides exchanged fire, while gun crews on the interior towers worked to bring their own artillery to fire point-blank at the soldiers at the foot of the walls. A few courageous officers led charges with ladders, only to be raked by musket fire from above. He rode past all of this, ignoring the mighty blasts as the citadel cannon opened fire, closing his ears to the screams of the third as grape-shot fell among them like rain. He leaned into Amrek's neck, urging him faster, and listened to the pounding of hooves as they skirted the base of the citadel wall. "Here!" he bellowed, leaping from Amrek as they reached the groundskeeper's trail at the north end of the citadel. His lancers dismounted, fetching their wrapped carbines, knives, and swords. Ibana looked uneasily at the base of the citadel. "It's going to rain soon. It'll be damn suicide to scale this wall in good weather. Pit, Ben, we haven't scaled a wall for a decade." "We're not scaling it," Styke said, wrapping his own carbine tightly and making sure his knife was secured at his waist. "We're going around and under. The waxed cloth isn't for the rain, it's for the ocean." Ibana took a half-step back, her chin rising. "Pit," she breathed, "you want to fight your way up the inside of a fortified citadel?" "That's what I said." She looked around at their comrades. "We should have brought everyone." "Too many bodies," Styke replied, throwing his carbine over his shoulder. "Jackal, what do the spirits tell you about what's inside?" Jackal pointed at Carpole. "She's too close. I have one gibbering mad spirit sitting on my shoulder, telling me we're all going to join him. The rest have fled." "I always knew the dead were useless." Styke crossed to Carpole, lowering himself to one knee so that they were eye to eye. She regarded him coolly, her face placid, and he thought he saw a hint of violence in her eyes. "Can you help us in there?" he asked. She tapped the machete strapped to her thigh. "No," Styke said, taking his knife and stabbing his own palm with the tip of the blade. He put his knife away and dabbed at the blood, holding out his stained fingers to her. "This. Can you help us with this? Protection, strength, speed. Can you give us anything?" Carpole hesitated. Slowly she reached out and touched his bleeding palm. She drew back, pressing the blood to her lips, then gave him a nod. "Good." Styke stepped to the edge of the cliff, looking down the groundskeeper's path. Ibana joined him. "Are you sure about this?" she asked. Styke thought of the times they'd charged into enemy cannonades or been unhorsed in the middle of a sea of bayonets. He thought of his old horse, Deshna, and the power flowing through his muscles as they charged 20 times their number at the Battle of Landfall. He tried to wonder if he'd ever hesitated, if he'd ever shown the weakness that he now felt as he considered fighting his way through a fortress of Dynize. "I'm certain," he replied. Ibana met his eye. "Why? Linded isn't worth this." He remembered a time, as a child, that he'd been knocking at the gates of the pit with fever. His baby sister had snuck into his room to put candies beneath his tongue, despite knowing their father would beat her if caught. "Not to you," he replied, and headed down the path to the ocean. Chapter 66. Vlora sat on a stone to one side of the highway that ran through the crack in Ishtari's crease, humming softly to herself as she threw a whetstone across the blade of her sword. Her jacket was neatly folded behind her makeshift chair, her pistols and kit on top of the small bundle. Her sword lay across her knees as she listened to the sound the whetstone made and watched as the Dynize army emerged from the hills. They snaked down onto the relatively flat bit of highway about 1.5 miles from her position. A column of infantry, 6 across, and probably miles and miles long. Officers rode horses alongside the column, with a handful of scouts out ahead. From their formation, they were clearly not expecting a fight, and had ordered their men to march double time to try to catch up with Vlora's smaller force. Their advanced scouts had probably seen her army continue through Ishtari's crease and head down into the forest below. She was running a light powder trance, enough that she could see the moment one of the scouts spotted her. The column ground to a halt. Officers were consulted. Soldiers stared in her direction through looking-glasses. She'd changed into an old pair of crimson trousers, so they probably wondered what the pitter, single Adran soldier was doing out here alone. She wondered how much time their hesitancy would cost them. Scouts were dispatched heading north and south along the crease, no doubt looking for a trap. The general in charge of this field army had grown wary of her ambushes. It made her smile. It was almost a half-hour until the column began to move again. It prowled forward, rolling toward her as inexorably as a boulder down a mountain, but at a maddeningly slow pace. Though she tried to maintain her outward calm, her muscles cried out for the fight to start, for the beginning of the end. It reminded her of sitting in a theatre next to Taniel, Bo, and Tamas, waiting for the most anticipated play of the season to begin, while she clutched her handbill and hoped, in that way teenagers do, that the lead actor would look her way during the performance. Every minute or so, Vlora took another hit of powder. She increased the dosage by a tiny amount each time, until her senses practically hummed with all the information flowing through them. She could hear the wings of every bug for 200 yards, smell every flower, feel the tiniest speck of dust on the tips of her fingers. Her hands felt as if they were trembling, but every time she held them out to look, they were steady as steel. She was so focused on the distant tramp of Dynize boots that she did not hear a single set of footsteps in the gravel behind her until they were almost upon her. She turned slightly, grasping the hilt of her sword. She wondered if a Dynize assassin had managed to sneak around her, or if Olam had escaped his ropes and come to try to talk her out of this. "There are simpler ways to kill yourself, you know." Vlora looked up at Taniel as he came to stand beside her. "Shouldn't you be with the capstone?" she asked. "Shouldn't you?" Taniel's eyes were on the approaching Dynize column. They'd be here in less than 10 minutes. "I have other responsibilities." Taniel snorted. "If you were facing down a company, I'd think you heroic. But you can't win this. Not even a chance. There's a whole field army coming out of those hills, and you will not stop them." "I can slow them down." Taniel was silent for several moments. "Enough to make a difference?" "I wouldn't be here if I didn't think so." "Look, the Riflejacks are a week's march from the coast. Then they have to find a harbour and ships to get them off the continent. If there even still is a safe harbour. If you gain them a few hours, it won't mean a damn thing." Vlora lifted her sword, examining the blade for chips and flaws. It was in good condition, considering it had gone through several major battles with her. "Did Olam send you?" "Nobody sent me. I caught wind and came myself. As far as I know, Olam is still trussed up like a pig per your orders. He's never going to forgive you for this, you know."
"I'm not terribly worried about that. And yes, I think a few hours will make a difference. My boys have orders to ditch the capstone if the Dynize get within 5 miles of them. Once the Dynize have both my corpse and the capstone, they're going to reassess this merry little chase. The northern Fatrastan coast is still Lindet's territory, and the Dynize will be hesitant to chase them too far. They might just decide to let the riflejacks go."
"Are you sure they will?"
"I am not."
"And you're willing to throw your life away on that uncertainty?"
"I am."
Taniel gave an unhappy sigh. "Fine."
Vlora expected him to turn and stride off with a huff, but instead he removed his gloves, revealing his red hand, and then stripped off his jacket and folded it up, setting it on top of Vlora's effects. "What the pit are you doing?" Vlora asked. Taniel didn't answer her. He undid his cuffs and collar, then rolled up his sleeves.
"Do you remember when we first met?"
It was an odd question. Vlora frowned at Taniel, watching as he dabbed out a bit of black powder onto the back of his hand and snorted it.
"I do." "Do you remember the day Tamas adopted you?"
She forced herself to think back nearly 2 decades, picturing herself as a waif of a child, roaming the ins and outs of Hrush Avenue, trying to survive between the uncaring streets and the cruelty of the orphanage. She'd met Taniel and Beau, and a cold-eyed gentleman whom she'd later come to know as Field Marshal Tamas. Vlora had gotten into some trouble, and Tamas had duelled a nobleman to save her life. He'd taken her in, given her a home, and trained her to be a powder mage. It's hard to forget. It was the most terrifying and happiest day of my life. Taniel gave her a peculiar look.
"You've never been more terrified? With all you've been through?"
"I couldn't protect myself back then. I can now."
Taniel chuckled. "Oh, that's fair. I don't remember that day very well, but I do remember that night. Tamas took us all home. We had dinner together, back when we still did that, and I remember thinking how I'd never seen anyone eat so much. You didn't want to leave the table, and fell asleep with your face next to your 3rd helping of cherry tart. Tamas carried you to bed, tucked you in, and then he brought us in to see you while you were sleeping. Do you know what he said to us?"
Flora's face felt warm, her eyes moist. She blinked through a sudden haze. "No, I don't."
"He pointed to you and said, 'This is your little sister. I want you both to promise me that you'll protect her, that the 3 of you will look out for each other even after I'm gone.'"
Taniel squinted into the distance.
"I didn't always get along with Tamas, but he protected the 3 of us until we could protect ourselves. Point being, I'm not going to leave you here to die alone."
Vlora felt the colour drain from her face. She stood up, facing Taniel. "Don't do this. Don't try to guilt me into coming with you so that you don't have to die with me."
"I'm not trying to guilt you. I'm fulfilling a promise I gave my father."
Taniel looked at her coldly.
"And you will not deny me that."
Vlora sank back down to her seat on the rock, staring at her sword. Perhaps Taniel was right. This was an enormous mistake. She didn't mean to bring him into this, not when he had loved ones of his own, not when he had grand plans to change the world.
She looked toward the Dynize column, the head of which was just a few hundred yards away.
"It's too late to run," she whispered.
"That it is. What's your plan?"
"You ever see someone slice a baguette in half lengthways to make a sandwich?"
Daniel's eyebrows rose. "Yes."
"I'm going to slice straight down the column."
Daniel clasped his hands behind his back, smiling down the road.
"I suggest you follow me in. I'm a little sturdier than you."
"I don't think I can keep up."
"Do your best."
"Right."
Vlora stood up, sheathed her sword, and stretched her arms and shoulders. A handful of advanced scouts rode on ahead of the column, coming straight toward her. They probably planned to pull her aside and question her while the column advanced past. Fine by her. She knelt down on the rocky highway, pulling 4 powder charges from her pocket and placing them between her palms, then raising her hands in front of her face as if in prayer. Eyes closed, she listened to the scouts ride up.
"You there,"
one spoke in bad Adran.
"What are you two doing here?"
"I'm enjoying the view. She's praying," Daniel responded in Palo. Vlora could hear the confusion in the scout's voice.
"Where is your army?"
She pressed her palms together tightly and ground them together to destroy the wrappings around the powder charges, then opened them up as if she were miming a book, and buried her face between them, inhaling as hard as she could. Powder flooded her nostrils and mouth, granules like little specks of static as they touched her saliva and the inner membranes of her face. Her whole body vibrated with powder, every second seeming to take an eternity as her sorcery attempted to compensate for the barrage on her senses. Tamas had always warned them about overdosing on powder, from either running a trance for too long a time or imbibing too much in one go. She'd flirted with the edges of her limits a few times, walking up to the precipice that would either make her powder blind or outright kill her, and now she ran up to that cliff and jumped off the edge. Vlora's eyes flew open. She reached out with her senses across the mile of Dynize infantry that snaked down the road. Every 6 rows she detonated a single powder charge in an infantryman's kit. It took her less than a second, and within moments the column was overshadowed by powder smoke, the air full of the screams of the dying and the confused. She turned to Daniel and nodded. The scouts were dead before they could voice another word. Daniel breezed past them, the very tip of his sword slick with crimson, sprinting into the head of the column with a speed Vlora had never seen before. He was upon them in the blink of an eye, his sword moving like the wings of a hummingbird, soldiers collapsing as he passed like some kind of avatar of death, sweeping his scythe through the souls of the damned. Vlora watched the dance for mere seconds, before following him into the slaughter. Chapter 67. Michel stumbled down street after street, ignoring the curious glances of the afternoon traffic and occasional Dynize soldier, as he made his way to Yggdrasil's townhouse. The heavy map-carrying case pulled at his shoulder, and he considered dropping it in the street, but couldn't quite bring himself to do so until he reached the dead-end cul-de-sac where Yggdrasil lived. He paused a few feet from the narrow garden path that led up to her front door, painfully adjusting his cuffs and collar. He tried to dust the debris from the tunnel off his shoulders, only to realize just how addled his head still was, and walked up to the front door. He knocked, fixing his most charming smile, and prepared to greet her footman. He really hoped that she would wait to kill him until he had had a chance to talk a bit. His smile disappeared as the door opened to reveal a man Michel had never seen before. He was enormous, easily 6.5 feet tall and as wide as a draft horse. Behind him, standing just inside Yggdrasil's foyer, Car Sedial leaned on his cane. He eyed Michel with the same sort of eagerness that a child eyed the display case of a candy store. "I'm looking for Yggdrasil," Michel said. The brute snatched Michel by the front of his jacket before he could even think to yell. He felt himself swung around, held in the air like a doll, and deposited on the floor of the foyer in the blink of an eye. The door shut behind him, and Car Sedial leaned over Michel, his kindly old face fixed with a gentle smile.
"Yggdrasil isn't here at the moment," Car Sedial said, "but you have very good timing and very poor luck, Michel Bravis."
"I'm not sure what you're getting at, but it's not a great idea." Michel summoned all the bluster his aching head could manage. "I just put a bullet in the head of the man who's been bombing your people. Jatura is dead, and within the hour every one of your bloodthirsty soldiers is going to know I'm the man who killed him. I'm going to be very popular, and—" The brute leaned over Michel and punched him so hard in the jaw that stars swam in front of his face. His mouth numb, uncertain whether any teeth had been knocked out, Michel could do nothing but hang limply as the brute lifted him like a toy and carried him into the sitting-room, where he tossed him unceremoniously into one of the chairs. The brute carried another chair over to face Michel, and Car Sedial took a seat, that gentle smile still fixed to his face. Despite his grandfatherly manner, his eyes smouldered with an entirely different story.
"I don't care,"
Sedial said. He raised one hand.
"Don't mistake this for ingratitude, of course. I'm pleased that Jatura is dead. He had far outlived his use to me. But your name will be forgotten long before you finish screaming in my dungeons, so don't try to appeal to my very small regard for populism."
Michel stared at Sedial, uncertain what to say, uncertain if he could even speak. He didn't bother looking at the brute. The brute was just a fist, but Sedial was the man swinging it. Something had changed, and very recently, and Michel's luck had led him to stumble straight into Sedial.
"Shall we wait for Yggdrasil to return?"
Sedial asked.
"Or should we continue this discussion now? I think I hear a carriage outside. Delightful. We won't have to wait long."
He turned toward the door, raising his eyebrows. Michel heard the front door open.
"Mara, my dear, please come in here."
Yggdrasil appeared in the sitting-room doorway, an irritated expression on her face, turning to shock at the sight of Michel. "What the pit are either of you doing here?" she asked in Adran.
"You know I prefer you to speak to me in Dynize,"
Sedial chided. "I'll speak in whatever I like, lizard. What are you doing here, and what happened to him?" She glanced at Michel. "I thought you were with Yared. There's already a rumor going around that you killed Jatura personally." Michel swallowed, wondering if opening his mouth would get him punched again. "I did," he managed. Yggdrasil's eyes turned to her grandfather. "Then what is this?" she demanded.
"My dear," Sedial purred, "your friend Michel is not what he seems."
Michel resisted the urge to say, "She already knows." Sedial continued.
"While it seems that Michel managed to find our bomber, the rest of our sweeps through the landfall catacombs were not entirely devoid of success. We pulled in 3 small cells of black cats still hiding down there. The first of those included a woman by the name of Hendris. I believe that she was Michel's ex-lover."
Michel felt his heart fall. He knew exactly where this was going. "I need to talk to you," he said to Yggdrasil. Sediel ignored him.
"We didn't even have to torture her when she was brought to me. Within an hour, she had told me everything she knew about Michel. It seems that he doesn't work for the Black Hats, nor even for us. He works for a Palo freedom fighter by the name of the Red Hand."
Sediel paused to examine his nails, waiting for Yggdrasil to respond. Her eyes flicked back and forth between Michel and Sediel, but she said nothing. "Yggdrasil, I need to talk—" Michel said, his voice stronger, but Sediel cut him off.
"This Red Hand has been set against both us and the Fatrastans for years. He's murdered our spies, even killed our dragonmen. Apparently he's a powder mage, though we still haven't managed to ascertain his true identity. I'm not even sure what his motives are, and I think you and I will have a long talk with your friend Michel to find out just exactly what information we're missing."
Sediel turned to Michel, that grandfatherly smile disappearing. His eyes bore into Michel with a hungry intensity.
"Well, Michel, shall we begin?"
"Aren't you just going to take my blood? Force me to talk?"
We will, eventually, but I'm in no hurry. This way will be more amusing."
Michel fixed his eyes on Yggdrasil, while she, in turn, watched her grandfather as one might watch an adder. "Yggdrasil," Michel said, "I know why he calls you Mara." Both Yggdrasil and Sediel stiffened. Sediel's lip curled.
"You are not to address her," he said.
"He calls you Mara because you're his little sacrifice," Michel continued, talking quickly. "You're his backup plan with the Godstone. If killing all those people doesn't force it to unlock its secrets, he's going to kill you." Sediel laughed.
"You're not telling her anything she doesn't already know. My granddaughter may be a sullen child still, but she knows her place."
Despite the laugh, his voice held an edge of annoyance. "It's sorceress blood, isn't it?" Michel said. "It's stronger than regular blood. A lot stronger. He may sacrifice a knack or two, but that's probably not going to be enough. He has to have a privileged waiting on his queue. Does the Emperor even know that Sediel plans on using one of his tools that way?"
"Shut him up,"
Sediel said. The brute stepped over to Michel and slammed his fist into the side of his head. A bright light shot across his vision, and he almost rolled out of the chair, but the brute caught him before he could fall. Michel spat blood at the brute, who didn't seem in the least bit bothered. "Stop hurting him," Yggdrasil said quietly.
"What?"
Sediel and Michel responded at the same time. "I told you to stop hurting him." Sediel scoffed.
"He's not your pet anymore, dear. He has betrayed the state, and he has betrayed you. You're not just going to watch as we cut him into small pieces. You're going to help keep him alive. And I intend him to remain alive for many, many months. Now, attend. Michel, tell me who the Red Hand is and why he opposes us."
Michel stared at Yggdrasil. "But you weren't the first person he called Mara."
"His finger,"
Sediel said calmly. The brute snatched up Michel's hand, pressing it against the table beside his chair, palm down. Michel attempted to fight, battering his fist against the brute's side and struggling to pull loose, but it was like trying to fight a marble statue. The brute drew a knife from his belt, slammed the tip into the webbed skin between Michel's pinky and ring finger, and, like a chef dicing a carrot, sliced off Michel's pinky with a surprising crunching sound. Michel screamed and lurched back as the brute suddenly let go of him. He clutched at his hand, blood fountaining from the little remaining stump of his finger. He pulled it to his chest, rolling in his chair, tears streaming down his face. He'd felt plenty of pain, plenty of times, but the sharp agony brought him near to throwing up.
"Let him bleed for 30 seconds, Carsedial instructed, and then sear the spot with your sorcery."
He looked at Yggdrasil.
"Don't just stand there. Put your gloves on. If he dies tonight, I will take it out on you. You've had your fun with Michel. Now it's my turn."
Slowly, hesitantly, Yggdrasil pulled her gloves out of her pockets and put them on. Through Michel's tears he could see the horror in her eyes, and he gritted his teeth and tried to talk through the pain. "It was your big sister, wasn't it? The other one he called Mara. I bet she disappeared the night he killed your brother and father, didn't she?" The brute's fist slammed across Michel's face, and this time it did knock him out of the chair. He landed on the floor, blacking out for a split second, blood from his hands soaking into the rug beneath him. He was suddenly lifted from the ground and thrown across the room, his body stopping mere inches from the wall. Nauseous, he tried to see through his pain, and found himself held aloft by Yggdrasil's sorcery on the opposite end of the room from Sedial. Yggdrasil struck a pose, gloves on her hands, arms splayed like a child holding a toy away from their parent. "What do you mean, disappeared?" Yggdrasil demanded. She was staring at Sedial, but she was speaking to Michel. "I saw the burned corpses of all 3 of them. My sister is dead."
"Put him back here," Sedial said, pointing at the chair, his face screwed up in indignant anger. "I will take another finger every time he speaks without answering my questions."
Michel felt the sorcery around him tighten, and allowed all the pieces that had clicked in his brain to come babbling out. "Those burned bodies you saw were decoys. At least, one of them was. Your big sister didn't die in that fire. She was whisked away by her nanny, taken across the ocean by loyalists. She disappeared, and Sedial wasn't able to find her, so he killed some poor girl and burned the body beyond recognition."
"Shut up,"
Sedial growled. Tears streamed down Yggdrasil's face, but her jaw was clenched in determination, her eyes burning. "Continue. You weren't Sedial's first choice, were you? He always knew he needed the blood of someone powerful to activate the Godstones, and Carpole was destined to be a powerful Bonai. That's why her nanny fled. That's why your father and brother died, so that she could get away. They knew, and they weren't going to let your grandfather sacrifice their kin for his ambitions." Michel spoke quickly, hoping he hadn't made any mistakes. He'd only realized any of this after his confrontation with Jatura, and the realization that Sedial was sick enough to nickname his granddaughter Sacrifice. That Carpole was a member of this family was only an educated guess, and if he was wrong, he was as good as dead.
"They had no vision."
Sedial shot to his feet, his composure completely gone. He shook his head as if waking from a dream and pointed at Michel.
"How do you even know her name?"
He gestured to the brute, who began to stride across the room to fetch Michel. The brute suddenly stopped, a confused look on his face. He frowned. Then his eyes widened, a second before his head was suddenly stuffed into his own chest by invisible forces. His arms and legs followed, blood erupting across the room, and within moments Sedial's implacable henchman was an unrecognizable square of flesh the size of a small travel trunk, which was deposited at Sedial's feet. Yggdrasil's expression hadn't changed through the entire event, but when her fingers stopped twitching, she said to Michel in a gentle voice, "You may answer my grandfather's question." Sedial rocked back on his heels, and for the first time there was real fear in his eyes. Michel licked his lips. "I know, because Carpole is the one who sent me here to retrieve you. She is married to the Red Hand, and she's the voice in your head, the Bone-Eye who has been communicating with you over the last year." "Why didn't she tell me?" Yggdrasil's voice came out as a squeak. "I don't know. Maybe she wanted to tell you in person. Maybe she didn't know if she could trust you not to tell him." Michel nodded at Sedial. "But she didn't even tell me. I just figured the whole damn thing out an hour ago." "Did you know?" Yggdrasil asked her grandfather. "Did you know she was still alive?" Sedial sputtered.
I had my suspicions. I knew she escaped with that bitch of a nanny and a few traitors, and I know that the dragon men sent to Fatrasta to retrieve her never returned."
"But did you know she was here, alive, opposing you?" Yggdrasil's voice rose in pitch.
"No."
Yggdrasil squeezed her eyes shut. She drew a handkerchief from her pocket, one hand still raised toward Michel, keeping him fixed with his feet dangling above the floor. She wiped her eyes and nose. "I always know when you're lying," said you. The old man was suddenly thrown backward, slamming into the wall with enough force to rattle the building and cause a shower of plaster to fall from the ceiling. He collapsed to the floor, moaning and cursing, and Michel was suddenly lowered to the ground. He almost fell himself, but was held on his feet by that invisible sorcery like someone propping themselves beneath his arms. Yggdrasil strode across the room and delivered one vicious kick to Sedial's head, silencing his moaning. A long, angry silence filled the room. Michel tried his best not to whimper, unsure whether he should look at Sedial or Yggdrasil, and knowing he didn't want to look at the spongy bit of flesh that used to be Sedial's henchman. He clutched his hand, trying to stop the bleeding, trying to think through the pain. "Is he dead?" "I'm a monster, but I will not kill my own grandfather." "So, what do we do?" Michel asked her. He tried to take a step forward, nearly collapsed, and decided to lean against the wall for a few minutes. "We leave. When he wakes up, he's going to have every Dynize within 50 miles looking for us." Yggdrasil took a deep breath, chin raised. "You're going to get us out of the city." Michel thought about Dristan and the stables, wondering if the kid had already left on his trip. That had been a risk back when he thought he could slip away quietly. Now that this had all happened, well, Michel wasn't entirely sure he could get out of Landfall without killing 1,000 people on the way. "That's easier said than done." "That's your next task," Yggdrasil said with finality. "Get us out, and then take me to my sister." Chapter 68. The ocean swelled and crashed, smashing against the breakers at the base of the Starlight Citadel with a rage driven by the approaching storm. Styke paused to wipe the water from his eyes, only for the swell to slam into him once again, pummeling him against the rocks. He bent beneath the onslaught, his fingers gripping the icy stone, and forced himself to leap the next boulder and proceed over the breakers. Somewhere above, the report of the cannons mixed with the thunder of the surf until they were one cacophony in his ears.
He turned, waiting, grasping Ibana by the wrist and helping her over the stones, shoving her on ahead of him. He tried to see through the rising swell, counting the lancers still clinging to the rocks, and witnessed a wave hit Felicia in the back, slamming her into the rocks. When the wave receded, she was nowhere to be seen. "Come on!" he bellowed, though he knew they could not hear him. "Keep moving!" He reached back and grabbed Carpole, lifting her bodily and shoving her along after Ibana before following himself. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the rising swell and snatched Carpole by the shoulder, pulling her beneath him, then braced his knees and arms against the rock as the wave hit. The impact was a sensation like he had never felt, like being unhorsed in the middle of a battle, then having the horse rear and fall directly on him, yet somehow worse. The force of the ocean shoved him, swallowed him, then threatened to pull him out to sea. His muscles flexed beneath the onslaught, his skin feeling as if it might burst, until the swell was gone. He shook his head and lifted Carpole, pushing her along before the next wave. As quickly as he'd entered the vicious breakers, he was suddenly out of them again, climbing up on a stone shelf and returning to help the rest of the lancers as they emerged one by one, soaked and freezing from the pit-like swell. Half of them had lost their carbines. A few had even lost their belts and swords. Little Gamble's arm was broken, and Jackal helped him to safety and set the bone. Styke climbed along the ledge until he reached the sea gate. It was a heavy iron bar door like one might find in a dungeon. It was secured by chains thick enough to deter anyone lacking a smith's hammer. "Belts!" Ibana ordered. They tied the soaking belts together, then wrapped them around the iron bars closest to the rusted, salt-wrecked hinges. Styke stood at the front, flexed his forearms and set his feet, passing the belt along the group. "Heave!" Ibana shouted. The hinges cracked. "Heave!" The door shuddered and pulled away from the stone, clattering off the ledge and down into the sea, nearly taking Styke with it before he pulled his knife and cut the belt beneath his hands. The knotted belts were untied and passed back, and the group quickly filed inside. The corridor was dark and wet, cut out of the very rock upon which the citadel rested. Someone pressed a torch into Styke's hands. He removed the wax cloth from the end, and Ibana struck the match and lit it. Several more torches were passed along, and soon the corridor was illuminated in a flickering light. Styke pressed his palm to the stone, feeling the shudder caused by the firing of the guns. Somewhere above him he heard a distant scream. He began to run. The corridor was not long, and they soon emerged into a wider room, a pit at the bottom of a long circular staircase, the base of which was littered with empty barrels, frayed ropes, shattered masonry, and corpses. The corpses were not old, and the smell of them reached Styke's nostrils as he lowered his torch to let the light play upon their faces. They were 2 days dead, maybe less, and they wore the yellow jackets and pinned lapels of high-ranking Fatrastan officers. Styke only paused for a moment, a curse upon his lips. These were the missing brigadiers of the Third Army. They had died with knives to their backs and slit throats, and Devori was not among them. "Up!" Styke urged. The circular staircase ended in a flat stone ceiling, with the steps disappearing into a wooden trapdoor. Styke reached it first, pushing on the door. First, tentatively, then harder, he pressed against it with his palms, attempting to lift it above him. Ibana squeezed up beside him on the staircase and pushed. The door rattled some, but did not give. "It's barred," she told him. "Willen could have damn well mentioned this," Styke growled. He shoved himself between the door and the top few steps, bending his neck and placing his shoulders against the wood. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to stand, shoving upward like a man lifting a sack of grain on his back. The door held. He heard a creak, then a groan, and he continued to push until he could bear it no longer. He relaxed, taking a deep breath. "We're going to have to go back out and scale the damned wall," Ibana said. "Lindit's going to have to damn well wait." "Look for something down there to use as a battering ram." "The angle isn't going to work for a ram," Ibana snorted. "This was made to withstand a siege. You're not going to break it." Styke reset his shoulders and braced his hands and knees. He took a deep breath and pushed upward again. He strained, grunted, shoving until every muscle trembled beneath the strain. "Ben, you're going to damn well hurt yourself." Styke heard another scream far above him, a scream of pain, no doubt from a soldier wounded by a sharpshooter. In his mind's eye, though, it belonged to Lindet. He thought of all the years he'd spent in the labour camps, and he discarded them for the memory of a little girl tucking candies beneath his tongue when he was helpless, and he continued to push. He felt something pop, a terrible pain spreading across his chest. He shoved harder, tears running down his face. "Ben!" Ibana warned, but the voice seemed far away. Something touched his bare skin. It was a hand, small and delicate, snaking beneath his shirt and tracing a trail with its fingernails up his spine until it was just below where his shoulders met the wood of the trapdoor. Through his foggy vision he saw Carpole's face just beneath his left arm, her eyes once again young and mischievous. "What the—" he gasped. The fingers tensed, nails biting into his skin. He felt a surge of strength, the smell of coppery sorcery filling his nostrils. His muscles bent and flexed, bones threatening to snap from the strain, and then a sudden crack and the release of tension as he surged upward. His momentum took him up and through the trapdoor, where he took several steps and collapsed onto the cool stone floor of what appeared to be a large pantry full of beer kegs and sacks of grain. He lay there, hand on his chest, as the mad lancers swarmed up the stairs to fill the pantry. His head pounded, his muscles on fire, and he heard Ibana distantly as she snapped orders. "Jackal, take these 8 and open the front gates. If you survive that, head up and clear the towers. You 4, see what you can do about the docks. The rest of you are with me and Ben." Styke rolled over onto his back and gasped. Carpole crouched above him, her head tilted quizzically. "That really hurt," he told her between breaths. She touched her fingers gently to his forehead, then tapped a fingernail against his ribs. The pain was suddenly gone. The fire diminished. She tapped his ribs again and made 2 fists in front of his eyes, then pulled them apart. "I broke a rib?" She nodded. He prodded the area gingerly, but felt no pain. "Did you heal it?" She shook her head. Styke climbed to his feet, expecting the lances of pain at any moment, but they never came. "What did you do? Block the pain?" Carpole pursed her lips and wiggled one hand back and forth. "More or less?" "This is going to hurt later, isn't it?" She grinned wickedly. "Pit." Styke stumbled to Ibana's side. "Where are we going?" "Up, I assume," she answered, looking him up and down. "Pit, Ben. You just snapped an 8-inch beam of ironwood." "A few other things, too. Come on, we have to find Lindet. Then I'm going to kill whoever's in command here." "With 10 men? I sent everyone else to try and open the gate. If Lindet is still alive, she'll be with Devori, and he'll have his whole bodyguard with him. We need an army, Ben." Styke unwrapped the wax cloth protecting his carbine from the water, then hefted his knife.
He could still feel that pain deep in his chest, but it was a light buzz beneath Carpel's sorcery. His brain was on fire, his blood pumping. He felt like he was in his prime again, light on his toes and ready to grind stone with his hands. "We don't need an army. We're the Mad Lancers." Styke caught a bayonet thrust on his carbine, turning the blade so that it scraped across the stone of the stairwell, and reached over to drive his boz knife through the eye of a Dynize soldier attempting to hold the hall. He lifted the spasming body and thrust it up the stairs ahead of him, using it as a shield as musket blasts made his ears ring. He reached the top of the stairwell and jerked his knife out of the soldier's skull, whipping it around to cut the throat of another as he passed, and emerged into the great hall of the Citadel Keep. Soldiers filled the great hall, turning bayoneted rifles and muskets on Styke as he entered the room. There were 40 or 50 of them, a mix of Dynize with their morion helms and breastplates, and Fatrastan turncoats in their yellow jackets. Styke spotted Devori at the far end of the great hall, and their eyes locked for a split second. Devori's face turned white. "You didn't bring enough men," Styke shouted over the blasts of musket fire. A bullet slammed into his shoulder, jerking him back a half-step and setting a fire of pain across an old wound. He ignored it, flipping his carbine over his shoulder and surging forward with his knife, carving into the Dynize. His lancers flooded out of the stairwell behind him. They were down to 8 now, after having to fight out of the kitchens and through the halls. Most of them bled from multiple wounds, clothes and faces soaked in blood, but the enemy fell back before them, as if staring into the teeth of 1,000 riflemen. Styke sidestepped a bayonet thrust, feeling the sharp rasp of the blade across his ribs, and jerked the owner by the lapel onto his knife. He threw the body to one side and slashed, blinding a Fatrastan turncoat and leaving him to fall beneath Ibana's sword. To one side, Carpel slid through the fighting like a snake in a den of rats. She stepped around bayonets and between gunshots, her machete in one hand and a long needle in the other. She thrust and sliced, and the men she killed didn't even seem to notice her until their blood splashed her black greatcoat. "Devori! Where is your army now, Devori?" Styke's knife hand was slick with gore. He disemboweled a Fatrastan, then slid his knife beneath the breastplate of a Dynize and left the woman gurgling in her own blood. A pistol went off just over his right shoulder, and he felt the bullet take off his earlobe. He turned, skipping toward the owner of the pistol and cutting his throat, before returning to his march toward the traitor. Devori stood proud in his spot at the end of the great hall. His fingers gripped his sword with white-knuckled intensity, and he stared at Styke like a man staring down a charging boar. Styke wondered briefly if this was a trap, if Devori had enough guts to fight him, before remembering that before all this the bastard had been a mad lancer. He had the guts. Suddenly Styke was through the press of bodies, stumbling into the open. He took a deep breath, a growl in his throat, and felt the pain of 1,000 tiny wounds. His jacket was soaked with blood and cut to ribbons, and rivulets of blood streamed down his neck. He licked his lips, relishing the pain, breathing in the stench of death, powder smoke and sweat. He ignored the carnage of the battle still raging around him and took a step toward Devori. Only they existed now, and only one of them would leave this room alive. Devori shook his head. "You're a wreck, Ben. I've never seen you bloodier." Styke hesitated. Devori was too composed. He gripped his sword, his face was ashen, but he stared at Styke as if he expected to leave here alive. "You think I should change sides?" Styke asked. "I think you should," Devori answered. His sword remained in its sheath as Styke stepped closer and closer.
"It's worked out for me so far."
Devore's pallor deepened, and a sheen of sweat appeared on his brow. Styke glanced behind him. Only a few of his lancers remained standing. Carpole crouched over a wounded Dynize, fingers working in the air before the man suddenly leapt to his feet with jerky motions and attacked his companions. Styke took another sidelong step, uncertain. Something was wrong here.
"How has it worked out?"
he asked. Devore attempted a smile. Styke could see now that his lips trembled. They moved slowly, and Styke thought he heard a whisper. His hair stood on end as he realized that the coppery smell in the room was not all Carpole's sorcery. It belonged to someone else, another bone-eye.
"Where's Lindet?"
Styke demanded.
"Here,"
a voice responded. Styke skipped to the side, turning the blade of his knife just in time to catch the thrust from a short, powerful man wearing black leathery armor. As he deflected the thrust, he snatched the carbine from his shoulder and smashed it across the side of the man's face, snapping the butt just below the trigger. The man staggered to one side, shook his head, and righted himself. A dragon man, and not just any, Styke realized, as 3 more figures emerged from a hidden door to Devore's right. The dragon men he'd faced outside Grenalia. Giortz held Lindet by the back of the neck easily, his hand cocked as if ready to snap her spine with a flexed muscle. Lindet herself wore the same jacket and skirt that he'd spotted her in, disembarking her ship. There were bruises on her face, but she looked no worse for wear. She lifted her chin towards Styke, as if unconcerned by the dragon men around her. The dragon man who'd attempted to blindside Styke took a step back, reassessing him, and licked his lips.
"Drop the knife, or she dies,"
Devore said, gesturing to Lindet. Styke eyed Devore for a moment, watching him tremble and sweat, and tasting that smell of sorcery.
"Are you really a traitor?"
he asked Devore.
"Or did a bone-eye get his fingers in you?"
Devore's tremble turned into an outright shake.
"I told you to drop the knife."
The voice that emerged did not belong to Devore. It belonged to someone elderly, the accent biting and educated. Styke realized that Devore's eyes were no longer on him, but directed over Styke's shoulder. He didn't have to look to know what had transfixed Devore's attention.
"A bone-eye it is, then," Styke said. "Is it that piece of shit, Carsedial?"
He gestured with his knife toward the dragon men.
"The one who sent these."
"Ben, I didn't—"
The voice belonged to Devore for a split second before a look of annoyance crossed Devore's face, and the voice changed back to that of the old man.
"We'll talk about your respect when you belong to me, Styke. Drop the knife, or I kill Lindet. You won't let her die, will you? That's why you fought your way through all of these. For her."
There was a flicker of a smile on Devore's face.
"Blood sees blood, Styke. Drop the knife, or I kill your sister."
"Your what?"
Ibana demanded, stepping up beside Styke, her eyes wide. Styke locked eyes with Lindet. He saw the corner of her mouth twitch upward, and he couldn't help but smile. A chuckle escaped his lips, and within moments he was laughing outright. He dropped his broken carbine and slapped his knee, then threw his head back in a roar. Across from him, her neck still in the grip of Giortz, Lindet laughed with him. Devore stared at him in puzzlement.
"What's so funny?"
Carpole stepped up to Styke's right. A dozen walking cadavers, their eyes blank, their bodies bloody, swayed behind her.
She stared at Dvori, fingering her machete, and Dvori stared back. Sediel, it seemed, could be distracted.
"He's laughing," Lindet said softly, forcing Dvori to turn toward her, "because you have no idea who we are. Ben will save me if he can, just as I would him. But death? We've stared at our own death since childhood. You think to cow us with fear?"
Lindet gave a warm, almost happy chuckle.
"If you kill me, I am dead. I doubt Ben will mourn me long. I don't deserve it. But I am his blood, and he will avenge me."
She paused, looking up into the eyes of Giortz.
"We laugh because whatever happens to me, the rest of you are already dead. Ben, kill them all."
Several things happened at once. The closest dragon man took a step toward Styke, knife thrusting, while a second dragon man broke for Karpol. A third jumped for Ibana. Styke caught his opponent's thrust with his boss knife. The dragon man was ready for the counter and stepped close, drawing a second knife in the blink of an eye and ramming it underhand at Styke's side. Stepping into the blade, Styke felt it bite into his buttock, and the tip hit his pelvis. He wrapped his off arm around the dragon man's neck, pulling him against his breast, and squeezed with all his might. The dragon man jerked once, dropping his knife and slapping weakly at Styke's shoulder before slumping. Styke cast the body aside as the third dragon man closed with Ibana. She fired a pistol, point blank, barely slowing her attacker, and drew her knife. Ibana was strong, but she was not as fast, and she fell back beneath 3 quick thrusts that threatened to overwhelm her. Styke swallowed the pain burning in his leg and leapt, tackling her assailant from the side, just as he buried his knife between Ibana's ribs. The dragon man squirmed beneath Styke, reaching for another knife, and Styke bit off his nose and spat it in his face. He rolled off the dragon man and came up with his own knife just a fraction of a second quicker, burying it into the soft flesh just above the dragon man's armor and sternum. Styke turned to find that the second dragon man had cut through Karpol's ensorcelled soldiers with ease and now pressed her violently. Styke forced himself to his feet, barely able to move, and took a step toward her.
"Don't kill her!"
Dvori yelled in Sediel's voice. The dragon man attacking Karpol faltered for a split second, trapping Karpol's machete with his own knife and turning his head just a fraction toward Dvori as if in question. Karpol's other hand darted up, striking as quick as an adder, and rammed a long needle into the dragon man's eye. Styke took a second step as the dragon man fell, and then stumbled down to one knee. He looked at Dvori, at the expression of horror on his face, then toward Lindet, who smiled softly in the grip of Giortz.
"Kill her!"
Dvori ordered.
"Kill Lindet, kill Styke, and bring me the girl."
Styke looked around the room. Everyone was dead or dying. Ibana clutched at the knife stuck between her ribs, struggling to breathe. Lindet was fodder for the dragon man. Karpol was quick, but she would not be able to handle Giortz on her own. And Dvori still stood unwounded, unfluttered, his body being controlled by someone a continent away.
"Kill her,"
Dvori hissed. Giortz pursed his lips. There was no fear in his eyes as he looked across the carnage, but there was something else. His eyes met Styke's, and he gave a long, suffering sigh and let go of Lindet's neck. "No."
"What?"
Dvori demanded. "Your hold on me has broken. You are weak, great Ka. You are spread too thin, and I am no longer compelled." Giortz drew the bone knife from his belt, then a bone knife from beneath his jacket, and lay them both on the ground. "I'm tired,"
he said. "I'm tired of this. I'm tired of you. I've watched Ben Styke kill 3 dragon men. In all my life I have never and will never see such a thing again. I may fight him some day, but I refuse to slaughter an artist like this when he is barely able to fight."
Devory straightened, his trembling intensifying.
"You're scared of him?"
"I am a dragon man. We do not feel fear."
Giortz looked sidelong at Lindet.
"But I respect strength."
"I will find you, and I will break you," Devory said in a low, angry voice.
Giortz inclined his head slightly.
"I'll see you again, Ben Styke."
Without another word, he was gone through the side door, out the back of the great hall. Styke turned his gaze on Devory, watching the struggle play out across Devory's face, in much the same way as it played out across the cuirassier commander Carpole enthralled last week. He could see the fight in Devory's eyes and the sweat on his brow. He squeezed his eyes shut, then wiped the perspiration from his cheeks with the back of his sleeve. He gave a mighty shiver before looking down at Styke with someone else's eyes.
"You'll bleed out soon enough, Styke. No one survives those wounds."
Styke still rested on one knee, his head feeling heavy and his eyes tired. The dragon man's exit seemed to take the strength from his limbs, and he wanted nothing more than to lie down and sleep. He touched the bloody stone with one hand and tried to gather his wits before shakily pushing himself back up to his feet. He lifted his knife. Devory swallowed, looking from Styke to Carpole. His face took on an almost paternalistic expression.
"Child," he said, "I've been calling for you. Why don't you answer? Kill them for me, and then join me in landfall. You've locked the Godstone, but I will unravel it sooner or later. With your help, I can end this war quickly. We can put a stop to this bloodshed and unite the continents once more."
Carpole gestured emphatically.
"I don't know what that means. Why do you not speak? Are you mute?"
Styke lurched forward, grabbing Devory by the arm as he began to draw his sword. He pressed the tip of his knife to Devory's throat.
"She called you a prick."
Devory's lips drew back in a snarl, and suddenly Styke felt himself pushed aside. He staggered away as Carpole took his place in front of Devory. She leaned toward him, searching his eyes as if looking through a looking-glass at something far away.
"My child,"
Devory whispered. Carpole lifted her long needle and gently drew the tip down Devory's cheek, gathering drops of blood as it went. She held it up to the light, and Devory shifted nervously in front of her. She smiled at the man she saw behind Devory's countenance and thrust her needle into Devory's eye. The scream that issued from Devory was not in his own voice. Styke staggered toward Ibana, only for Linda to rush forward, putting her shoulder beneath his arm and helping him the rest of the way. He got to his knees beside Ibana, leaning on one arm. Linda took his knife and began tearing away strips of a dead traitor's jacket for bandages. Ibana watched her work wordlessly, her eyes eventually travelling to Styke's face.
"The guns have gone quiet,"
she muttered.
"So they have,"
Styke replied.
"You look like shit." "So do you."
Styke looked down at the dragoman's bone knife still stuck between her ribs.
"I'll survive. Will you?"
"I—" Ibana tried to shift, her face going white. I don't think it hit anything vital, but it hurts like pit. We need a surgeon."
Lindet paused in her making of bandages. "Get me to the signal towers, and I'll tell my ships that the citadel is ours. You'll be healed by sorcery by the morning, if you last that long."
Ibana stared at the side of Lindet's face. "I didn't see it before, but now I don't know why I didn't." "Your sister," she snorted. "You have a damn lot of explaining to do, Benjamin."
Styke locked eyes with Lindet. He saw, for just a fraction of a second, Lindet's desire to make sure no one left this room alive but the two of them. He shook his head. She hesitated, then nodded. "Bandage yourselves. I'll send the signals." Devori's screams, in the voice of another, lasted for the rest of the night. Chapter 69. Vlora wiped the gore from her sword, teetering on the edge of consciousness, before a quick hit of powder brought her back from the edge. She leapt forward, sword in one hand and knife in the other, carving through a platoon of Dynize soldiers who attempted to hold her at the end of their bayonets. Sorcerous speed allowed her to slip through the gap between their blades, her sword flicking precisely. Her body moved mechanically, without the wherewithal for conscious thought, and she couldn't have said whether it was seconds or hours between the time she turned on that platoon and the time the last man hit the dirt. Probably seconds. She knew it had been hours since the fight had begun, in the same way a man half asleep knows when someone is trying to wake him up. Thousands lay dead behind her, littering the road back toward the crease. Thousands more screamed from their wounds. She forced herself to ignore the savagery of it and press on, looking for the next throat to open with the tip of her sword. The little part of her mind still able to function wondered where Taniel had gotten to. Most of the carnage along the road belonged to him. He was an impossible force, cutting a swathe through the Dynize column with the same unstoppable power as a cannonball skipping across a battlefield. They were both up in the foothills now, killing their way through a second brigade of soldiers, and she'd lost sight of him at some point in what she thought was just the last few minutes. Someone in the distance yelled to open fire, and bullets whizzed over Vlora's head or struck the dirt around her. One took a chunk out of her shoulder. She barely noticed it through her powder trance, but she reached out toward the sound of firing muskets and detonated the powder she felt in that direction. A chorus of screams and a cloud of smoke rose from the ridgetop to her left, and the kickback from detonating all that powder literally knocked her off her feet. Her vision grew dark for a few moments, and she wrestled with her mind to keep herself from losing consciousness. Without even giving her body clear orders, she was back on her feet and sprinting toward a group of horsemen as they charged foolishly toward her down the road, horses leaping the bodies that Taniel had left in his wake. She reached out to detonate their powder, found none, and instead gathered all her sorcerous strength to leap into their midst with sword swinging. One thrust, mid-leap, cut the jugular of a dragoon. As she came down, she rammed her knife into the thigh of another dragoon, then landed in a crouch, sword swinging up to remove the leg of a horse that slammed into the ground behind her, rolling and crushing its rider. Vlora barked a laugh and heard it tinged with mania. Nothing these assholes could throw at her could take her down. Not 1,000 men, not 10,000. She was soaked in the blood of their companions, coated in powder, grime, and dirt, her shirt half torn away, and her hair a knotted mess of gore. She changed directions, pivoting on one foot to deal with the dragoons who had just ridden past her, and took a step forward. At least, she tried to take one step forward. The leg worked,
but her foot turned beneath her with a stab of pain that cut through the powder trance to hit her right between the eyes. She grunted, gave a half-hearted scream, and then felt the slashing point of a dragoon's blade cut savagely across her sword arm. Her fingers numb, the sword flew from her hand, and Vlora dropped to her knees. It took her a few moments to assess the situation. During her jump, one of the dragoons must have sliced the tendons of her left foot. She could feel the nerves screaming out in pain through the dull ache of her powder trance. That other dragoon had done the same to her right wrist. She laughed again and flipped her knife around in her left hand, attempting to force herself to her one good foot to take the dragoon's final charge. Perhaps a dozen dragoons had made it past her. They turned their horses, swords held at the ready, and watched with uncertainty as she struggled back to her feet. All around her, wounded and terrified soldiers seemed to stare at her in the same way they might stare at a grenade whose fuse might or might not have failed. Vlora detonated the powder of a squad of soldiers approaching from behind her. The axe knocked her back to the ground and tore a gasp from her throat. One of the Dynize dragoons dismounted and took a half-step toward her. His companions did the same. None of them had any powder on them, which meant that they'd been sent specifically to stop her. Perhaps even to capture her. Vlora reached out, gingerly feeling for every ounce of powder on the infantry within a half-mile. The sorcerer's backlash of such a detonation would kill her, but it would keep her from being taken alive. Mentally, she held a match above that powder and prepared to set it off as her last living act. "By the mighty," one of the dragoons said. "I've never seen anything like it." One of her companions shook his head. "The other one is worse. The general sent all of our dragon men to stop him, and he cut through them like they were lambs." "She tires," the first dragoon said, thrusting a sword toward Vlora. "The other one will too." The dragoons approached slowly, swords held at the ready. She could see the fear in their eyes, fear tempered by the smell of victory. She waited until one of them had come just outside of sword range and sprang from her knees, knife slashing. The dragoon was able to lunge back out of the way, and Vlora stumbled on her useless foot and slipped in the gore of an infantryman, landing face first on the hard-packed dirt road. She heard someone laugh. "She's done," a dragoon said. "Do you hear something?" another asked. "Only screams. Should we try to take her alive?" Someone kicked the knife out of Vlora's hand. She was grasped by the hair, her head jerked backward. She tried to stab the arm with a knife, then remembered it was no longer in her fingers. The feeble thrust of her empty hand was battered away. A foot planted itself in her gut, flipping her onto her back. The pain meant very little through her powder trance. She wanted to laugh at them, that mental match still poised above all that powder nearby, but she couldn't quite summon the energy. "I'm dying," she realized. She managed to get to her knees, the single action taking an eternity. Hands in her lap, she stared up at the dragoon who gazed down at her over the point of a sword. She wished she could have spent one last night with Olam before she died. She wished that she could tell him once more that she loved him. "She's gone," the dragoon said, tapping the side of Vlora's face with his sword. "Look at her eyes. We can take her back to the general, but I doubt she'll survive the trip." "I'm not so sure. Look at her. She's cut to ribbons, but she's still fighting." Vlora wanted to scoff. Other than her hand and foot, she'd barely been scratched. She let her head roll around, looking down at her body, before realizing that this was far from the truth. She'd been shot at least 4 times. Her shirt didn't even exist anymore, and her chest and thighs were a patchwork of bloody cuts that she hadn't even noticed in all her bloodlust. "Just take her head," someone said. "No need for the body." The dragoon pointed his sword between Vlora's eyes, then raised it to one side with both hands. "It seems a pity," he said. Vlora reached out with that mental match, using a last of her strength, only for nothing to happen. She blinked, surprised, then let out a resigned sigh. Her sorcerous well had run completely dry. There was nothing left to give, no final detonation, no blaze of glory. She licked the blood off her lips and tried to smile at her executioner. The dragoon frowned. Blood began to run down his face, and it took Vlora several seconds to realize that a perfectly formed icicle had sprouted from his forehead. Odd that. There's no ice in Vertraster in the summer. Icicles rained down, slicing through the remaining dragoons before any of them could raise their swords. "Am I already dead?" she wondered. "Is this the final fantasy that my body tells me before I give up the ghost?" Something strange crept across the ground. At first she thought it was a wave washing over the road. It certainly looked like a wave, but no water had ever been that shade of blue. A woman strode past her, hair tight in braids over both shoulders, wearing an immaculate crimson dress in the Adran style. She was wreathed in the same blue that washed over the ground, and Vlora realized that they were flames. They washed over and past that woman with a heat that hurt Vlora's face, and barely even sizzled when it touched off the powder of dead infantrymen. Dynize soldiers tried to run, but were consumed in moments, their bodies turned to ash where they stood. Vlora fixed her gaze on the woman, wondering who she was, though a part of her brain told her that she knew that figure well. Her eyes fell to the woman's hands and the blue flame that sparked from them without gloves. "You don't look so well, sister," a voice said. Vlora tried to turn her head and found that she could not. Someone stepped around her, into her field of vision, and leaned close. Gloved hands touched her face gently, and the countenance of a man in his early 30s, with auburn hair and curly sideburns, smiled at her grimly. "Bobador," Vlora whispered. "Are you dead, too?" "Not last I checked." "You must be. Otherwise you wouldn't be here to meet me on the other side." Bobador gently slapped Vlora's cheek. "Stay with me here, my darling sister. You're not on the other side yet, and I'd really rather you not head there when I've just arrived." "You can't be here," Vlora protested. "I only sent for you a month ago." "You think you're the only one who can write a letter? Taniel told me over a year ago that the Dynize intended to invade. I've been raising an army. Look, I can tell you all about it later. I just need you to stay awake until Neela finishes mopping up a few brigades. It's going to take the 2 of us to keep you alive." Vlora felt herself shaking, her powder trance unable to hold off the pain any longer. She trembled and wept, wishing any of this was real, knowing that it was the wishful hopes of a dying mind. "I missed you, Bo. I wish I could really say goodbye to you." "Shush now," Bobador said, pulling Vlora's head against his chest. "Your family has come for you." Epilogue. Styke stood at the top of one of the remaining towers of the Starlight Citadel,
leaning on the stone battlements as he slowly carved a horse from a pit of pine. His left hand still had a twinge from the firing squad, despite 2 rounds of sorcerer's healing over the last few months, and the pine slipped in his hand a few times as he worked. He sucked away the blood each time, enjoying the biting feel of the tiny cuts. "I'm getting too big for wooden horses," Celine told him, dangling her feet off the edge of the tower.
"Who said I'm making it for you?"
"You always make them for me." Styke held the horse up to the light, then shaved a bit more wood off each of the back legs.
"You're an ungrateful little brat, you know that?"
Celine swung her legs around and crossed the tower to kiss him on the cheek before returning to her spot. "You're getting better with the knife."
"Sorcerer's healing will do that."
"I thought you said practice makes you better."
"I used to be quite good at carving things," Styke answered, blowing wood shavings off the back of his hand. "I had to relearn how to do it with a crippled hand and a dull knife. Come to think of it, having something sharp on hand makes things a lot easier, too."
He took the horse and walked over to Celine, holding it in 2 fingers and riding it across her shoulder, then holding it in front of her eyes.
"What breed is he?"
"He is a she," Celine said pointedly, "and she's a girlish draft horse." Styke frowned at the carving.
I was aiming for a stylish draft, but it does look more like a girlish, doesn't it?"
He set the carving next to her.
"How is Margot?"
"We're getting used to each other."
That wasn't an answer.
"Good. I like her a lot. She still starts when she hears a gunshot."
"She's a good horse. We'll train that out of her."
Styke paused, hearing the soft sound of footsteps on the stairs behind him, and half turned to watch Lindit emerge on the parapet. She stood straight-backed and formal by the stairs, her face once again unreadably haughty. She raised her chin at Styke, then let her eyes wander to Celine. There was a question there. He ignored it. Celine climbed down from the battlements and stared up at Lindit. "You're the Lady Chancellor?" "I am." Styke put one elbow on the parapet and tried not to look interested in where this conversation was about to go. "You don't look very dangerous." "You don't look very interesting. Yet it seems Ben Styke has taken an interest in you." Celine sniffed, unimpressed. "My dad died in the labour camps. Ben protects me. He said he's made a habit of protecting little girls until they are big enough to protect themselves."
Lindit's eye twitched, and Styke rolled his tongue around his teeth in an effort to suppress a smile.
"It seems our secret is out," Lindit said. "It's the talk of the entire Third Army. You know how I feel about tongues wagging."
"You can't control everything," Styke said.
"I can try."
"You can try, but you'll fail."
Lindit sighed, then crossed the tower to stand next to him, looking to the east along the northern coast of the Hammer. "You're not worried about your reputation? Mad Ben Styke, brother to the ruler of Fatrasta. You're no longer a loose cannon, a force of nature. They'll know that you came from some place, that your sister is the most powerful woman on the continent. Family connections tend to dim the perception that others have of your accomplishments."
"I've never really given a shit what anyone thought about me," Styke replied, twirling his lance's ring on his finger. "You're not worried about your reputation?"
"I sent my own brother to the labour camps for a decade."
Lindit shrugged.
"I think that goes rather well with my reputation."
He saw the flicker of a smile at the corner of her mouth and rolled his eyes. "I should throw you off this tower."
Lindit lifted her hand, placing it on Styke's arm. "I know." "Your healing, did it go well?"
"It did, thanks."
Styke instinctively rolled his shoulders, feeling the tightness from the healed cuts on his torso and the bullet wound in his shoulder.
"Have you found the Dynize army?"
"I have. They pulled back once your men threw open the doors of the citadel. It seems they didn't want to attack a field army and a fortress at the same time, and during a storm, no less."
"Your ships?"
"I lost 2 to the storm, 3 to the citadel guns. The fleet is in surprisingly good shape, considering the circumstances."
She paused, her eyes narrowing as if something had pained her.
I would have lost the war if you had not come in after me. The Third would have been crushed, my fleet scattered, and my person either captured or executed. Thank you for that."
Styke remained silent. He couldn't remember the last time Lindet had thanked him for something. Not since childhood, certainly.
Lindet continued. "I have 2 gifts for you. The first is command of this citadel. Your lancers have earned some rest. They can get drunk off the nearby caches and sweep the coast of any Dynize landing parties. I won't take no for an answer."
"You want to put me in command of a city?" Styke asked flatly.
"A city without any people in it, yes. I'll leave a garrison large enough to man the walls, and your lancers. I think this is a good spot for you, for now. I'm going with the Third first thing in the morning, and we're going to sweep the Dynize off the hammer. Once we're ready to head into the mainland, I will summon you."
Styke couldn't quite manage a thank you. It was too obvious that Lindet was giving him the command so she could keep an eye on him. Not a lot of places he could go, sitting out here on the end of the hammer. "What's the second gift?"
"The second gift is stored in a vault about 7 miles southeast of here. You probably rode past it during your recent adventures."
Styke perked up, his heart quickening. "What is it?"
A self-satisfied smile cracked Lindet's face. "Your armor. All of it. 300 sets, plus another 200 that I've gathered since the war. They don't all match, not like the originals, but I don't think that will matter to you."
Styke's mouth was dry. "I knew you were lying about destroying them."
"I knew you knew I was lying."
Lindet gave a shrug as if it didn't matter.
"Tell me about the riflejack cavalry among the lancers."
It was Styke's turn to be coy. "I picked up a few friends along the way."
"And your goals in this part of the continent?"
Styke gave her a thin smile.
Lindet rolled her eyes. "You're looking for them, aren't you? The other godstones."
She waited just a moment for an answer, then made a dismissive gesture.
"The one on the hammer. I'm guessing you didn't find it."
"I did not."
"Good. You should keep your distance from the stones, Benjamin. You may be mad, but you don't want anything to do with them."
"And you do?" Styke asked, unable to keep the petulance out of his voice.
Tell me, where is the Bone-Eye woman who killed Devore? What was her name?"
"I'm not sure what you're talking about."
All trace of emotion left Lindet's face. Her jaw tensed. "I've had my men looking everywhere for her, yet she seems to have disappeared without a trace. Your mad lancers are pretending she never existed."
"Odd that. It's as if she never did."
Lindet snorted. "I'm leaving, Benjamin. You will stay here, and you will protect the coast from the Dynize. When I summon you, I expect you to have your armor, and I expect you to have moved past this godstone nonsense. The stones will remain unrecovered until this war is won. Do you understand?"
She turned on her heel and left the tower without waiting for an answer. Styke leaned on the battlements, feeling tired, and watched the ships anchored out past the breakers. There were transports, ships of the line, commandeered merchantmen,
It was, as he'd suspected, everything that Lindet had left in this part of the country. Now they crouched in the shadow of Starlight's guns, knowing they were the only protection against the roving Dynize fleets. Less than a minute had passed before he heard footsteps again. They belonged to Ibana, and she joined him at the battlements immediately and glanced out to sea before fixing him with a sidelong stare.
"I passed Lindet on the way up here."
"Yeah."
"Sister, eh?"
"Yeah." Styke didn't really much feel like talking about it. The conversation was going to be a long one and very uncomfortable. To his surprise, all Ibana said was,
"Well, that explains a lot.
"So, what's our plan now?"
"Lindet has left me in charge of Starlight."
"She wants to keep an eye on you."
"That she does."
"So what will you do?"
"She also told me where my armour is. There's a vault 7 miles from here. I want you and the Lancers to head out immediately and fetch it."
This got Ibana's attention. A grin slowly spread across her face, and he could see a hungry look in her eye.
"We have our armour back." "That we do. We're going to wait until Lindet's been gone for 3 days. Then we're going to commandeer her fleet and invade Dynize. Sound good?"
Ibana straightened, a fierce grin on her face.
"With our armour? That sounds wonderful."
This has been an Ashet audio production of Wrath of Empire, Book 2 in the Gods of Blood and Powder series. Written by Brian McClellan. Read by Christian Rotzka. Wrath of Empire is also available in print and digital formats from Orbit, an imprint of Ashet US, a division of Ashet Book Group. For more Ashet audio productions, visit us at ashetaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2018 by Brian McClellan. Audio production copyright 2018 by Ashet Audio. All rights reserved. Ashet Book Groups supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales, is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.